I can win every hand at the poker table, but the only one.
I can win every hand at the poker table, but I'll never gamble on her. She deserves so much better than me.
Prologue. The man sitting on the bar stool stared at the cards in his hand, frowning slightly. In the background, the loud, rapid-fire chatter of commentators filled the air. Looking up, he said one word, call, before tossing a pair of poker chips into the center of the table. Come on, man, step it up. The man raised his cool stare to the heckler across the table. There was a stillness, a cold, predatory patience in his bearing that had earned him a certain amount of respect and fear. Unfortunately, the man across the table was one of his closest friends, and that wasn't about to work on him. What? The heckler continued, are you not making enough off of your alpha salary to raise? The man narrowed his dark eyes. Will? Back off. Will only chuckled. Watch out, guys, I think I hit a nerve. The other guys around the table snickered, and with a groan, the man tossed out another pair of chips. Fine, raise. Attaboy, Malcolm. We'll make a poker player out of you yet. Picking up his beer, Malcolm scoffed, I've been playing longer than you. Will shrugged. Details. The play moved on, and the conversation turned to speculations about the game before a voice from the top of the stairs interrupted them. Hun? Noah's requesting the 3 little pigs, and I'm apparently not doing the voices right. Will sighed, smiling fondly. I'll be up in a minute. I just want to finish this hand, okay? Okay. Shaking his head, Will grinned. The joys of parenthood. Anyway, I have an impatient 3-year-old waiting for me. Let's show him. Going around the table, Will laid down a flush, defeating each opponent in succession until Malcolm's turn came up. Eyeing the cards on the table, Malcolm glanced up, meeting Will's gaze. Then he smirked and laid down a full house. Unbelievable. He began gathering his chips. Tell Noah good night for us. With a huff, Will stood, disappearing up the stairs. Malcolm brought his glass up to his lips, looking over his growing pile of winnings. So, Aiden, his second in command, began, have you given it any thought? What? Zoe's cousin. She's going to be at the regional meeting this summer, and Zoe thinks you two would hit it off. Not again. Malcolm drank, stalling for time. As he set his pint down, he spoke with his most diplomatic tone. I'm sure she's lovely, but I'm not looking. Sure. Aiden cocked an eyebrow. And when, exactly, are you going to start looking? Malcolm rolled his eyes. This topic, his lack of a mate, had been coming up more and more frequently as the years passed. I'm not in a rush to choose. It's not like I'm going to crumble into dust if I don't find a mate tomorrow. Aiden snorted. We're more worried about you becoming a miserable hermit if you spend another year single. Crude, but not incorrect. Look, man, I've been there, all right? I didn't see what the big deal was about mating, and then I met Zoe. You just have to trust me, man. You don't know what you're missing. That's where he's wrong. Malcolm raised his beer. There's no harm in taking my time. Your dating pool is getting smaller and smaller every year. If you wait much longer, you're not going to have many options. I don't want options. A memory flashed over his vision, an image of soft, dark hair that shone in the sunlight. Full lips curved into a shy smile. Big, brilliant eyes that had so completely captivated him. Malcolm, shaking himself from his reverie, he pushed his thoughts away. It would never happen. He would never let it happen. Malcolm's breath settled heavy in his chest as he turned his attention back to the conversation. She deserves so much better than me. Chapter 1. She went to the bed and drew back the curtains. I mimed the action, pausing for dramatic effect. There lay her grandmother with her cap pulled far over her face, looking very strange. Looking around me, I saw a dozen pairs of wide eyes, wondering what was about to happen to the little girl in the red cape. Turning the page revealed an illustration of a bonnet figure with a curiously long, furry face lying in a cozy bed. That would be so itchy. Turning my attention to the story, I read, "Oh, grandmother, what big ears you have." Deepening my voice, I continued, "The better to hear you with, my child." "But, grandmother, what big eyes you have." I paused, smirking at my small audience. The better to see you with, my dear. Caden, a round-faced boy in the front row, listened with palpable unease. Oh, but, grandmother, what terribly large teeth you have. I smiled, chuckling wickedly. The better. I let my voice trail off as I leaned forward ever so slightly. To eat you with. Letting loose a vicious snarl, I earned myself several high-pitched shrieks. My story times were popular for a reason. Continuing, I flipped the page again and read about how a conveniently armed hunter just so happened to be passing by. That's not how it originally went. In the first published version, the wolf ended the tale by settling into a nice, post-meal nap. It had been softened over the years, adding the huntsman, saving Red and her grandmother. More palatable, less honest. I finished the tale, smiling despite the sickly sweet happily ever after. Waving as the children walked off with their grown-ups, I set the book aside, noticing Caden still sitting in front of me. He was a small child, even by his peers' standards, with huge, dark eyes that seemed too serious for someone so young. He'd shown up for a few of my story times before, and I recognized him from around the Denver. He was somebody's kid, I couldn't remember whose. What is it, hun? He frowned, forehead wrinkling with confusion. How were they alive in the wolf's belly? Well, I shrugged. It's a fairy tale. Sometimes things happen in them that don't make sense in real life. But how did she not see it was a wolf and not her grandma? Asking the tough questions, kid. Maybe she had face blindness? I offered. What's that? It's when you can't recognize faces. His eyebrows shot up. People have that? Yep. I nodded. You're right, though. The snout and fangs should have been a dead giveaway. He smiled slightly, but then his face turned solemn. Concern washed over me. Caden? What is it? Why does the wolf always have to be the bad guy? The worry in his voice made my heart melt. Reaching over, I picked up the book. These stories were written a long time ago. People were afraid of a lot of things, and they used wolves as a kind of boogeyman, a stand-in for the things they were actually scared of. Continuing, I explained, the wolf in this story isn't really a wolf. He's someone that Red shouldn't have trusted. She should have known better, but she did it anyway, and it came back to bite her, I chuckled, literally. So, he looked around him, dropping his voice to a whisper, we don't have to be the bad guys? No, I shook my head. Nobody is born bad, Caden, and people who become bad don't have to stay that way. A look of relief swept over his face. Thanks, Miss Sophie. Then, without warning, he launched himself into my arms in a brief, surprisingly strong hug. Since moving here, the hardest thing to adjust to, aside from the winters, was the hugging. These people hugged so much more than my birth pack ever had. Fighting my awkward unease, I patted his back in a way that I hoped was comforting. Anytime, hun. Looking around, I asked, hey, what do you say we go and find your adult? Who's picking you up? Uncle Malcolm. Oh no. I felt my throat turn dry. Alpha Malcolm? Caden nodded. Mommy's at the doctor with Daddy. They're checking on the baby, and Uncle Malcolm said he'd take me to story time and McDonald's. Trying to cover my nervousness, I muttered, oh, that's nice of him. Calm down, sophomore. He's just a guy. An alpha. He's an alpha. It didn't help that he had the kind of face that always looked angry. Sure, people said he was nice enough once you got to know him, but I'd barely spoken 2 sentences to the man. Here goes nothing. Standing, I held out my hand to Caden. Well, let's get you back to him. Wouldn't want you to miss McDonald's. Together, we walked out of the story nook, glancing down the aisles as we made our way to the circulation desk. I was about to ask the head librarian, Diane, for help when Caden pointed to the glass front doors. There he is. Sure enough, as I turned my head, I caught a glimpse of his tall, imposing profile pacing on the sidewalk, phone in hand. Still gripping my hand, Caden hurried us toward the exit, pushing through the doors to the warm, afternoon air. Are you sure you want these, Zoe? I know they're comfort books, but doesn't the 4th one have a really traumatic scene? Is that really what you should be reading right now? His rich baritone cut off as he flinched, pulling the phone away from his ear. From the sounds coming out of the other end, Zoe wasn't appreciating his concern. Gradually, the angry noises stopped, and he brought the phone back. Okay, forget I asked. Anything else you want me to pick up while I'm here? Then, he turned and froze as he saw Caden and me. Hang on a minute, Zoe. Pressing a button on his phone, he looked down at Caden. Hey, bud, is everything okay? He nodded, and Malcolm glanced up at me, confusion written all over his face. Story time ended, I blurted, face burning with a fiery blush. I'm helping him find you. His eyes went wide, and he examined his watch. Damn it. Sorry, bud, I lost track of time. It's okay, Miss Sophie and I were talking. Oh. His unnerving stare found mine, and I fought the urge to run for the hills. Yep. He's a bright little guy. Well, thank you for helping him out. Turning to the library's entrance, he asked, Are you volunteering? Nodding, I answered, Gets me out of the archives a couple of hours a week. There was a faint suggestion of a smile on his lips. You make it sound like a prison. I snorted. Isn't it? He laughed then, a throaty rumble that sent goosebumps across my skin. Well, we'll let you get back to it. Taking Caden's hand, he asked him, Did you thank Miss Sophie? The boy nodded, and I took that as my cue to leave. Giving a little wave, I said, Bye, Caden. With a more serious tone, I nodded to Malcolm. Goodbye, Alpha. An unreadable look crossed over his features. Please, unless I'm on official pack business, it's just Malcolm. Putting on a pleasant smile, I replied, If you say so. As I took a step toward the entrance, I gave one last wave. Have a good day. Caden waved back as Malcolm just watched me. Walking inside, I let the door swing shut in my wake, shaking my head. That man is never going to be just Malcolm to me. Chapter 2. Pulling into the driveway, I shifted into park and stepped out of my modest, well-loved sedan. The air in the quiet, residential neighborhood was calm, with the mildest breeze tickling the leaves of the old-growth trees. The muted notes of an 80s pop song wafted from the house, and that could only mean one thing, River's cleaning. Walking through the back door of our rented two-bedroom home, I found my roommate inside our shared living room, dusting furiously. Quirking my eyebrow, I dropped my bag on the breakfast bar. So, how was your day? River's head popped up, eyes finding mine. Oh, hey sophomore. Could you hand me that rag? Picking up the tattered washcloth, oily now with furniture polish, I passed it over, grimacing. Did something happen? What do you mean? The voice came muffled and evasive. I mean you only clean like this when you're freaking out. River froze, limbs clenching in a nervous rictus. Then their shoulders sagged as they set the cloth aside and sat back on their heels. Heaving a sigh, River admitted, Tom asked me on another date. I frowned, confusion painting my features. But that's a good thing, right? Yes? I mean, no. A frustrated groan rang out. I don't know. Tom, one of the newest members of the PAC's legal team, was 6 lean feet of sardonic humor and dry wit. Mixed feelings. Incredibly mixed. Okay. I walked over to sit on the couch. Do you want to talk about it? Or do you want to clean about it? River looked over, wary. You sure you want to listen to my nonsense? Hey, I shrugged. You listen to mine. Okay. River seemed to struggle for words. I like Tom, really like him, but I can't get a read on how he feels about me. He's got that lawyer face that doesn't give anything away. And? I prompted. And I don't want to risk getting serious about him if he's not willing to get serious about me. Wild suggestion. Have you talked to him about it? River scoffed. Of course not. I'm not about to destroy my mystique for a man who maybe just sees me as a fun date. And how do you see him? There was a long pause, then the soft admission. He's got potential. Potential? I asked. River glanced over, meeting my gaze. He could be it for me, sophomore. Oh, that revelation sank sourly in my gut. So, mating potential? River nodded. I think so. Wow. Wild, carefree River was thinking about settling down. River, who changed partners about as often as they changed hairstyles. Curious, I asked, you could really see yourself falling for him? I guess. That panicked uncertainty was back. I mean, he's so smart and we can talk about anything. Except your feelings, I cut in. Oh, God, I hate talking about feelings. Things were so much easier when I could keep my cool instead of acting like a flustered teenager, River frowned. He's just so funny, and he's not afraid to own his nerdy side, and also he's just got a really nice physique. I snorted. I'll take your word for it. You should check it out sometime. The view is breathtaking. TMI, River. Burying their head in their arms, River groaned. Are you sure I can't keep waiting and hoping that he admits his feelings first? I shook my head. Emotional vulnerability is tough. It really is. But it's also kind of necessary if you want to take this beyond the casual stage. River was quiet for a moment, seemingly absorbing this idea. Why does this have to be so scary? Because it's forever werewolves, for all that we looked human, had some very important differences, and one of them was this. When we fall in love, it's for life. Standing, I walked over to River and crouched down, taking their hand. It's scary because it's a risk, and because you could get hurt. Breathing in, I continued, and it's worth it because you're an amazing person, and you deserve to be with someone who has a sense of humor, who's smart, who's easy to talk to, and who is very attractive. River's lips quirked up in a small smile. He's a morning person, though. Good, I laughed. Maybe he'll get you to stop staying up until 3 a.m. But I hate waking up early. River whined. Because you stay up until 3 a.m. River glared, then sighed, face softening with defeat. Fine. I'll let him know we're on for dinner tomorrow. Standing, they walked back into the hallway, headed for their bedroom. Alone in the golden afternoon light, I breathed in the scent of cleaning products and tried not to worry about what this development could mean for our friendship and my living situation. After all, it was an inevitability. River was bound to find a mate eventually, and I would have to get another roommate or try living solo. It wasn't that I'd chosen spinsterhood exactly. It's just that being single, potentially never finding a mate for myself, didn't bother me. There were, after all, worse fates to be had. Chapter 3. The next day, as morning turned into midday, Malcolm walked out of the boardroom, frustrated and itchy. Damn suit. The meeting, a monthly gathering of the PAC's essential stakeholders, was usually fairly straightforward. News from the council, reports on PAC finances, old business, new business, then lunch. Scowling, he stalked past the elevator, headed for the stairs. Outside on the terrace, he walked toward the edge, standing where the concrete gave way to grass. Breathing in the fragrant spring air, Malcolm stared into the verdant woods, fighting the anger that burned along his veins. Beneath the thrumming roar of his pulse, he heard the approach of footsteps. Familiar footsteps. I'm betting that you liked Blake's proposal just as much as I did. Turning, Malcolm eyed the woman behind him. She was older and smaller, but powerful in her own way. Her eyes gleamed with a shrewd tenacity, hinting at the iron while that made her a force to be reckoned with. Smiling, he greeted her. Alpha. She cocked an eyebrow. You gotta stop calling me that, kid. He grinned. Never. The title's been yours for 4 years now. Someday you'll have to get used to calling me Patricia. Malcolm shook his head. Not a chance. You'll always be Alpha to me. Walking up beside him, she offered, How about Pat? He snorted. How about patty cake? Quick as a whip, she glared at him. Watch it, pup. I can still beat you. Smiling, Malcolm answered, Sure, and turned back to the trees. In the 15 years they had known each other, she'd never laid a hand on him, no matter how often she threatened to. A soft breeze filtered through the trees, whistling past the branches. He watched the movement in silence as things settled back into their gentle sway. Do you think they'll go for it? Patricia shrugged. Some of them might. Disbelief filled his voice. The Callahan mine. He actually wants us to buy the Callahan mine? Apparently so. Looking skyward, Malcolm tried to calm his irritation. The old Callahan coal mine had been slowly failing under years of mismanagement. The family had struggled to hold on to the deed, laboring under the delusion that they could turn their fortunes around, but it seemed that time was over. If Blake was to be believed, the son of the previous owner was preparing to sell. And he wants us to buy it? Patricia spoke evenly, if you want to fight him on it. Interrupting, he blurted, Of course I want to fight him on it. She continued, overlooking the outburst, then you're going to need your facts and figures in order, because he's going to try to dazzle them with dollar signs. Scoffing, Malcolm swallowed his disgust. And we're just supposed to forget the mines we used to own? The mines we spent millions remediating trying to fix the damage we caused. Greed does strange things to people. I guess so. Laying a hand on his shoulder, Patricia leveled her gaze at him. Hey, anger isn't going to help anything here. Sighing, Malcolm nodded. You're right. Of course I'm right. Taking her hand away, she looked back at the woods. Remember, you've got a month. Do your research, prepare your arguments, and come into that meeting ready to take him down at the knees. Smiling, Malcolm chuckled. I missed having you around. How was New Mexico? Gorgeous. Quinn and the babies are doing great, but I think everyone was happy to see us leave by the end. Oh, for adults and 2 newborns sharing one bathroom? You better believe it. Glancing over, Malcolm asked, aren't we supposed to be social animals? Nobody's that social. The sound of an opening door cut off his laughter. Oh, sorry. That voice. Turning his head, his eyes found her immediately. Sophie. Her startled stare darted back and forth between her former and current alphas, embarrassment evident on her face. He spoke up, trying to ease her apparent panic. It's fine. We were finishing up anyway. Quickly, she shook her head. Don't worry about it. I can eat my lunch in the lounge. Ducking back inside, she disappeared before he had a chance to object. Silence descended again, punctuated by birdsong and distant cars. Still haven't done anything about the archivist? Patricia observed. Malcolm looked over at his mentor. Smiling slyly, Patricia shrugged. She's cute in that meek librarian sort of way. Are you trying to matchmake? She appraised him with cool eyes. No, just wondering why you haven't made a move yet. There are no moves to be made. Between you and Aiden. Kid, don't try to fool me. I've seen the way you look at her. When she steps into a room, you only have eyes for her. Been that way since she first came here. Malcolm remembered the day, walking into Patricia's office and being captivated. He remembered the brief infatuation, the hope for more. And he remembered the way it had died under the cruel light of reality. He couldn't court her. She seemed so shy, so timid. She'd be miserable as an alpha's mate. And he wouldn't inflict that life on her. Shaking his head, he muttered, if you say so. Clearing his throat, he changed the subject. Can I treat you to lunch? You can show me baby pictures and I can pick your brain about the mine. Patricia smirked. You drive a hard bargain, kid. Sure, lead the way. Walking back inside, Malcolm steered the conversation to safer topics, avoiding a certain female whose scent still lingered in the air. Chapter 4. Slinking into the second-floor staff lounge, I settled down at one of the small, circular tables. River, who'd been staring at the microwave when I entered, turned with a confused look. What happened to eating on the patio? Apparently, there's an impromptu alpha meeting out there. Oh. Yep, I nodded. And I just waltzed right into the middle of it. Oh. I groaned, burying my face in my hands. If I'm late coming home, it's because I found a rock that's big enough to hide under. About that. About what? I muttered. Tom and I are going out tonight. Perking up, I asked, anywhere fun? Dinner, then Tully's. River shrugged, naming the one dance hall in the county. It was the closest thing to nightlife that their small, Pennsylvanian town offered, outside of the handful of dingy bars and a bowling alley. Ooh, nice. Tonight's line dancing, right? Oh, God. River's shoulders sagged. I forgot. Hey, I chided, line dancing can be fun. Line dancing is the dorkiest thing I've ever done, and I was a mathlete. Snorting, I teased, come on, River. It's like regular dancing, but with instructions. Soph, that's why it's so dorky. Seriously, it's beginner-friendly. You don't even have to have rhythm. Excuse you, River's eyes narrowed. I have all of the rhythm. Opting for diplomatic silence, I just bit my lip and nodded. Living with the River for the past few years had taught me exactly how much rhythm they had. With a glare, River opened the microwave and pulled out their lunch. Whatever. It's moments like this when I wonder why I moved to this Appalachian backwater. Your dedication to archival science? I shrugged. It worked for me. I mean, the opportunity to work for the archives, North America's largest collection of werewolf historical records, was too important to pass up. Started by the Syracuse Pack, the archives began as a collection of only their records. As it grew, it was eventually brought under the control of the Leakin Council. With their funding and influence, the project has become the massive behemoth it is today, encompassing almost 1 million documents, photographs, and recordings, both physical and digital. They could have located it in the northernmost reaches of Alaska, and I still would have jumped at the chance to work here. Giving me a sour look, River stabbed a fork into their leftover pasta. Look, at least Tom's mixing it up. Hanging out and watching movies gets old, right? Like I would know. But country music? River whined. Counterpoint. The intimacy of dancing with a partner. Line dancing, River interrupted. Do you know, the first time I went to Thule's, I felt like I was walking into some sort of cult ceremony. All these people making these strange motions in perfect sync with each other. River trailed off, staring into the distance. I smiled. Just have a couple drinks and keep your eyes on Tom. That night, with the house to myself, I got cozy on the couch with a blanket, a book, and a mug of peppermint tea. The book, a battered copy of Wuthering Heights, had been a thrift store find. It had been sitting on my bookshelf for a while now. I'd read it once, in high school, and I remembered hating it, so this was me giving it a second try. It wasn't going much better. I was just about going cross-eyed from the Yorkshire dialect when my phone rang, rescuing me. Gratefully, I picked it up to see that River was calling. Hey, what's up? How's dancing going? Well, River's voice trailed off. We kind of left early and went back to his house, and I'm gonna be spending the night. Oh, I grinned, surprised. So, things went well? I didn't need to see River's blush to know it was burning across their cheeks. You could say that. Well, you two have fun and be safe, okay? Always. Give Tom a hug for me? There was a throaty chuckle. Oh, I'll be giving him much more than a hug. Love you. I smiled. Love you too, River. Setting the phone down, I stood and walked to the kitchen, intending to get a refill on my tea. I certainly wasn't thinking about what would happen if River moved in with him. I was also definitely not picturing myself surrounded by a herd of pet cats and dying alone. So, when my phone rang again, I walked back to the couch with a grin on my face. A grin that died a quick death as I read the name. Pulling the phone up to my ear, I asked Evie, Hey, sophomore, so I wanted you to hear it from me first. A cold dread settled in my stomach. Oh God, who died? What? No, nobody died. Cora and I mated. My mouth hung open while I processed her words. You did. A pleased smile spread across my face. Congratulations. That's wonderful. I'm so happy for you. Evie's voice returned, nervous. That's not all. And I knew I wasn't going to like whatever came next. Okay. I asked. What is it? I want you to be at the ceremony. No. I know I'm asking a lot. Evie continued. A lot? This was asking for the moon. Evie, I'm sorry, but I understand if the answer is no. You can absolutely tell me no, okay? I would completely understand if you refused, she paused, but I want you to think about it. What was there to think about? Please? Evie interrupted my thoughts, and for a moment I wondered if I'd spoken them aloud. Softly pleading, she said, It would mean so much to me if you could be there. It won't be the same without you. And that was enough. All of my iron will, all of the determination it had taken me to get out of that place, crumbled in an instant because my baby sister needed me. Sighing, I pinched the bridge of my nose. When is the ceremony? We're still settling that, but probably within the next month or so. Damn. Look, I swallowed, tasting bitterness on my tongue. I can't promise anything. And I'm not asking you to. But I'll try, okay? Thank you, sophomore. I felt my heart soften. Send me the details once you've got them planned, okay? I will. I guess I'll let you go. You've probably got better things to do than chat with your spinster sister. Maybe. I do have this awesome, incredibly hot mate who just walked into the kitchen right now. Rolling my eyes, I muttered, Too much info, Evie. Too much info. After ending the call, I went back to my seat, sipping at the peppermint tea and hoping it would settle my stomach. Sitting there, it felt like my mind was running 1,000 miles a minute. I couldn't help thinking about everything, about all of the thousands of reasons why I'd sworn never to go back. I was about to pick up my book, futilely hoping that it would distract me from the tumult of my thoughts, when a series of knocks rang from the front door. My attention snapped to the sound as my eyebrows drew together. Who could that be? Confused and curious, I got up from the couch. Another flurry of knocks disrupted the quiet, and I flipped the deadbolt, turning the knob to pull the door open. And froze, eyes widening, forgetting to breathe. Oh, sweet Jesus. Chapter 5. 5 hours earlier. As the end of the workday approached, Malcolm had his feet up on his desk, staring out the window and stewing. It was a relief when his phone buzzed on his desktop blotter. Picking it up, he scanned over the message from Will. Hey, we're going out to the bar. You in? Sitting up with a sigh, Malcolm typed, who's we? Me, Aiden, and anyone else I can con into coming. Josie's visiting her folks with Noah, and I get to live the bachelor life for the next 48 hours. Malcolm eyed the greenery outside of his office window, feeling the telltale itch beneath his suit. I need to go for a run. But looking down at his phone, he reasoned that he could make an appearance and then duck out early. Quickly typing, he sent back one word, sure. Silencing the engine, Malcolm lowered the kickstand and dismounted. The bike, a Honda 350, had started as a project back in high school, back when he had to scrape together the money to buy it. As he rebuilt it, it quickly became his baby. These days, he could easily afford any motorcycle on the market, but he kept the Honda out of pure nostalgic affection. Taking off his helmet, he eyed the machine with fondness as he raked a hand through his hair. Inside the bar, flickering neon hung on the walls, and the scent of stale beer hung in the air. The growing Friday night crowd was a mix of humans and lycanthropes, and Malcolm nodded greetings to his pack mates as he searched for Will and Aiden. He found them in the back corner, standing at one of the bar's 3 pool tables. Hanging his helmet from a chair at the table they'd claimed, Malcolm turned. So, you order yet? Aiden nodded. We've got a pitcher coming. If you want anything fancy, you'll have to order for yourself, Will added. Also, lose the jacket. You look like a jerk. Rolling his eyes, Malcolm shrugged out of his leather jacket and laid it on the back of his chair. Aiden chuckled. It's such a mystery why Josie left you at home. Well, Will shrugged. Her old man's just as fond of me now as he was when we first met. Still hates you? Malcolm asked, with a fiery passion. Never forgave me for taking his little girl away. You'd think he would have calmed down after you gave him a grandson. Will shook his head. Somehow made it worse. I mean, he loves Noah, absolutely adores him, but he also now has proof that I've defiled his princess. Aiden grinned. Didn't she defile you? Damn right she did, Will smirked, but we are never telling him that. As the night wore on, people came and went, pitchers of beer were emptied, and Malcolm never quite found the moment to step out. It wasn't until Aiden finally said his goodbyes that Malcolm even attempted. Moving to stand, he started on that note. Don't you dare. Will shot a glare over his beer. Dare what? Abandon me. I finally get to experience the bachelor life and all these boring mated guys leave early. Malcolm debated telling Will exactly how boring the bachelor life was, but held back. Relenting, he sat back down. Fine. But I'm not going to be able to drive home if I drink much more. Dude, stay in my guest room. You. Seriously, come over. I've got a full bottle of fine, aged whiskey sitting around, unopened because Josie won't drink it with me. Malcolm didn't respond, instead staring daggers at his friend. We're even within walking distance. You can pick up your bike in the morning. Scowling, Malcolm gave in. Fine. But call me dude again and I'll put you in the ground. Will smirked. Challenge accepted, dude. Finish him. Standing in Will's living room, controller in one hand, whiskey tumbler in the other, Malcolm shook his head. This isn't really what I had in mind. You're just bitter that you lost, Will joked as his player character viciously defeated Malcolm's. Malcolm scoffed. Says the guy who owns the game and plays it often. Bitter. Whatever. With a roll of his eyes, Malcolm set his controller down and took a drink. Wanna go again? Sitting next to him on the couch, Malcolm nodded. Sure. Will navigated back through the menus, landing on character selection when his phone rang. Turning it over, his face lit up as he read the screen. It's Josie. I'll be right back. Malcolm sat back, sinking into the cushions as he took another sip and tried not to eavesdrop. When Will reappeared, there was a kind of dreary melancholy on his face. Everything okay? What? He perked up. Oh yeah, everything's fine. She just put Noah to bed and wanted to check in. Malcolm had known Will long enough to recognize the sound of his friend's lies. Bullshit. Glancing away, Will heaved a heavy sigh. I miss them, he admitted. I mean, I get it. I know that these visits go smoother if I'm not there. But I miss them like hell. Will shook his head. I'd put up with all of her dad's insults with a smile on my face if it meant I got to kiss my kid goodnight and sleep next to my mate. They'll be back Sunday night, right? Right. Will nodded, plopping back down on the couch. You'll get through it. I know, he sighed. I know. I've managed before and I'll manage again. It just sucks. Picking up his controller, Will shot Malcolm an appraising look. So, how's your love life going? Malcolm scoffed. You say that like I have one. How long's it been? Am I even keeping track anymore? A while. Malcolm brought his glass up for a sip. Look, I know Aiden's trying to set you up. Please don't throw another woman at me, Will. I'm not. He shrugged. It seems like you're not interested. Malcolm muttered into his drink, something like that. And that's fine. Like, I was reading this article online about people who just aren't interested in sex. Will, it's a thing. Some people just kind of opt out of the whole scene. I'm not asexual, Will. I'm just hung up on a woman who could never be mine. Malcolm frowned as his mood suddenly nosedived. Nobody would judge if you were. You know that, right? I do know that, but I promise you I'm not. Tipping his head back, he downed the rest of the whiskey. Then, what is it? There's something going on. As the burn slid down his throat, Malcolm closed his eyes. It's just, nobody else measures up. To who? Standing, Malcolm headed toward the kitchen for a refill. Nobody. Behind him, he heard Will get up, his footsteps following. Who, Malcolm? Who are you talking about? It doesn't matter. Filling his glass, he set the bottle back on the counter more roughly than intended. Turning, he saw Will's eyes narrow. Who is it, Malcolm? He shook his head. Somebody I can't have. Is she mated? Oh, God. Did you fall for a mated woman? What? Malcolm's brows drew together. No. We would never work. Taking the bottle in his hand, Will refilled his own glass. What on earth does that mean? He shrugged. She'd be miserable with me, with being an alpha's mate. She told you this? Malcolm shook his head. She doesn't know. Will paused, mid-putting the top back on the bottle. What? Sighing, Malcolm admitted, I haven't told her. I don't need to. It's obvious she would hate the spotlight that comes with being my mate. Isn't that her decision? Malcolm's head raised slowly, gaze riveting on Will. Well, isn't it? Will asked. You're out here making choices for this girl, choices that she doesn't even know she has. Raising his tumbler, Malcolm let the idea sink in as he drank. You should tell her. Walking past him into the living room, Malcolm snorted. Not happening. Worst case scenario, she rejects you, and you'll end up exactly where you already are. Will. Malcolm muttered, his tone a warning. At least then you won't be pining over her. You'll have an answer, and you can move on. Will. Best case scenario, you two fall madly in love, have a couple of babies, and live happily ever after. Malcolm lost his patience, yelling, Will. What? He demanded. Could you drop the subject? Please. Will's lips set in a stubborn line. Promise me you'll think about it? What is there to think about? Gritting his teeth, Malcolm growled, fine. I'll think about it. Now can we talk about anything else? Sure, Will grinned. We can talk about me kicking your tail in this next round. The conversation drifted away from the sore subject of Sophie Bennett, but Malcolm's thoughts kept circling back to her, to the soft sound of her voice, the gentle warmth of her smile, the sweet allure of her scent. The night wore on, and the bottle slowly emptied. Malcolm found his mind growing hazy as the alcohol took hold. When Will finally stumbled upstairs toward his bedroom, Malcolm ignored the siren's call of the guest bedroom, instead stepping out the back door into the moonless night. Feeling the itch of fur beneath his skin, Malcolm stripped, piling his clothes on the back porch. Naked beneath the vibrant stars, Malcolm stretched, letting the primal pull of the change take him from human to wolf. As his body shifted, he had one last coherent thought. You should tell her. Chapter 6. Oh, sweet heavens. On the other side of the door, Alpha Malcolm stood under the porch light, looking powerful and imposing. And he was. My eyes trailed downward, widening as they went. Completely exposed. For a moment, I couldn't breathe. Yes, we were in the same pack. We had shifted closer together to go on runs, but that was different. It was common courtesy not to look. But I was looking now. A sudden wave of intense nervousness rushed through me, almost sending me swooning to the ground. Oh, goodness. Hey! My gaze shot up, a blush scorching my skin. Hi, I squeaked, my throat too tight for everyday speech. Hey, he repeated, and I caught the scent of spirits wafting off his breath. So, I'm sorry to, drop by like this. Oh no. He is intoxicated. Glancing around, I took in the sight of my quiet, sleepy neighborhood. Shoot. Breathing in the sharp notes of Wolf, I realized he must have shifted and run here. How did no one see him? Suddenly aware of exactly how exposed we were, I spoke without thinking. Why don't you come inside? He shook his head, slurring. No, I don't want to be a bother. Oh dear. He is drunk. Knowing that every second brought us closer to discovery, I reached out, pulling on his shoulder. Please, I insist. He didn't fight me. He followed my guidance and walked inside. As I closed the door behind him, I thanked the goddess that River was out tonight. Then I turned, catching sight of him again. Oh, please help me. Striding over to the couch, I snatched the blanket I had been curled up with. Holding it out to him, I tried my best to keep my eyes averted. Here, you are a little underdressed. Please, just let the ground swallow me right now. He didn't take the blanket or the hint. Shaking his head, he glanced around him. I'm not going to be staying long. He paused, swaying on his feet. His brow furrowed as he struggled to get the words out. I just wanted to apologize. I frowned. Apologize. Cocking an eyebrow, I asked for what? For being too scared to tell you I like you. My hand dropped as my brain went blank, failing to process his words. He likes me? Stunned, I stammered nonsense syllables. He continued, not noticing my utter bewilderment. I have sort of had a crush on you ever since you were an intern, and I never did anything about it because I convinced myself that you couldn't possibly want me like that. I froze in place, not believing what I was hearing. But then I realized that I was making assumptions about you, and that it really is your choice in the end. His gaze sharpened, and his stare fixed on me. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry for that. Nothing in my entire life had prepared me for this situation. My incredibly drunk alpha just confessed his feelings to me. Dumbstruck, I responded, thank you. His lips curved in a wide smile. You are just really pretty, and your laugh is adorable, and you are ridiculously cute when you smile. Oh boy. We will deal with that information later. Why don't I make you a cup of tea? I offered, desperate to change the subject. Nah. Coffee? He shook his head. I need to get back to Will's. He will wonder where I got to. A sudden panic hit me. I can't let him go outside like this. It was a miracle that nobody had seen him running over here. He was in absolutely no state to be left alone right now. Tell you what, I will call Will and let him know you are over here, I coaxed, lying through my teeth. I recognized Will as one of Malcolm's inner circle, but I only knew him in passing. I certainly didn't have his phone number. Holding out the blanket, I continued, you just look kind of tired. With a flash of inspiration, I added, why don't you take a nap? He paused, blinking slowly. After a moment's consideration, he shrugged. Sleep does sound good. Nodding, I rolled with it, putting a hand on his back and leading him toward the hallway. Here, just rest for a bit in my room, then you can head back to Will's. You're sure? His warm eyes stared into mine. My heart skipped a beat, and I was suddenly very aware that I was standing very close to my attractive alpha. He is drunk, he is drunk, he is drunk. The thought repeated, beating back the sudden wave of emotion taking over me. It has been way too long. It hadn't felt that way an hour ago. An hour ago, Malcolm hadn't been standing in my living room. Swallowing, I nodded. Yep, go ahead. I was just going to read for a bit longer. But you will call Will? Malcolm asked. Absolutely, I lied. I will wake you up in a bit, I added, intending nothing of the sort. The longer he slept this off, the safer it would be to send him on his way. You are going to have to face him when he sobers up. Panic crept up my spine at the thought, but I refused to let it take hold. I watched as he crawled between my sheets, seeming to pass out the moment his head hit my pillow. Closing the door quietly, I tiptoed back into the living room. That is a problem for the morning. In the meantime, I would be spending the night on the couch, trying to get the image of Malcolm out of my mind. Chapter 7. Morning dawned bright and beautiful, and beneath the softly scented sheets, Malcolm wanted to die. The thunderous drumbeat in his head threatened to shatter his skull to pieces. But slowly, the subtle perfume that surrounded him caught his attention. I know the scent. Opening his eyes, Malcolm braved the stabbing agony of daylight to survey his surroundings. Where am I? The soft, muted blue of the walls complemented the delicate floral print of the sheets and the washed-out indigo hue of the quilt. Gauzy curtains hung over the windows, giving the room a bright, ethereal glow. A nightstand that almost matched the hardwood floor held a pile of books, an antique alarm clock, and aspirin. Looking like a gift from the goddess, a pair of small white pills stood next to a bottle of water and a note. Sitting up, Malcolm placed the tablets on his tongue and washed them down with a long swallow of cool, fresh water. Setting down the now empty bottle, Malcolm took the note, scanning the unfamiliar handwriting. The clothes on the dresser are for you. Not sure if they'll fit, but they're the biggest I could find. W.H. It was then that he noticed how utterly naked he was. Oh no. Oh no. What happened last night? The question echoed in his aching head, and in the pit of his gut, a sour certainty began to grow. Standing, Malcolm fought the sudden rush of dizziness, walking toward the dresser to find a pair of lounge pants and a tank top. As he held them up, he caught a fresh wave of that elusively familiar scent. Bringing the pants to his nose, he closed his eyes and sniffed. And froze. Oh no. No, 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 no. Looking toward the door, he knew exactly where he was and exactly whose bed he'd woken up in. Please, please tell me I didn't. But he couldn't remember what he had or hadn't done. With dread overwhelming his senses, Malcolm pulled on the mercifully stretchy pants and top, grabbing a knitted throw blanket off the bed to wrap around himself and hide the more form-fitting areas. Please, he prayed, squeezing his eyes shut, please, don't let me have done something unforgivable. With his hand on the doorknob, he took a breath and twisted it open. Outside, a short hallway led on the left into a coffee-scented living room. A small breakfast bar separated it from the kitchen, where a pajama-clad Sophie Bennett was buttering a slice of toast. Oh, hey, I thought I heard you moving around. At a loss for words, Malcolm slowly made his way to the bar and sat. So, how are you feeling? Can I get you some coffee? Toast? Please. He croaked past a suddenly dry throat. Turning, she opened a cupboard and took down a ceramic mug sporting a pastel teddy bear. As she poured, Malcolm rallied his courage to ask, Did what? Clenching his hand beneath the counter, Malcolm asked the question he feared most. Did I hurt you last night? Pausing, Sophie glanced over her shoulder. What? No. A beacon of hope shone through his darkness, and Malcolm asked, so we didn't. I didn't. Sophie's eyes shot wide, and he could almost see the light bulb light up above her head. Oh no. No, no, no. Nothing happened. His shoulders slumped with relief as he buried his face in his hands. Thank God. Yeah, you showed up on the porch completely wasted, and I didn't feel comfortable letting you loose like that. I made you take a nap in my room, and I slept on the couch. Lifting his head up, he looked at her. I am so sorry. As she set the steaming mug in front of him, he caught the uneasiness in her eyes. There's more, isn't there? Yeah. She bit her lip, seeming to wrestle with her words. Don't sugarcoat it, just tell me. Taking the mug in his hand, he brought it up for a punishingly hot sip. Taking a sharp inhale, Sophie blurted out, You kind of told me how you feel about me? Damn it. Malcolm didn't feel his fist tightening around the mug until the ceramic shattered in his hand. Oh no. God. Malcolm leapt up as the steaming hot coffee spilled onto his borrowed pants. At once, both of them hurried to mop up the rapidly spreading puddle, Malcolm grabbing a handful of nearby napkins, while Sophie snatched up a dish towel. I'm so sorry, Malcolm apologized as he leaned down to mop up the floor. It's fine. I wasn't attached to that mug anyway. Malcolm grimaced as he began picking up scattered shards. It's not just that. I really just barged in here last night and unloaded my feelings on you. You were drunk. Standing, Malcolm set the sodden wad of napkins and ceramic on the counter. That's no excuse. I had no right. I'm sorry you had to hear all that. It's honestly fine. I'm not mad. Heaving a sigh, Malcolm met her gaze. I don't suppose I could ask you to forget that you heard what you heard. Pressing her lips together, Sophie shook her head. That's not the kind of thing you can unhear. Picking up the mess, she brought it over to the flip-top trash can. Besides, I think the better solution is to face this head-on. What do you mean? Dumping it with a wet thud, she let the lid fall shut. Nothing's going to be solved if we just pretend this didn't happen. Those feelings will still be there, festering. Looking up at Malcolm, she shrugged. Honestly, I think the fastest way to kill your crush on me is to actually date me. Malcolm's brows raised as Sophie's proposition hung in the kitchen air. Wow, she winced, placing a hand on her forehead that sounded less pathetic in my head. What are you saying? Leaning on the counter, she faced him. I'm saying that we don't really know each other, so this infatuation you've developed is based on a fantasy, not the real me. A part of him wanted to object, to argue that she was oversimplifying, but the more he thought about it, the more he realized she wasn't wrong. And you think we should date because? Malcolm asked. I had some time to mull it over last night, and I think that if you get to know the real me, it will end the fantasy, and you'll have to give up on this crush and move on. She actually thinks it'd be that easy? And if it doesn't? The question passed his lips before he could stop himself. Now it was Sophie's turn to ask, What do you mean? Malcolm elaborated, What if us dating doesn't kill the fantasy? What then? She laughed warily. I seriously doubt it. Of course. Let me guess, he sighed. I'm not your type? Sophie's eyes darted away, inadvertently answering his question. Is she attracted to me? The thought filled him with a hope he hadn't dared to contemplate. This crush isn't as one-sided as it seemed. Malcolm felt his lips curve into a smile and, for a moment, the throbbing agony of his hangover seemed to abate. For the first time in years, he could believe that he actually had a chance. That they had a chance. You know, Malcolm began, leaning on his side of the counter, there's two sides to that coin. What? Her warm, dark eyes stared back at him. I may not know you very well, but you also don't know me. We could be a better match than you think. She snorted, rolling her eyes as she crossed the kitchen to take out another mug. I wouldn't bet on it. Malcolm cocked an eyebrow. But you're still willing to date me? She glanced up as she poured him another cup of coffee. To prove you wrong and help you move on? Sure. That sounds like a challenge. As she handed over his new mug, he smirked, remarking, You know, you're not as shy as I thought you were. Picking up her own, Sophie quipped, See? Told you I'd kill the fantasy. Meeting her gaze, he grinned. Joke's on you. I like the assertiveness. Chapter 8. I like the assertiveness. I felt myself blush, cheeks burning as I turned away. Trying to hide my embarrassment, I spent far too long plating the toast. Unable to stall any longer, I sat half in front of Malcolm, keeping half for myself. His quick, sharp eyes seemed to catalog my every movement, and for a moment I felt exposed under his stare. That reminds me. So, how do the clothes fit? Suddenly, it was his turn to blush. Well, he answered. After a pause, his gaze lowered, and he muttered under his breath, a little snug. Oh. Stuffing a wedge of buttered toast in my mouth, I cursed my curiosity. That explains the blanket. Pulling it tighter around himself, Malcolm sipped his coffee. Thanks for these, by the way. I'll wash them and get them back to you at work? Or, he mused, if you're serious about dating, I could bring them then. I chuckled. Most guys bring flowers on a first date. Malcolm smiled. I can do both. Taking a bite of toast, he chewed and swallowed before asking, so, what would you want to do for our first date? Coffee? Glancing down at my mug, I joked, we're kind of already on a coffee date. Shrugging, I continued, I don't know. You've been thinking about this a lot longer than I have. Where did you see us having our first date? I never thought I'd get this far, he admitted. Smiling, I shook my head. Am I that intimidating? Malcolm smirked. You're terrifying. Feigning annoyance, I glared at him. I'm going to choose to take that as a compliment. Good. That's how it was meant. As I chuckled, I realized something. I'm flirting with my alpha. And in the back of my mind, a little voice, snide and familiar, began to laugh. Looking up, I found Malcolm watching me, doubtless having felt my shift in mood. Before he could ask me a question I wasn't ready to answer, I asked one of my own. So, what exactly happened last night? Picking up my mug, I met his gaze, shifting nervously on my feet. My distraction seemed to work, and he took a sip of his coffee, frowning. With a sigh, he answered, I got drunk. Is that supposed to explain it? Uh-huh. I leaned my elbows on the counter. And do you often get drunk and wake up random places? My question was flippant, but his answer was not. Yes. What? Well, he frowned, reconsidering his words, I used to. These days, I know my limits, and I try to stay far away from them. It's just that I was hanging out with Will, and he was having a rough time. His words cut off as he froze, eyes widening. Oh no. What is it? Will. Raking a hand across his hair, Malcolm looked panicked. God, he's probably freaking out right now. Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry. His face was pure confusion. You asked me to call him last night, but I don't have his number, I explained. Burying his face in his hands, Malcolm muttered, You don't have to apologize for that. This is my own fault. Looking up, he asked, Could you? I mean, would you mind giving me a lift? I'd rather not walk across town like this. He gestured to the tight tank top that hugged his chest and abdomen. The image of him doing a walk of shame through our sleepy, residential neighborhood flashed in my mind, and I bit back a mischievous grin. Yeah, I nodded, setting my mug down. Just let me grab my keys. Sitting in the driver's seat, I waved as Malcolm went up the sidewalk toward the white two-story house. On the porch, a man that I vaguely recognized as Will stood at the door, eyes darting between Malcolm and me, his expression a mix of curiosity and gleeful amusement. As the door closed behind them, I moved to shift out of park, pausing when I heard my phone ring. Glancing at the screen, I answered. Hey, River. So, apparently congratulations are in order? Frowning, I asked, What do you mean? What I mean is that I just walked into the house, and there's this mystery scent all over the place. Crap. Did somebody have a gentleman caller? Rubbing my temple, I answered, It's a long story. I bet. That's why you're going to come home right now and tell me all the details. Fine, I conceded, but if I have to tell you about my night, you have to tell me about yours. Deal. Chapter 9. As the car door shut behind Malcolm, he glanced up toward the porch, where Will was managing to look both bewildered and smug. Great. Clutching the blanket closer around him, Malcolm grit his teeth and went to face his friend, feet bare against the concrete. Walking up the steps felt like mounting the executioner's block. However, instead of a black-hooded headsman, Will's ravening curiosity awaited him. What is this? Leveling a rueful stare at his friend, Malcolm answered, I really shouldn't have had that whiskey last night. Is that her? The girl you were talking about? Glancing over Malcolm's shoulder, Will peered at the idling car. That's the quiet chick from the archives. Yep. His answer was terse and annoyed. Will's grin grew sly. Did you make a total fool of myself? Yes, I did. He rolled his eyes. That's not what I meant. I know what you meant, and no, we didn't. I showed up on her porch, baring my soul and body to her before passing out alone in her bed. Suppressing a snort, Will shook his head. Man, Casanova's got nothing on you. I'm about 5 seconds away from crawling into the deepest hole I can find. Well, if you want a deep hole, word has it the Callahan mine's for sale? Groaning, Malcolm pinched the bridge of his nose. Don't remind me. The smirk returned. Yesterday was one hell of a day for you, huh? Yeah, Malcolm answered. Now could you let me in? I'd like to put my clothes back on so I can go home and wallow in self-pity. Stepping back, Will opened the door, ushering Malcolm inside. As Malcolm stalked through the living room, Will asked behind him, "What are you wearing anyway?" The largest clothes she could find in her house. They fit like body paint, so he gestured with a corner of the blanket. Oh, this just keeps getting better. Will chuckled. The icing on the cake is that none of her shoes would even fit my feet. So that's why I have to look at your bare feet? Yep. Glancing around, Malcolm muttered, "Where did I leave my clothes?" They were on the back porch. I found them when I was trying to figure out where you disappeared to. I put them in the guest room. Thanks, man. Go change if you want, but don't you dare think about leaving. This conversation isn't even close to over. So, you're going to date? Apparently. Malcolm muttered, furiously pressing buttons on the controller, hoping to stumble upon a combo. You should probably let Aiden know. Will mentioned, effortlessly handing Malcolm his defeat. Why? If he's got you set up with Zoe's cousin. Malcolm shrugged. I guess. You guess. Will glanced over. Mal, are you serious about Archivist Girl or not? Her name's Sophie. Fine, are you serious about Sophie or not? I am, but she seems pretty convinced that we won't work. Really convinced. Uncertainty pooled in the pit of his stomach, and for a moment, he allowed himself to wonder if she was right. But you're going to change her mind? I'm going to try. After all, he owed it to himself, to both of them really, to see if there was any substance to their attraction. Uh-huh. And how are you going to do that? Malcolm shook his head. No idea. I've been driving myself crazy, fixating on what being with her could be like, but now that I actually have a chance. You're terrified? Will guessed. Yeah, Malcolm admitted. It's like, I finally have a shot. What if I mess it up? Well, you already barged into her living room, blackout drunk, completely exposed. I don't know how much more you could mess this up. Turning to his friend, Malcolm glared. Would you stop? I am never going to stop bringing this up. My eulogy at your funeral is just going to be this story. Keep talking like that, and you won't be outliving me. Malcolm grumbled. And with my dying breath, I'll tell the tale of how you initiated a courtship by showing the girl everything. Shut up, Will. He grinned. As long as it's not yours. Walking back to the bar to retrieve Malcolm's motorcycle, Will asked, How about dinner and a movie? Malcolm frowned. Boring. Trying again, Will suggested a home-cooked meal at your place? He scoffed. Do you want me to give her food poisoning? Toolies. I can't dance to save my life. Will glanced over. You might be overthinking this, Mal. He sighed. I know. Just keep it low-key. It doesn't have to be a huge thing. You're just trying to get to know each other, right? Right. I could ask Josie for advice if you want. Do not tell Josie about this, please. That's kind of a big ask, man. We're mates. We don't really keep secrets from each other. Then, Malcolm floundered for a moment. Could you maybe gloss over parts? Like the part where you confessed your feelings drunk and naked on her front porch? Yes, he winced. That part especially. I'll see if I can leave out some of the juicier details. Thank you. No problem. No, Will, I'm serious. Malcolm stopped, turning toward him. Thank you. This situation might be a total disaster, but it's also weirdly a step in the right direction. And none of it would have happened if it weren't for you. And my bottle of fine, aged whiskey. Will finished with a grin. Malcolm chuckled. That too. They reached the bar's parking lot, bright and empty in the mid-morning sun. Well, Malcolm began, I'm gonna go clean up. I'll keep you updated. You better. I'm rooting for you crazy kids. Thanks, man. Malcolm turned, heading for his bike. You know, we'll call it after him, your timid archivist. She's got one thing going for her. What's that? He asked. She's definitely not an alpha chaser. Malcolm cocked an eyebrow. Sophie? An alpha chaser? Sure. He'd met his share of women who were attracted to the power and prestige of his position, but Sophie never struck him as that type. I mean, Will continued, she didn't give you the time of day until she saw you like that. If she's after something, it sure as hell isn't your title. Rolling his eyes, Malcolm pulled on his helmet. Never change, Will. Never change. Chapter 10. Monday morning found me in the archives, grumbling over a stack of moldering legal documents. How have we not digitized this far back? The records from the early 19th century detailed a territorial agreement between two packs in Tennessee. They had also, unfortunately, spent most of the 20th century in somebody's basement. Don't blame me, River answered from their workstation. The council's got me prioritizing their meeting minutes. I'm currently slogging through the mid-60s. Delicately turning the yellowed paper over, I griped, we really need to hire somebody else. Tell Gerald that. Tell me what? Peeking over my shoulder, my eyes caught sight of a moderately tall, moderately pudgy man in his early 40s. We need to hire another computer person. Yeah, he sighed. I know, I need to get on that. Grr, look at this thing. I pointed down at the record on the table. This is ready to crumble into dust. It's going to fall apart if I breathe on it. If we don't get someone in here to start working on the older documents, we're going to lose them. You're right. River. They didn't even glance up from their monitor. Don't you dare try to pin this on me. I've already got my plate full. Okay, he held his hands up defensively. Okay, message received. I'll get on it. Thank you. Now, back to what I actually came down here for. Is that the treaty? Yep. I was just about to put it back in storage. I'll have those scans to you as soon as I can. About that. The hesitation in his voice caught my attention. What? Both packs are insisting on seeing the original. What? Why? Transporting a physical copy that was this delicate, this damaged. I mean, it was possible, but it would also be incredibly expensive. Gerald shook his head. I'm past asking why at this point. The council approved it, and as long as it gets those two alphas to shut up, I don't care. They do realize that somebody's going to have to travel with it, right? And they're the ones who are going to be footing the bill for the plane ticket, the hotel stay. Gerald groaned. Listen, I just got off of a conference call between them and the mediator, and you would not believe the egos on both of these guys. I'm pretty sure this is all just a contest to see who's bigger, but I don't have to get involved in it. I just have to make sure they don't damage the document. What are they even arguing over? There's a small strip of land between their territories, and now both of them want it, but they can't agree on who actually has a claim on it. I grinned, mischievous. You know, they could always go the old way and just fight it out? Hand to hand, claw to claw. Gerald snorted. As much as I would love to see one less jerk in the world, a civil negotiation is probably better for everyone. Just throwing it out there. Slipping the paper back into its protective sleeve, I set it aside and pulled off my white cotton gloves. So, you're going to be the escort for this? Yep. Everyone else is super swamped, so that joy falls to me. Well, have fun in Tennessee. Definitely. He rolled his eyes, sarcasm palpable in his tone. Anyway, I don't know exactly when I'm leaving, but do me a favor and don't file that away just yet. Keep it handy. You got it, boss. He walked away as I cleaned up my workspace. When his footsteps had faded enough, I glanced over at River. See, that's the kind of life I'd be signing up for if I went for my PhD. Paid travel, better salary, and a chance to network with powerful people? River listed flatly. Oh no. What torture? I scoffed. First thing, I don't want to network. Work socializing is just the worst, and being around alphas makes me itchy. River swiveled on their seat to face me. That's not what you said on Saturday. A sudden blush warmed my cheeks. Okay, well, from what I recall, itchy is not the sensation you felt around Malcolm. Oh my god, River, shut up before someone hears you. Soph, it's only a matter of time before everyone knows that you and Alpha McGrumpypants are dating. Tilting my head slightly, I asked, Alpha McGrumpypants? River cocked an eyebrow. That man's got a bad case of resting bitch face. Don't even try to deny it. Rolling my eyes, I muttered, he's not. He's not that bad, River mimicked. Sitting up, their gaze bored into mine. Look, if you want to tell me that he's secretly a sweetheart, I'll take your word for it, but we're not going to pretend that he doesn't look scary. Biting my lip, I asked, is it weird that this scary thing kind of makes him hotter? Frowning, River replied, yes, Sophie, that's extremely weird. I nodded slowly. Cool. Drilly, River continued. On the bright side, I can now safely say that we will never be attracted to the same men. There is that. Speaking of, have you heard anything from Malcolm? I shook my head. Not yet. I've kind of got my fingers crossed that he's changed his mind. River frowned. But you're attracted to him? Shrugging, I said, I can think he's hot while also acknowledging that a relationship between us would probably not work. I contain multitudes. Uh-huh. Are you gonna at least try to get him in bed? River. I cried, scandalized. What? Do you know how many people would love to be you right now? You are living the dream, and I don't want you to waste this opportunity. The opportunity. To be with an alpha, yes. Oh my god. Not even kidding. It's basically a fetish at this point. Oh my god. Besides, it's not like you couldn't use the action. Hey. I mean, how long has this dry spell of yours lasted? I'm not answering that, I muttered. Like, the Sahara called and sent their condolences. I've just been focusing on myself. Soph, we're roommates. I know exactly how much focusing you've been doing to yourself. Ew. All I'm saying is that toys are fun, but there's something about the touch of a real person that just... Hello. The blood drained out of my face as my attention snapped toward the door. Malcolm stood there, broad shoulders evident through his button-down shirt, holding a grocery bag in his hand. Hi. My voice was a barely audible squeak. Hi. He stepped inside, eyes bouncing from River to me. I thought I'd drop these off. He gave me the parcel, and I peeked inside to see my folded clothes and blanket. Freshly laundered, I promise. Thanks. Sliding his hands in his pockets, Malcolm stood straighter. I also wanted to see if you'd be up for dinner tomorrow in the city. Painfully aware of River's ravenous stare, I answered, sure. Where are we going? Well, we could do steaks, or Italian, or there is this really good Indian place. I have been craving samosas. Indian it is. I'll pick you up at 6. It's a date. His lips quirked into a slight grin. It's a date. Malcolm turned to walk away, and as he reached the door, my idiot mouth spoke. Malcolm? Pausing, he answered, yes. How much of, I gestured between River and me, our conversation did you hear? Confusion creased his brow. What conversation? Relief swept through me. Good answer. I'll see you Tuesday. His expression was pure befuddlement, but he accepted my response with a nod and continued on his way. The door wasn't even shut before River threw their head back, cackling. Chapter 11. With one last look at the bathroom mirror, I examined the uneven wing of my eyeliner. Jesus. I used to be good at this, didn't I? Muttering a quick epithet, I set the pen down on the countertop, accepting the state of affairs on my face. For a girl who'd once routinely worn a full face, my makeup skills had seriously deteriorated. That girl is long gone. A voice to my right snapped me out of my reverie. You look great. Now, get out of the bathroom. I have to go. Glancing over, I saw River leaning against the door jamb. Are you sure? River nodded, sage and serene. Definitely. Looking back at my reflection, I sighed. I don't even know why I'm bothering. If the goal is to get him to give up on his crush, then I should be showing up in a hoodie and sweatpants, you know? Give him a good look at the real me. River's eyes narrowed as they shook their heads swiftly. You absolutely shouldn't do that. Why? Look, don't overthink it. It's fun to dress up, and Goddess knows it's been a while since you've had an excuse. I grimaced. A while was putting it mildly. You'd tell me if I was making a mistake, right? River snorted. Soph, it's dinner. Just relax, try to enjoy yourself, and remember to bring home leftovers, okay? Eyeing myself in the mirror, I nodded, taking a breath as I tucked my hair behind my ear. Okay. Luck was on my side as I found an empty parking spot just down the street from the restaurant. Turning in, I shifted into park and killed the engine, taking a moment to glance in the rearview mirror and examine the state of my makeup. Ready or not? Exhaling slowly, I unclipped my seatbelt, opened the door, stood, and breathed in the fragrant evening air. My heels clicked against the pavement as I stepped onto the sidewalk, slipping my keys into my purse. Then, looking up, I faltered. Malcolm stood, dumbstruck, an unreadable expression on his face as his gaze raked over me. Slowing my pace as I neared him, I glanced down at myself. Is there something on me? Looking up, I watched as my words processed through his daze. Meeting my stare, he blinked slowly. Then he finally seemed to hear my question, and his eyebrows raised. Oh no, you look amazing. I'm just realizing that I underdressed. Scanning him up and down, I couldn't find anything wrong with his outfit. The leather motorcycle jacket and black button-up combo, paired with gray-washed jeans, looked darn good on him. At least he's wearing clothes. I pressed my lips together, fighting back a wicked grin. You didn't underdress, I replied. I overdressed. Shrugging, I continued. This had been sitting in my closet for a while, and I finally had an excuse to pull it out. The teal-blue crewneck dress was intended for work, but when it arrived, it was a bit tighter than expected. I didn't feel comfortable wearing it to the archives, but I also couldn't bear to send it back. At the moment, I couldn't tell if that was a good decision or not. Malcolm's eyes drank in the sight of me, and I felt a warm shiver caress my skin. Well, I nodded toward the restaurant, shall we? Malcolm raised his wrist to check the time. They should be ready for us. Turning, he offered me his arm. I hesitated for a moment, unsure of whether I was prepared to touch him. Slowly, I reached up, placing my hand in the crook of his elbow. Subtle warmth radiated through his jacket as we walked, and the spicy, masculine scent that surrounded him filled my lungs. So, how was your drive? It was fine. The 30 minutes that separated our small town from the nearby Bearlia City Hazleton wasn't heavily traveled, so fine was about as exciting as it ever got. Well, that's good, he mused. Just to be clear, though, I would have been happy to drive you. I too did. That violates Rule 1 of first dates. I could feel his confusion as he glanced down at me. Rule 1. Always have an exit strategy, I explained. If a first date goes badly, you don't want to then be stuck in a car with them as they drive you home. That's not a bad rule. River's got tons of them. River? That's your roommate, right? The tech person with the, he gestured to his head, hair. I couldn't blame him for not being more precise. Some of River's past coifs had truly defied description. Yep. They've spent more time on the dating scene than I have, so I defer to their wisdom in these matters. Looking up, I saw him grin slightly. Okay, if that's Rule 1, what are the others? As we stepped into the restaurant and waited for the host to seat us, I gave a brief overview of River's rules for dating. So you just have to try to pay for yourself? I nodded. If they still pick up the check after that, then it's because they wanted to, and not because you owe them anything. Huh. Which is why I'm going to ask if we can split the bill tonight. I see, Malcolm countered. But I'm going to insist on paying because, well, I owe you after breaking your mug and ruining your weekend. You didn't ruin my weekend, I scoffed. But I see where you're coming from, so in this case, I'll allow it. He smiled. Glad we cleared that up. Movement behind Malcolm caught my eye, and I watched as the host pulled out a selection of menus and 2 sets of cutlery. Walking toward us, he asked if you'll follow me. When we were seated at a candlelit two-top near the center of the floor, the host handed us our menus, asking now, will either of you be needing a drinks menu? We do offer a wide variety of cocktails, including a ginger Cosmo that is a personal favorite. Intrigued, I was about to say yes, but Malcolm spoke first. I'm going to stick to water, thanks. Glancing over at him, the confusion must have been evident in my eyes, because he explained, after Friday, I'm taking a break from drinking. Oh, stalling for time, I flipped through the menu, quickly scanning the last page. In that case, I looked up at the host. Could I get a mango lassi? Mango lassi? Malcolm asked. What's that? I groped for the right words. It's sort of like a mango smoothie, but thinner? I cringed inwardly as I heard myself speak. Continuing, I added, it's honestly really tasty and it's non-alcoholic. Interesting. Malcolm glanced at the host. I think I'd like one of those too, please. Certainly. I'll give you two a chance to look over the menu. Your server, Rahul, will be with you shortly. He walked away, leaving us to debate menu options. When we'd settled on our choices and placed our orders, we sat, sipping at our drinks in companionable silence. So, you're from Arizona, right? Setting my glass down, I answered, New Mexico, actually. Oh, my bad. Malcolm apologized. It's fine. It's not like I talk about it much. What part of New Mexico? Just outside of Las Vegas. Noticing his confusion, I quickly clarified, not the one you're thinking of. It's a town near the mountains about an hour east of Santa Fe. Oh, yep. Not much to say about it. Not much that I wanted to say about it, anyway. What brought you out here? A strong desire not to be in New Mexico anymore. Well, you know, the archives. Seeming to catch my reticence, he asked, just the archives? I hesitated, debating how much to tell him. Let's just say there are reasons I moved across the country and leave it at that. Malcolm accepted my answer with a shrug. Fair enough. What about you? Are you from here? He nodded. Born and raised. Indulging my curiosity, I asked, so, how did you end up being? I glanced at the neighboring tables, you know. He licked his lips and sighed. It starts with me stealing a car. What? Shamefaced, he explained. I didn't have stellar impulse control growing up, and my friends weren't exactly great influences on me. So, in 8th grade, as part of a string of terrible decisions, I stole a neighbor's car to take my buddies on a joyride. And, of course, I crashed it. Oh no. I was a teenage idiot, and I'd never gotten behind the wheel before. I really don't know how I expected anything different. Luckily, no one got hurt. No kidding. Afterward, the elders sentenced me to community service. I had to spend a summer working at the ranch to pay for repairs. And how does this lead to today? Well, a couple months of shoveling horse manure had two major impacts on my future. One, it created some much-needed distance between me and my old friends. Two, it introduced me to Patricia. Alpha Patricia, his predecessor. Shaking his head, he mused, I don't know what she saw in me. I was such a complete mess at that point, but she decided to take me under her wing and mentor me. He chuckled. Something about her tough love, take-no-nonsense attitude got through to me. I cleaned up my act after that. I didn't want to disappoint her. So, she basically decided that you were going to be her apprentice, whether you liked it or not? Malcolm grinned. Basically, yeah. She more or less bullied me into being a better person. I wouldn't be the man I am today if she hadn't been such a pain in the neck. As I laughed, I tried to imagine him as a teenager, pimply, peach-fuzzed, baby fat still clinging to his cheeks. I couldn't see it, not when faced with the grown man he'd become. He picked up his glass, then paused. Do me a favor? What? Don't tell anyone I called Patricia a pain in the neck. She might literally end me. Smirking, I nodded. Your secret's safe with me. Chapter 12. Picking up my napkin, I dabbed at my mouth, trying not to lose any more of my lipstick than I already had. In front of me, my plate lay half empty, and it was taking all of the willpower in my body not to finish the other half. Malcolm eyed me from across the table. Let me guess, another one of River's rules? Smiling wryly, I picked up my mango lassi for a sip. Number 15. Always have leftovers. His lips quirked in amusement. What's the rationale for that one? Swallowing, I answered, it gives you an excuse to end the date in a way that isn't going to hurt their feelings. You know, I had a lovely night, but I really need to get this home. Malcolm shook his head. River should really write a book. I keep telling them that. Tipping my glass back for another sip, I savored the creamy tartness for a moment before asking, so, where were we? What's the most interesting class you ever took? You said history of medicine and cited some horrifying examples to justify it. Oh, it's not that horrifying, I dismissed. You used the phrase reusable laxative. Horrifying. Fighting to suppress a giggle, I asked, okay, your turn. What was your most interesting class? He tilted his head back, staring at the ceiling and giving me an excellent view of his throat. I was lost, imagining what it would feel like to nuzzle him there when I realized he was speaking. I needed 3 more science credits, so I signed up for a geology class because it sounded easy. It ended up being really fascinating. Geology? I wouldn't have guessed. Curious, I asked, was there anything specific that made it your favorite? Malcolm glanced aside, tongue darting out to wet his lips as he thought. Probably the geological timescale? He looked back at me. Just looking at the billions of years of Earth's existence, seeing everything that happened before us, realizing how relatively insignificant we are. It's weirdly comforting in a way. Smiling softly, I nodded. I get that. It's like looking up at the stars because you want to feel small. He grinned. Exactly. Something in his eyes sparked an answering warmth in me, but before I could put my finger on what it was, our server, Rahul, came up and gestured to my plate. Will you be needing a box for this? Flustered, I nodded. Yes, please. He looked over to Malcolm, who shook his head. I'm still working on mine, thanks. As Rahul walked away, Malcolm eyed me curiously, seeming to consider his next move. Spearing a piece of his lamb madras on his fork, he asked, Okay, how about this one? What's something that I don't know about you that would surprise me? Chuckling, I shook my head. I keep telling you I'm an open book. Mostly. There's got to be something. I felt my brows crease as I tried to think of something surprising, but innocuous. I don't want to send him running for the hills. Well, I used to dance? He sat back, interested. Define dance. Taking a breath, I elaborated, dance, as in I started off at 5 taking ballet classes, eventually added in jazz and contemporary. Malcolm grinned. What, no tap dancing? Rolling my eyes, I answered, tried it. Wasn't my thing. I really liked the others, though. I was actually pretty good by the end, but I shrugged. It wasn't the kind of good that was going to become a career, you know? The teasing tone of his voice softened, and he asked, Do you miss it? Sometimes. I admitted. Usually, a night at Thule's scratches that itch. He cocked an eyebrow. Thule's? I couldn't blame him. The raucous, beer-drenched dance hall wasn't exactly the bright, pristine studio of my youth. I mean, it's not ballet, but it's still dancing. I don't know. Have you seen some of the couples that show up there? Hey, I laughed. At least they're having fun. Before he could reply, Rahul returned and began boxing up my leftovers. Looking across the table, though, I could see the spark of something in Malcolm's eye, but I was distracted before I could think to ask what he was thinking. Outside, on the sidewalk, we stood next to my car, saying our goodbyes. Well, I held up my leftovers, smirking. I had a lovely night. But you really need to get this home, Malcolm finished with a smile. I shrugged. Hey, I gotta follow the rules. Anyway, I walked over to my car, leaned in, and placed my things on the passenger seat. Thank you again for dinner. Let me know if you want to do it again sometime, or if my medical story completely killed your crush. You'll be hearing from me. His direct admission sent a flush across my skin, and for a moment, I couldn't think of what to say. I could almost see a subtle smirk on his lips. Good night, Sophie. Message me when you get home safe. Nodding quickly, I managed to say, will do. Slipping into the car, I fastened my seatbelt, started the engine, and shifted into reverse. Giving a little wave, I backed out, driving off with his voice echoing in my ears and his scent still fresh in my lungs. Chapter 13. Wednesday afternoon, after my weekly story time session, I lingered in the library, savoring the soothing fragrance of the printed word. Wandering through the books, I let my fingertips trace over their spines, stopping as a particularly bright and colorful volume caught my eye. Leaning against the shelf behind me, I pulled it out and flipped it over, scanning the synopsis on the back. In my purse, a faint buzzing started suddenly. Setting the book down, I pulled out my phone, opening the new message and smiling when I saw it was from Malcolm. Hey, I'm going to be out of town for work for a couple of days, but I'd love to see you when I get back. Are you free next Tuesday? Grinning, I typed, so the gross medical story didn't scare you off? His reply appeared moments later. I don't scare easily. My happiness dimmed as I wondered how true that was. Looking away, I felt my mind whirling with questions, always circling back to the biggest one. Would he stick around if he knew? Hey! A warm, feminine voice next to me jolted me out of my thoughts. Turning my head, I saw a woman I recognized from pack gatherings. Her wide smile turned apologetic. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. No. It's fine. Locking my phone, I slid it back into my purse, making a mental note to message Malcolm later. Relief washed over her face. Thank goodness. Let me know if I do start bothering you. I've just been stuck at home with a hyperactive 3-year-old all day, and I'm dying for some adult interaction, you know? You're Sophie, right? I nodded, feeling like a turtle caught outside of its shell. Yep. And you're? I let the question dangle on the tip of my tongue, too embarrassed to admit I was totally blanking on her name. She answered, Josie. Abashed, I cut in, right, Josie? Sorry about that. I'm just really terrible with names. She waved off my concern. Dude, don't even worry about it. Like, I think you moved here when I was pregnant with Noah, and to be honest, I was so wrapped up in being pregnant that I didn't really try to get to know you. I stuttered, to be fair, I haven't exactly been super social myself. So don't beat yourself up, she chuckled. It's a two-way street. Well, shaking my head, I picked up the book I'd set aside. I still think it's mostly on me. I definitely remember people reaching out and trying to include me when I first moved out, and I just wasn't having any of it. Looking over, I saw that her head was tilted to the side as she read the cover of the book I was holding. Josie? Sorry, she shook herself slightly. It's just, you read romance? You didn't strike me as the type. Shrugging, I answered, I've moved more into thrillers recently, but, well, it's a long story. Josie smiled. I'm listening. With a sigh, I explained, okay, so I started rereading Wuthering Heights about a week ago, and I just desperately need a palate cleanser. She frowned slightly, polite confusion on her face. Palate cleanser? I sighed, I just need to read a nice, fluffy romance between characters who are decent people and not miserable, toxic jerks. She had a curious look on her face as she began, you know. Raising an eyebrow, I asked what? Well, it's funny that you're reading Wuthering Heights. It is. Kind of? See, that's actually this month's book club selection. Surprise filled me. We have a book club? Josie nodded. It's been running pretty steadily for a couple of years now. Anyway, this year's theme is second chances because we're rereading some of the books we were assigned for school and reevaluating how we feel about them. Really? I asked, intrigued. Yeah. Like, last month, we reread Dante's Inferno and absolutely eviscerated it. Huh. Thinking for a moment, I admitted, that sounds fun. It really is. Here, she pulled out her phone, typing quickly, what's your number? I'll send you an invite to our next meeting. You can bring a snack if you want, and it's BYOB. She continued, either not hearing or simply ignoring my reluctance. We also have meetups for knitting, our writing circle, board game nights. Cutting in, I blurted, I don't knit. Josie snorted. Hun, neither do I. It's just a nice excuse to get out of the house. Everything in me wanted to say no, to find a way to politely decline and stay in my nice, cozy comfort zone. Taking a breath, I chose boldness instead. You know what? Sure. As I recited my phone number, I watched her type it in. About 15 minutes later, I walked up to the circulation desk carrying 2 more books that Josie had assured me would totally wash the taste of Wuthering Heights out of my brain. As the librarian scanned my choices, I felt my phone begin to buzz again in my purse. Taking it out, I expected to see another message from Malcolm, but frowned when I found an incoming call from my boss, Gerald, instead. Apologizing, I stepped away from the desk and answered, whispering, hello. Sophie? Yeah, hi. What's up? Gerald hesitated, and I knew I wasn't going to like what came next. So, there's kind of an emergency, and I need to ask you for a big favor. Well, great. Chapter 14. Pulling into the driveway of the brick-fronted home, I shifted into park before grabbing my purse and stepping out. The concrete path up to the front door was lined with ornamental flower pots filled with an assortment of sweetly fragrant blooms. Stopping at the front door, I pressed the round doorbell and waited. Footsteps sounded from within, and the door swung open to reveal a tall, slim man with graying hair carrying a wriggling 4-year-old. Sophie? Sophie. The two spoke simultaneously, my boss's mate and their adopted daughter. I gave a little wave, addressing the man. Hi, Oliver. Gerald asked me to stop by. Confusion swept over his face, then he brightened. Oh, right. The work thing. He's in our room, packing. Packing? I felt my eyebrows draw together, but still thanked Oliver before saying goodbye to Violet and making my way through the house. Even if I hadn't occasionally babysat for them, I would have known the way back to Gerald and Oliver's bedroom from the furious sounds of clothes being thrown around. Knocking on the door jamb, I called, Gerald, it's Sophie. The familiar form of my boss appeared, carrying an armful of shirts. Sophie, thank the goddess. I'm so sorry, everything just got so crazy all at once. There was a frenzied gleam in his eyes that I didn't understand. Sure. Running a hand through his thinning hair, his gaze darted around the room. Hell, it looks like a bomb went off in here. I need to get our meds together, and we still need to get the car seat. Cupping his hands around his mouth, he yelled, Ollie, where did we put the car seat? His mate's voice came from behind me. It's in the living room, along with the diaper bag and the portable crib. I told you I'd handle that stuff. You just need to get our clothes packed. Glancing from one man to the other, I asked, what's going on? Gerald gave me a shaky smile. The agency called. Our baby's coming. Please, surprise flooded through me. That's fantastic. Congratulations. Gerald's dazed smile lit up the room. Yeah, the birth mother just started having mild contractions. If we leave now, we should make it there before she delivers. Which, Oliver cut in, is why you need to get us packed. I've already got Violet's things ready, and I'm going to start loading up the car. As Gerald looked at the heaping pile of clothes lying on the bed, I could almost hear his panic. Stepping into the room, I pulled the large rolling suitcase out from under the mess. Here, let me help. I'll fold. You tell me what you called me over for. Gerald sighed. Thank you. Happy to help, I interrupted. Now, you said there was an emergency and you needed to ask me a favor? Picking up a shirt, I pulled it off its hanger and began rolling it. Slumping down on the side of the bed, he sighed. So, with the new baby, I'm going to be off on paternity leave. Okay. Setting the rolled bundle inside, I picked up another shirt and repeated the process. And do you remember how I was going to have to go to Tennessee? Pausing, I felt my eyes widen as I looked at him. What? Gerald sighed. Everyone else is swamped. You are the only person who's qualified to handle that document and available to travel right now. I've never. I know. And believe me, I wouldn't spring this on you unless it was an absolute emergency. There was an utter, end of his rope desperation in his voice, and I felt my resistance cracking under its weight. When would I need to fly out? He sucked in a breath. Damn. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. My hands tightened into fists. Tomorrow afternoon, he amended. The meeting is first thing Friday morning, and you'd be flying back on Saturday. My eyes narrowed as I glared at him. I know, but setting up this meeting has already been an ordeal, and rescheduling it would be an absolute logistical nightmare. His pleading stare burned into me. You're the only one who can do this. I felt my jaw tighten with annoyance. Okay. I picked up a pair of pants, rolled them, and put them next to the shirts. Yeah, I'll do it. But I'm not going to like it. Gerald smiled. You're a lifesaver. Palpable relief rolled off of him in waves. I'll let Alpha Malcolm know. Alpha Malcolm? I frowned. He nodded. He's got some kind of meeting down there too. We were going to carpool to the airport. I swallowed hard. Oh, it took everything in my power to keep my voice even, not to betray my inner turmoil. Don't worry, he smiled. He's not that scary once you get to know him. Chapter 15. Standing in my bedroom, I faced my minuscule closet, mind racing 1,000,000 miles a second. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I muttered, stepping forward and flicking through my shirts. 3 days, 2 nights. Pulling out one staid, black work dress, I flung it behind me to lie on the bed, followed shortly by a cardigan. After a brief debate, I added a pair of black slacks and a green silk blouse. Internally, however, my thoughts had drifted to the detail I most wanted to ignore. I'm traveling with Malcolm. For a brief, searing moment, I pictured him standing outside of my room that night, looking down at me, eyes burning into mine. Sophie? Nearly jumping out of my skin, I turned to see River at the doorway of my room. Soph. Sorry. Don't apologize, just, what's going on? Sighing, I walked over to my bed to unzip my suitcase. So, good news. Gerald and Oliver's new baby is on the way. As River's eyes lit up, I continued, bad news. That means I have to go to Tennessee in his place. Flipping the front panel open, I added, weird news. Malcolm is apparently traveling with me. What? Shaking my head, I reached over to slip the dress off its hanger, rolling it as I spoke. He's got some kind of business down there, so he and Gerald were going to travel together. But now that I'm going instead. Devious glee filled River's eyes. Oh my goodness, this is interesting. Okay, so you need to pack some nice pajamas and at least one pair of dressy heels. Walking up to my closet, they asked, you do have nice heels, right? Sputtering, I demanded, excuse me. River threw a sardonic glance my way. Soph, you have been handed a golden opportunity. To spend time with an alpha? I guessed. To spend time with an alpha, River confirmed. And you are not squandering it. Placing the dress in my suitcase, I groaned. This is a work trip, River, not a romantic getaway. As they crouched down to investigate my shoe collection, I heard River mutter, Goddess, this is dire. What was that? I said, why not both? You're good at time management. You can charm him and do your job all in the same trip. Irritation bubbled to the surface. I am not charming him, River. The sharpness of my tone must have caught their attention, because River turned back with surprise in their eyes. Okay. I still think you should be prepared in case the situation develops, you feel me? I snorted. Develops. River stood. Picture this. He offers to take you out for a nightcap and over drinks and conversation. Things start heating up. Envisioning the scene in my mind, I admitted, I don't think I own anything that could qualify for that scenario. River's eyes dropped to my chest. Well, you could probably do without. Crossing my arms, I scowled down at my roommate. What, exactly, are you implying, Riv? They held their hands out defensively. Hey, you know what they say. Anything more than a handful is a waste. Oh my gosh. Actually, going casual might help your chances. Oh my gosh. Look, I don't want to stereotype here, but Malcolm's a guy, and guys tend to respond well to visuals. My eyebrows rose. So, you're saying that I should show off? River paused, considering my words. Well, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Snorting, I picked up the slacks. You're a bad influence, River. Hey, I'm just trying to help my friend out. Is that so wrong? No. I wish you were discouraging this instead. Placing the rolled bundle of my slacks next to my dress, I shook my head. I appreciate the support, but trust me when I say that a relationship between Malcolm and I is a bad idea. We would never work, and I'm just trying to convince him of that so he can move on. Silence answered me, and I turned to see River watching me, curious. Why? They asked. Why what? I replied. Why wouldn't you work? Glancing away, I answered vaguely, just trust me. The next day, promptly at noon, I waited on our front porch, archives briefcase in one hand, luggage handle in the other, watching for Malcolm's truck. Really didn't picture him as a truck guy. Glancing down the street, I snorted. I never thought he'd ever be interested in me either, yet here we are. In my purse, my phone buzzed, and, releasing my luggage, I pulled it out to find a photo of Gerald cradling a sleepy-eyed newborn against his chest. The text read, 7 pounds, 12 ounces, 2 eyes, 10 fingers, 10 toes. Welcome to the world, Iris. With a grin on my face, I sent an ecstatic reply, not hearing the low rumbling of a diesel engine as it approached. Need any help with your bag? My head snapped up as I heard the truck door shut with a resonant thunk. Malcolm walked around the front, looking casually cool in his usual jacket, jeans, and a t-shirt. Crap. Looking him up and down, I mused, I might have overdressed again. The pencil skirt, button-up shirt, and blazer combo had seemed appropriate an hour ago, but now. Malcolm shook his head. Nonsense. You're dressed for work. My brows creased together. But I'm dressed like a man who has to meet and charm two blue-collar alphas. A task that will be much easier if I don't look like a suit. He reached me, giving my attire an appreciative glance, are acting as a representative of the archives, and your word will have that much more weight if you look the part. Well, I felt my nerves begin to calm, if you say so. He smiled. I do. Also, can I help you with your bag? I slid my phone back into my purse. Sure. Thanks. It's no trouble. I watched as he reached down, picking up my suitcase like it weighed nothing. Is it okay if it goes in the bed? I just cleaned it. Promise. He spoke with mock gravity, walking down off the porch toward the curb. Cleaned it. Following him, I asked, what are we talking about here? Manure? Lumber? Pulling down the tailgate, he answered, dirt. Dirt? Malcolm nodded, picking up my suitcase and sliding it in under the cover. I'm doing some landscaping around my place. Pausing, I stood by the passenger door as he shut the tailgate and secured the cover. I don't think I even know where you live. He looked up, chuckling. There's a reason for that. It's a mess. Oh. Walking over to me, he opened the door, offering me a hand as I climbed in. Long story. Setting the briefcase on the floor between my feet, I shrugged. It's 2 hours until we reach the airport? We've got time. He groaned. Gotta love living in the middle of nowhere. Shutting the door, he walked around the truck and slid into the driver's seat. Buckling his seatbelt, he asked, ready? Not in the slightest. Yep. Chapter 16. Okay, so, what's the story with your place? Sitting in the truck, I felt the vibrations of the diesel engine rumble through me as Malcolm shifted out of park. Well, technically the pack owns it. It's one of the rental properties that Patricia started buying up in her reign. Her philosophy is, it's easier to control the human population in your territory if you control the real estate market. Malcolm shrugged as we began to drive away from the house. For the most part, I agree with her, but this place was pretty isolated, and after a couple of break-ins a few years ago, I decided to move in to discourage prowlers and fix it up. Oh, I shifted in my seat, trying to get comfortable with the briefcase between my feet. It's been a process. Glancing over, I asked, how so? He sighed. The last people to break and absolutely trashed the place. Busted the windows, graffitied the walls, basically just demolished it. I felt my eyes grow wide. And you looked at all that and decided to move in? Malcolm nodded, slowing down as we approached one of Syracuse's 3 stoplights. The first month was more like camping than living in a house. But it's gotten better? Slowly. Between my pack duties and my less-than-stellar handyman skills, it feels like it's taking forever. Watching him out of my periphery, I asked, what % done would you say you are? He frowned, seeming to be calculating as he turned the truck onto the highway. 80? What do you still have left? The basement. Malcolm frowned. Basically, the entire basement. There's just a lot of junk left behind by previous owners, a ton of nicotine-stained wallpaper, and a bathroom that seems to be held together by paper clips and duct tape. Yikes. It's going to be my summer project. Clear out the junk, take down the wallpaper, and repaint. I took a breath, ready with an offer to help him out. Don't. The cozy vision of us working together, laughing and joking as we organized whatever monstrosity had taken residence in his basement, died suddenly in my mind. Don't encourage this. The voice of my thoughts resonated, sharp, harsh, and familiar. Swallowing roughly, I looked away, watching as trees whipped past the window. There is no universe in which the two of us make sense. He's an alpha and I'm, Feeling the cold weight of reality settling down upon me, I sighed. Sophie? I turned toward Malcolm, feigning confusion. His quick eyes studied me. You know that you can tell me if I'm being boring, right? What? I asked, my confusion becoming genuine. I'm pretty sure I lost you there. You looked like you were a million miles away. Glancing my way, he reiterated, if I'm being dull, please, let me know. I've got plenty of stories from my teenage years that are way more interesting. Like, turning his eyes back to the road, Malcolm shrugged. Like the time I got dared to skinny dip in a public fountain and had to outrun campus security. Naked. Swiveling in my seat to face him, I gaped. Please tell me you're kidding? Malcolm shook his head. Best part? I only know this happened because of what other people told me. I was too drunk to remember at the time. What? The question burst out of me, shocked and incredulous. It's why I'll never touch tequila again. After a moment's frozen disbelief, I was hit with a fit of giggles so intense that I couldn't speak, tears forming in the corners of my eyes. Swiping along my lower lids, I asked, "How many of your stories involve public nudity?" Malcolm chuckled. More than I care to admit. Shaking my head, I smiled, and in the back of my mind, I found myself wondering, would it be so wrong to just enjoy this while it lasts? Arriving at the airport yielded an interesting surprise. The archive's business secretary, Linda, had worked her magic and managed to transfer Gerald's business class seat to me. The business class seat right next to Malcolm's. And so, I found myself sitting 32,000 feet above the ground, trying not to hug the armrest I shared with my alpha. As if there wasn't already enough to stress about. Almost on cue, a ding sounded above me, and the fasten seatbelts sign above us began to glow. Damn. You okay? Malcolm looked up from the article he was reading on his phone. I shook my head as the intercom clicked on loudly, unleashing a garbled message from the pilot with the word turbulence barely discernible. Oh no. I felt my hands grip the armrests like a lifeline, as they would somehow save me if the plane went down. Sophie? Looking over at Malcolm, I followed his stare down to my rigid fists. Not a fan of planes? Scoffing, I answered him, what? Oh no, not at all. I love when the metal tube I'm trapped in starts rattling and shaking midair. Gritting my teeth, I added, I also love it when giant suspension bridges sway in the wind while I'm driving on them. I just find it so comforting. As my voice hit my ears, I became aware of exactly how abrasive I sounded. I'm sorry, I'm just already super stressed and... My words cut off, startled as Malcolm coaxed my hand off the armrest and took it in his. Then, the cabin seemed to drop suddenly, and I gasped, my fingers reflexively tightening against him. Easy, easy. Oh, God, there was a sudden tightness around my ribcage. I struggled to fill my lungs. Shaking, I closed my eyes, not wanting to witness my own imminent demise. It's okay. We're going to be okay. You can't know that. I can. Malcolm's calm voice caught my attention, and I looked up to find him watching me. There was a studying warmth in his gaze, and he continued, You know how I know we're okay? Wordlessly, I shook my head. He nodded toward something behind me. Her. Turning, I caught sight of the flight attendant, buckled into a fold-down seat, and looking bored. See her? My heart thumped against my ribcage. Yeah, I don't get scared unless she is scared. My eyes sought his, curious. I don't fly often enough to know what's normal and what's not, but she does. If she's acting like it's no big deal, then it's probably no big deal. I felt the vice around my chest loosening, and, inhaling slowly, I took my first full breath since the turbulence had started. The bumpiness didn't stop there, but through the continuing roughness, and even after the fasten seatbelts sign dimmed, my hand remained in his. Chapter 17. The drive from McGee Tyson Airport in Knoxville, Tennessee, to our shared hotel was short but uncomfortably cramped. The compact car that had been rented for us would do for travel to and from meetings, but our luggage fought for meager trunk space, and every slight turn had my shoulder slamming against Malcolm's. Sorry, Dash. He glanced over as we took the exit toward downtown Knoxville. Taking hold of the overhead handle, I pulled myself away from him. It's fine. I guess I'm just used to the truck? This car is the size of a shoebox. Don't worry about it, it's fine. He sighed, looking down for a second at the map displayed on his phone. Well, for what it's worth, we're almost there. Thank the moon. I stretched in my seat, achy and exhausted after our plane ride. When we stopped at a red light, Malcolm asked, So, your meeting's first thing tomorrow? I nodded. The mediator's going to pick me up at 8, and then I'm going to present the archive's analysis of the document. Sounds stressful. Gerald's been coaching me as well as he can, given the circumstances. I just have to communicate the findings and let the mediator handle the rest. I'll probably be out of there in an hour or two. Well, that's not too bad. Considering what Gerald's told me about these alphas, 2 hours is a blessing. I just feel sorry for the mediator. She sounds lovely and she doesn't deserve these two. I'm sure she can handle them. I'd imagine that you don't get into that kind of work unless you've built for it. Still, I pause to adjust the briefcase between my feet. Anyway, what about you? When are your meetings? Malcolm shrugged as the light turned green and we drove forward. I'm going to be at 1 pack in the morning, 1 in the afternoon. Obviously, with their alpha's busy dash. I snorted, you're welcome for that. He fought back a smile. I'm going to be escorted around by their betas. Glancing over, I asked, what is it exactly that you're doing in these meetings? We slowed to wait in the left turn lane, and I watched as his eyes hardened. There's this proposal. Oh, Malcolm's hands tightened on the wheel. The board has been asked to consider purchasing the Callahan coal mine. I felt the news wash over me, unsure of how to feel. Oh, and I'm trying to convince them not to. Turning my head, I gave him my full attention. He continued, both of the packs down here have been involved in coal mining at various levels for over a century now. They're a wealth of information. I'm trying to get some insight into the costs, the dangers, and the environmental impacts. So you can argue against the purchase? Nodding, yeah. I mean, with the amount of money we'd have to spend, I'd rather invest in something a little more sustainable, like a wind farm or solar, you know? Something that's not going to pollute our own territory. The turn light glowed green, and as he made a left, I heard Malcolm mutter, or anyone else's. In the lobby, after we'd checked in and I was tucking my keycards into my purse, Malcolm asked, so, what are your plans for tonight? I shrugged, shower, nap, then go over Gerald's notes until I can't see straight. That's bleak. He walked beside me toward the elevators, his carry-on duffel bag hanging from his shoulder. That's honest. I've never had to do this before, and I want to be absolutely certain that I know what I'm talking about so that I don't embarrass the archives. Admirable. We reached the elevators, and Malcolm reached forward to press the up button. But how would you feel about taking a break and getting dinner with me? My heart slammed into my mouth. Dinner? I mean, yes, technically we were dating, sort of, but as my thoughts went back to the plane ride and the feeling of his hand holding mine. It's dangerous. The odds of me doing something stupid were way too high. I'll probably just go find something when I get hungry and bring it back up to the room. You're that nervous? About the meeting or you? I chuckled, yeah, definitely nervous. Okay. The elevator arrived, and we stepped back to allow its passengers to disembark. Holding the door for me, Malcolm followed me inside. How about I bring you dinner? Oh, you don't have to dash. I want to. His direct admission stunned me, and I gawked as he turned and pressed the button for our floor. I need to get out and stretch my legs anyway. It'll be easier for me to find something and bring it back to you. Peering over at him, I asked, is this some kind of provider instinct thing? What? He leaned his back against the wall. No. This is just an alpha helping out a pack member. Uh-huh. The incredulity was clear on my face. Okay, he admitted. Maybe it's a little bit provider instinct. I appreciate the honesty. I hope you also appreciate tacos, because we passed a taqueria on the way in, and it looked amazing. I chuckled. I definitely appreciate tacos. Knocking woke me, and I opened my eyes to see the sodium yellow of the streetlights below shining through the window. Peeling my face off the pillow, I called out, yeah. Malcolm answered me, I'm about 30 seconds away from eating these tacos. You might want to get them before I do. With a grin, I swung my legs off the mattress, landing my feet on the soft, low-pile carpet. Hang on, I'm coming. Rubbing my scalp, I lumbered toward the door. Undoing the deadbolt, I swung it open to reveal Malcolm, looking deliciously casual in jeans and his leather jacket, holding a to-go container and cup. You're my hero. I took them out of his hands, looking up to thank him when I noticed the way his attention was fixed on my chest. Glancing down, I tried to figure out what he was seeing. I'd gone to sleep in my usual combination of sweatpants and an old college shirt. This one in particular had become incredibly soft from being frequently worn and washed. It was my favorite. As I tried to figure out what his problem was, I realized my nipples are clearly visible through the fabric. For a moment, I stood there frozen, hands too full to cover myself. Fuck. A second later, Malcolm snapped out of his daze, redirecting his eyes up and away from me. Clearing his throat, his voice was gravelly as he said, "Sorry about that. I hope you like the tacos. The waiter said those were the most popular ones." Dying inside, I plastered on a smile. "I'm sure they're great. Thank you for picking them up for me. Anytime." When he finally dared to meet my gaze again, he mumbled, "Anyway, I'm sure you want to get to work. I'll see you tomorrow." Yep. He swallowed roughly, neck straining like he was fighting the urge to sneak another peek at my breasts. Well, then, good night. When he turned instead and headed down the hall to his room, I called after him night. Kicking the door shut behind me, I mentally cursed myself for not wearing a bra, cheeks flaming hot. Chapter 18. The next morning, my alarm woke me as the faint light of early dawn began to dull the darkness. Warm between unfamiliar sheets, I stretched, toes digging into the soft padding of the mattress. Then, I felt my heart begin to race, thinking of the day that lay ahead of me. You'll be fine. You can do this. But shadows of doubt flickered in my heart. I wanted to believe Gerald, wanted to share his conviction that I was ready to handle this. But a little voice in the back of my mind kept telling me that I was a fraud, that the only thing this meeting would accomplish was proving my incompetence. Your career was a waste of time, your degree was a waste of money, and you should have stayed home, and... Flinging back the bed sheets, I walked to the bathroom, stripping off my pajamas and throwing them to the floor. No, not that. Never that. Collecting my things, I stepped into the walk-in shower, twisting the knob and biting back a squeal as cold water cascaded over me. The warmth began to come through, and I stood under the spray, feeling the shudders gradually subside. I can doubt my skills, my knowledge, and my competence, but I will never question whether or not leaving home was the right choice. Down in the lobby, I waited, the briefcase and my most professional purse sitting on the floor beside my chair. The mediator, Deborah, had messaged, saying she was on her way. From the hotel, she would drive us to the law office where the meetings were being held. The firm, jointly run by members of both packs, was the only space the two alphas could agree on. Behind me, I heard a voice speak. "Hey, just wanted to wish you good luck today." Turning, I saw Malcolm approaching, looking delicious and down-to-earth in a t-shirt and jeans. "Oh, hi." I felt my cheeks heat, remembering our encounter last night. The image of him staring, enraptured at the clear outline of my chest, was indelibly etched in my brain. How am I ever going to look him in the eye again? Well, I reasoned, I guess it's not like I haven't seen him in less. Far less. My face blazed like an inferno, but if he noticed, he said nothing. Walking up to my seat, he took in my appearance, gaze searing me as he looked me up and down. "So, do you feel like you're ready?" I shrugged, feigning nonchalance. "Ready as I can be." Malcolm's eyes met mine. "You'll do amazing, I know it." Well, I sighed, that makes one of us. "Have a little faith," he chided before glancing down at his watch. "Shoot. I really do have to get going. I'll see you later." "Sure." I nodded. "Keep your chin up and don't let them intimidate you. They're just some guys, after all." Easy for you to say. You're an alpha. Opting for silence, I simply nodded again, waving goodbye as he walked outside. Left alone, I felt my mind return to an anxious mess of self-doubt and fear. Just get through this. Just get through this. When the automatic door at the entrance opened, the sound pulled me out of my thoughts, and I looked up to see a smartly dressed woman in her late 50s with slate gray hair walk in. When she caught sight of me, she brightened. "Miss Bennett." "Miss Kelly," I said, standing, walking over to her, and extending my hand. "Hello, it's nice to meet you. Please call me Deborah." She smiled, revealing even white teeth. "Thank you so much for filling in at the last moment." "Of course. It's no trouble. Gerald said it would probably take less than an hour. Deborah froze, eyes widening. He did. I paused. Is that inaccurate? She hesitated, and my spirits dropped. It's optimistic. Oh, she sighed. You'll see. The land is ours, as the treaty will show, and once your illiterate self accepts reality, we can move forward with breaking ground. A second voice interrupted the first, speaking in a low, jeering voice. On what? Your mushroom farm. Fungi culture is a rapidly growing area of agribusiness. The first voice, belonging to Alpha Gibson, raised in pitch as his cheeks reddened, becoming somehow even more petulant and whiny than it had been before. You don't seem to understand. We had plans underway when you decided to interrupt them. Every day that they are on hold, every day that this asinine mediation process drags on is costing us money that I will make sure you pay when the judgment sides with us. Alpha Cooper, the pompous, oversized owner of the second voice, snorted. Keep dreaming. Sitting at the head of the rectangular table in the slightly too cold conference room, I glanced over at Deborah, finally understanding what she'd meant. Gibson rolled his eyes with exaggerated annoyance. Oh? And what grand designs do you have for the land? Cooper shrugged, looking smug and unconcerned. Dairy farm. Are you kidding me? No, his tone was a challenge. Setting aside the reality that the parcel isn't large enough to support that kind of farm. Hey, you worry about your business, and I'll worry about raking in that sweet dairy subsidy money. Alpha Gibson scoffed, face twisting into a haughty sneer. Have you given any thought to the environmental impact on both of our packs? Environmental impact, Cooper mocked. You worry too much. It'll make both of our territories reek of cow manure. There was silence in the conference room. Cocking his head to the side, Alpha Gibson's eyes narrowed as he asked, You did realize that, right? Of course. Oh my goodness. The argument continued in the background as Deborah gave me a pointed look. Leaning over, she whispered, Get comfy. This could take a while. And how are we even supposed to know whether or not this piece of paper is the real deal? It could easily be a fake. I answered him through gritted teeth. The document was authenticated by experts at the time of acquisition. Both of the reigning alphas at the time had to verify that it was, in fact, one of the 3 original copies. Oh? And what happened to the other 2? Fighting the urge to roll my eyes, I replied, 1 copy went to your pack, 1 copy went to Alpha Gibson's pack, and this final copy was kept by an unaffiliated third party as a record of the treaty. My lips pressed into a thin line. The matter of what, exactly, happened to your copy is something you should take up with your pack's elders. My eyes glanced over to Deborah, who looked like she would happily murder both of them. Beneath the conference table, I clenched my fist. This was hour 5 of what was supposed to be a 1-hour presentation. The way that these 2 men had managed to bluster and argue their way through the bulk of a day would have been impressive if it weren't so incredibly frustrating. Alpha Cooper, rather than taking the hint, continued digging the hole he was in. Even if it is authentic, I still don't trust the analysis, and there are a ton of questions going unanswered because your expert witness isn't actually here. My temper flared as I interrupted him. I may not be the expert witness you were expecting, but I am, in fact, an expert, and I can say with every confidence that Gerald's analysis is accurate and complete. Pausing, I added, The facts of the matter don't change just because you don't like them. He smirked. Sassy, I'm into that. Revulsion coursed through me, and I was about to throw decorum to the wind when Deborah spoke. Alpha Cooper, you asserted your rights and demanded that the treaty be examined by third-party experts. You also insisted on seeing the original document in person. Both of those conditions have been met. Are you or are you not willing to proceed with mediation? I am not. Turning to me, Deborah asked, Ms. Bennett, are you familiar with the Prague Accords? Puzzled, I answered, yes. The Prague Accords, a series of laws drafted 7 centuries after the fall of Rome, had been written when a series of petty wars and conflicts almost led to the extinction of lycanthropes in Central Europe. It was basically the Werewolf Magna Carta. And are you familiar with the so-called defenestration clause? Wicked amusement filled me as I realized what she was doing. Yes. Would you care to inform Alpha Cooper what the defenestration clause entails? My answering grin was smug. Certainly. The heck are you talking about? The defenestration clause of the Prague Accords grants the ruling body of a regions pax the authority to unseat an alpha if certain conditions are met. Conditions? He asked, voice less certain than it had been a moment before. Deborah nodded. The most pertinent at the moment is this. If an alpha proves unwilling to engage in nonviolent conflict resolution, then his PAC's regional council has the right to revoke his title and give it to his second in command. Cooper froze stunned. With a small smirk, I added, the logic being that it was better to disrupt one PAC's leadership than to risk widespread death and destruction from an unnecessary, ego-driven war. Alpha Gibson tilted his head slightly to the side. Did you not know that? Cooper didn't answer him, instead asking, what happens to the deposed alpha? Deborah met his questioning gaze, eyes narrowing as her lips curved into a cold, unsympathetic smile. Oh, I'm sure you can guess. The rest of the meeting wrapped up in under an hour, with Alpha Cooper conceding on all points. Walking into the hotel, I felt my phone buzz. As I pulled it out, I found a message from Malcolm. So, what would you say to dinner tonight? I frowned as I felt the irritation coursing through me. Depends. My day has been a nightmare, and I need a stiff drink, probably several. Are you willing to be around that? I expected a soft refusal to follow, but instead he replied, Jesus, what did they do to you? Surprised warmth flooded through me, and my lips quirked into a faint grin. I guess I'll tell you over dinner. Meet me in the lobby in 10 minutes. I'll be there. Chapter 19. I stepped out of the elevator, feeling my irritability bristle against my skin. I'd traded in my constricting work clothes for something a little more comfortable and laid back, but that wasn't enough to ease the cloud that was darkening my mood. Looking around, I saw Malcolm across the lobby, lounging in a chair, scrolling on his phone with his lips curved into a slight, unconscious skull. Then he saw me, brightening like the sunrise as he stood to meet me. Hey there, ready to go? He smiled, and for a moment, I forgot my annoyance. Absolutely. Where are we headed? Stock and Barrel. Everyone I asked swore that they make the best burgers in the city. I felt a slight rumble as my stomach approved of his choice. Is it close? It's just through the market square, come on. Turning, he led me outside. Strolling along the sidewalk, we settled into a leisurely pace as Malcolm asked, so rough day. I sighed. Massive understatement. Want to talk about it? Looking over at him, I asked, you sure you want to ask me that? Malcolm's eyebrow rose. Yes, I'm serious. If I get started, I'm going to end up ranting at you. That bad? Shaking my head, I said, imagine spending 6 hours in a room with two of the most insufferable men you have ever met. I'm imagining it. Now imagine that you have to explain and then repeatedly re-explain the linguistic minutiae of a legal document from over a century ago, all because they're fighting for a small sliver of land in the middle of nowhere. That sounds awful. It was soul-destroying, and the ultimate outcome is that one of them gets to build a goddamned mushroom farm. Mushroom farm? I don't even know. Apparently there's good money in mushrooms. Scoffing, I admitted, before today, I never even thought about the fact that those have to be grown commercially, but after that meeting, I'm a certifiable expert. You know, Malcolm paused to check for traffic before guiding me across the street. I actually looked into that a while back. Mushrooms? I eyed him skeptically. Patricia always emphasized the importance of diverse investments. But mushrooms? Yep. Would have gone forward with the project if the startup hadn't been quite so intimidating. Oh, most farms require a specially built facility to control heat, humidity, light, all of that. Building one of those would have taken a lot of time, money, and space. It just seemed like too much of a hassle. I muttered, sounds like you and Alpha Gibson would have a lot to talk about. Based on the way you're talking about him, I sincerely hope I never find out. Chuckling, I let the conversation drift away, feeling my spirits lighten as we walked past the diners outside on the patio and entered the restaurant, opting to take 2 seats at the bar over the 20-minute wait time for a table. Pulling myself up onto a bar stool, I looked around, taking in the exposed brick, rough-hewn aesthetic. What do you think? Malcolm asked, sitting next to me. I'm hoping the food lives up to the hype. I'm starving. Turning my gaze to the bar, I searched for the bartender. She stood, back to us, mixing something in a cocktail shaker, then pouring it into a martini glass and handing it to a customer. Then she turned, and I watched her freeze as her eyes found us. Breathing in, I recognized a familiar scent. Rogue. Hesitantly, she pulled some menus from a stack and came forward, her attention bouncing uneasily between Malcolm and me. Hi there. Placing them in front of us, she asked, "How can I help you folks?" I smiled, trying to set her at ease. Hi, we've never been here before, so we're probably going to need a few minutes. Of course. Take all the time you need. As she walked away, I glanced over at Malcolm. Can't blame her for being intimidated. While he'd busied himself with examining his menu, his expression had reverted to its default severity. Smiling to myself, I mused, he really does have the worst case of resting bitch face. Picking up my own menu, I began to read over the options, feeling myself grow hungrier by the second. Oh, damn, Malcolm muttered. What? Looking over, I caught him eyeing the drinks menu. They have bourbon flights. I'd love to order one, but what? He sighed. I'm taking a break, remember? My mind flashed back to him, absolutely wasted on my front porch. At least he's a courteous drunk? I shrugged. Go ahead. I'll make sure you don't go overboard. Sophie, I promise you get one, and then I'm cutting you off. Malcolm's eyebrow raised. You're sure you can keep me from ordering more? Positive. That's awfully confident of you. Smirking, I swiveled on my stool to face him. See, here's the thing. I don't need to make you stop. You'll stop on your own. Recent history suggests otherwise, he muttered darkly. You know how I know you'll stop? How? Because you don't want to disappoint me. I raised my gaze to his, daring him to prove me wrong. There was a long pause, and in the silence, I held Malcolm's stare, challenging him. I caught a glimpse of some momentary, indefinable emotion in his eyes before he smirked, touché. A victorious grin broke over my face, and when the bartender returned, I ordered an old-fashioned for myself and a bourbon flight for Malcolm. As she left to start making our drinks, Malcolm nudged me. Hey, I'm going to go find the bathroom. If she asks about food before I'm back, could you get me the mother clucker? I bit back a grin, replying, sure. He walked away, and I turned back to the menu, with its plethora of inventively named entrees. When someone came up behind me and placed a hand on my shoulder, I turned, expecting to see Malcolm. Alpha Cooper stood behind me instead. Oh, great. Instead of airing my thoughts, I attempted to remain professional. Oh, Alpha Cooper, hello, keeping my tone light and distant as I fought the urge to scoot away from him. No need to be formal, doll, call me Logan. Distaste at the pet name coated my tongue, and I reined in my annoyance as I asked, is there something I can help you with? Sliding onto Malcolm's vacant stool, he smirked. Just wondering what a pretty little thing like you is doing in a place like this? My hand formed a fist in my lap. Call me a thing one more time, I dare you. I hung onto my manners as I answered, getting dinner. Apparently they're supposed to make the best burgers in the city. He leaned forward, giving me a good noseful of his pungent cologne. In the state, actually. Well, I tried to subtly breathe out of my mouth, all the more reason to try it out. At that moment, the bartender returned, placing my cocktail in front of me. One old-fashioned and one. Logan's eyes narrowed, and as she turned her attention to him, all the color drained out of her face. Hey, Alpha. Do not address me, rogue. Backing away, she nodded, swallowing hard. With a slight glance my way, she muttered, I'll come back later. The bourbon flight shook in her hands. Anger rose in me, and I fixed Logan with my gaze. That wasn't necessary. He didn't reply, seemingly confused at my reaction. Then, something shifted in his eyes, and he frowned. Hang on, he reached forward, and I had to fight every instinct in me as he pressed his finger against my cheek. There, he pulled it away to reveal an eyelash. Make a wish. I wish you would jump into a lake. My bones vibrated with revulsion, and I fought the urge to rub the place he'd touched, hating the lingering sensation of his skin against mine. Anyway, would you like to have dinner with me? My face froze into a mask of absolute panic as my mind rang with an internal scream. She's already having dinner with me. My head turned at the sound of Malcolm's deep timbre. He stood behind us, eyes focused on the unwelcome interloper, stone-faced and radiating anger. Alpha, Logan paled noticeably as he took in the intensity of his stare. There was a fire in Malcolm's eyes, a barely contained fury that seemed more animal than human. I see you're keeping my seat warm, he spoke in a voice that was quiet and dangerous. Logan swallowed. Oh, this is yours? My bad, man. As he scrambled off the stool, Malcolm watched him with thinly veiled contempt. Have a safe drive back. It was a blatant dismissal, and he took it as such. Backing away, he seemed to shrink as he walked toward the exit. I couldn't help the smile on my lips as the door swung shut behind him. Are you okay? Turning, I expected Malcolm to be addressing me, but he was looking at the bartender as she stood, back against the bar, clearly shaken by the encounter. She nodded, eyes glassy with tears. Setting his bourbon flight in front of him, she retreated, working as far away from us as she could get. Movement beside me caught my eye, and I heard Malcolm sigh as he climbed onto his stool. Sorry about that. You're apologizing? I didn't mean to go all caveman there. It just looked like he was making you uncomfortable. A sudden wave of warm gratitude washed over me, and I shook my head. When it comes to creeps like that, you can go as caveman as you want. Chapter 20. Taking the first sip of my third old-fashioned of the night, I glanced aside. The mouth-wateringly masculine man next to me brought the tiny glass of bourbon to his nose, breathing in. You're really serious about this, aren't you? Malcolm smirked, and my heart skipped a beat. Hey, if I'm only getting one, I may as well make it count. But sniffing it? He shrugged. Gives me a chance to appreciate the craftsmanship. I felt my eyes narrow. Nonsense. Grinning, he rested the miniature snifter against his mouth. I mean, it might also make me feel fancy, but it does add to the experience. Trying not to stare at the way his lips caressed the glass, I asked, how so? Well, it lets me know what to expect. For instance, he closed his eyes and breathed in, savoring the aroma, this one's giving hints of vanilla, molasses, and he frowned mint. Eyeing him skeptically, I held my hand out. Let me try. Malcolm passed it over, the glass still warm from his hand. Bringing it below my nose, I inhaled, trying to find something beneath the acrid burn of the liquor. Nothing. Determined, I sniffed again, and this time. Definitely mint. I muttered. You think so? I nodded. Positive. Relinquishing the glass, I handed it back to him, watching as he breathed in again, smiling. Finally tipping his glass back for a sip, Malcolm made a deep sound of appreciation as the bourbon coated his tongue. Dear goodness. Good. I asked in a voice that was huskier than it had been a moment ago. Malcolm nodded, eyes closing as he swallowed. Helpless, I felt my eyes drawing down, watching the subtle motions of his throat, wondering what he would taste like there. Please stop it. You stop that right now. Looking away, I reflexively took another sip of my old-fashioned. Yeah, drink more. That'll keep you from jumping him. My focus drifted, envisioning what going to bed with Malcolm would be like, how he would taste, how he would feel. His gravelly voice interrupted my imagination. So, thoughts? About what? I cleared my throat as my treacherous stare found him again. About us. His warm, dark eyes met mine, and a delicious shiver worked its way up my spine. Unsure of how to respond, I asked, What do you mean? How do you think it's going? Amused, I asked, How do I think it's going? His voice was soft as he said, Yeah. Biting into my bottom lip, I stalled for time. What? I shrugged. It's going fine? Fine. He leaned against the back of his stool. That's disappointing. Hey, I laughed. I just said, it's fine. It's not like I said you repulsed me or anything. Do I? Do I what? I asked, taking another sip. Repulse you. I almost choked on my drink. What? No. If anything, that was the issue. He didn't repulse me. Malcolm brushed his thumb against the counter, apparently thinking. Then where do you think I can improve? Frowning, I swirled my glass. What are you talking about? He smirked. I mean, I want to be sweeping you off your feet. If I'm only managing fine, then I'm failing. What could I be doing better? As the ice in my drink clinked together, the absurdity of his question stunned me into silence. Sophie? Tilting my head slightly, I countered, Malcolm, why are you treating this like it's a performance review? It's a date. His expression grew serious, and he asked, am I doing that? I nodded. Yeah, you are. Shoot. I'm sorry. Something in his tone caught my attention, and I set my drink down on the counter, turning to him. Okay, what's wrong? Too quickly, he answered, Nothing. Nope. Something's bothering you. Spill. Glancing aside, he ran a hand over his hair. That guy, Cooper, made me think of it. Think of what? This, he sighed, this fear that I've had for a while now. The thought of my muscled, gruff, and grumpy alpha being afraid filled me with amusement, and I bit back a grin. Fear? Of what? Licking his lips, he began. When I was training to be the next alpha, Patricia always emphasized the importance of boundaries. You needed to maintain good boundaries, otherwise you risked abusing your power and authority over your pack mates. I took that to heart, he continued. I mean, I've heard horror stories of alphas who crossed the line and the damage they caused. I never wanted to be one of them. I felt a wry grin curve across my face. I can safely say that you're not. Thanks, he smiled faintly. Still, it's a worry I have. Picking up his glass, he muttered, add on top of that the fact that I haven't. He trailed off. Haven't what? Sighing, Malcolm grimaced. I haven't dated since I became alpha. Stunned surprise flooded through me. You what? I just had a lot else going on in the run-up to assuming the title, he explained. Then, afterward, I felt like I was walking on eggshells with packmates. Even if I had been interested, there's no way I felt comfortable making the first move. Wow. Malcolm rolled his eyes. Go ahead, make fun of me. It's ridiculous. I chuckled. I'm not. You're not going to hurt my feelings. That's not it, it's just that I have no room to judge, I admitted. Malcolm turned to me confused. Like, I'm not going to admit to an exact number, but I'm pretty sure that my dry spell beats yours. You're kidding. Nope. I went from being too focused on school to being too focused on my work and just not prioritizing romance. He cocked an eyebrow. You have dated before, though, right? A blush burned in my cheeks, fueled by liquor and my own embarrassment. Yes, I have dated before. Okay, just clarifying. Would it make a difference if I hadn't? The question fell out of my mouth before I could think twice about it. If the words clung to my tongue, if I was a virgin, would that make a difference to you? His molten eyes met mine. No, it might change my tactics, but not my feelings or intentions. Tactics? I asked, amused. He leaned in close, and I could taste the bourbon on his breath. Yes, tactics. You know, how it's probably better to take it slow with someone who's inexperienced because you don't want to scare them off. Scare them off? Like how? His expression took on a distinct air of wickedness as he answered, like telling you that last night I fell asleep imagining how you would feel against me. A sudden image filled my mind, a vision of his face as he'd stared, transfixed. Heat roasted me from the inside out, sending fire all the way down to my toes. He watched my reaction with hungry eyes before smirking. Just as an example, of course. Letting out a breathless chuckle, I picked up my drink. You need to be careful. I'm not sober enough to hear you say stuff like that. Looking anything but apologetic, he said, sorry, it just slipped out. Chapter 21. Malcolm sipped at a glass of water, listening to Sophie as the crowd around them thinned. Her eyes gleamed with enthusiasm while she talked, lost on a tangent about some of her favorite historical trivia. Enthusiasm and alcohol. Amused, Malcolm realized that the tables had turned and he might have to be the one that had to cut her off. And, like the century or so after arsenic became commonly available and before they really understood what it did was a wild time. Yeah. It was in everything, wallpaper, clothing, book bindings. I mean, we've got a couple vibrantly green volumes in the archives that have to be handled with gloves because touching them will contaminate your hands. Malcolm smirked, captivated by her animated expressions and her unguarded smile. Sophie continued, and that's not even touching on how arsenic poisoning basically created life insurance fraud. Shaking her head, she picked up her glass and tipped it back, ice clinking as she drained it dry. Malcolm watched as she drank, admiring the graceful line of her throat. Done. Sophie set it down on the counter, considering. Glancing over at him, she said, one more. His lips quirked, fighting a smile. You're asking me? She grinned. I mean, you're the one who's going to have to carry me back to the hotel if I overindulge. Malcolm's breath hitched as he imagined how she would feel in his arms, her soft curves held tight against him. His voice was gruffer when he replied, well, if you're okay with me slinging you over my shoulder like a caveman, then go ahead. Biting her lip, Sophie peeked up at him through her dark lashes. If I'm being honest? What? I think I'd like that. Malcolm felt something primal spark inside of him. Really? I don't mind a little caveman behavior, she admitted, sounding coy and slightly bashful. Oh. His blood warmed as possibilities overwhelmed his rational thoughts. Interesting. It's fine in the right context. Like, if I've asked for it, or if you're using it to scare off creeps. His lips curved in an involuntary smirk. So, is this you giving me permission? Sophie eyed him, looking intrigued but unsure. Yes. Sophie, Malcolm leaned closer, breathing in her sweet, delectable scent. I hope you know what you're asking for. Anticipation bloomed within him as he watched her pupils dilate. Just as the bartender approached, gesturing to Sophie's empty glass. Another. Clearing her throat, Sophie nodded. Please. But as the moment slipped away, Malcolm noticed how she shifted in her seat, crossing her legs as she tried and failed to hide her agitation. A faint, heady whiff of desire scented the air, scorching his lungs with the sure, specific knowledge that she wanted him. Picking up his water, Malcolm grinned, victory singing in his veins. Malcolm knew that Sophie had drunk too much when she asked, so, do you have a toy? The mouthful of water he'd been swallowing bypassed his esophagus and headed straight for his lungs. What the heck? Turning his head aside, he coughed violently, trying to convince himself that he'd misheard her. When he could breathe again, he asked what? Sophie watched him with amusement. I mean, she shrugged, you said it's been a while since you've dated, right? Confused, Malcolm answered, right? Well, I'm just wondering how you cope with it. Like, do you have a toy? Holy cow. Picking up his glass of water, Malcolm muttered, we are not having this conversation right now. Sophie grinned at him broadly. Okay, that's an absolute yes. Narrowing his eyes, he looked down at her, trying to be stern, but struggling as he stared into her big, mischievous eyes. She's adorable. The sober version of you is going to regret starting this. Leaning forward, she whispered in a voice that carried across the bar, did you name it? Malcolm felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. People do that? Nodding, she placed a hand on his shoulder. I'm not gonna judge. It's not like I don't have a few battery-operated boyfriends in my nightstand. She's plastered. Unable to resist, he asked, and did you name yours? With a coy smirk, she shrugged. I might have named one. Looking away, Malcolm's jaw flexed as he fought back a smile. Okay, now you have to tell me. Sophie glanced away. Frank. Malcolm almost missed the quiet admission. Turning to her, his brow creased with consternation. Frank. She met his gaze. Frank Castle. You named your toy after the Punisher? It wasn't until he heard the quiet, muffled snicker from across the bar that Malcolm realized how loud he'd spoken. Shoot, he muttered. Sophie grinned. Go ahead, say it louder. I think there's people outside who didn't hear you. Reaching for his wallet, Malcolm shook his head. We should probably call it a night. What? Sophie cried. Come on, I'm not even that drunk yet. Turning, he faced her. Sophie, you just told me the name of your toy. Next thing you know, you'll be describing it to me. Chuckling, she mused, well, it's this big purple wand massager, silicone of course, 'cause you need to use body-safe toys. Oh my god. Are you blushing? Leaning closer, she examined him with impish amusement. Holy cow, you're blushing. Sophie. God, you are adorable when you're embarrassed. Malcolm stammered, entirely and utterly flummoxed by the woman he'd believed less than a month ago to be quiet and reserved. Have you never been called adorable before? The question caught him by surprise, snapping him out of his daze. I don't think I have. That is absolutely criminal. You, sir, look incredibly adorable. I might even say precious right now. Chuckling, he shook his head. Woman, you are going to be the death of me. Sophie moved closer, bringing her face inches from his. Yeah, but you like me. Captivated by her warm, irresistible scent, Malcolm admitted, I do. That's why I'm going to cut you off. I don't want you to fly with a hangover tomorrow. She rolled her eyes. Boo. Ignoring her, Malcolm turned to the bartender. Hi, could you get her a glass of water and get me the check, please? Sophie groused as he paid for dinner, but still drank it all. Ready? She sighed. If you insist. I do. Standing, he went to slip his wallet back into his pocket before he paused. Turning to the bartender, he said, Hey, that alpha from before? If he bothers you again, I want you to call me. Pulling out a business card, he set it on the counter. I'll have the counsel on him so fast it'll make his head spin. Looking stunned, the rogue glanced down at the card before taking it in her hand. Yeah, definitely. Have a nice night. With a quick nod goodbye, Malcolm turned, helping Sophie off her stool, catching her as she stumbled slightly. Whoops. Easy. Putting an arm around her back, he held her steady as she regained her balance. Okay, she admitted, I might be a little drunk. Slowly walking them to the door, Malcolm chuckled. Just a little. Outside, under stars dimmed by the city lights, they crossed the square back toward their hotel. Held close by his side, Sophie snuggled against him, murmuring, Do you think there's any dance clubs around here? Nope. How do you know? Because even if there were, none of them would let you in when you can barely stand up. Just trust me. I do. Those 2 words surprised him, and he stopped, looking down at the woman hanging onto his arm. What? I trust you. You're a good guy. It almost makes me forget that you're an alpha. Her expression darkened, and he remembered her discomfort earlier when Cooper had her cornered. Thinking back, he also remembered how uneasy she'd been around him. Do you dislike alphas? The words came out suddenly, before he had a chance to overthink them. Sophie froze, all but answering his question for him. You do, don't you? She didn't deny it, instead muttering, It's not a dislike exactly. What is it then? Her hand gripped him tighter, and he could feel her anxiety. Hey, he soothed, it's okay, you don't have to tell me. She shook her head. It's fine, you should probably know anyway. Know what? Sophie took a breath and looked up at him. My high school ex, was the son of my Pax Alpha. Oh, yeah. Was he? Malcolm's voice trailed off, the question left implied. No, Sophie shook her head. He was actually a pretty sweet kid, considering that his dad was a complete jerk. So, what happened? I broke up with him. His pack, she paused, correcting herself. Our pack was very old-fashioned, and he grew up knowing that he would be the alpha one day, knowing that his mate would be expected to take on all of the traditional mother of the pack roles. And you didn't want that? A humorless laugh escaped her. Cooking for pack meetings? Hosting quilting bees and knitting circles? Popping out a new kid every 2 years? No, I didn't particularly want that life. Wait, every 2 years? Malcolm asked, incredulous. His mom was pregnant 5 times, twice with twins. I would have been expected to do basically the same thing. Wow! After I turned 18, I could just feel this pressure to follow that path. Like, forget my dreams and ambitions, forget what I wanted. She swallowed, and Malcolm could hear the bitterness in her voice. It felt like I was being so selfish, you know? Like, why weren't we mated yet? Why wasn't I pregnant yet? It was just so suffocating. No wonder you got out. Yeah, her grip softened. I used college to get as far away as I could, and I've never looked back. So, when you see alphas, I'm reminded of the life that I almost got trapped in. Her confession hit him like a fist to the gut. Silence lapsed, and as he breathed in the gently fragrant air, he tried to process her words. You know I would never expect that stuff, right? A faint smile formed on her lips. I know that. Like, I don't even know what a quilting bee is. Sophie chuckled. Picture the oldest, nosiest women you have ever met sitting around, sipping tea and gossiping about everybody's business but their own. Quilting may or may not be involved. That sounds awful. You have no idea. Standing outside of Sophie's hotel room, Malcolm watched as she dug through her purse, hunting for her keycard. When she found it, she turned, peering up at him through hazy eyes. I think this is the part where you kiss me goodnight? Malcolm's eyes darted down to her lips, imagining how they would taste. Instead of finding out, he stepped toward Sophie, backing her against the door as her chin tilted up to keep her eyes on his. Her hungry stare devoured him as he spoke. No. Malcolm couldn't help the restrained longing in his voice as he drank in the sight of her. No. This is the part where I say, good night, Sophie. Oh? Disappointment was evident in her tone. Not even a little one? Malcolm's lips curved ever so slightly. Neither of us is exactly sober right now. Grinning, she cut in, I feel like that kind of evens it out. Sophie. Her name caressed his tongue, and he felt her breathing quicken as he continued, I'm not kissing you until I know you want it as much as I do, and when I kiss you, I promise you, it's not going to be some quick, perfunctory peck on the cheek. Yeah? Her words were sultry and heavy with need. Yeah. Want to know something else? What? His lips brushed against the delicate skin of her ear. You're going to love every second of it. Chapter 22. I woke to the sensations of a throbbing skull and a rolling stomach and found, to my half-conscious dismay, that burying my head under the pillow did nothing to help either. Great. Just fantastic. With a groan, I sat up, yawning and stretching in the early morning light. Surveying the room through foggy eyes, I glanced over the generic furniture, sighing at the haphazard spray of discarded clothes from the night before. A moment's stillness revealed two things. 1. My hangover wasn't as bad as it could have been. 2. I desperately needed to pee. Giving in to biology, I stood and staggered to the bathroom, alleviating one issue before downing a couple of Tylenol to deal with the other. As I swallowed, I looked up, surveying the disheveled mess in the mirror. And letting my thoughts trail back to last night, I felt my cheeks burn at the memory. Oh, God, did I really? My eyes widened with dawning horror. Oh, God, I did. All of my drunken antics came flooding back in vivid, agonizing detail, the intrusive questions, the almost kiss, the confession. Numbly, I watched as my hands trembled against the counter. At least I didn't tell him everything. Pushing away, I crossed the room, stripping as I went. When I reached the shower, I twisted the knob to the hottest setting and stepped in, hissing as the scalding water hit my skin. Too late. My eyes closed, and I could hear them like it was yesterday. The jeering taunts, the vicious barbs, the absolute cruelty that haunted my memories. Grabbing the travel-sized container of soap, I lathered my bath puff and scrubbed like I could wash those years away. You're halfway across the country. You left that girl far behind. But as I felt the suds rinse down my body, I wondered, was it far enough? I was finishing with my packing when my phone buzzed. Walking over to the desk, I picked it up to find a new message from Malcolm. Want to grab breakfast? Seconds later, another message appeared. I could also bring you something if you're not feeling up to it. A ghost of a smile formed on my lips, and I replied, I'll be down in a minute. Slipping on my shoes, I went to take my room key out of my purse when a knock rang at the door. Curious, I crossed over and looked through the peephole. Malcolm stood on the other side. Eyeing him suspiciously, I asked, I thought we were going to meet downstairs? I saw him smirk as he looked up. We're on the same floor. I figured it'd be wasteful to make the elevator take 2 trips. Incredulous, I replied, Wasteful. Absolutely, he nodded. I certainly don't have any ulterior motives right now. Opening the door, I leaned out, frowning. Okay, wait. What kind of nefarious plans could possibly lead you to be at my door first thing in the morning? Malcolm grinned. None. I just couldn't wait to see you. Butterflies filled my chest, and for a moment, I forgot to breathe. Sputtering, I demanded, who gave you permission to be this suave this early in the morning? His expression took on a wicked air. You think I'm suave? Trying to cover my agitation, I shook my head. I think you should come with a warning label. Chuckling, he stepped back as I closed the door behind me. I'm going to choose to take that as a compliment. Pocketing the key card, I arched an eyebrow. Oh. Malcolm began to walk down the hall toward the elevators. You want to know why? Rolling my eyes, I muttered, I feel like you're going to tell me either way. At the elevator, he pushed the button before leaning over to whisper, it's because you're trying to deflect. The doors opened, and I stepped inside. I am. Following, Malcolm nodded. I scoffed. Interesting theory. Cutting me off, Malcolm crossed the small chamber, backing me up against the wall. My pulse thundered within me as I tilted my head back, exposing my throat while keeping my eyes on him. Slowly, hyper-aware of his every movement, I watched as his lips curved in a sly grin. You didn't let me finish. Oh, wow. A delicious languor overtook me as I breathed in his scent. Malcolm. Fiery eyes sparked at the sound of his name. Continuing, he said, you, Sophie, are trying to deflect. You're trying to deflect because you're hoping that if I'm distracted, I won't notice the way your heart races when you're near me. Pressed against the wall, I couldn't deny it, not with the rapid, staccato pounding in my chest. Lowering his head, he brought his lips inches from mine. You're deflecting because you're trying to hide how much you want me, and that is the best compliment you could give. Looking away, I swallowed unsteadily. You think I want you? God help me. Closing his eyes, Malcolm traced the tip of his nose along the line of my jaw, breathing me in. When his stare met mine, there was a feral, primal satisfaction in his gaze. Sophie, I know you want me. With a smirk, Malcolm reached over, pressing the first floor button as the door slid shut. Then he stood straight, backing up against the opposite wall. Wait, I blinked, confused. That's it? Malcolm nodded. That's it. What? He shrugged. I'm not going to pressure you. We're not going any further. Malcolm paused as his eyes met mine, at least. Not until you admit that you want me to. My breath caught in my throat. This beautiful man. Sensing my frustration, Malcolm smiled, radiating smug triumph. You. Yes, Sophie. I glared. You're an arrogant jerk, you know that? Yeah, but you like me, he teased. My jaw dropped as righteous indignation fought with absolute disbelief. And then I laughed. Malcolm joined me, and we laughed all the way down to the lobby, letting the tension melt away between us. As we walked toward the breakfast buffet, I felt myself relaxing. Then I froze, feeling a shiver wash over my skin, tingles erupting as I remembered the predatory hunger in his eyes. Glancing toward Malcolm, I found him watching me. Can you tell? Looking as though he could hear my thoughts, Malcolm smirked. And then he winked. A burning blush scorched me from the soles of my feet to the crown of my head. Flustered, I looked away. Oh goddess, I'm in trouble. Chapter 23. Sitting in the passenger seat of Malcolm's truck, I stared at the window, watching the succession of familiar streets with exhausted gratitude. The plane ride back to Pennsylvania had been smoother than the flight out, but I still hadn't managed to get any sleep. Couple that with the frustrating mess that was Philadelphia traffic, and I craved the warm embrace of my bed. Turn left here, I muttered as we neared my house. Malcolm nodded silently, slowing down to wait for the lone, oncoming car to pass. Looking over at me, he said, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Shoot. What are you doing Wednesday after work? Glancing over, I cocked an eyebrow. Nothing. So, would you have any objections to going on a date? Where? He grinned. It's a surprise. A surprise. I'm pretty sure you'll like it. The way cleared, and he pressed on the gas as he turned the steering wheel. I'm going to need some details. Like what? I hesitated, thinking. Dress code. Can I dress casually, or does it need to be more formal than that? His lips quirked as he seemed to consider his words. Wear comfortable shoes and clothes you can move in. See, that worries me. How? Because of the wide variety of activities that could cover. We could be going hiking or hiding a body. The truck slowed as Malcolm pressed on the brakes, turning toward me with the most confused look on his face. I shrugged, just saying. Malcolm ran a hand over the light stubble covering his jaw. Okay then. I can absolutely promise that we will not be hiding a body. Grinning, I replied, realistically, you can't absolutely promise that. WH-. On any given day, there's always a slight chance, no matter how microscopic, that you're going to wind up hiding a body. Malcolm's jaw dropped, and he turned toward the windshield, silent as his befuddlement morphed into amusement. Sophie, I mean this in the best possible way, but you're so much weirder than I thought you were. Grinning, I sat back against my seat as my house came into view, thanks. Coming to a stop in front of my porch, Malcolm parked, stepping out to retrieve my suitcase from the bed of his truck. As I stood on the sidewalk, briefcase in one hand, suitcase in the other, I looked up at him. Well, I guess I'll see you Wednesday? His answering smile was brighter than the afternoon sun. See you Wednesday. Dazed, I walked up my porch, a helpless grin on my lips as I heard the truck shift into gear and drive away. Unlocking the door, I absently stepped inside and immediately pivoted to face the wall. River and Tom lay on the couch, limbs entangled, not a scrap of clothing in sight. Oh my God, I am so sorry. Embarrassment raised my voice several octaves. Behind me, I heard the rush scramble as they groped for the throw blankets. Oh, darn, not my blankets. River's voice came, breathy and panicked. Shit. Oh God. Kill me now. It's okay, I'll just... Babbling incoherently, I pulled out my phone, dialing in a hurry. Sophie? Malcolm answered. Hey, could you pick me up? Concern sharpened his tone. What's wrong? Nothing serious. I'll tell you later. Just pick me up, okay? Okay. All right, see you. Ending the call, I set my things on the floor and stepped toward the door, keeping my eyes carefully averted. Anyway, I'm just gonna let you finish up. I'll text when I'm on my way back, okay? River replied, I am so sorry. I guess we lost track of time? Goddess above. Understandable. Don't worry about it. Just, by dash, cheeks flaming red, I slipped through the door, shutting it firmly behind me. As the latch clicked, I heard a deep, masculine voice erupt in thunderous laughter. At least Tom thought it was funny. Struggling to collect myself, I walked out to the curb, adjusting the strap on my purse as Malcolm's truck rounded the corner. It slowed to a stop in front of me, and I climbed in the passenger side. Okay, so, what just happened? I just walked in on River and Tom on our couch. Malcolm's eyes widened, so you saw Dash. We are not going to talk about what I just saw. All right then. Where to? I didn't think that far ahead. Your place. My place. A subtle note of panic laced his words. Rubbing a hand over my eyes, I sighed. I don't know. I guess you could just drop me off at the library. No, I mean, it's fine. Just Dash. What? Well, I wasn't expecting guests, so... Reaching over my shoulder, I pulled down and buckled my seatbelt. So on a scale from pristine to disaster area, what am I in for? It's not that bad, he shrugged as he pulled away from the curb. Just, maybe give me a couple minutes to tidy up? I snorted, considering that I'm going to have to get my couch steam cleaned. I'm really in no position to judge. The route to Malcolm's house was a long, winding series of gravel roads leading up into the hills. You drive this every day? I asked, watching as the trees we passed grew denser and denser. He shrugged. It's not bad once you get used to it. Must be fun on the motorcycle. When it's dry, yeah, it's actually really fun. In any other circumstances, definitely not. Ahead, a mailbox on the right caught my attention as Malcolm slowed. Turning onto the driveway, he followed it as it curved into a clearing that hadn't been visible from the road. In the center, a simple, two-story house stood, wreathed by a wide, wrap-around porch. With its rustic, rough-hewn aesthetic, it looked more like a hunting cabin than a traditional home. As we approached, I wondered if, at some point in its history, it hadn't been exactly that. It sat atop a basement that had been cut out of the hillside, accessible from the front via a two-stall garage that Malcolm parked in front of. Unbuckling, I stepped out, breathing in the crisp scents of spruce and pine. There was a low whisper as the wind stirred the trees, and the intermittent calling of birds punctuated the silence. This is nice, I murmured as Malcolm came around the truck. He chuckled, pulling his bag out of the bed with one-handed ease. Well, keep that in mind when you see the inside. I shut the door behind me firmly and followed as Malcolm led the way up the stairs to the porch. Hey, I promise, I'm not going to judge. You're doing me a favor, remember. Speaking of, have you given any thought to how long you want to stay? I'd imagine that they've probably cleaned up by now. At the southern end of the house, the porch extended out into a deck with a grill and an outdoor dining set. Placing my purse on the table, I sank onto one of the chairs. To be perfectly blunt, it's going to take a while to get that image out of my mind. How long are you willing to put up with me? A secretive smile appeared on his lips. I'm not sure you're ready for me to answer that honestly. I took in a breath as a warm quiver worked its way across my body. Licking my lips, I asked, well, how about dinner? I could order us pizza as a thank you. My voice trailed off. Oh, crap. They probably don't deliver out here, do they? Malcolm shrugged. They'll deliver for me. Quirking an eyebrow, I met his gaze. Alpha privilege? He grinned. Hey, the job has its perks. Well then, I guess that's the plan. Perfect. In the meantime, he paused, taking his keys out of his pocket. I'm going to see how much I can clean in the next 5 minutes dash. Smirking, I leaned back. I get it. You've got to hide your toy. He frowned, blushing slightly. I don't dash, sighing. He shook his head. Anyway, I'll be right back. Do you want anything to drink? Water. You got it. Turning, he opened the door and disappeared inside. Letting my eyes wander, I admired the massive windows that took up almost the entire southern wall of the house. Remembering what Malcolm had said about the place's history, I tried to imagine what it looked like after the vandals had wrecked it. I hope they didn't break those windows. They'd probably cost a fortune to replace. Slowly, though, the soft, ambient sounds of the forest and the radiant warmth of the sun lulled me into a doze in my seat. Sophie? Malcolm's voice startled me awake. I opened my eyes to see him standing at the door. He crossed the deck toward me, placing a glass on the table. Do you want to go nap? You can use one of my guest rooms. Groggily, I shook my head. I'm already massively abusing your hospitality dash. His eyes burned into me as he cut straight to the point. Sophie, are you tired? Wilting under his stare, I admitted, I'm exhausted. Okay then, his voice softened as he helped me up. Let's get you to bed. His hand clutched mine as he led me inside. And, for the record, we're dating. You're not abusing my hospitality if you take a nap at my place. Yeah, but we're not really dating, are we? The sour realization sent a pang through my gut. But dash. No, buts, come on. As the door shut behind us, he took me through the ample, open living space. Gesturing around us, he explained, this is the living room. That's the dining area, and that's the kitchen dash, pointing forward. He continued, these are the guest rooms dash, pointing up to the open space above them. He concluded, and my office and the master suite are in the loft. Glancing up, I felt an unspeakable curiosity overtake me. His bedroom. I didn't realize that he had stopped until I looked down to see the knowing, smug expression on his face. First door on the right. What? Nodding forward, he repeated himself. First door on the right, the guest bedroom. I'll let you nap for about an hour. That sounds marvelous, I sighed. Malcolm's gaze met mine. Sweet dreams, Sophie. His voice was a soft, resonant rumble, and I could still hear it ringing in my ears as I fell asleep. Chapter 24. My nose tickled with the scent of sheets that weren't mine. Breathing in, I could smell that they were clean, but something about them, the detergent, maybe, or the fabric softener, was definitely unfamiliar. Not entirely. The fragrance tugged at my memory as I lay there, eyes closed against the fading afternoon light. And then it hit me. I'm at Malcolm's. Suddenly awake, I sat up. The room around me had a kind of bland pleasantness. Minimal decorations, white walls, and a matching bed and dresser set that looked like it was straight off a showroom floor. Smirking, I thought, it probably was. I couldn't imagine Malcolm carefully planning out and purchasing his furniture. He struck me as the type to walk into a store like a man on a mission and pick out what he needed right there on the spot. As I swung my feet over the side of the bed, I picked up my phone, scrolling through half a dozen apologetic messages from River. Replying, I typed, "Don't worry about it. Shit happens. Just a heads up, I'm at Malcolm's place, and we're getting dinner, so I'll be back later. I hit send, then after a moment's thought, I added, P.S. When I get back, we are absolutely revisiting the expectations for common areas. About to close my messages, I noticed a new one from Evie. Opening it, I saw a mirror selfie of my baby sister looking ecstatic in a softly floral tea-length dress. The caption was 2 words, found it. I smiled, imagining her wearing that as she and Cora formally announced their mate bond to the pack. The pack. Looking away, I felt my pulse race, thinking about Evie's request. Could I really do it? Could I face them all again? Closing my eyes, I forced my panicked thoughts away. We will deal with this later. Typing quickly, I wrote, You look stunning. Cora will love it. With a button press, I locked my phone, setting it aside before standing and walking toward the door. Out in the massive, open living area, Malcolm had his back to me, blue spray bottle in one hand, paper towel in the other, wiping down one of the south-facing windows. Crossing my arms, I leaned against the wall at the end of the hallway. Are you cleaning? For a brief second, he froze, then tossed the bottle aside. It landed behind the wood stove with a muted thunk. Turning, he greeted me with a broad, slightly panicked smile. Oh, hey. I didn't hear you get up. I shook my head as I crossed the room toward him. You really didn't have to clean for me. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Glancing down, I watched as he tried to sneakily stuff the paper towel in the pocket of his gray sweatpants. Uh-huh. My eyes narrowed. Then why does it reek of furniture polish and Windex in here? He grinned. Total coincidence, I swear. Sure. Sighing, Malcolm said, Look, it's better than bachelor stench, trust me. Bachelor stench? I asked. It's like Bio's older cousin, he explained. It's the accumulated smell that comes from telling yourself, oh, I live alone and I rarely get visitors. What's the harm in putting off dusting 4 months on end? Months? I'm not going to admit to an exact number. Laughing, I went to retrieve the bottle of cleaner from behind the stove. Seriously, do you think that I'm some sort of neat freak? I'm not, I promise. Malcolm arched his eyebrow. Sophie, the last time I was inside your house, the grossest thing in there was me. In an instant, my mind flashed back to that night, to the sight of him standing in my living room, stunningly drunk and spectacularly naked. Gross isn't the word I would have used. Coming back to the present, I felt my cheeks burning as I tried to change the topic. So, pizza? I was about to order. Is Supreme okay? Absolutely. Stepping away, Malcolm picked his phone up off the counter and went out onto the deck. Left alone in the house, I felt the mischievous prickle of curiosity spreading across my skin. Immediately, my eyes were drawn upward to the railing of the loft. His bedroom. But after a moment's debate, I frowned and looked away. That would be crossing a line. Besides, if I were being honest, being in Malcolm's bedroom right now was only going to lead to things I didn't feel ready to handle. Setting the spray bottle next to the sink, I watched him through the window, pacing as he called the only pizza joint in town. As the call ended, he slid the phone into his pocket and walked back inside. So, it'll be here in about 45 minutes. Cool. And just so we're clear, when it gets here, I'm paying. Malcolm smirked. Is this another one of River's rules? No, I rolled my eyes. This is me thanking you for doing me a massive favor. All right, if you insist. Throwing him a cheeky grin, I said, I do. Also, I glanced around. In case I haven't mentioned it, you have a lovely house. Malcolm snorted. You haven't seen the basement. Okay, I teased. So show me the basement. Malcolm's eyes widened, and I knew I was not ready for what I was about to see. Later, still a little stunned, I finished my slice of pizza, musing, it wasn't really that bad. I think I'm also trying to convince myself. Malcolm set his glass down. The place is a disaster area. I'd probably be best off taking a flamethrower to it. Thinking back to the towering labyrinth of old furniture and cardboard boxes, part of me couldn't help but agree with him. I mean, my voice trailed off as I stared into the distance. We sat out on his deck, finishing our dinner as the stars began to appear above us. Malcolm continued, and all of it's from the previous owners. I don't even have any sentimental attachment to it. I can't even begin to understand why I decided to keep it all. You want to hear my thoughts? He glanced over, always. Ignoring the fluttering in my stomach, I said, I think when you put that stuff down there, you were being optimistic. Optimistic. Leaning back in my chair, I explained you were thinking about how you could use it, or sell it, or donate it. Like, that table and chairs. What about them? I guarantee that you dragged them down there thinking that someone might want to refinish them someday, and that's reasonable, but it's also optimistic. What you really need to do at this point is go through it all with a more pragmatic point of view. How so? I shrugged. Maybe set a price limit. A price limit? Anything that wasn't worth at least, say, I paused, and then threw out a number. $50 when it was new? It goes in the trash. His eyes were thoughtful as he took another drink. It's the kind of stuff that'd be easy enough to replace if you change your mind later, but in the meantime, it wouldn't be cluttering up your storage area. I think you mean Warzone, he muttered. It's an exaggeration, but not by much. Think about it. I mean, from what I saw, that one step would probably clean out a solid 50 to 75% of the junk you're hoarding. Malcolm rocked back in his chair, a small smile creeping onto his face. What? Nothing. It's Dash. His smile morphed into a full-on grin. I kind of expected you to run for the hills. Isn't that my line? My amusement faltered, and I let my gaze fall to my plate, wondering how much it would take to make him run for the hills. Looking up, I found Malcolm watching me. Seemingly feeling the shift in mood, he nodded toward the remaining pizza finished. I think so. He stood, picking up his plate and cup before reaching over toward mine. I got it, Dash. Nonsense. You paid, so I'm doing dishes. Stacking them, he picked up the pizza box with his other hand and turned toward the house. Sit tight, I'll be right back. The door closed behind him as I slid down in my seat, cursing my awkwardness. You know this is going to end sooner or later. Why bother pretending? Stewing, I looked up, losing myself in the vivid spray of stars overhead. It could all be so simple. Distantly, I heard the deck door open. As footsteps approached me, I murmured, "This is really beautiful." Slowing as he neared me, Malcolm agreed, "Yeah, I never get sick of it." Comfortable in our silence, we gazed at the heavens, taking in the darkening night. I was about to speak when Malcolm said, "Here, let me show you something." Taking my hand, he led me inside, and toward the stairs to the loft. WH-. He turned back to me, grinning. It's not what it looks like, trust me. Intense curiosity overwhelmed me as we climbed, crossing his small office before walking through the shadowed landscape of the master suite. At the far end, I saw faint light spilling through the glass panes of a door. Malcolm reached it first, holding it open for me. Stepping out, I felt my breath catch in my throat. You have a balcony? Malcolm nodded, sitting down on the outdoor love seat that rested against the wall. I followed, leaning against him as a chill breeze swept over us. Dazzled by the infinite stars burning bright in the moonless sky, I could only whisper, wow. Placing an arm around my shoulders, Malcolm said, I've been thinking about getting a telescope to set up out here, but that's on the back burner for now. Snuggling closer, I replied, I mean, if you want to. I think it's pretty great as is. His thumb softly caressed my shoulder. I'm glad you like it. Looking up, my eyes met his, and the world stopped around us. Nothing existed in that moment except for Malcolm and me, just us together, almost like it was meant to be. In the back of my mind, a little voice asked, would it be so wrong? Couldn't I enjoy this while it lasts? And before I could give it a second thought, I leaned forward, pressing my lips against his. With his sharp stubble abrading my cheek, I breathed in the sharp, masculine scent of him, savoring the sweet simplicity of the moment. And then he kissed me back. Pulling me against him, Malcolm's hand came up to cup my chin, angling me as he took control. Parting my lips, he tasted me while I got my first exquisite taste of him. As the stars burned above us, Malcolm explored me thoroughly, leisurely, like there was nothing else in the world he'd rather be doing. I don't know how my fingers got tangled in his hair. I don't remember climbing into his lap, craving closeness like a diver craves oxygen. More than anything, I don't think we would have stopped if he hadn't pulled back, breath ragged, pulse pounding in time with mine. Swallowing hard, Malcolm's voice came out in a hoarse whisper, "If we keep going, you'll be spending the rest of the night naked in my bed." At this admission, his eyes met mine, dark and burning with a need that only I could satisfy. In that instant, I struggled to remember why that would be a bad thing. But as rational thought re-emerged, I nodded. Okay, you should probably take me home now. Right. With a groan, Malcolm stood, helping me up. When he reached the door, I stopped him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Malcolm. Yes. I just wanted to say, you were right about one thing. What's that? Reaching up on my tiptoes, I placed my lips next to his ear. I enjoyed every second of that. As he chuckled, I pressed a chaste kiss against his cheek and followed him inside. Chapter 25. Monday morning found me back in the archives, finally reshelving the Tennessee Land Treaty. After spending the weekend lugging that heavy case around, signing the chain of custody paperwork with Linda was a relief. I couldn't wait to get that thing off my hands. Just as I was returning to the workroom, River called over their shoulder. Hey, Sophie. Yeah. While you're up, could you do me a favor? Walking up to their station, I answered, sure. What is it? River held up a sticky note. I've got a mention here of a document that we don't have scanned yet. Would you mind getting that for me? I want to include it as a cross-reference. Taking it, I nodded. No problem. But when I came back in, there was a tall, slim man with his back to me, speaking to River. Oh, hi, Tom. Turning his head, he gave me an embarrassed grin. Hi, Sophie. Don't mind me. Walking over to a work table, I set the box on top, pausing to pull on gloves before opening it and delicately removing the contents. As I searched, though, I kept glancing over at the couple, listening as they made plans for dinner. In stolen glimpses, I watched as my roommate blossomed under Tom's attention, eyes sparkling, cheeks blushing, lips curved in an irrepressible smile. Oh boy. Returning my focus to my work, I try to be happy for my friend, but in the back of my mind, 1,000 small fears rained down, dampening my mood. Lost in thought, I didn't notice that Tom had spoken to me until he repeated himself. Sophie? Raising my head, I asked, sorry, what? Abashed, Tom took a breath. I just wanted to apologize for Saturday. You shouldn't have had to walk in on that. Heat flooded my cheeks. Don't worry about it. River cut in, placing a hand on his arm. Seriously, it's fine. Soph, and I already talked it out. But, no buts. If I hadn't been an idiot and had read her flight information correctly, I would have known when she was actually coming home, and we wouldn't have gotten caught. Still, Tom said, I wanted to try and make it up to you. River and I are planning on going out to Thule's on Wednesday night, and you're invited too. I know you like dancing, and honestly, I'm hoping that treating you to a night out will help ease my conscience about what you saw. I hesitated, remembering that I had plans with Malcolm after work. Maybe? I have something going on that afternoon, and I'm not sure how long it will take. Well, let me know what you decide. Of course. He turned away, planting a quick kiss on River's lips and exchanging goodbyes before heading back upstairs to the PAC's corporate offices. As the door shut behind him, I observed, so, things seem to be going well? River smiled. Very. Shoving my tumultuous feelings aside, I replied, I'm glad. You deserve a good guy, River. River glanced away, joking, stop it. You're going to make me blush. I grinned. You were blushing the entire time Tom was here. Why stop now? Flustered, they turned back to their computer, changing the subject. Anyway, I didn't know you had plans on Wednesday? Yeah, I replied, returning to the task at hand. Malcolm and I are going on a date. Glancing back, River asked, really? Where? No idea. Huh. I looked up, shrugging. He said it was a surprise. Oh, that's fun. He also said to wear comfortable clothes, which has me worried. Sounds ominous, River agreed. Actually, their voice trailed off. What? Why don't you bring him along? Make it a double date? Hesitating, I said, I don't know if I'm ready for that. River raised an eyebrow. For dancing. For going public, I muttered. Oh, Yeah, like, right now it's just us. We're getting to know each other, just taking it slow and enjoying each other's company. But, the instant that the pack finds out, suddenly there's going to be stakes and expectations and judgment. My thoughts darkened, bombarded by memory. And if we show up at Thule's together, everyone in the pack is going to hear about it. Gently, River asked, "Is that such a bad thing?" Oh, right, I thought. River doesn't know. Since moving away from my birth pack, I'd kept the circumstances that led to my leaving a secret from everyone. Everyone except Malcolm. Pausing, I remembered that warm Tennessee night. The whiskey had gone straight to my tongue, and I'd let my guard down, confessing more to Malcolm than I ever had to anyone else. That has to mean something, right? Maybe? Soph, I can understand how this might be a rough transition, but they're bound to find out sooner or later. Sighing, I said, I guess. River watched me, seeming to take in my reluctance. For what it's worth. I don't think our packmates finding out would be as bad as you're expecting, River began. Like, I know what it's like to be in a pack of judgmental jerks, and I've never felt that here. That makes two of us. Yeah, trust me. My old alpha insists on dead-naming me every time we meet, and the people here, they apologize when they get my pronouns wrong. Looking me in the eyes, River admonished, I don't think you have anything to worry about. Comforted, I smiled. Thanks, River. As I moved to take the next document out of the box, I added, also, for the record, your old alpha's a massive jerk. River chuckled. I couldn't agree with you more. Chapter 26. Kneeling in the children's section of the library, I scanned over the seemingly infinite spines, looking for the title of the one that I was going to be reading. Come on, where are you? I muttered, my neck starting to ache from trying to read sideways. Need some help. I looked up to see Josie standing over me, a tiny, bright-eyed ball of energy bouncing next to her. Oh, hi. Straightening up, I asked, who's this? Josie answered with an unmistakable tone of pride and love, this is Noah, my son. Holding out a hand, I said, hi, Noah. I'm Sophie. Instead of taking it, he asked with a tongue still learning how to form words, Uncle Malcolm's Sophie? My blush burned like the surface of the sun. Uncle Malcolm's? Unable to answer, I glanced up at Josie. Apologetic, she explained. Sorry, Will told us. Oh, right, I thought, recognition washing over me. She's Will's mate. Clearing my throat, I smiled. It's fine, Dash. You saw his wee-wee. Oh, my goodness. I didn't just freeze. I fossilized while Noah stood there, oblivious in his glee. Eyes wide as saucers, Josie muttered. Oh my God, Dash, kneeling quickly. She spoke to Noah, Hun, you know how we talked about private things? Yes. That story about Uncle Malcolm? That's private, okay? Oh, okay. Looking toward me, Noah said, sorry. Dash, I coughed, that's fine. Looking back at his mother, Noah asked, can I play now? Josie nodded. Stay in the story time area, and don't be too loud. I'll be right there. As he toddled away, I looked away, dazedly trying to collect myself. Dash. I am so sorry about that, Josie muttered. We don't keep secrets in our house, but he's still learning, Dash. It's okay, I glanced over at her, you know everything? Josie winced. About that night? Yes. Fantastic, I groaned. For what it's worth, I swear, we haven't told anyone else. Shaking my head, I sighed. It's fine, I just wasn't expecting to hear that. In the middle of a library, right before you're about to start story time? Josie chuckled. I don't blame you for being caught off guard. You're here for story time? Yep, she nodded. Noah loves the voices you do. Well, turning back to the shelf, I resumed my search for the book I needed. That's always nice to hear. Oh, also, I keep forgetting to message you, but... Our book club is meeting this Thursday, and that invitation still stands if you want to come. Oh, we'll be meeting at the Den? She offered, naming the massive, Gilded Age mansion that had been built back when the pack's finances were riding high on coal and steel production. Right before the crash. The Den. Josie frowned. You know where it is, right? I nodded. I stayed there during my internship. I just didn't expect that to be your meeting place. Well, we used to meet up at the bar, but apparently we were too rowdy for their tastes. Josie rolled her eyes. Too rowdy? Oh, okay. The heck kind of book club is this? Anyway, we'll either be meeting in the downstairs parlor or out on the back patio, depending on weather. It starts at 7 and it tends to run pretty late. Alpha Patricia is okay with this? I asked. Patricia, the former Alpha, had opted to continue residing in the mansion after her term ended. Whether this was because of Malcolm choosing to live elsewhere or the cause of Malcolm choosing to live elsewhere, I couldn't tell. I mean, I wouldn't want to tell her she had to move. Patricia? Josie laughed. She's the reason it goes late. Huh. Well, fighting back my indecisiveness, I shrugged. Okay. I guess I'll see you there. Josie brightened. Awesome. Remember, it's BYOB, and also your roommate's invited too. River? I mean, if they want to. I'll let them know. I replied, inwardly wondering what kind of bribe I would have to offer to get River to come with me. Standing, Josie peered over the stacks toward the reading nook. Looks like you've got a crowd. Crap, I muttered, hunting for the book. Josie knelt. What are you looking for anyway? Handing over the small scrap of paper, I leaned in, furiously scanning spines. Okay, Josie murmured, setting the scrap down. Taking a look ahead of her, she turned her head slightly and stopped, pulling a slim picture book off the shelf. Here you go. She handed it to me, as I stared at the cover, dumbstruck. How the hell did you do that? Josie winked. Magic. Later that night, I could have used some magic myself. No way. Come on, Riv. Standing at the sink as they rinsed dishes, River looked at me like I'd lost my mind. I didn't even read Wuthering Heights when I was supposed to read Wuthering Heights. There's no way I could even get it read in the next 2 days anyway. So, skim over a summary. Come on, I begged. Please don't make me do this alone. Cocking an eyebrow, River replied, Soph, nobody's making you do this. I turned away, muttering, it's still something I have to do. What's that supposed to mean? With a sigh, I leaned against the breakfast bar and answered my roommate, it means, Riv, that I have been a total hermit since I moved to this packed dash. So? They shrugged, we both have. No, you haven't. You, at least, have dated. I've been a total homebody who has to be dragged to pack meetings and social events. Soph, there's nothing wrong with that dash. I know, I interrupted, but I want to change. Their eyes narrowed, why? Because of Malcolm, I admitted, you're right, you know Dash. River grinned, of course I am, but continue. I mean, about Malcolm and me. The pack is going to find out that we're dating, and they're going to have opinions about it. Shaking my head, I continued, whether I like it or not, he is the alpha. And, again, I'm confused about why you wouldn't like it, but that's just me, River muttered, scrubbing a particularly messy dish. Look, you're the one trying to convince me that going public about Malcolm is a good idea. This would help. I mean, I guess. Sighing, I rested my chin on my arms. It just seems like the right thing to do. Setting the dish down, River turned to me, and you want me there as your emotional support? Yes. Leveling my stare at them, I added, also, I need you there to kick me if I say something stupid. River frowned. WH-. I've been hermiting for years. My social skills have completely atrophied. I cried. I need you there to stop me if I'm acting like a total weirdo. Closing their eyes, River sighed. Okay. Okay. I'll do it, or at least I'll try. I don't know if anyone is capable of keeping you from acting like a weirdo. Racing around the bar, I pulled them into a hug, sloshing dirty dishwater everywhere. Thanks, River. Chapter 27. Standing on the front porch of my home, I awkwardly plucked at the stretchy, light material of my workout gear. Wear comfortable shoes and clothes you can move in. I flexed my toes in my worn, well-loved sneakers. Hopefully this works. Down the block, I heard the approaching rumble of a diesel engine, a sound that was rapidly becoming familiar. Adjusting the strap on my crossbody purse, I walked down the steps toward the curb. Malcolm's truck slowed to a stop in front of me, the passenger side window lowering as he parked. Hey, there, he smiled, his dark eyes warming as he looked me over. Hi. I smiled as I approached the door. Peeking in, I took in the sight of his relaxed attire, a combination of a worn t-shirt and jeans topped off by his leather jacket. Ready to go? He asked. Glancing down at myself, I wondered aloud, am I dressed okay? I might have overdone it. Malcolm shook his head, you look perfect. Raising my eyes to his, a blush flashed over my cheeks, okay. Pulling on the handle, I opened the door and climbed in. When my seatbelt was fastened, Malcolm shifted into drive, and we began to move forward. So, how was your day? Good, I answered. Gerald dropped by with a new baby. She's adorable. Yeah. Well, I amended. She's like a week old. So she mostly looks like a potato, but a cute potato. Malcolm laughed as he turned. I don't think I've ever seen a cute potato in my life. Imagine one with a pretty pink headband and a onesie with a little, sparkly tutu on it. Okay. He conceded. That does sound kind of cute. Looking over at him, I wanted to ask how he felt about children, wanted to gauge his reaction, but hesitated. Do you want kids? I blinked, wondering for a moment if I'd spoken my thoughts out loud. Sophie? Malcolm turned his head, noticing my confusion. Turning his attention back to the road, he said, You don't have to answer if you don't want to dash. No, it's fine, I rushed. I guess I do. Want kids, I mean. Continuing, I explained, Growing up, I always heard the elders talking about our population size, and it just kind of became an inevitability in my mind. A minimum of 2 kids, one to replace me, one to replace my mate. Malcolm stopped at the turn onto the main drag. Do you want kids, or do you feel like you have to have kids? I dash, my voice cut off as I realized I have no idea. Sorry if that's too personal. It's just, well, with what you told me about your pack. Yeah, I looked into the distance, thinking back to the pack of my childhood. That's fair. There's a lot of stuff that was treated as totally normal and expected when I was a kid that I'm only now realizing is kind of weird. So, I sighed, thinking about his original question. I mean, I like kids. They've got this excitement and wonder for everything because it's all still new to them. But I squeezed my fingers in my lap. It's also a massive responsibility. I mean, making an entirely new person and trying to raise them to adulthood without messing them up irreparably? It's a really daunting challenge. Yeah, Malcolm agreed, heading south along the curving road. What about you? Me? He asked. That's a difficult question. I snorted. You're the one who asked it. True. Switching his hands on the steering wheel, he replied, I'd like to have kids, but it's not going to break my heart if it never happens for me. Oh. I spoke softly, knowing that we'd wandered onto very shaky ground. I'm perfectly happy being the fun uncle. It's just, I think I'd be a good dad. Warmth bloomed in my belly as an image of Malcolm carrying a swaddled infant formed in my mind. I think he'd be a great dad. Clearing my throat, I tried to change the subject, so wait, do you have any siblings? You mentioned being an uncle, I prompted. Oh, well, I was talking more about Will and Aiden's kids. He shrugged, guiding the truck around a curve, although I do have a stepsister. Stepsister. I emphasized the prefix, curiosity-taking. Over. Blended families existed in the werewolf world, but with the strength of the mate bond, they were pretty rare. Malcolm nodded. My father met her mother about 10 years after my mom passed. It was nice to see him happy again. Oh, I didn't know your mother had passed. I'm sorry. Car crash, he explained. It was absolutely devastating, and it sent me into a downward spiral that took years to pull out of. I paused, remembering what he'd said about his youth. Is that why you stole the car? It was part of it, yeah. Huh. I felt my eyebrows raise as I fit this new information into my understanding of Malcolm, his history and personality. No wonder you bonded super hard with Patricia. Yeah. He chuckled, even though she was nothing like my mom. How so? He smiled fondly. Mom was a very gentle soul, and Patricia is not. She cares, but in a tough love way. Ahead, the road straightened out, revealing Thule's dance hall on the left, and one of the county's few liquor stores on the right. So, I glanced toward him. When are you going to tell me where we're going? Malcolm smirked, slowing the truck. We're here. What? I frowned as he turned into Thule's large, mostly empty parking lot. I'm pretty sure they're not open this early. Dash, he tooted. They're not open to the general public. Right now, Dash. Giving him my full attention, I asked, how's this making me even more suspicious? He grinned. Trust me. Parking, Malcolm circled the truck to meet me as we walked to the front. That damned, a secretive smile remained on his face as he reached for the door, ushering me inside. My eyes adjusted to the low-wattage lights as we passed through the entryway, revealing a dance floor surrounded by tables with an empty stage at the far end of the room. A handful of people waited near the tables, a few couples and some singletons. As we moved toward them, I noted their clothes, relieved to find that I wasn't alone in athletic wear, but the women, they're all wearing dancing shoes. Pivoting, I faced Malcolm. Is this a dance lesson? He nodded. Ballroom dancing. Ballroom? You didn't mention studying it, so I thought it might be fun to try out something new. Looking slightly nervous, he watched my reaction. Pleasant confusion swirled in my thoughts. I didn't know you danced. I really don't, he sighed, explaining I have a chronic case of 2 left feet, but his eyes softened. I'm also serious about dating you, which means I have to learn. My lips parted as my breath caught, throat tight, marveling at the sweetness of this man. Across the ample open space, a jovial, silver-haired human woman returned from behind the stage, proclaiming victory in her fight against the speaker system. Sighting us, she detoured our way, stopping to exclaim, "Ah, you must be Malcolm." He nodded, confirming her guess. She turned to me, "And your partner?" "Sophie," I answered, extending my hand. Grasping it, she smiled, "Welcome, Sophie." Her gaze turned to Malcolm and then back to me. "I'm so glad that you've decided to join us. Now, do either of you have any dance experience?" I glanced at Malcolm. "I've done ballet, jazz, and contemporary, but never ballroom." "Oh, wonderful." Her eyes crinkled at the corners, and I found myself smiling too. Looking down at my sneaker-clad feet, I added, "I am also really not wearing the right shoes for this." She waved my concerns away with a sweep of her hand. "We're not at a competition. Your footwear is fine." We chatted politely for a few more moments before she excused herself, going back to the group. As she gathered the students and prepared to begin the lesson, I caught Malcolm's hand and squeezed it. Leaning closer, I whispered, "This is incredibly sweet. Thank you." He grinned wryly, pressing a kiss into my hair. "Don't thank me yet." "Why not?" I asked. Malcolm laughed. "Because you don't know how many times I'm going to step on your feet." "Should I have worn steel-toed boots?" I teased. He looked up, eyes narrowed as he considered my question. "Probably." Chapter 28. Instrumental music played over the speakers, couples swaying in pairs across the dance floor as Malcolm fought for his life. Frowning, he tried to concentrate, tried to remember the handful of steps that the instructor had boldly called basic. She's clearly underestimating my complete lack of skill. With a grimace, Malcolm pushed his thoughts aside, exhaling slowly as he focused on the music, the rhythm, and the pleasure of having Sophie Bennett in his arms. Effortlessly, her feet seemed to glide through the steps, a graceful counterpoint to his lumbering awkwardness. All the while, her eyes were on him, warm and encouraging as she watched him move. Thinking back, he remembered how her eyes had looked that night, curled up on his lap, pulse thundering, lips swollen from their kiss. Rapt and ravenous, she looked at him with a stare that burned, that set him ablaze with a fiery need he knew all too well. It had taken every ounce of willpower he possessed, but he'd pulled back, knowing that they were moving too fast, knowing that no matter how much she'd wanted it then, she would have regretted it in the morning. But alone in his bed that night, nothing could stop him from dreaming. Entwined under the stars, he'd imagined holding her close, her skin warm against his. He'd carried her inside, laying her on his bed and holding her close. He'd buried his face in her neck, inhaling her scent. He'd heard her whisper his name that night, and every night since. And, accidentally stepping forward when he should have stepped back, Malcolm's right foot planted solidly on top of Sophie's, thrusting him back into reality. "Shoot." Instant guilt flooded through him. Chuckling, Sophie said, "I think that's 5. Malcolm released her, ashamed. "I'm sorry. We could take a break. Do you want to take a break?" She shook her head, smiling. "Don't worry, I'm fine, dash." But dash. Seriously, Malcolm. Sophie leveled her stare at him. I did ballet. I've danced en point. I'm lucky I still have toes. He frowned. Wait, really? Well, she amended. Okay, that's an exaggeration, but I did lose some toenails. What? Yeah, she grinned. Turns out that your little piggies aren't built to support the pressure of your entire body weight on them. Who knew? Taking his hand, she pulled him forward, speaking softly as her gaze met his. How about this? I'll lead for a bit while you get used to the flow of the dance. Then we'll switch back. Panic crept up his spine. What do I do? You just follow me, she assured. Guiding him through the first round of steps, Sophie coached Malcolm, and, slowly, he found that his awkward, halting movements grew smoother. Malcolm, stop it. He glanced up, asking what? Overthinking. You start overthinking, and then that's when you start making mistakes. Malcolm smiled. How do you know I'm overthinking? Your eyebrows. My eyebrows. She nodded. They sort of squish together when you're thinking way too hard about something. It makes this little line right in the middle. Reaching up, she pressed her finger to the spot, smoothing it away like she was shaping clay. The simple contact, the easy, unconscious intimacy of her touch, warmed him from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. So, she began, returning her hand to his shoulder. What are you doing tonight? Depends, he shrugged. On what? On you. Her lips curved in a shy smile, and she looked away before continuing, well, River and Tom are going out, and they invited us along, sort of a double date kind of thing. Sophie, he grinned. That sounds like the definition of a double date. Glancing up, she watched him warily. Would you be up for it? Malcolm caressed his thumb over hers, of course. Where are we going? Sophie looked around, sighing here. Okay. He smiled. I assume that you're going to want to change clothes dash. Correct. So, he mused as she swept him across the floor. We finish up the lesson, I drive you home to change, and then we come back? Are you sure? Like, you won't hurt my feelings if you say no dash. Sophie, Malcolm pulled her closer, whispering in her ear, there's nothing I'd like more than to spend tonight with you. Pausing, he corrected himself, well, there is one thing, but I'd rather not involve your friends in that. Her blush burned across her, warming the skin beneath his lips. Chuckling, Malcolm pressed a kiss against her hair, savoring the sweet, delicate scent that filled his lungs. On the couch, Malcolm scrolled through his phone, waiting for Sophie to finish. Looking up, he eyed the wall that separated her room from the living room. Her bedroom. Soft blues and gauzy curtains filled his memory, bringing him back to the night he'd spent in her bed. Imagining the nights they could spend in her bed. Malcolm's blood warmed, pumping hot through his veins as his mind tormented him with possibilities, visions of Sophie whispering his name. You okay over there? On the armchair, River glanced over their phone. Malcolm felt the blood drain out of his face. Shoot, can you dash? Yup. Oh, gosh darn it. Breathing in, he caught the distinct, heady notes of desire scenting the air around him. Crazy werewolf senses. Sorry, I guess I let my thoughts get away from me dash. Air freshener or window? What? Do you want to spray some air freshener, or do you want to open a window? Because Sophie's almost ready, and Tom's going to be here any minute. Darn it. Both? Good choice. Standing, River said, the one behind you is pretty easy to open. I'll get the air freshener. Malcolm rose, twisting the lock and coaxing the window up the stubborn old frame. There was a tap on his shoulder, and he turned to see River holding a spray bottle. Here. He accepted it with an abashed thanks. So, they sat down in the chair, watching as he misted the air over the couch. Am I gonna need to give you the, if you hurt her, I'll kill you spiel? Malcolm answered honestly, no. You sure? Because that, River gestured toward the couch. Wasn't you respecting her mind or her ambitions? I know. Malcolm, River's eyes narrowed dangerously. If that's all you're after, then I strongly advise you to look elsewhere. Sophie deserves more than that. I know. Malcolm faced River, hoping his serious tone conveyed his sincerity. River stared back, seemingly unconvinced. Leaning down, he set the bottle on the coffee table. Look, I've waited years thinking I'd never have a chance with her, and now that I do, there's no way in heck that I'm going to waste it by using her and tossing her aside. Glancing away, Malcolm licked his lips, so if you're wondering about my intentions, then I promise you, they're serious. River watched him, expression unreadable then. Okay. Malcolm wasn't sure that he'd heard correctly, okay? Nodding, River pulled out their phone, yep. Honestly, if Sophie approves of you, then that's good enough for me. I just wanted to be sure that we were clear on that particular point. He frowned. Do you do this to all of Sophie's dates? Grinning, River replied, if I'm being honest, this is the first time I've had the opportunity. Chapter 29. Walking into Thule's for the second time that night, a wave of raucous country music hit me full blast, blaring out of the speakers at full volume. It's not Tchaikovsky, but you can still dance to it. Bumping my hips against River's, I grinned, moving with the rhythm as Tom and Malcolm argued behind us about who was paying. When Tom eventually won, a testament to his lawyer prowess, we made our way inside, citing and claiming an empty four-top table right next to the dance floor. The room that had seemed so airy and open this afternoon was now packed to the rafters with bodies, scenting the air with 100 different scents. You know, there are moments when I really hate our sense of smell. Turning, I saw Malcolm standing beside me, watching as the man walked toward the bar. He shook his head, pulling out my chair before sliding into the one next to me. River leaned back, hailing one of the circulating servers. So, are you guys down to share a pitcher? To my right, Malcolm replied, you guys go ahead, I'll just stick to water. Glancing my way, River looked confused for a moment before shrugging, okay? Several tables down, a woman approached wearing a name tag and a friendly smile. Violet, according to the tag, was familiar. I'd seen her around pack events, and her approaching scent marked her out as a lycanthrope. Howdy. She greeted, upbeat and clearly feeling the spirit of the night. What can I get y'all started with? Could we, River gestured to Tom, me, and themselves, get a pitcher of Blue Moon to share? And he'd like water, River concluded, pointing at Malcolm. Violet leaned a hand on the back of Malcolm's chair. Are you the designated driver tonight? His eyes darted my way, sort of. He had driven me in, but driving wasn't the issue. He's still on his break. Beneath the table, I squeezed his hand. Well, that's awful generous of you. You sure you don't want a soda? It's on the house for DDs. Sure, he answered. I'll take a Coke. Violet nodded, flashing a brilliant smile, coming right up. The music changed, fading into an old favorite from my childhood days. Turning, I asked Malcolm, wanna dance? Before he could answer, River grabbed my other hand. I do. Whirling me out onto the dance floor, they dragged me to the middle, twirling me before pulling me in and glancing over my shoulder. Okay, he's looking. Curious, I asked, what are you doing? Stoking his jealousy. River grinned. What? Just a little. River, it's simple cause and effect. If seeing you with someone else gets him jealous, then he's gonna jump to be your partner anytime you want to dance for the rest of the night. Chuckling, I leaned in, whispering, you're devious. I'm right. Here, River turned us. Look for yourself. Peeking over their shoulder, my eyes met Malcolm's. He smiled as Tom spoke next to him, but there was something in his gaze, a hint of fire that hadn't been there when we'd walked in. Okay, maybe you have a point. Thank you. Grinning, I teased, I'll thank you when you can actually start following the beat. Hey, Dash. We bickered and danced, sweeping over the floor in a flurry of silliness and giggles. For a moment, I remembered the kitchen in my grandparents' house, with the ancient stove and the refrigerator that was always stocked. I remembered how Grandma would put on the radio while she was baking, and how we'd dance to this song in the warm, cinnamon-scented air. The good times. There were moments when it was hard to remember that there had been any. When it ended, we returned to the table to find our drinks waiting for us. Malcolm had his head turned, speaking with Tom. Yeah, the Meriton Pack's hosting this year. Tom grimaced. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Sorry about what? River asked, taking a sip of their beer. The regional meeting. It's at Meriton. A regional meeting was an annual convention of a region's packs. I'd been to a couple down in the Southwest when I was younger. Still, the thought of socializing with that many werewolves at once had lost its appeal with age. At the mention of Meriton, River's eyes grew wide and sympathetic. Oh. What? Glancing around the table, I knew I was missing something. Context? They looked at me confused. I've never been to a meeting up here. What's the deal with Meriton? Right, River said. You didn't go with me. Malcolm explained, so you know how when a pack hosts, they're responsible for ensuring that there's enough lodging for all of the attendees? Like, usually this means hotels, motels, or even spare rooms. Yes! I frowned, not seeing his point. Well, Meriton thinks that their pack-owned campgrounds are good enough. Oh, I said, finally getting it. Yeah, Tom sighed. Lots of bug bites, rashes, sunburns, and not nearly enough bathroom facilities. It shouldn't be as bad this year, Malcolm added. What? Did they add more showers? Tom asked, because I remember going to some of the parties smelling terrible. Not to my knowledge, but one of their members did recently open up an inn, plenty of rooms, complimentary breakfast, and private bathrooms. Enough room for the whole meeting? Tom's voice was incredulous. Enough for our attendees, Malcolm clarified. We've rented out the place to house our pack members. River took another sip, asking, so you're letting the other packs sink or swim? He chuckled. I honestly don't care what the other packs do, as long as I have unlimited access to a shower, because, Malcolm turned to Tom, I also remember attending events smelling terrible. Never again. Picking up my beer, I took a long, cool drink. When is this? Next week, Malcolm sipped at his Coke, Monday to Sunday. You're going. He nodded, me, Aiden, and Will are basically acting as babysitters. You a babysitter? I grinned. Malcolm shrugged. We've got a lot of young people looking to join the pack exchange program. Somebody has to watch them and ensure they don't make fools of themselves. Well, I sat back, taking another drink. Have fun with that. We were sitting out a ballad, emptying our second pitcher, when the waitress, Violet, came up, bubbly as ever, to stand beside Malcolm's chair. Ready for another? River glanced around the table, gauging our responses, then held up a finger, one more. Of course, looking down, her cheeks flushed as she asked, anything for you? Malcolm glanced up, no, I'm good, thanks. There was a little more warmth in her smile as she placed a hand on his shoulder and replied, well, let me know if you change your mind, sugar. As she walked away, my eyes met River's, and I knew we were thinking the same thing. What? Turning to my right, I faced Malcolm. What was that look about? My gaze darted to River. Nothing. Tell me. It's not a big deal. What isn't? River rolled their eyes. Oh my gosh, look. The waitress was flirting with you. What? Malcolm's forehead creased with confusion. No, she wasn't. She kind of was, I agreed. Definitely was, Tom added. Malcolm looked around the table, consternation on his face. River shrugged. Sorry to be blunt. Malcolm shook his head. No way. Grinning, River asked, do you not recognize when someone's flirting with you? She wasn't. Looking at me, River raised their glass in a toast. Well, at least you know you don't have to worry about other women. Malcolm sat up. Look, I know you've got your list of rules for dating, right? River sipped at their beer, right? Well, I've got one for customer service. Doesn't matter how nice she's being, she's never flirting with you. Swallowing, they set the beer down. Normally, I'd say that's an excellent instinct, except in this instance, you're wrong. How? River held out a finger, adding more as they listed the reasons. She's been extra attentive to you since we arrived. She initiated physical contact by touching your shoulder. She called you, sugar, and the tone she used, well. Malcolm looked dumbstruck. But I'm here on a date. There's no way dash. She doesn't know that. I mean, she might, Tom interjected. What? River cocked an eyebrow. There are people who would do anything for a chance with an alpha. Maybe she's one of them. They went back and forth, arguing for a bit as Tom's words soured in my gut. Next to me, Malcolm was silent for a moment, seeming to be absorbing this possibility. Then, his hand reached for mine, squeezing. Sophie? I looked up from my lap. Malcolm's stare seared me with its intensity. Can I kiss you? My eyes went wide. What? Here? Suddenly, I was reminded of how very exposed we were. Over the course of the night, I'd counted over 24 pack members in attendance, including our group. Pack members who were probably very curious about what their alpha was doing with some random nobody. Anxiety flooded through me, ice cold and all-consuming, wondering what they'd think if we kissed. But his eyes were on mine, deep and dark as the midnight sea, pulling me in like a siren song. In that moment, I didn't care what anyone else thought. I nodded. Taking my consent, Malcolm leaned in, parting my lips with his soft and sweet. His hand came up, cupping my cheek and angling my mouth, a slow, serene exploration that ended when I heard footsteps approaching our table. We parted, and I looked up to see Violet setting our pitcher of beer on the table. It might have been my imagination, but I could have sworn that her cheeks were tinged the slightest bit pinker than before. All right, well, y'all enjoy that. Let me know if you need anything else. River accepted the pitcher with a smile. Thank you. As she poured, I turned to Malcolm. What was that? He grinned, just clearing up some misconceptions. I laughed, incredulous. That was you marking your territory, claiming me like an animal dash. Sophie, he brushed his lips against my ear. When I claim you, we won't be in a room full of people. It'll be you, me, and maybe a bed. My ears burned as I could not believe what I was hearing. Maybe? Chuckling, he whispered, depends on how much of a hurry we're in. Chapter 30. A sweet, soulful melody flowed over the crowded dance floor as Malcolm and I swayed together. You know, I mused, you haven't stepped on my feet once. I know, he chuckled, I'm concentrating really hard right now. Smiling, I leaned my cheek against his chest, breathing in the subtle aroma of his cologne. Through the dancing couples, I caught sight of River and Tom, wholly engrossed in each other. The soft, gentle flow of the music seemed to surround them, separating them into their own little world, pressed tight together, River's arms draped around Tom's neck. Watching the way that River gazed at Tom felt like watching a rom-com with the volume turned down. This was the climax, the moment where the leads finally confessed their love for each other, and romantic music swelled as the credits rolled. They deserve a fairy tale ending. Sighing, I glanced away, and my smile turned to a frown. Someone's sitting at our table. The interloper, a man with a clean shave and a crocodile smile, had pulled up a fifth chair and was watching us as he sipped his beer. What? Malcolm looked down at me, sensing my confusion. Wordlessly, I nodded toward the mystery man. As Malcolm looked over, the man raised his glass in a salute. Malcolm froze, his hand tightening against mine. Malcolm dash. His grip loosened as his attention snapped back to me, sorry. Who is that? Blake, he muttered. He looks like he wants to talk to you. Yeah, Malcolm sighed, great. Putting on an expression that could best be described as diplomatic, Malcolm took my hand, weaving through the dancers as he led us back toward our table. The man, Blake, grinned, calling out, Malcolm. Wasn't I surprised to see you here? After helping me into my chair, Malcolm sat, picking up his soda for a drink. How can I help you, Blake? Oh, I just wanted to check and see how things went in Tennessee. Malcolm swallowed, setting his cup down. What do you mean? I mean that, according to gossip, you went down there trying to dig up some justifications to pass on the Callahan mine deal. Did I? Malcolm's tone was casual, but his body language was anything but. Blake's eyes turned to me. Speaking of gossip, I hadn't heard you were seeing anyone. Who's your lovely companion? Malcolm's cheek ticked ever so slightly. Sophie Bennett, meet Blake Mason. Blake Mason, meet Sophie Bennett. Reaching across the table, I shook his hand. Hello. Charmed. His skin pressed cold against mine. I went to pull away, but his fingers held tight. You know, his calculating eyes bored into me. Maybe you could help me with something? What? I tried to keep my expression pleasant, tried to hide my growing distaste. Blake grinned. Could you maybe talk some sense into your man here? My man? See, he continued, finally releasing my hand, Malcolm has been presented with a prime business opportunity. the kind of no-brainer investment that most people would kill for, and yet, instead of jumping at the chance, he wants to pass on it. Is that so? I asked, taking an immediate dislike to his huckster delivery. Sad, but true, Blake sighed, theatrically, taking another sip of his beer. Swallowing, he continued, now, you'd think that someone in his position would want to bolster the financial security of his pack, but apparently, he's confused about his duty toward his people. I don't know, he shrugged. You think you could help him sort it out? The tone of his voice, the way he spoke about Malcolm as though he wasn't there, radiated disrespect and had my hackles up. He thinks he can do better. The moment the thought entered my mind, everything became clear. This isn't about a mine at all. He wants to be alpha. Malcolm opened his mouth to reply, but I placed my hand on his thigh. Let's test this theory. To be honest, I replied, eyes bright with mischief, I don't think he needs my help. Blake's feigned humor soured. Oh well, that's disappointing. On the contrary, I smiled. See, the thing is that Malcolm doesn't just have a duty toward our people, but also toward the land that our territory sits on. You may not like it, but by being cautious and researching the potential impacts of this mine, he is acting in the best interests of his pack. Of course, I added, letting my lips pout a little as I consoled, nobody expects you to understand that. After all, you're not the alpha, he is. For a moment, his mask slipped, and I saw the fiery resentment in his eyes. Bingo. Now, I smiled, saccharine sweet. If you don't mind, we're on a date and you're interrupting. Turning to Malcolm, I asked, I think most people would call that rude, don't you? Fine, he spat. Just so you know, he turned, addressing Malcolm, Jerry, Alan, and Deborah all see it my way, and it's only a matter of time until the rest of the board does too. He stood, lip raised in a sneer, and stalked across the room. I watched him out of the corner of my eye. Never turn your back on a predator. I'm going to be blunt. That was maybe the hottest thing I've ever seen. Malcolm dash. I mean, wow, you cut right to the dash. Malcolm. I turned, meeting his gaze. What is it? Be careful with him. Why? I licked my lips. Just, the way he was talking? Something about it's not right. What do you mean? I think he wants to replace you. I think this whole mine thing is just posturing so that he can make a case that he should be alpha, not you. Malcolm sighed, I know. You know? He nodded, we've got some history. Behind us, the sound of laughter approached, cutting off our conversation as River and Tom returned to the table. I glanced back toward Malcolm, and he mouthed the word, later. We ended the night early over River's protests, in deference to the fact that we all had work the next morning and most of us had reasonable sleep schedules. Separating in the parking lot, River went to spend the night with Tom, and I went with Malcolm to be dropped off at home. After I buckled my seatbelt, Malcolm shifted into drive, pulling out of the parking lot. So, what's the story with you and Blake? The truck slowed as we waited to turn onto the highway. So, you know how I mentioned having some not-so-savory friends when I was younger? Understanding washed over me, Blake was one of those friends? Malcolm grimaced as we headed back toward town. He was the kind of kid who always managed to stay out of trouble himself, but he'd hand you the gasoline and matches so he could watch you set your world on fire. Is he the reason you stole the car? Nodding, Malcolm sighed. He dared me, and I was just stupid and desperate enough for attention to do it. The headlights cut through the deepening dark as he drove. And the alpha thing? Malcolm scratched at his stubble. When Patricia took me on as her apprentice, he threw a fit. After all, he'd kept his nose clean, and I was a delinquent. He rolled his eyes. Didn't matter. Patricia stood her ground, and 6 months later, Blake went off on a pack exchange program, and I didn't see him again until a couple years ago. I don't imagine he got much better. Nope. He came back even more smug and self-centered than before, except, this time, he had a chip on his shoulder. Remembering the furious gleam in Blake's eyes as I'd taunted him, I shivered. I still think he's dangerous. Malcolm reached over, taking my hand. I've got it handled. But dash. Blake's all talk. He has a surface-level charm that works well in business dealings, but he's too self-serving to handle the actual responsibilities of an alpha. doesn't mean he's not going to try. Malcolm's fingers squeezed mine. He'll have to get past me. Chapter 31. Thursday afternoon arrived, and I sat in the passenger seat of River's car, nerves fraying as we drew closer to the den. Do you want me to turn around? River asked from the driver's seat. No, I shook my head. I just want to go crawling back into your comfort zone? Maybe? Remember, you agreed to do this. Yeah, well, maybe I'm crazy. River glanced over. You're not. Are you sure about that? Very. I brought my thumb up to my mouth, biting at the nail. What if Dash? What if what? What if you expand your social circle? What if you nerd out about your love of books with like-minded people? What if stepping outside of your precious comfort zone actually makes it bigger? Dropping my thumb, I turned to stare at River. You didn't have to go that far. They shrugged, just saying. Besides, what if I like my social circle as is? River snorted, Soph, your social circle is a line, with you at one end and me at the other. Hey, Dash. And no, Gerald and Oliver don't count. But Dash. Babysitting for them does not mean you have a full, friendship-level connection with them. So, you're saying, you need more friends, Sophie. I love you to bits, but it's true. Ahead, a driveway appeared on the right, and we turned in, following the long, well-maintained gravel path. As we drove, the trees parted, revealing a large, imposing stone structure that stood on the border between mansion and palace. It never gets any less impressive. The den, the official Alpha's residence and the central hub for pack meetings and social events, had been built in the early years of the 20th century, when investments in coal and steel had established the Syracuse pack as one of the wealthiest on the continent. Over the years, that wealth had diminished, especially after the 1929 stock market crash, but careful management by Malcolm and his predecessors had begun to rebuild what had been lost. Stopping along the hedge-lined roundabout, River shifted into park. Quickly unbuckling my seatbelt, I stepped out onto the gravel only to dive back in, retrieving the bottle of Chardonnay that we'd picked up on the way out. Butterflies filled my stomach, overwhelming me with a strange, trembling fear. Coming up next to me, River placed a hand on my shoulder. Hey, just remember, everybody in there voluntarily decided to spend their Thursday evening sitting around and talking about a book. These are unquestionably your people, sophomore. Right, I sighed. My people. The flagstone walkway led up to the stairs to the portico-shaded double doors. Stepping inside, I was hit by a wave of nostalgia, remembering the first time I'd crossed this threshold. I'd been a third-year university student, jet-lagged from air travel and terrified of embarrassing myself on the first day of my internship. Gerald had picked me up from the airport, and the entire ride out had me alternately gushing about my excitement and second-guessing every word. After a preliminary meeting with Patricia, the alpha at the time, I'd been assigned to one of the many guest rooms and wound up spending the summer next door to. River nudged me with their elbow, reminiscing. Maybe, I admitted, letting the doors shut behind us. They chuckled as we began to walk toward the first-floor parlor. I still can't believe that after 3 months of fighting over bathroom space, we still decided to move in together. Like, yeah, let's just keep doing that. Hey, I kept saying that we should have taken that place with 2.5 baths dash. It would have cost twice as much to rent. River dismissed the idea with a wave. Please, I rolled my eyes as we crossed the cavernous great room. They're both pack-owned properties, so the rent was a pittance either way. You just wanted to live closer to work. River huffed, look, just because I prioritize sleep dash. A voice to our right called out, and I turned to see Josie through the glass doors to the terrace. Hey, we're out here. Sucking in a deep breath, I put on a smile and headed outside. The evening air swam with the fragrance of flowers and fresh-cut grass. Out beyond the flagstone terrace, a large and manicured garden stretched out toward the tree line, painstakingly maintained by the pack's landscaping team. And, across the assembly of pack members, a familiar face approached. Josie crossed the terrace, radiating warmth and friendliness. Welcome. I'm so glad you decided to join us. She greeted me before turning, and you must be River. Yep, they answered with a nod. Hi, I'm Josie. She reached out and shook River's hand. I hear you're into video games? River glanced aside at me. You told her that I game? Actually, Josie cut in. Tom told me. River's head whipped around Tom. Josie frowned. Lost, yeah. Clearing their throat, River asked, how do you know Tom? Oh, we work together. Oh. River's face burned brighter than the sun. So, he talks about me? Josie nodded, visibly struggling not to smile. Oh yeah. River appeared to be short-circuiting, so I held up the bottle I carried. We brought wine. Awesome. Here, we've got cups on the snack table. She turned, leading us back inside toward the dining room, where the table was filled with covered dishes and containers. As we walked behind her, I leaned over toward River, whispering, Dude, you're supposed to keep me from acting like a weirdo, not the other way around. He talks about me? To his colleagues. Oh my gosh, Riv, get a grip. I could have sworn that I heard them whimper as we followed Josie over to the snacks. When we both had red Solo cups half filled with Chardonnay and mini plates heaped with treats, we went back out to the terrace, trying to find seats. As I was shoving a loaded tortilla chip into my mouth, the door opened and a hugely pregnant woman stepped out. I swear to the goddess, if this kid doesn't come soon, I'm gonna pull it out with my bare hands. Josie snorted. Classy as always, Zoe. Zoe glared. You act classy when you've got a watermelon crushing your bladder. Josie grinned, looking ready with a biting retort. Instead, knock it off, both of you. Behind Zoe, the commanding voice of former alpha, Patricia, erupted out of her relatively diminutive frame. Josie sat back in her seat, looking chastened, while Zoe smirked before settling down into her chair. Patricia's stare swung between the two of them, waiting several seconds before she said, Now, are we ready to start? Josie glanced around the terrace. I think that's everybody, so yeah. Patricia's face brightened, softening from the stone-cold glare she'd been wearing moments before. Wonderful. Smiling, she took a seat at the head of the rough oval we had formed out of a haphazard mix of chairs. Addressing the group, she began, I notice we have a few new faces here tonight. How about we go around the circle and introduce ourselves? Dramatic groans sounded across the terrace, and Patricia snapped, looking severe again, can it? We're doing names, occupations, and favorite book. Zoe, you can start. Zoe leaned her head back, rolling her eyes so hard it seemed painful. Fine. Hi, I'm Zoe, and when I'm not about to pop, I teach math at the high school. Zoe. What? Favorite book. Oh, come on, Dash. Zoe. Fine, she growled, Pride and Prejudice. Josie snorted, you basic Dash. Shut your trap. Zoe tossed back, no real animosity behind the words. The conversation went around the oval, and I tried to connect the names I heard to the faces that were vaguely familiar to me. As it returned to Patricia, she stood, all right. Well, I'm reasonably sure that everyone knows me and knows that I'm the former alpha, but as far as a current occupation is concerned, I'm trying to take up gardening, and my favorite book is Tolkien's The Return of the King. Setting her hands on her hips, she scanned her gaze over the book club. Then, with a sigh, she asked, okay, truth time, who actually read the book? What? There was a pause, and about half of the assembly raised their hands. Oh my goodness. Josie shot an arch glance across the patio, Zoe. The other woman answered evasively, what? Did you read the book, or did you watch the movie? W.H. Dash. Don't lie, she warned. Zoe grimaced, I watched the movie. Which one? The Tom Hardy one. Same, honestly, River shrugged. Right? Zoe cried, I mean, can you blame me? Josie groaned, your dedication to this club continues to inspire. Hey, Zoe retorted, I made cupcakes. That's dedication. Patricia pinched the bridge of her nose. Okay, you know what? That's fair. Thank you. I turned to River, meeting their amused stare. What did we walk into? Chapter 31. Thursday afternoon arrived, and I sat in the passenger seat of River's car, nerves fraying as we drew closer to the den. Do you want me to turn around? River asked from the driver's seat. No, I shook my head, I just want to go crawling back into your comfort zone? Maybe? Remember, you agreed to do this. Yeah, well, maybe I'm crazy. River glanced over, you're not. Are you sure about that? Very. I brought my thumb up to my mouth, biting at the nail. What if dash? What if what? What if you expand your social circle? What if you nerd out about your love of books with like-minded people? What if stepping outside of your precious comfort zone actually makes it bigger? Dropping my thumb, I turned to stare at River. You didn't have to go that far. They shrugged, just saying. Besides, what if I like my social circle as is? River snorted, Soph. Your social circle is a line, with you at one end and me at the other. Hey, Dash. And no, Gerald and Oliver don't count. But Dash. Babysitting for them does not mean you have a full, friendship-level connection with them. So, you're saying, you need more friends, Sophie. I love you to bits, but it's true. Ahead, a driveway appeared on the right, and we turned in, following the long, well-maintained gravel path. As we drove, the trees parted, revealing a large, imposing stone structure that stood on the border between mansion and palace. It never gets any less impressive. The den, the official Alpha's residence and the central hub for pack meetings and social events, had been built in the early years of the 20th century, when investments in coal and steel had established the Syracuse pack as one of the wealthiest on the continent. Over the years, that wealth had diminished, especially after the 1929 stock market crash, but careful management by Malcolm and his predecessors had begun to rebuild what had been lost. Stopping along the hedge-lined roundabout, River shifted into park. Quickly unbuckling my seatbelt, I stepped out onto the gravel only to dive back in, retrieving the bottle of Chardonnay that we'd picked up on the way out. Butterflies filled my stomach, overwhelming me with a strange, trembling fear. Coming up next to me, River placed a hand on my shoulder. Hey, just remember, everybody in there voluntarily decided to spend their Thursday evening sitting around and talking about a book. These are unquestionably your people, sophomore. Right, I sighed. My people. The flagstone walkway led up to the stairs to the portico-shaded double doors. Stepping inside, I was hit by a wave of nostalgia, remembering the first time I'd crossed this threshold. I'd been a third-year university student, jet-lagged from air travel and terrified of embarrassing myself on the first day of my internship. Gerald had picked me up from the airport, and the entire ride out had me alternately gushing about my excitement and second-guessing every word. After a preliminary meeting with Patricia, the alpha at the time, I'd been assigned to one of the many guest rooms and wound up spending the summer next door to. River nudged me with their elbow, reminiscing. Maybe, I admitted, letting the doors shut behind us. They chuckled as we began to walk toward the first-floor parlor. I still can't believe that after 3 months of fighting over bathroom space, we still decided to move in together. Like, yeah, let's just keep doing that. Hey, I kept saying that we should have taken that place with 2.5 baths dash. It would have cost twice as much to rent. River dismissed the idea with a wave. Please, I rolled my eyes as we crossed the cavernous great room. They're both pack-owned properties, so the rent was a pittance either way. You just wanted to live closer to work. River huffed, look, just because I prioritize sleep dash. A voice to our right called out, and I turned to see Josie through the glass doors to the terrace. Hey, we're out here. Sucking in a deep breath, I put on a smile and headed outside. The evening air swam with the fragrance of flowers and fresh-cut grass. Out beyond the flagstone terrace, a large and manicured garden stretched out toward the tree line, painstakingly maintained by the pack's landscaping team. And, across the assembly of pack members, a familiar face approached. Josie crossed the terrace, radiating warmth and friendliness. Welcome. I'm so glad you decided to join us. She greeted me before turning, and you must be River. Yep, they answered with a nod. Hi, I'm Josie. She reached out and shook River's hand. I hear you're into video games? River glanced aside at me. You told her that I game? Actually, Josie cut in. Tom told me. River's head whipped around. Tom. Josie frowned. Lost, yeah. Clearing their throat, River asked, how do you know Tom? Oh, we work together. Oh. River's face burned brighter than the sun. So, he talks about me? Josie nodded, visibly struggling not to smile. Oh yeah. River appeared to be short-circuiting, so I held up the bottle I carried. We brought wine. Awesome. Here, we've got cups on the snack table. She turned, leading us back inside toward the dining room, where the table was filled with covered dishes and containers. As we walked behind her, I leaned over toward River, whispering, "Dude, you're supposed to keep me from acting like a weirdo, not the other way around." He talks about me? To his colleagues. Oh my gosh, Riv, get a grip. I could have sworn that I heard them whimper as we followed Josie over to the snacks. When we both had red Solo cups half filled with Chardonnay and mini plates heaped with treats, we went back out to the terrace, trying to find seats. As I was shoving a loaded tortilla chip into my mouth, the door opened and a hugely pregnant woman stepped out. I swear to the goddess, if this kid doesn't come soon, I'm gonna pull it out with my bare hands. Josie snorted, "Classy as always, Zoe." Zoe glared, "You act classy when you've got a watermelon crushing your bladder." Josie grinned, looking ready with a biting retort. Instead, "Knock it off, both of you." Behind Zoe, the commanding voice of former alpha, Patricia, erupted out of her relatively diminutive frame. Josie sat back in her seat, looking chastened, while Zoe smirked before settling down into her chair. Patricia's stare swung between the two of them, waiting several seconds before she said, "Now, are we ready to start?" Josie glanced around the terrace. "I think that's everybody, so yeah." Patricia's face brightened, softening from the stone-cold glare she'd been wearing moments before. Wonderful. Smiling, she took a seat at the head of the rough oval we had formed out of a haphazard mix of chairs. Addressing the group, she began, "I notice we have a few new faces here tonight. How about we go around the circle and introduce ourselves?" Dramatic groans sounded across the terrace, and Patricia snapped, looking severe again, "Can it? We're doing names, occupations, and favorite book. Zoe, you can start." Zoe leaned her head back, rolling her eyes so hard it seemed painful. "Fine. Hi, I'm Zoe, and when I'm not about to pop, I teach math at the high school." Zoe. "What?" "Favorite book." "Oh, come on, Dash." Zoe. "Fine," she growled, Pride and Prejudice." Josie snorted, "You basic Dash. Shut your trap." Zoe tossed back, no real animosity behind the words. The conversation went around the oval, and I tried to connect the names I heard to the faces that were vaguely familiar to me. As it returned to Patricia, she stood, "All right. Well, I'm reasonably sure that everyone knows me and knows that I'm the former alpha, but as far as a current occupation is concerned, I'm trying to take up gardening, and my favorite book is Tolkien's The Return of the King." Setting her hands on her hips, she scanned her gaze over the book club. Then, with a sigh, she asked, "Okay, truth time, who actually read the book?" "What?" There was a pause, and about half of the assembly raised their hands. "Oh my goodness." Josie shot an arch glance across the patio, "Zoe." The other woman answered evasively, "What? Did you read the book, or did you watch the movie?" WH dash. "Don't lie," she warned. Zoe grimaced, "I watched the movie." "Which one?" "The Tom Hardy one." "Same, honestly," River shrugged. "Right?" Zoe cried, "I mean, can you blame me?" Josie groaned, "Your dedication to this club continues to inspire." "Hey," Zoe retorted, "I made cupcakes. That's dedication." Patricia pinched the bridge of her nose. "Okay, you know what? That's fair. Thank you." I turned to River, meeting their amused stare. What did we walk into? Chapter 33. That night, as I lay in bed, a sudden chime from my phone pulled me back to consciousness. Reaching over to my nightstand, I opened my eyes to see the bright, white glow of my screen. Malcolm's name jumped out at me. Unlocking it, I opened the message to read, "Would you be up for a movie tomorrow night?" I blinked, double-checking that I'd read it right. Depends what kind of movie. Horror. It's indie, and everyone who's seen it is saying it's terrifying. With a grin, I typed, "I'm in. Pick you up at 6? I'll see you then." 6 arrived, and on the dot, the telltale rumble of Malcolm's truck filled my ears as I stepped out onto the porch. Locking the door behind me, I shouldered my purse and felt an undeniable rush of happiness as I sighted him through the passenger side window. The planes of his face bore the slight shadow of his beard stubble, and his white teeth shone in the sunlight as he grinned at me. "Hey there. Ready to lose sleep tonight?" My breath caught at the double meaning of his words, and my heart raced in response. That is a dangerous question. Images of us wrapped around each other until the break of dawn flashed through my mind. Goddess, what's gotten into me? Tucking some hair behind my ear, I tried to cover my thoughts with a smile. Malcolm, I am a horror aficionado. It has to be incredibly scary to bother me. His eyes flashed in a challenge. Is that so? Oh yeah, I smirked, leaning against the door. The Conjuring was my first true horror movie, and I've been hooked ever since. Malcolm smiled, slow and sultry. Interesting. Opening the door, I climbed inside, reaching behind me to pull out the seatbelt. As it clicked into place, I asked, ready? Almost. Curious, I turned to face him and felt his hand cupping my chin, drawing me forward into a quick, fierce kiss. Surprise gave way to delight as his lips met mine, and I leaned closer, fighting the restriction of the seatbelt. Instead, his lips left mine, and he uttered a satisfied, there. Now we're ready. I watched him through hooded eyes, wondering what he would do if we skipped the movie, and I dragged him inside. Then I stopped. I know exactly what he'd do. Flushed and flustered, I couldn't hide the raw attraction on my face. His smug smirk told me that he knew good and darn well what he was doing to me. Shifting out of park, he pulled away from the curb, asking, so, how was your day? I smoothed my hands down the fabric of my jeans, trying to calm down. Fine. Started with a hangover, though. Oh, he asked, navigating toward the highway. River and I went to the book club meeting last night. Malcolm barked out a laugh. That explains it. Yeah. I looked over at him. We brought a bottle of wine to share, wound up polishing that off, and then Patricia started digging into the wine cellar. Oh, God, he sighed. Please tell me she didn't open up some of the older bottles. I have no idea what they were, but before I knew what was happening, there were empties sitting on the kitchen counter, and I was seeing double. Fun. He glanced my way before turning right. Did you wind up staying the night? I shook my head. No, we stuck around for an extra hour playing Uno while I sobered up enough to drive. He chuckled. I'm surprised you didn't take the day off. River did. Woke me up at 4 this morning being sick in the bathroom. That sucks, he commiserated, increasing his speed as town ended and the woods began. Are they feeling better? Snorting, I replied, they must be. They're out on a date with Tom. Meaning I had the house to myself all night. Heat pooled in my belly as I considered the possibilities. By the way, Malcolm began, interrupting my imagination. I forgot to ask, but did you want to grab food before or after? If it's before, we're probably going to have to get drive-through. I cut him off. Don't worry about me. I fully plan on eating my body weight in popcorn when we get there. If you want something, go ahead. Your body weight? He asked, eyebrows raising. Only a slight exaggeration. It's why I'm going to insist on buying our snacks at the very least. As long as you let me buy the tickets? I grinned. It's a deal. The conversation continued as his truck ate up the miles between Syracuse and Hazleton, the nearest movie theater. Hey, I said, filling the momentary silence. I forgot to ask, but how was your day? Busy. Busy? On a Friday. Preparation for the meeting. Lots of frantic calls from the Meriton pack confirming details. Oh, I frowned. Did something go wrong? No, he laughed. They're just disastrously unorganized. Oh. Yeah, Malcolm grimaced, looking anything but pleased at the prospect. The next week's going to be a disaster. Aiden and Will are both super excited. I bet, I smiled, but inwardly, my stomach dropped. A week without him? I felt my pulse race as reality hit me. Without realizing it, I'd let Malcolm become a regular feature of my life. I'd grown accustomed to his presence, the calming scent of his cologne, the deep timbre of his voice, the casual touch of his fingers against my cheek. I'm going to miss him. The hard truth sank in my stomach, and I looked away. As though he could sense the turn of my thoughts, Malcolm reached over, taking my hand and holding it in his as the trees flashed past in the waning light. The theater, an 8-screen megaplex, had only one showing of the movie Malcolm wanted to see, while the other 7 screens were busy with multiple screenings of the latest blockbusters. After he bought our tickets and I loaded up at the concessions, we walked to the far end of the building and entered the last door on the right. Inside, I carried a popcorn bucket the size of a 6-month-old infant, looking at the mostly empty seats. "Where do you want to sit?" I asked. "Back middle?" Malcolm replied, waiting for my response. I grinned, "Best seats in the house." Malcolm smirked, ushering me before him as we climbed the stairs to our destination. Sinking into the reclining, leather seats, I set my purse next to me and covered it with my light jacket. Then, I dug into the behemoth on my lap. I groaned as the artificial movie butter kissed my tongue. Turning to Malcolm, I offered, "Do you want some?" "Sure," he smiled, taking a handful before grimacing. "Did you remember to get napkins?" I scoffed, feigning insult as I set one on his thigh. "Do I look like an amateur to you?" He chuckled, and we joked as the pre-movie scroll of advertisements played on the screen. All too soon, my fingertips found the bottom of the bucket, reaching for the last few kernels. Malcolm's eyes widened. "I can't believe it's gone already." Again, I said, wiping the butter off my fingers before applying the napkin to my lips. "Do I look like an amateur to you? Do you want me to throw that away?" He held his hand out for the bucket. "Would you?" I passed it over, watching as he stood and walked out to the hall. Taking a moment, I popped a couple of mints into my mouth and reapplied some lip balm. When he returned, I was curled up in my seat, chilly under the industrial air conditioning. Just as he sat down, the house lights dimmed and the final reel of previews began to play. I was debating whether to put my jacket back on when I felt Malcolm raise the armrest between our seats, pulling me against him. About to protest, I stopped when I felt his arm winding around my back, felt the warmth of his body, felt the hardness of his well-defined torso, and realized that this was exactly where I wanted to be. Snuggling into his embrace, I sighed contentedly as his delicious scent filled my lungs. His hand settled on my waist, his thumb idly brushing against the fabric of my shirt. "Is this okay?" he whispered as one preview ended and another began. I nodded, and we let the movie play. Midway through, several screams came from the front few rows, and one couple walked out, leaving the back 5 rows empty. Except for us. During a lull in the action, I looked up to ask Malcolm a question, only to find that his eyes weren't on the screen at all. They were on me. A shiver raced through me as I noted the intensity in his gaze, an unquenchable, burning interest that shone clear through the surrounding dark. An interest that we shared. Forgetting propriety, I turned toward him, reaching up to meet my lips to his. His grip on me tightened, pressing my body tight against his. "Malcolm," I whispered, my breath feverish and short. His molten eyes stared at me, seemingly more animal than human as his heart pounded with mine. "Can you be quiet?" I watched his lips moving, but couldn't grasp his meaning. What? Awash in the warmth of the afterglow, I purred with contentment, secure in Malcolm's embrace. Chapter 34. The instant the truck shifted into park in front of my house, I had my seatbelt off, sliding across the bench seat to get closer to Malcolm. His hands held me, pulling me tight against him. In that moment, it was everything I wanted. Skipping the preliminaries, I tangled my fingers in his hair, devouring his lips in a ravening, desperate kiss. Groans sounded from his throat, thrilling me as his heart pounded against my chest. Pulling back, I looked at him, taking in the feral darkness of his eyes, the rapid rasp of his breathing, the heady taste of his desire. A tiny voice in the back of my mind whispered, "This is a bad idea." Shoving my inner doubts away, I traced my thumbnail along the curve of his bottom lip. "Malcolm." His eyes met mine, and I knew I had his full attention. Brushing the tip of my nose against his, I inhaled slowly, letting the scent of his cologne calm my frazzled nerves. Looking up, I drank in the sight of him, whispering, "I want you." It was a truth I couldn't have imagined mere weeks ago, but here, now, I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that I wanted Malcolm in my bed tonight. His eyes filled with turmoil. "I can't." WH. Surprise washed over me as my spine stiffened. "What do you?" Malcolm pulled me against him, touching his lips to my ear. "I leave for the meeting on Sunday." "So?" His voice was a hoarse confession in darkness. I don't think I'll be able to spend a week away from you once we've been together. Oh. My indignation softened, and I murmured, okay. I'm sorry. No, it's fine. I get it. We can put that on hold until you get back. Leaning back, he eyed me curiously. That sounded pretty definite. I chuckled, admitting, at this point, there's no denying that we both want this. Burying his face in the curve of my neck, he groaned. You have no idea how it feels to hear you say that. Pressing my cheek against his hair, I savored the sensations of Malcolm beneath me, the pressure of arms wrapped around me, the heat of his breath on my skin. I didn't want to let him go. Before I could second-guess myself, I asked, what about spending the night? Sophie, please? I promised to keep my hands to myself. Malcolm sighed. I can't say no to you. Caressing my thumb over his stubbled cheek, I grinned. I'll try to not use this power for evil. Inside, the silence of the empty house greeted us as I held his hand and led him to my bedroom. Turning, I began, Malcolm interrupted me. I'm actually going to use the bathroom if you want to get changed. Smiling, I nodded. Okay. Flipping on the light switch, I glanced behind me. There's new toothbrushes in the medicine cabinet. Got it. We closed the doors in sync, and I crossed to my small closet, heart pounding in my chest. I'm spending the night with Malcolm. Processing that reality, I pulled my shirt over my head and changed into my sleek clothes. Oh, goodness. My cheeks burned as I revisited that moment in the theater, with Malcolm's hand on me, his gaze on mine, reveling in my pleasure. Closing my eyes, I felt the phantom pressure of his touch. A quiet groan sounded in the empty house, and for a moment, I thought it had come from me. Then another sounded beyond the bathroom wall. Malcolm? Amazement filled me as I wondered. Is he? Stepping into my closet, I listened intently. Oh my God. Blushing, I looked away. Picking out a clean pair of shorts and an old t-shirt, I dressed, fighting a growing longing within me. Go to him. I could see it in my mind's eye, walking into the bathroom and pressing a kiss to his cheek before. My thoughts cut off as one final, agonized groan echoed through the space, sending a fiery wave of embarrassment and envy. Swallowing my feelings, I crossed to the bed, turning down the covers and turning on the bedside lamps. Behind me, I heard the bathroom door open, followed shortly by a knock on mine. Hang on, I called, scanning my eyes over the room, criticizing every tiny detail. He's not going to care. My mind protested, and then I remembered. I've seen his basement. Trying to imagine Malcolm judging my housekeeping was genuinely hilarious after that. Opening the door, the breath left me as Malcolm's dark stare washed over me. I smirked, vindicated in my decision to dress comfortably. Rising on tiptoe, I pecked my lips against his cheek. I'll be right back, make yourself at home. He laughed, a low, sultry rumble. I wouldn't go that far. Curious, I asked, why not? Because, at home, I sleep differently, and I don't have that kind of self-control right now. Oh. My mind filled with visions of his form in my bed, his head on my pillow. Is underwear enough? Enough. I asked, still dazed from the mental images. Wouldn't be the first time. His gaze filled with mirth. Enough clothing. I could keep my shirt on. My eyes met his. Don't you dare. Shooting him a saucy grin, I turned on my heel and stepped into the bathroom. Completing my routine in record time, I returned to the bedroom, and my breath caught at the sight before me. Malcolm, eyes on his phone, his broad form taking up half the bed, bare from the covers up. It took everything in me not to climb onto the bed. Calm down. That's not happening, not tonight. I promised. Sophie? Lost in my reverie, I hadn't noticed Malcolm looking up from his phone to find me staring. Just, sucking in a breath, I shook my head. You're not the only one who has limited self-control. The grin that formed on his lips was smug, triumphant. Closing the door behind me, I turned off the lights as I got into bed, rolling over to curl up against Malcolm's chest, his arm wrapping around me to hold me tight. The warmth of his skin against mine felt right, and I relaxed as a sense of peace washed over me. Breathing in his scent, I let myself feel the accumulated drowsiness of the day, my eyelids growing heavier until they closed. Beneath my ear, Malcolm's heartbeat slowed as his breathing deepened. Half asleep, I murmured, "Hey." His fingers brushed along my spine. "Did you think about me?" "What?" "In the bathroom, when you were, well." He stiffened beneath me. "You heard that." I nodded, my cheek rubbing against his chest. "I'm sorry. I liked it." "You liked it?" "Yeah," I admitted. "Interesting. So, were you?" Was I what? Thinking about me? As I drifted into sleep, I heard him whisper, "I always do." Waking up, I immediately knew two things. One, I was being spooned by something significant and warm. Two, whatever that thing was, its hand was under my shirt, resting on me. Oh, right, I realized Malcolm. As I returned to consciousness, I noted the familiar brightness of my room in the early morning light, the discordant notes of birdsong, and our neighbor's yipping dog. The yipping grew louder until finally silenced by a chiding voice. "Thanks, Ruth." Behind me, Malcolm shifted, breathing changing as he woke. For a moment, his hand began to move against me softly. Then, I heard him mutter a curse and pull away as he realized what he was touching. Reaching back, I caught his wrist. "Sophie?" he whispered. Not answering, I pulled his arm back over me, sliding his hand up under my shirt and pressing it back against me. "Are you sure?" I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Slowly, like he was uncertain of himself, Malcolm's thumb grazed over my skin. I made a throaty sound of encouragement, and he grew bolder. Need arrowed through me, and I whispered, "Do you have to go?" "Yes." His lips found my shoulder, decorating my skin with soft, gentle kisses. His hand grew bolder, and I moaned, "Are you sure?" Malcolm sighed, his breath warm against me. "Alphas are required to attend." I sagged with disappointment, sinking into the mattress. "Sophie." "It's fine, Malcolm." Glancing over my shoulder, I smiled, although it didn't quite reach my eyes. I chose to date an alpha. Dealing with an alpha's duties is part of the package. Turning back around, I lay there, enjoying the gentle ministrations of Malcolm's fingers. "You know," he began. His hand began to trail downward, across my abdomen. "I'm realizing that I didn't get a proper dinner last night." Dipping below the waistband of my shorts, he skimmed along the sensitive skin below my navel. "I'm ravenous." A wicked smile took form on my lips. "Are you saying?" His teeth found my neck, nipping and nibbling. "I'm asking. All I need is a yes or a no. Shifting, I met my gaze. "Yes." A spark flared in his eyes, and before I knew what was happening, he was hovering over me. Looking into Malcolm's reverent stare, I couldn't feel any shame. "Malcolm." My head pressed against the pillow as bright sparks of sensation shot up my nerves. "That's it." His voice was a growl as he began to tease me. As I gradually came down from my high, I snuggled against him, savoring his warmth and his scent. "So," he began. "So?" I laughed. "I get back on Sunday. Would you want to come over to my place for dinner?" His hand found the curve of my forearm, and I chuckled. "I'll be coming over for a lot more than dinner." Chapter 35. Malcolm stood at the stove, transferring crispy bacon slices from the pan to a paper towel-covered plate. Next to him, swaying slightly to the beat of the music playing from the speakers, Sophie buttered slices of toast fresh out of the toaster. It's Saturday morning. I'm standing in Sophie's kitchen. We're cooking breakfast, and her taste still lingers on my tongue. When the pan was empty, Malcolm picked up the whisked bowl of eggs, dumped them into the pan, and began scrambling. Sophie placed her stack on the breakfast bar before turning to come up behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist and pressing her front against his back. Warmth radiated through him, and an unconscious smile formed on his lips. The moment felt effortless, easy. Being here, with her, was like breathing. And a month ago, I thought it was impossible. Behind him, Sophie's nose poked into his back, and her chest expanded as she breathed in. Amusement filled him. Are you sniffing me?" "I like the way you smell," she mumbled. His spatula faltered as her soft admission cut him to the core. "I have to leave her." The ordeal of the regional meeting loomed over him like a giant to be slain. A month ago, the prospect of the yearly gathering had seemed tedious, if necessary. Now, faced with a week apart from the woman he loved, Malcolm was ready to throw away his pack's reputation to skip it. Loved? A heartbeat passed, and wonder filled him. I love her. In an instant, the answer came, obvious. I love her. Setting the pan aside on a cold burner, Malcolm turned in her arms, tilting her chin up and taking her mouth in a slow, searing kiss. Sophie tensed with surprise before melting against him, pressing herself closer. Malcolm reached down, picked her up, and set her on the counter. Pulling her close, he pressed her against him, fighting the overwhelming need to be with her, now. I could take her back to the bedroom. Lust fought with duty, and he met Sophie's gaze to find her curious, but unafraid. She wants this, too. And that felt like the most miraculous thing of all. Patience. 1 week. It's only 1 week, and then he could pursue her to his heart's content. Raising his hand, Malcolm brushed a piece of hair away from her face, struggling to get himself under control. Swallowing, he said, I need to finish the eggs. A quizzical smile appeared on her lips. Okay. For a moment, he debated telling her what he'd just realized, but held back. It can wait. His thumb strayed to the plush curve of her lower lip. Just for the record, I'm really going to miss you. Her soft, sultry smile answered him, I'm going to miss you too. Upstairs, in the loft bathroom of his home, Malcolm braced his arm against the shower tiles, pressing his forehead against his elbow as his other hand eased his pent-up feelings. I liked it. A shudder rolled through him, remembering the way her curves had pressed against him. His memory filled with the breathless, keening cry as she gave in to her feelings. A low groan echoed through the chamber as his own release overtook him. Ecstasy raced through him, and he closed his eyes, imagining her. When he was spent, his mind cleared, and he picked up his shampoo from the small shelf. I like the way you smell. Lips curving into a smile, Malcolm quickly washed his hair, then his body, before rinsing off and stepping out of the shower. Out in the bedroom, he crossed to the closet and pulled his suitcase out, laying it open on his bed. His elation left him as he faced the reality of the following week. Reminders of past visits to Meriton flashed across his vision. The unyielding fire of the worst sunburn of his life, the constellation of mosquito bites across his skin, and the one unforgettable time he'd stepped aside to relieve himself in the forest and come back out with a poison ivy rash in unmentionable places. This is the stuff no one tells you about being an alpha. It wasn't all power trips and money, it was being there for your pack mates, showing up when they need you, and serving your pack even when it was annoying, uncomfortable, or painful. Malcolm winced, remembering the aftermath of the poison ivy incident. Incredibly painful. Delving into his closet, Malcolm pulled out an assortment of clothes ranging from semi-formal to barely fit to wear in public. Meetings of wolf kind tended to cater to werewolf physicality, and there was sure to be a lot of hiking, biking, and running in between the parties and socials. Not to mention the ever-present State of the Region sessions addressing the issues facing lycanthropes in the area. And those, all told, were probably going to be the worst part of the whole week. Sitting in a bland conference room surrounded by other alphas while some stuffed shirt analyst droned on and on about statistical trends and demographic shifts. It wasn't that he didn't care. He really tried to, but most of it just slid off his brain without sinking in. It's one of the things he appreciated most about Aiden. His ability to speak bureaucrat and translate it into something Malcolm could work with. Across the room, his phone buzzed on the dresser, and a glance at the screen had him muttering, "Speak of the devil." Crossing over, he picked it up, answering, "Hey, Aiden Dash." A panicked jumble of words interrupted him, staccato syllables tripping over themselves on their way out of his second-in-command's mouth. Whoa, Aiden, slow down, I didn't get any of that. Internally, Malcolm's pulse picked up, not used to hearing Aiden this upset. It's Zoe Dash. Ice water poured down his spine, and he asked what. She's going into labor, Dash. Malcolm's volume rose as worry overtook him. Is she okay? Yeah, I mean, aside from trying to push a person out of her dash. Okay, he sighed, relieved. Are you okay? Do you want me there? You seem kind of on edge. I need your help, Aiden admitted. Anything. So, they just got her checked in and I just realized that I might have freaked out and completely forgotten everything at the house. Could you dash on it? Malcolm put him on speaker and opened his notes app. What's everything? Zoe's had an emergency bag ready in the closet for a while, and there's also a bag for the baby in the nursery, along with the car seat. Malcolm snickered as he typed up a list. You really forgot everything, didn't you? I know. Oh, could you also grab my phone charger? It's plugged in by my nightstand. Jesus, man dash. Dude, lecture me later. Could you hurry? The I left it in the car excuse is only gonna last so long. Eyeing the mess on his bed, Malcolm closed his eyes, picturing where he kept Aiden's spare key and doing some quick mental math. Okay, I'm leaving now. I should be at the hospital in about 45 minutes? Aiden's voice lowered to a whisper. If there's anything you can do to shorten that, do it. I'd like to keep my head attached to my body. Zoe wouldn't do that. Aiden muttered. Darkly, she might. An hour later, after several increasingly hysterical phone calls and one frustrating search for Caden's tablet, Malcolm pocketed his keys and loaded his arms with the various bags he'd collected. Inside the hospital, he spoke with a nurse at the reception desk, asking how to get to the family birth and newborn center. She'd given him directions, eyes dancing with amusement as she looked over his overly laden frame. Finally reaching the waiting room, Malcolm had a moment to register the sight of Zoe's father, Harvey, before a small, surprisingly strong body launched itself at him. Uncle Malcolm! Caden cried. Almost toppling over, he managed to retain his balance and hug the small boy back. Hey buddy, good to see you. Across the room, on one of the uncomfortable-looking chairs, Harvey smirked. Left it in the car, did he? Malcolm shrugged, setting the bags down on a pair of empty chairs. I guess he panicked. The balding man shook his head. I remember those days. Truth be told, he's handling it better than I did. Oh. Malcolm looked up from fishing out Caden's tablet. Harvey nodded. When Francine told me that Zoe was coming, I went into a frenzy, packing everything I could into the van, everything except Francine. Malcolm chuckled. Oh no. Sighing, Harvey said, she's never let me live it down either. Speaking of Dash, Malcolm looked around, wondering where the others were. There in the birthing suite with Zoe, Harvey jerked his head toward the double doors at the other end of the room, Francine, Aiden, and the midwife. So you're keeping an eye on this little man. Harvey smiled fondly as Caden jumped into the seat next to him. I'm going to be a big brother. Yeah. Malcolm knelt to his eye level. I heard that. Are you excited? Caden nodded vigorously. I'm staying with Grandma and Grandpa tonight. They said we could get pizza. Malcolm stifled a snort as the double doors opened and a silver-haired woman emerged. Francine's eyes landed on him immediately. Oh, hello, Malcolm. I think Aiden said he was expecting you. Glancing at the door, Malcolm's brow furrowed. Does he want me to go back there now? That depends. How well can you dodge projectiles? Malcolm grinned. Is Zoe already throwing things? No, but if Aiden doesn't calm down soon, she's going to start. Standing, Malcolm patted Caden's hair and said quick goodbyes to Harvey and Francine. As the double doors shut behind him, he heard Francine's sarcastic cry. Oh, he left it in the car, did he? Down the hall, Malcolm found Zoe's suite on the left and, after a quick knock, walked in to see Aiden standing at Zoe's bedside, along with a tall, solidly built woman with a bright, purple pixie cut. At his entrance, Aiden's head snapped up, and with one look, Malcolm understood what Francine had meant. Aiden, the man who'd all too often served as Malcolm's voice of reason, stared at him with wild eyes, seeming to take several seconds to register that the intruder wasn't a threat. Oh boy. Malcolm stepped carefully into the room, nodding a greeting at the vaguely familiar midwife and his friend's mate. Hi, sorry to interrupt, he said, glancing at Aiden. Francine said you wanted to speak with me? He stared blankly before processing Malcolm's words. Yeah, taking a deep sigh, Aiden turned to his mate. Is it okay if I step out for a second? I promise, I'll be right back. Not a problem. Zoe seemed relieved at the suggestion. In fact, if you want to take a walk, Go ahead. Or a Valium, the midwife muttered. Zoe discreetly elbowed the purple-haired woman, beaming at her mate with a brilliant smile. As he turned, her gaze snapped to Malcolm, and she silently mouthed, "Get him out of here." Malcolm nodded, wrapping his arm around Aiden's shoulder and walking him out into the waiting room. After a quick chat with Caden and the grandparents, Malcolm escorted Aiden outside into the fresh, fragrant air. "So, the midwife got here fast, huh?" The woman wasn't a member of their pack, but rather a specialist who traveled to support several lycanthrope patients throughout the Northeast. Aiden shrugged. She was actually supposed to do a checkup today, and then drive out to another client up north, but obviously, plans changed. "Is she the same as last time?" He nodded. "Zoe really likes her. Does she need a place to stay? We could offer her dash." Waving a hand, Aiden dismissed his concern, already did. Sucking in a deep breath, he continued, "She's an absolute pro, handled all of the arrangements, made sure each of the nurses in the room will be wolf-kind. I don't know how I'd be coping if it wasn't for her." "Yeah." Malcolm smiled reassuringly, silently thinking about how little he seemed to be coping up in the suite. Anyway, he turned to Malcolm. "I just wanted to apologize. I know this is bad timing, dash." Malcolm frowned. "What are you talking about?" "I mean, the baby's a little early, but births don't exactly happen on schedule. I mean the meeting." Oh. In the rush to the hospital, the next week had completely slipped his mind. "Yeah," Aiden continued, "I know it's short notice, but I don't suppose you've got an alternate lined up?" "Alternate?" For a moment, Malcolm didn't follow Aiden's train of thought. And then, "Damn." Aiden cocked an eyebrow. "You do realize that I'm not going to be able to make it anymore, right?" Squeezing his eyes shut, Malcolm groaned. Hadn't thought about it until just this second. Well, what? Do you have an alternate in mind?" Mentally, Malcolm ran through a list of responsible, trustworthy adults who might be willing to sacrifice an entire week on short notice. It didn't take long. There weren't any. Well, actually, standing in the midday sun, Malcolm realized that there was one person who might agree. Chapter 36. I sat in the bath, warm from the water and the train of my thoughts. Back against the fiberglass as perfumed steam filled the air, I stretched like a cat in the sun. In my mind, vivid memories took me back to this morning, to waking up with Malcolm wrapped around me, to his hands on my skin. Across the empty house, a key scraped in a lock, and I heard the back door open. "Sophie?" River's voice carried through the walls. I called back, taking a bath. Creaking footsteps drew closer. "Would you mind hurrying? I really need to use the bathroom." Frowning, I asked, "What? Didn't you just come from Tom's place?" "Well, yeah, but..." "But what?" "But I'm still not comfortable doing certain things around Tom." "Certain things?" An incredulous grin formed on my lips. "Oh my God, you still haven't." "No, I haven't, and I'm desperate right now, so could you save the judgment for later?" "Dude, I know, okay?" Sitting up, I opened the tub drain, stepped out, and wrapped myself in a towel as the water formed a miniature vortex swirling down the pipes. Grabbing my phone off the counter, I opened the door, stepping aside with a sweep of my free arm. "All yours." Blessed relief washed over their features, and they muttered, "Oh, thank the goddess." They rushed inside, locking the door behind them. Closing myself in my room, I dropped my towel, letting the cool air caress my damp skin. Breathing in, I caught traces of Malcolm's scent. A sudden, aching need filled me, and I flopped on the bed, clutching the pillow he'd slept on against my chest. "It's just a week." But a voice in the back of my thoughts taunted, "A week is an eternity when your time's already limited." My mood plummeted, the bubble of joy bursting with a pinprick of reality. Setting the pillow aside, I stood and walked to my closet, pulling out a pair of workout leggings and a long-sleeved top. When I put on my running shoes, I grabbed my phone and keys, stopping to knock on the bathroom door. "Hey, River. I'm gonna go for a run." "Okay. Do you want some company?" "River? Running? Voluntarily?" I bit back a laugh. "I actually want some time to think, you know?" "All right. Thanks for the offer, though." Outside, the warm sun shone overhead, a harbinger of the coming summer's heat. With my earbuds in, I set off, following my usual route to the outskirts of town, savoring the steady drumming of my heart and the growing burn in my legs. As paved streets gave way to gravel roads, I checked my surroundings, ensuring I was alone before I veered into the woods. A worn path of trampled grass led the way back, away from prying eyes, to a clearing in the trees. A packmate owned the land, so I knew I could trust that nobody was watching as I removed my clothes, feeling the telltale itch that heralded the change. Then my phone buzzed. What? Annoyed, I knelt, digging through my pockets until I found what I was looking for. The screen glowed bright in the shadow of the forest, and I read Malcolm's name. Answering, I said, "Hello." So, my heart sank, and an immediate sense of dread washed over me. "Oh no. What is it?" "Well..." His voice trailed off, leaving me in momentary silence. "Malcolm, what is it?" "I need to ask you for a massive favor." "What?" Suspicion rose internally. "How massive are we talking?" I heard him take a breath. "Zoe's in labor, and Aiden has to drop out of the meeting." My first thought blurted out of my mouth. "Is she okay?" "The midwife says she's going to be fine, but there's no way that Aiden's going to be able to chaperone this week." "Okay," I said, not getting his point. "So, why are you calling me?" Malcolm hesitated. "The etiquette for these meetings is layered and..." "Malcolm." He groaned. "So, we committed to bringing 3 chaperones to help out, meaning we have to bring 3, and there's nobody else who'd be able and willing to fill in last minute." Disbelief dazed me. "You're asking me to go to the meeting with you?" "I know what it sounds like." His tone radiated anxiety. Is he worried about me saying no? In that instant, I knew I had to tease him. "Malcolm," I purred, "if you wanted to spend the week with me, all you had to do was ask." He didn't take the bait, instead swearing, "I promise, I'm not making this up. It's just an emergency." Something in his voice sounded unfinished. Bracing myself, I asked, "There's more, isn't there?" "Yes," he sighed. "What?" "Well, there weren't enough rooms in the inn for everyone to have their own. We had to have people double up." "Oh, God." I cut him off, knowing in my gut what he was going to say next. "Aiden was supposed to share a room with you, wasn't he?" "Yeah," Malcolm admitted. He went on to say something, but I couldn't focus, instead imagining what a week in the same room, or even the same bed, with Malcolm would be like. My pulse pounded in my ears as my mouth went dry. "Sophie?" "Sorry," I shook myself back to the present. "I missed that. Where are you?" I glanced around, realizing that I was undressed in the woods, and my voice rose to a squeak. "I was just about to go on a run." A playful warmth infused his tone. "So you're..." I cut him off. "Never mind what I am. You're asking me a favor, remember." Clearing my throat, I tried to calm my racing heart. "So, what are you offering?" "Offering?" "Well," I grinned, "if you're asking for a favor, you usually offer something in return." He stalled, clearly not expecting this. "Anything. Anything you want. You have my word, I'm not trying to take advantage. I'll keep my hands to myself." A soft chuckle escaped me. "Malcolm, what if I don't want you to?" He took several seconds to process this, and when he spoke, his words held a deep intensity. "Then I'd be happy to oblige." Chapter 37. After a severely shortened run, I headed back to the house, looking over the itinerary that Malcolm had sent me, with an hour-by-hour breakdown of activities. Scanning the list, I noted the inordinate number of outdoor games, hikes, and runs. What did I sign up for? Then, Malcolm's eyes flashed in my mind, watching, raw heat consuming me as I remembered his touch. My face flushed as I recalled the darkness of the theater. That's what I signed up for. Approaching home, I bounded up the stairs, walking in to see River taking a load of laundry out of the dryer. Standing up with the basket, they turned at the sound of the door opening. Surprise filled River's eyes as they saw me. "Oh, hey, you're back early." "About that." I closed the door behind me. "There's been a change of plans, and I'm going to have to fill in at next week's meeting." River paused, asking, "The meeting?" "Yeah." I nodded, not quite believing it myself. "Malcolm's picking me up tomorrow. The drive's going to be an absolute beast." A devious gleam appeared in their eyes. You're riding with him? Oh, that's not even the best part. I chuckled. I'm going to be rooming with him. River dropped the basket of clothes. Oh my God. You're kidding. Not even. Malcolm was supposed to be sharing a room with his second in command, but then his mate went into labor. You saucy little minx. What? I frowned. River gave me a knowing smirk. Don't think I didn't notice Malcolm's scent all over the place this morning. You two hooked up, and now you're spending a week sharing a room. I blushed, not bothering to correct their assumption. River eyed me head to toe, eyebrow arching as they went. Okay, you need to get showered and dressed. We've got a lot to do. What are you talking about? Bending over, they picked up the basket. I let it slide last time because that was a work trip, but no excuses this time. We're going shopping. For what? River shrugged. Lingerie? Protection? A dress? I mean, definitely a dress. These meetings always have some kind of semi-formal event, right? What? Hurry up. We don't have a ton of time, and you still need to pack. Confused, I let myself get hustled into the bathroom. An hour later, River was marching through the racks of clothing, pulling out the occasional garment and either putting it back or adding it to my increasingly heavy armful. When we'd combed through the entire section, I found myself locked in a changing room, stripping down to my underwear while River asked, "What's your bra size?" River. No arguments. You don't have a single matching set, and I'll be damned if I send you off without at least one. Smiling, I pulled the first dress off its hanger. Have I told you lately that I appreciate you? Some things don't need to be said, sophomore. However, I would accept a thank you in the form of sushi. Done, I promised. A flurry of activity followed as I whittled down the dresses, eliminating the awkward and the unflattering until 3 candidates remained. In between, River returned the rejects and brought back the most daring bras that the store had to offer. Okay, I said, wearing one of the 3, ruby red with an asymmetrical neckline. Stepping out, I looked to River, waiting for their judgment. Their eyes narrowed, considering. Twirl. I obliged, feeling the loose skirt whirl around my legs. That's super cute, River grinned. So, we're good with this one? What? River asked, shocked. Of course not. I mean, that one's a definite yes, but I still want to see the others. I frowned. Pretty sure I only need one. Nonsense. Go try on the next. You're a bad influence, I called as I closed the door behind me. I'm helping you land an alpha. I'm the best influence. We went through this routine with the remaining dresses, one emerald green with an A-line skirt and one jet black with a sleek silhouette. At River's urging, I left the store with all 3, along with several matching sets of lingerie. As the sun set behind the horizon, we sat at the bar of our usual strip mall hibachi and sushi restaurant, casually eating off of each other's plates, chatting about nothing, when River set their chopsticks down and glanced over at me. So, I swallowed. So what? What was it like? Without asking, I knew what they meant. River, I chided. I can't help it. I'm curious, they admitted, picking up their water for a sip. Well, I stalled. I mean, I'm kind of surprised that you don't know already. What do you mean? I mean that as curious as you are, I'm kind of surprised that you've never hooked up with an alpha before. River sent me an arch look. Are you implying that I'm promiscuous? I shook my head. I'm saying that you're a charming and charismatic person, and you could absolutely have pulled an alpha if you wanted to. Sighing, River frowned. Maybe. Honestly, I just never really got the opportunity. See, I have a hard time believing that. Believe it. Well, I reached over, picking up another piece of mango roll with my chopsticks. On the bright side, you got a tall, funny lawyer who adores you. Uncertainty filled their eyes. Yeah. I paused, setting the morsel on my plate. What is it? Nothing. Their tone said otherwise. Did something happen with Tom? I guessed. River's eyes met mine. No, just. I waited, unsure of where this was going, but concerned for my friend. Taking a breath, River admitted, forever so long time, you know? Nodding, I waited, and they continued. Like, I spent most of my life thinking about mating as this thing that would happen way in the future. I was okay with dating for fun and nothing more. The idea of falling in love, real love with someone who loved me back? That was a worry for later. But now, they trailed their chopsticks over their plate. Now it's staring me in the face, and there's so much that I wanted to do first. Reaching over, I squeezed their hand. I'm sure you can still do those things with Tom. Well, I amended, thinking of being with an alpha, most of them. River's shoulders sagged, mumbling, I guess, with no conviction in their voice. A brief shiver of anxiety raced through me, feeling like a premonition, but I pushed it aside. Chapter 38. Sunday morning arrived with a stomach full of anxiety, so as the time for Malcolm's arrival neared, I was standing in the kitchen, finishing up the last bites of my breakfast. There. Now it's full of anxiety and a bagel. I was washing up, tidying the counter, when an unmistakable knock sounded on the front door. My heart leapt, and I dried my hands on the dish towel, heading toward the sound before darting back and shutting off the faucet. Taking hold of the bags that were standing by the door, I opened it, a smile spreading across my face as I saw the man on the other side. A t-shirt stretched over the muscled chest I'd slept against, and his leather motorcycle jacket hid the arms that had held me close. Jeans covered his long, toned legs. Malcolm's eyes lit up, brightening with a warmth that radiated from him. "Hi," Malcolm's voice rumbled through me, soft but powerful. "Hi," I replied, a sudden shyness overtaking me as I remembered my last bold words to him. "You packed lingerie in the hopes that he'd take it off of you." We're way past shyness at this point. Malcolm seemed to catch the direction of my thoughts, and the warmth in his eyes kindled into flame. Stepping closer, I placed a hand on his sternum, rising up on tiptoe to press a quick peck against his lips. Before I could pull away, his hands caught me, holding me tight as he deepened the kiss, claiming me, marking me as his. Releasing me, he chuckled. "We should probably put this on hold until we reach Meriton." Dazed with his taste on my tongue, I stared at his mouth. I mean, what's the harm in arriving a couple hours late? Hours. His wicked smirk taunted me. "What are you planning on doing to me, woman?" Meeting his gaze, I linked my arms behind his neck, promising, "Step inside and I'll show you." Regret seemed to wash over him, and he glanced back at the truck. Unfortunately, that's not really an option. "What do you mean?" "The only thing on the agenda today is the welcome barbecue." "Don't tell me that's required." Malcolm sighed, picking up my luggage. "It's not that." "What is it?" He grimaced. "We've got passengers." "Huh. Couple of kids joining the pack exchange program. Their parents couldn't take the entire week off to go with them, and someone needed to drive them up." "Oh." I felt my desire deflating. "Well, shit." Leaning down, he gently kissed my forehead. "We've got time." "All right," I grumbled, digging in my pockets for my keys. When the door was locked behind me, I followed Malcolm down to the bed of the truck, noting the trailer. "What's this?" I asked. "Supplies." "Supplies?" Malcolm lowered the tailgate, explaining freebies and displays for the pack information fair, pack-made goods for the bazaar, and a bunch of other odds and ends that wouldn't fit in the truck. "Fun," I remarked as Malcolm slid my bag next to the others. As he shut the tailgate, I walked up to the cab and opened the passenger side door, climbing in. 3 teenagers sat in the back seat, earbuds in, absorbed in their phones, their gaming devices, and their books. The one on the right, a girl of maybe 15, looked up, murmuring, "Hi," before returning to her book. Could be worse, I guess. I pulled the seatbelt out, clicking it into place as Malcolm got in on the other side. When he was settled in, he turned to me. "Ready?" I nodded, not knowing what the day had in store. A little past noon, we pulled off the interstate to grab lunch, refuel, and rest. After a much-needed visit to the bathroom, I slid into a booth across from Malcolm, gratefully picking up my waiting burger. Unwrapping it, I bit in greedily and moaned. Malcolm watched me amused. "Hungry, were we?" Chewing quickly, I swallowed, nodding. If I'd been thinking at all, I'd have packed snacks. "Yeah, sorry about that." With everything else, that completely slipped my mind. I took a drink of my soda, waving off his apology. "I'm not blaming you, it's my own damn fault." Picking up a fry, I looked around us. "Anyway, where are the kids?" Gobby's in the booth over there, Malcolm pointed out. Sam's still in the bathroom, and Nathan wanted to take a walk. Not a bad idea, I conceded before popping the fry into my mouth. Would you want to take a stroll before we go? Malcolm glanced down at his phone. I'd like to get back on the road as soon as possible, if that's okay. What's the rush? Picking up my burger, I took another, less urgent bite. The trailer. I need to get that unloaded down at the meeting hall before the marathon organizers leave to set up for the barbecue. Oh? You want some help with that? I offered. Malcolm set down his soda. I was going to take Will along, but I could always use an extra pair of hands. You got it, I grinned, reaching for another fry. However, as the hours on the road wore on, I found myself fighting an all-consuming exhaustion and struggling to stay awake. When we pulled up to the inn, a large, resplendent piece of Victorian-era architecture, I was holding onto consciousness by a thread. Nestled in the lush greenery of the White Mountain National Forest, it had the kind of quaint charm that seemed straight out of a Hallmark movie. You'd never know it was owned and operated by werewolves. With a sigh, I got out, helping the kids with their bags as we unloaded the truck bed and climbed the stairs to the front door. Unable to appreciate the cozy warmth of the decor, I stood like a zombie as we checked in, swaying slightly on my feet. Still, up in the room I'd be sharing with Malcolm, I set my suitcase on the wooden luggage stand and stretched. So, when are we heading for the hall? Malcolm set his bag next to mine before turning to pull me into his arms. I am going to meet Will downstairs, and you are going to take a nap. What? I frowned. No, I mean, I'm a little tired, but... No buts. You're napping. Brushing a piece of hair away from my face, he added, if I know anything about this pack, you're going to need your strength to get through tonight. His words struck my imagination, and I grinned, envisioning other reasons to conserve my strength for tonight. Okay, I relented. What time do we need to be ready for the barbecue? 6. All right. Hugging him back, I nestled my face against his chest, breathing in his soothing scent. Hurry back. His arms tightened around me. Baby, you couldn't keep me away. When I woke, the slightly golden light filtered through the lace curtains and bathed the room in a warm glow. The soft, quilted coverlet tickled my nose, and I reached up to rub the feeling away. Turning over, I stretched, feeling my bare legs glide against the linen sheets. I ditched my pants for the sake of comfort, and in that moment, I reveled in the way the light fabric caressed my skin. Then I wondered, where's Malcolm? Glancing across the room, I found my answer when I saw him asleep in the other bed. Oh, disappointment filled me. Facing him, I watched as his chest rose and fell with his steady breathing. I was hoping he'd. My thoughts trailed off, not sure what I'd hoped. Reaching up, I groped for my phone on the nightstand and disconnected it from its charger. For a brief second, I tried to focus on the bright numerals on the lock screen. Then I sat up. Malcolm. On the other bed, he jerked awake, looking over at me. What? It's 6. His eyes widened. What? I don't know, I stammered. I thought I had my alarm set. Furiously, I navigated through my phone, wondering what the hell had happened to my 5 o'clock alarm, only to see. Oh shit. I set the alarm for 5 a.m., I admitted in a small voice. Crap, Malcolm grumbled, folding the sheets back and sitting up. A loud, insistent knocking sounded at the door. Who is it? Malcolm called as he picked up his phone and keys. Who do you think? A male voice called, sarcastically. Look, we're all down in the lobby. Are you ready to go or not? Looking over at me, Malcolm replied, Give me 5 minutes. Flinging the covers off, I sprang up, grabbing my pants and pulling them on. I didn't notice the way Malcolm froze, staring at my legs. As I smoothed out my shirt, I asked, Do you need the bathroom? Malcolm shook himself. No, go ahead. Gratefully, I rushed to the small side room, closing the door behind me. When my immediate needs had been dealt with and I'd managed to make my hair look less slept in, I stepped out to see Malcolm waiting for me. Ready? I nodded, grabbing my purse and jamming my feet into my shoes. Descending the stairs, I almost fell ass over teakettle at the sight of a crowd of my packmates waiting for us. Oh my God. They saw. A man I recognized as Will walked forward to meet Malcolm. Ready when you are, boss. Malcolm smiled, eyes sweeping over the crowd. Let's head out. There was a mass cacophony as the group began to migrate toward the door. Will hung back, smiling like a cat who'd cornered a mouse. So, what kept you two? My embarrassment roasted me from the inside out while Malcolm stared down his friend. Not another word. Will snickered, shaking his head as he followed the rest outside. Only Malcolm and I remained. His hand found mine, and he squeezed. Hey, are you okay? I looked up at him, fighting back panic. What is it? His warm eyes searched mine, and I couldn't manage a lie. My heart pounded in my ears, and I swallowed. Everyone saw us come down together, and everyone knows we're sharing a room now. Turning to face me, he reached up to cup my cheeks. And none of their opinions matter. Staring into his warm, dark eyes, I felt my worries melting away, and when he pulled me in for a kiss, his lips obliterated them all. When we parted, he asked, better. Maybe, I admitted. Good. Smiling, he grazed his thumb along my jaw. So, are you ready to survive this barbecue? Narrowing my eyes, I remarked, you're talking about this like it's some kind of endurance trial. Should I be concerned? Malcolm cocked an eyebrow. Maybe a little? Chapter 39. After the dinner ended, I stood with Malcolm, nodding politely and occasionally contributing as he made small talk with people I didn't recognize. Lycanthropes in khakis and t-shirts greeted Malcolm, apparently recognizing him from previous meetings, making courteous inquiries about the happenings in our pack. As they spoke, I felt their eyes start to me, curious, clearly wondering who I was to Malcolm. And who am I to Malcolm? I stiffened, clutching my red plastic cup as I realized I didn't know the answer. We were dating, but calling me his girlfriend didn't feel right. The clearing we were in, open and grassy, was filled with milling werewolves. Scurrying volunteers rushed about, clearing away the meal's remnants. Beneath my feet, the squishy ground sank slightly, a memento of the rain earlier that day. Its perfume hung in the air, amplifying the smells of the woods that surrounded us. Uncertainty filled me, a self-consciousness that only increased as I wondered what my packmates thought of me, especially given what they'd seen earlier. Malcolm and I are coming down the stairs from our shared room. Of all the ways I'd imagined us going public, this scenario was not on that list. Next to me, Malcolm reached over, taking my hand in his and squeezing. Looking over, I met his eyes, noting the warmth in his gaze. You okay? I took a breath, squeezing back as I nodded. Yeah. Just then, Will came up, slugging back the last of his drink and nodding a hello to our acquaintances. So he began, apparently, they're going to be announcing a run here in the next hour. Are we sticking around for that? I glanced up at Malcolm, awaiting his response. Malcolm turned to me before answering yes. Sure, I agreed. Why not? Malcolm shrugged. It'll be good for diplomacy. Glancing between them, I raised the obvious question. What if we have people who don't want to? Malcolm sighed, thinking. Okay, we'll supervise anyone who wants to stay for the run. Addressing Will, he asked, would you be willing to take care of the people who'd rather go back to the inn? Will snorted. Gladly. It felt like there was something behind his answer, but I didn't have time to figure it out before Malcolm announced, all right, let's get our packmates together. Tell everybody you can find that we'll be meeting by the parking lot in 5 minutes. Without another word, they excused themselves from the conversation, walking off to spread the news. Ready to follow suit, I murmured a goodbye to the women we'd been speaking with, the second in command of a Vermont pack and her sister. Well, the second in command, Beth, placed a hand on my arm, halting me. So, I hope it's not rude for me to ask. She narrowed her eyes. Are you with Malcolm? My face flushed hot, heart sinking as I feared where this was going, but I heard myself reply yes. A smile broke out over her face. Oh my God, that's wonderful. Confused, I frowned. What? Beth explained, Malcolm's been single for as long as I've known him, and I'm so glad he finally found someone. Her sister agreed. He's a really great guy, but we were all starting to get worried that he'd be alone forever. I couldn't believe my ears. You were. I mean, Beth looked at her sister. Nobody ever said it to his face, but it's been a concern for a while now. I grinned. People are concerned about his love life? A little, Beth admitted. Like, there's been some talk about trying to set him up with somebody. Please tell me that's not still happening? Her sister reassured me. It was just talk, don't worry. Well, I looked behind me, noticing packmates beginning to head toward the parking lot. I should get going. It was nice meeting you. As I left them behind, my thoughts turned to wondering about their relief and what would happen when it proved false. After the impromptu conference, more than half of our packmates returned to the inn, leaving us behind with some familiar and less than familiar faces. Returning to the clearing, I bumped my hip against Malcolm's, asking, "Hey, so?" He smiled. So? Licking my lips, I faced him. I got the impression that Will wasn't just volunteering to leave out of the goodness of his heart. Malcolm shook his head. Meriton has a reputation for going hard when it comes to outdoor activities. I raised a brow. How hard? He laughed. Depends on if they're alphas leading the run. I stared silently, letting my eyes ask the question in my mind. He's a great guy, just a little intense. Joking, I said, I'm imagining an oversized gym bro with golden retriever energy. Laughing, he wrapped an arm around my waist. You're not far off. In the warmth of his embrace, I felt my worries beginning to melt away, and I leaned against him, resting my head against his shoulder. Tired? I looked up into the rich brown of his eyes. Reaching up, he brushed some hair away from my face. You know, you could have gone back with Will. I pressed a finger to his sternum. Hey, I came along to help out, not hide away in our room. Something kindled in his gaze at the mention of our room. I wouldn't have minded. His lips pressed against my hair, and he whispered, not if it meant you were waiting for me when I got back. An image flashed across my mind, a vision of me kneeling on the bed, wearing nothing but a smile as Malcolm walked inside. My sudden desire scented the air around us, and his arm tightened around me. Careful, unless you want me to take you back to the truck and... I cut him off, turning to face him, a playful smile on my lips. Malcolm, don't threaten to take me right now if you aren't willing to follow through. His stare burned with raw intensity. Sophie, you don't know how willing I am. Pressing me against him, he let me feel the rigid proof between us. Then a voice across the clearing demanded our attention. Honored guests. The unwelcome reminder of our duties tore me out of the moment. With a rueful chuckle, I glanced over my shoulder, sighting a tall, well-built man with graying hair and a charismatic smile. That's the alpha, isn't it? Malcolm groaned. Yep. Well, I sighed. This is going to be fun. If I'd known how much fun we were going to have, I would absolutely have followed Will back to the inn. What had been proposed as a short, midnight romp through the woods turned into a grueling, multi-mile ordeal over rough terrain, with rocks underfoot and tree branches scratching along my muzzle. One agonizing eternity later, I limped back in the direction of the clearing, muscles screaming fire. All the while, Malcolm kept pace with me. He seemed to be bearing up better than I was, but was still breathing hard, even stumbling a little as he vaulted over a fallen tree. When we reached the end, the alpha shifted, triumphant. That was great. Wonderful job, everybody. I bit back a snarl as I headed toward my clothes, shifting with a whimper and hurriedly clothing myself. My feet ached as I shoved them back into my shoes, and I massaged the bruised pads of my fingers, still curled like paws, stiff and abused. I felt Malcolm's firm hand on my back as he asked, "Ready?" I answered him with one exhausted glance, and he nodded. Yeah, me too. We trudged over to the truck, taking along with us a pair of packmates whose rides had abandoned them for the inn. In that moment, I didn't need to ask to know how much they regretted that decision. The ride back was almost total silence, aside from the quiet drone of the radio. Malcolm parked, and every joint in my body protested as we walked inside. Up in the room, I had no patience or energy for anything. Fully clothed, I kicked my shoes off and climbed into bed, rolling over to the far side with a sigh of gratitude. As I pulled the sheets up to my ears and sank my head into the pillow, I could feel myself slipping away. Still, part of me heard Malcolm shut the door, locking it as he removed his shoes and stepped into the bathroom to change. When he came back, I was half asleep, but I saw the room darken behind my eyelids as he turned off the light, and I listened as his footsteps came up between our beds, pausing next to mine. Without conscious thought, I reached behind me, folding back the covers, inviting him in. There was a second's hesitation, then the mattress dipped, and I was pulled against the hard, warm length of his body. The last thing I remember is his nose nuzzling into my hair as he whispered, "Good night, Sophie." Chapter 40. Waking up the next morning, I grimaced when the aches from last night manifested as soon as I dared to move. Not the kind of aches I wanted to wake up with, I mused, reaching under the covers to massage my cramping calf. Speaking of, glancing around the room, I wondered, where's Malcolm? My question was answered as the door to the bathroom swung open, revealing the man himself in a three-piece gray suit, his light blue shirt offset by the dark blue tie. Instantly, I felt my mouth dry out as my heart sped up. Holy shit. He caught sight of me, and a slow smolder overtook his expression. "I take it you approve?" Meeting his gaze, I grinned, "Approve." Leaning up on my elbows, I let my stare take in his appearance. "I'd say that you've never looked better, except," I smirked, "I've already seen you naked." Malcolm's fathomless eyes captivated me as he drew closer, sitting down on the bed. His hand reached for my cheek, gradually moving down to caress my neck so. His thumb rested on the side of my throat, and I knew he could feel my racing pulse. He swallowed roughly, "You, me, tonight?" My mind flooded with images, Malcolm and me defiling every surface in this room. A salacious grin curved on my lips, and I whispered, "I thought you'd never ask." Sliding his hand up, he cupped my cheek as he leaned down. I tensed, pulling back. My breath probably smells like ass right now. "Sophie," he chuckled, "I don't care." Closing the distance between us, I felt the soft pressure of his lips before I tasted the sweet mint on his tongue. When we parted, I was smiling, lost in a warm daze. "Sophie?" Malcolm regarded me with warm adoration. "I'm going to go supervise breakfast. Can you be ready to go in an hour?" "Yeah," I groaned, sitting up. "Save me some bacon?" Standing, he solemnly intoned, "I'll guard it with my life." I raised an eyebrow. "We're werewolves. That's not an idle promise." He stared grimly into the distance, I know. Cleaned up, I headed downstairs, anticipating the flurry of whispers as I stepped into the dining room. To my surprise, there was none. Instead, I received several hearty good mornings on the short trek from the lobby, along with an equal number of hellos and silent, courteous nods. What? Then I remembered my conversation the night before. We were all starting to get worried that he'd be alone forever. Walking into the dining room, I suddenly realized how widespread that worry had been. Warm greetings rang out as I stepped in the door, leaving me blushing and flustered. This never would have happened at home. Clenching my hand into a fist, I tried to force the memories away. "You think you're good enough for him? Pathetic. It's time you remembered your place." I squeezed my eyes shut, taking a quick, shuddering breath. "That's not home now. It'll never be home again." Across the room, Malcolm waved me over to his table, motioning to the empty seat next to his. Marshalling my courage, I held my head high as I crossed the room. Will looked up as I approached. "Oh, hey, Sophie." Hi," I answered as I sat down. "So," he began, slyly, "how'd you sleep?" There was a quick thump from under the table, and Will let out a yelp, glaring at Malcolm. "What?" Malcolm asked, picking up his coffee mug for a sip. Will's accusatory stare seared the air between them while Malcolm feigned ignorance. I grinned. "I slept well, thank you. How about you?" Will glanced my way. "Not great. I'm sharing a room with my nephew, and he spent half the night scrolling on his phone." "Oh no," I sympathized. He shrugged. "It's fine. I told him if he didn't put it away, I'd see to it that it met with an unfortunate end before the meeting was over." Malcolm grinned. "It's a glimpse of your future, friend." "With Noah?" he asked. "No way," Will shook his head. "The only phone Noah's getting until he turns 18 is a flip phone." Reaching over to Malcolm's plate, I slipped off a slice of bacon. What about one of those super basic phones they advertise for old people? His eyes lit up. I like the way you think. Inside the meeting hall, an ample exhibition space with metal siding and a concrete floor, Will and I set up materials for the PAC information fair. A large, printed banner hung behind us, a photo of a tree-studded hill emblazoned with the words, Syracuse, PA. Poster boards stood on easels, enumerating the opportunities offered by our PAC, and I smirked to see the archives at the top of the list. I think we're ready? Will stood back, eyeing the table set up before us, laid with candies, stickers, brochures, branded notepads, and pens. Snorting, I answered, considering we have 5 more bags of candy and 3 boxes full of freebies. I sure hope so. You'd think his eyes grew unfocused, staring into the middle distance. Seriously? I frowned. I can't imagine that it's going to be an issue. Will shrugged, straightening a notepad. You'd be surprised at the number of rogues and unhappy PAC members who show up, looking for a change. That, after all, was the point of this event. Recruiting new PAC mates. I thought back, remembering the fair at the meeting I'd attended out in the Southwest, walking through the convention center, looking for anything that would take me away from. Goddess, what's with me today? Shaking my gloomy thoughts out of my head, I asked, do we normally get many recruits? Will nodded, there's always a few. We don't go all out like some PACs. Oh, something in his tone hinted at drama. Cocking an eyebrow, Will nodded down the column we were placed in, indicating a PAC from Connecticut with a vibrant, eye-catching booth blasting music and staffed by a half-dozen volunteers. They treat it like a competition. It's all about numbers with them, and they brag about having the most new members every year. He paused, grinning, of course. They think we don't notice how many of the potential recruits at our booths are looking to leave their PAC. Interesting, I grinned. Yeah. Personally, I'm more interested in finding folks who seem like a good fit and seem like they'll stick around. I don't enjoy wasting people's time. Glancing aside at Will, I realized how little I knew about him, aside from being Malcolm's friend and Josie's mate. So, I began. So, have we ever spoken before? I blurted. Will straightened up, looking over at me. I don't think so. Although, between Josie and Malcolm, it kind of feels like we have. Huh. An announcement came over the PA system, informing us that we had 5 minutes until the doors opened. Will's eyes narrowed. Want to speedrun this? What do you mean? How do you feel about pineapple on pizza? I hesitated, taken aback. Not bad, but not my favorite. Same. His brow furrowed, thinking, if you had to choose, would you pick mayonnaise or Miracle Whip? Grimacing, I answered, Miracle Whip is disgusting. He smiled. Good answer. As I got the idea, I said, okay, I see what you're doing here. Can I go? He nodded, of course. My eyes looked around, trying to think of a question as they landed on the candy bowl. Worst Starburst flavor? I looked back as he began to respond, and I interrupted him. Be careful. There is a correct answer. Will's fingers reached up to stroke his chin, considering. Orange, he spoke with certainty. I smirked, correct. Across the building, I heard a sudden burst of voices as attendees were invited in. All right, Will took a breath before holding up his hand. Let's do this. Reaching over, I high-fived him. Go team. Chapter 41. When the dust cleared and the information fair was winding down, I packed up the picked-over remnants of our goodies and looked around for Malcolm. He'd left to go attend the Alpha seminar at Meriton's PAC offices after dropping us off at the pavilion, and he'd promised to meet up with us at the end of the event to help box and transport our supplies. Unfortunately, there wasn't any sign of him, and I felt an antsy itch in my bones. Go, Will came up next to me, sliding the poster boards into a large, slim carrier. Take a break. I've got this. You sure? Yeah, he nodded. You look like you need a breather. Smiling gratefully, I set the box in my hand aside, saying, thanks, before grabbing my purse and heading for the exit. Through the crowds of wolf kind, I wove in and out of conversations, making a beeline for the trees at the edge of the parking lot. Only when I was free of the mass did I recognize the tension in my muscles, the agitation in my movements. Slowing, I picked my way through the cars, heading for the cool shade. Wanting to hear a friendly voice, I dug for my phone, took it out, and called River. And I waited, the ringing sounding in my ears. And I waited. Nothing. That's odd. Internally, I tried to convince myself that there was nothing to worry about. It wasn't unusual to be unable to reach River. Except, it kind of is. Uneasiness filled me, and I didn't notice the approach of feet. Hey, pretty lady. Need a hand? I glanced up, and a smile broke out over my face as I saw Malcolm twirling his truck keys. Hey yourself. Ending the call, I put my phone away. How'd the seminar go? His eyes narrowed. I'd be generous if I said it was soul-destroyingly dull. I chuckled. Is that all? It's honestly what I expected. Glancing around, he asked, Where's Will? With a nod toward the building, I said, Packing up. He sent me out to take a break. How'd it go? Well, I guessed. I don't have any point of reference, but we had a decent number of interested people and Will seemed happy with it. That's encouraging. Want to pack up and get out of here? I rolled my eyes. You have no idea. Malcolm slung his arm around my shoulder, and we made our way back inside. It took the three of us to fold, roll, and wrestle the massive, printed banner back into its box, but once that was done, the rest was relatively simple, and we soon found ourselves toting our things outside and stowing them in the bed of Malcolm's truck. When everything was ready, Will stood back, brushing off his hands. So, are you ready for this afternoon? Glancing his way, I asked, This afternoon? Malcolm groaned. Oh, fuck. I forgot. Turning, I began to worry. Seriously, what's happening? Will smiled grimly. Flag football tournament. We're going to have to change and be at the campgrounds in an hour. You're kidding, I stated flatly, hoping I'd misheard. If only. As it turned out, he wasn't. The damn football tournament took all afternoon, leaving me gross and sweaty. Moreover, the headache that had started from the unrelenting sun and the shouting exploded into acute misery at that night's dinner. The organizers had apparently decided that we needed dinner and a show, and the entertainment as we ate included a talent show with questionable amounts of talent and an AV system that was pitched at the exact right frequency to make me wish for death. We left as soon as we could politely escape, but the damage was done, and Malcolm's morning proposition was not happening. Downing some painkillers, I changed in the bathroom quickly, crawling into bed and pulling the sheets up over my head. Struggling to tune out the pounding ache in my skull, I tried to will myself unconscious. But as I buried my head in my pillow, I sighed when the mattress dipped with Malcolm's weight. He wrapped his arm around my waist, pulling me back against his chest. I'm sorry, I whispered, hating myself for disappointing him. You have nothing to apologize for. I still feel bad. Malcolm chuckled. That's probably the headache. It's guilt. We were supposed to. He leaned forward, kissing the back of my neck. We were supposed to spend time together, and anything else can wait until you feel better. Smiling, I squeezed the hand he'd laid on my stomach. I promise, when we finally make this happen, I am gonna rock your world. The next day started with cautious optimism. Malcolm and I parted at the pavilion with a quick peck on the cheek, and despite a broken jar of honey at the packed goods market, I managed to clean myself off and finished up with high spirits. That is, until that afternoon's nature hike. After stopping off at the inn to change clothes, Will, Malcolm, and I showed up at the campground, where we were immediately put to work as guides. The first outing went fine, but it all went to hell with the second group we took through the woods. It started when a giggly group of teen girls tried to cozy up to Malcolm, jostling for his attention. Outwardly, he was courteous, but every aspect of his body language screamed discomfort. Standing near the back as we waited for stragglers, I twisted off the cap of my water bottle, taking a drink. When he looked my way, his eyes met mine, and I read the plea for help within them. Time to rescue the big, dire alpha. With a shake of my head, I closed the bottle and strode up toward him. Hey, babe, are we ready? The endearment had an instant effect, and several of the girls took a step back. Malcolm smiled, visibly relieved. Whenever you are. Great, I grinned, sidling up next to him. Let's get this show on the road. Wait up. An unfamiliar voice called from behind us, and I turned to see another girl jogging up toward us, long legs bare from her pristine tennis shoes to her running shorts. I felt my eyes widen, thinking about the hike ahead of us. Are you sure you want to wear that? This trail isn't well maintained, and you might ruin your clothes. The girl gave me a quick head-to-toe scan, glancing over my full-length pants and muddy hiking boots. Looking unimpressed, she flashed me a plastic smile. Yeah, I'll be okay. Annoyance flared in my gut, and I shrugged, not my business. Next to me, Malcolm asked, "Is that everybody?" The girl's attention turned to him, and I watched her cheeks flush and her posture change. Fantastic. Looking up at Malcolm, she nodded. Yeah, let's go. Chapter 42. The planned hike led us up the hills to a secluded lake about 2 miles in. On the way there, Malcolm and I led the way, along with Kaylee. She'd introduced herself almost immediately, launching into a million questions about where we were from, what our pack was like, and how we were enjoying the meeting so far. I say we, but she was mostly talking to Malcolm. On his other side, I just listened to the onslaught, replying when she, or more often Malcolm, included me and occasionally throwing glances behind me at will, bringing up the rear and gleefully watching the show. As we trekked out toward the lake, her conversation turned to her pack and reiterating again and again how little she liked her peers and how much she was looking for a change. I mean, it's just parties and hair and shopping and boys with them, she groaned, disgusted. Like, they're exhausting to be around. Her voice lowered as she leaned into Malcolm. Honestly, I'm so glad that I finally turned 18. I have been dying to get out. Malcolm nodded as his eyes turned toward me, radiating panic. At the lake, we took a 15-minute break, and I made small talk and helped take pictures for some of the girls. The scenery was undeniably gorgeous, and in my quiet moments, I found myself lost in its beauty. Kaylee stayed by Malcolm's side the entire time. As I watched, I saw his polite, public facade crack, revealing glimpses of his grumpy default expression. Time for rescue number 2. Walking up to them, I smiled at Kaylee. Sorry to interrupt, but I need to borrow Malcolm for a second. She scoffed. You call your alpha by his first name? My expression hardened into a mask. Yep. If you'll excuse us. Huh. Kaylee glanced from me to Malcolm. Sorry, I was just always taught that was super disrespectful. You'd never catch me addressing my alpha without his title. My eyes met Malcolm's, and I muttered, good to know, as I led him out of earshot. When we were far enough away, Malcolm whispered, thank you. Wry mirth filled me, and I asked, so, still can't tell when someone's flirting with you? He took a breath. I can if it's obvious. Hey there, a voice called from behind me. Seems like you made a new friend. Looking over my shoulder, I saw Will grin as he came up to us. Malcolm scowled. Will? Not the time. Turning to me, Will lowered his voice conspiratorially. What do you want to bet she asks to transfer to our pack? With a lethal glare, Malcolm growled, put that sentence back in your mouth. Will just smirked, shaking his head. Have fun on the walk back. We're leaving in 5 minutes. Groaning, Malcolm deflated before my eyes. As Will went to announce our departure, Malcolm placed a hand on my arm. Promise me that you won't leave me alone with her. I know her type, and I don't trust her at all. I raised an eyebrow. Her type. He grimaced. Died in the Wool Alpha Chaser. My amusement soured, and I glanced her way. She stood apart from the rest of the group, messing with her phone and ignoring everyone else. But I saw her eyes turn our way, bright with admiration as they looked over Malcolm. A protective, possessive instinct swept over me, and I fought it with every fiber of my being. Okay. On the way back, we took a different path and let Will lead, pairing up to trail behind the group. Kaylee didn't seem terribly pleased by the way I was monopolizing Malcolm's attention, but she did her best to hide it. With everyone else several paces in front of us, we were able to talk. Even Kaylee appeared to get the hint, leaving us to walk near the head of the pack. Next to me, Malcolm spoke quietly, not wanting to be heard. Sorry about that. He nodded forward, and I didn't have to ask to know who he was talking about. My memories cast me back to my own teenagerhood, and my mood darkened. It's fine. She's not my first. It's not. Malcolm, I've known my fair share of girls like her. Fortunately, it's a phase. She'll grow out of it. Pausing, I added, probably. Reaching over, he took my hand. I promise you, once we're done here, we're going to have some alone time. Just you and I. I laughed. Why did you say that? What? He frowned. Shaking my head, I sighed. You jinxed it. I did not. He did. After we regrouped at our last pit stop, we realized that we were missing someone. Kaylee. She disappeared somewhere between the lake and the last clearing before the campground. Circling up for a quick conference, Will, Malcolm, and I argued about how to proceed. I'll go back and look, Malcolm began. Will started to object, but Malcolm cut him off. I insist. I'm the alpha here, and there'll be hell to pay if she isn't found. I'll go with you. Will and Malcolm turned to stare at me, but I just crossed my arms. I got a pretty good whiff of her scent, and 2 noses are better than 1. Will dragged his fingers through his hair. Fine. I'll take the others back, but if I don't see you in the next hour, I'm coming in after you. Malcolm nodded. Deal. Leaving the others, we backtracked along the path, periodically calling out her name. Finally, we found a lingering trail leading off into the trees. Stepping carefully, we delved into the undergrowth, following the scent. Kaylee? Malcolm cupped his hands around his mouth as he shouted. Alpha Malcolm? A distant voice answered him, and we headed toward it. Stepping through the trees, we emerged into a small clearing with several fallen trees, turning green with moss as they lay on the forest floor. Kaylee stood atop one, balancing as she walked along it. Looking up, she caught sight of Malcolm and smiled. Oh, hi. What's up? What's up? I watched Malcolm struggle to control his tone. You were missing. We had to find you. She turned, pausing when she saw me. Oh, hi. Hi, I replied, ignoring her visible displeasure. What happened? Why did you leave the path? Kaylee shrugged. I wanted to explore. She snickered at my concern. It's not a big deal. Malcolm's jaw tightened. It is a big deal. There would be a world of trouble for us if we lost someone else's pack member. Something's wrong. I tried to shake the sudden feeling, but it stuck like pine sap against my skin. Oh, come on, she grinned. Where's your sense of adventure? His eyes flashed, and he dropped the courtesy. It's buried beneath my sense of duty, the duty I have to make sure you get back safely. Now get off those fucking logs so we can escort you back. A shiver raced through me as silence overtook the clearing, quieting even the wind through the leaves. Kaylee froze, not seeming to believe what she had heard. Stepping off one tree and hopping onto the next, she drew closer. Excuse me. Malcolm shook his head. I'm not playing with you. If you want to frolic through the forest, you're going to do it on your own time. Let's go. She stood, stunned for a tense moment before smirking. Ask me nicely. What? Malcolm's patience snapped as I took hold of his shoulder, turning him away. Look, she doesn't want to go. Can we just leave her? No. What would I say to her alpha? Say that she refused to come with us, so whatever happens is on her? Sophie, I can't. Turning back to watch Kaylee walk along the tree, I asked him, well, do you have any better ideas? Malcolm didn't answer, only groaned as he began to pace. Trying to get a grip on my frustration, I sucked in a deep breath and focused on the ambient sounds of the clearing. As I listened, there was one sound, one strange noise that I couldn't quite place. Frowning, I forgot the situation for a moment, lost to my confusion and curiosity. It wasn't until Kaylee reached the end of one tree and started to jump to the next that I realized. Buzzing. It's buzzing. No. Wait. But she was midair, and when she landed, the tree's exterior cracked under her feet, dropping her into the rotten interior and releasing 1,000 angry wasps from its core. I flung my arms over my face, trying to protect myself as a dozen red-hot needles stabbed into my flesh. Sophie, run. Malcolm screamed, and I didn't hesitate, sprinting across the clearing as he raced over to Kaylee and picked up her shrieking, flailing form, carrying her away from the log. I don't know how long we ran. It felt like hours as the furious cloud followed us, stinging all the way. When they finally gave up the chase, Malcolm lay a sobbing Kaylee down on the ground, trying to catch his breath. A constellation of welts decorated her legs, matching the scattering on my arms and Malcolm's face and neck. Fuck, I grit out, eyeing the damage on myself. How bad is it? Malcolm asked, gingerly touching his face. Looking over at him, I felt a fresh wave of pain. We need to see if they have a medic down at the campsite. He cocked an eyebrow. That bad? I winced, counting the stings on his face alone. Yeah. Below us, Kaylee whimpered, clutching her knees. Can you walk? She sniffled, looking up at me. What? I repeated myself. Can you walk? Or are we going to have to carry you back? Leaning up on her elbows, she hissed with the effort. I think I can walk. With my arms slowly burning, I went over, taking her hand and helping her to her feet. Good, I said to Malcolm. Let's get out of here. He grimaced as he stood, and together we hobbled our way back to the path. As we finally reached the end of the trail, I sighed as I saw the medical tent in the distance. Almost there, I muttered. Next to me, Malcolm glanced my way, face red and beginning to swell. By the way, you were right. Of course I was, I snorted, then asked, about what? His shoulders drooped as he admitted, I think I jinxed us. I shook my head. This goes way beyond a jinx, Malcolm. This week is straight up cursed. He didn't argue, and limping, we left the forest behind us. Chapter 43. With almost a dozen wasp stings that hadn't healed yet, I called it an early night, sleeping fitfully in the soft-in bed. Waking up on Wednesday, the remnants of half-remembered dreams flitted through my mind, snatches of memory that dissolved in the morning light. I lay there for a moment, assessing my condition, relieved to find that the burning pain and itchiness of the stings were almost completely gone. Closing my eyes, I silently thanked the goddess for our healing abilities, grateful that I wouldn't have to endure that sensation for days. Then, turning my head, I looked toward Malcolm's bed. Empty sheets were rumpled where he had slept, but he was nowhere to be found. Throwing back the covers, I stood, walking to the bathroom. Steam hung in the air along with traces of his soap and shampoo, but no Malcolm. Showering and dressing quickly, I hurried downstairs, growing concerned. But there he was, presiding over breakfast, with only the slight slump of his shoulders betraying his mood. Malcolm smiled when he saw me, and I went over to him, worried eyes scanning over his face. His brow furrowed. Hey, didn't you get my note? I frowned, shaking my head. Shit. He grimaced. I was going to let you sleep in. After yesterday, I figured you could use it. So could you, I countered. I'm fine, see? He gestured to his face. All better. Malcolm. All evidence of swelling and redness may have disappeared, but that didn't ease my fears. Besides, he added, the Alpha seminar is still ongoing. If I missed today, then I'd have to send in Will, and I wouldn't do that to him. I snorted. We're slated to help out with Pack Survivor, whatever that means. I guarantee he'd rather be attending the seminar. Malcolm rubbed his hand over his stubbled jaw, and I could feel the weariness in his bones. Don't worry about it. I've got it handled, promise. Unsure, I sat back in my chair, settling a hand on his shoulder. Okay, if you're sure. He reached up, squeezing. I'm sure. Turns out, Pack Survivor was an outdoor team-building competition where the organizers wisely grouped people at random, regardless of pack affiliation. It was going about as well as could be expected, and less than half an hour in, I'd had to break up a near fist fight. To add insult to injury, River wasn't returning my calls. Stepping away from my station during a break, I pulled out my phone and noted the 3 failed attempts from before. Crossing my arms, I held the phone up to my ear, muttering, "Come on, River, pick up." Pick up. Nothing. When their voicemail recording finished playing, I said, "Hey, it's me again. I'm really starting to worry about you. Call me back when you get a chance." Pressing the red end button, I shoved the device back in my pocket, frustration growing by the second. By the time lunch rolled around, I was cranky, overheated, and sweaty. When Malcolm came to pick us up, I claimed first dibs on the shower and raced upstairs. Turning the water on cold, I hissed as it took the suffocating warmth out of my skin. When I was finished, I threw on my change of clothes, towel-drying my hair, and I walked into the bedroom. Malcolm sat on his bed, eyeing me like a starving man. Feeling better? Much. I'm glad, he smiled, but it was short-lived. Have you checked out the agenda for this afternoon? Looking his way, I felt my spirits falling. What fresh hell have they got for us? He rolled his eyes. 2 words, fun. Run. With a curse, I threw my sweaty clothes down on my bed. For goodness sake. Do these people ever rest? Apparently not, he sighed, standing. I'm going to rinse off. Meet me downstairs. I nodded. Yeah, I'll save you a seat. Malcolm murmured, thanks, and the bleak resignation in his eyes gutted me. When the door closed behind him and the shower turned on, I sank onto the mattress, burying my head in my hands and wondering where everything had gone wrong. In my wildest fantasies, I'd never imagined the week turning out like this. It's just not meant to be. I was about to grab my purse and head down to lunch when I heard it. A groan. Coming from the bathroom. My breath caught and I listened, tuning into the sounds coming from the other side of the wall. Another. Images flooded my mind, visions of what was happening while the shower ran. A lump formed in my throat, frustration rising to the surface. And jealousy. Sitting on the bed, I seethed at the unfairness of it all. Right then, he was in the shower, touching himself in ways that I desperately wanted to be touching him. So, do it. The thought shot through me, instantly setting my pulse pounding. Could I? Something inside me bristled, rejecting the idea outright. There was no way I was going to barge into that bathroom. But another voice countered, why not? As I stared at the closed door, I hesitated, imagining all of the ways this could go wrong. Tensions warred within me, battling until one thought remained. Please do it. Standing, I pulled my shirt off, followed by my shorts and bra. When my undergarments slid down my legs and lay at my feet, I summoned my courage and crossed the room. Slowly, I opened the door, silently stepping into the steamy air, and placed my hand on the door to the walk-in shower. Last chance to back out. Through the frosted glass, Malcolm had his back to me, leaning against the tiled wall while his hand scurried efficiently. I smirked. Let's see if he wants some company. Pulling at the handle, I watched Malcolm whirl, eyes widening as I joined him. Sophie. Shutting the door behind me, I thrilled as his gaze took in all of me, his Adam's apple shifting as he swallowed. Slowly, giving him a chance to protest, I walked up to him. Linking my hands behind his neck, I met his heated stare and whispered, "Do you want me to leave?" He laughed, full of disbelief. You're kidding, right? I grinned, letting my hand trail down his chest, across his stomach, pausing before I reached my goal. You're sure? Sophie, please. Then I wrapped my hand around him. Malcolm tensed against me as an animalistic grunt escaped him. Sliding my hand along the water-slick length of him, I said, by the way, I looked up, meeting his gaze, in case I haven't said it yet, you're beautiful. In an instant, Malcolm had my hair in his fist, pulling my head back as he devoured me, his soft lips a counterpoint to the harsh desire of his kiss. When he released my mouth, he growled, "Don't stop." I smirked, skating my teeth along his jaw. Not even for this? He didn't say a word, but I watched as a primal, ageless hunger filled his eyes. It was all I could do not to quiver with excitement. Chapter 44. Malcolm picked me up, setting me on the counter and parting my lips in a soft, lingering kiss. Taking a towel off the rack, he carefully dried me off. I smiled, captivated by the care in his eyes as he brushed the cotton over my skin, lingering along my undiscovered curves. Malcolm. He looked up, the tip of his nose brushing mine. Placing my hands on his hips, I pulled him closer, wrapping my legs around him. The feel of his skin against my inner thighs shot a thrill down to my bones. Dizzy with lust, my voice was a sultry purr as I asked, "What would you say to skipping lunch?" His teeth nipped against my ear. And doing what? Leaning back, I let him get an eyeful of my bare breasts, musing, I don't know, maybe taking a nap? Seeing what's on TV? Malcolm's voice was thick with desire. May I offer a suggestion? I smiled, mischievous. Of course. He tossed the towel aside, leaning over me. I was thinking that I could get you in my bed and show you what this beautiful cock can do to you. I felt my heartbeat at the apex of my thighs, and I replied, why wait for the bed? Show me now. I've got protection in my nightstand. I'm on birth control. He stilled, tensing as he watched my expression. IUD, I shrugged. They last forever. Something dark and untamed flashed over his eyes. You're saying you want to go without? I nodded, shivering under the intensity of his stare. A muscle ticked in his cheek, and the next thing I knew, I was slung over his shoulder. Malcolm. Hush. He landed a light sweat on my ass. The neighbors will hear. What are you? My words cut off as he dumped me on his bed. His eyes blazed as he climbed on the mattress, crawling over me with a single-minded ferocity. Desire flooded through my veins, and I melted against the comforter as he settled between my legs. You cannot tell me that you want to go without and then not expect me to go into caveman mode. Prone beneath him, a primal heat sparked within me, an unquenchable need to satisfy him in every way. Oh. Slowly, methodically, Malcolm's eyes devoured me, predatory in their hunger, and I was his prey. My breath caught in my throat, and I watched, mesmerized, as his fingertips skated over my skin, leaving trails of fire in their wake. Then he looked up, his gaze locking with mine, one question evident in those depths. I nodded, aching to please him. A devilish smile curved on his lips. Pushing my knees apart, he reached down. As knocks sounded from the outer door. I'd never seen him look angrier than when he turned to the intruder and snarled, What? Malcolm? Will's voice called out. Yes, he answered, exasperated. What? Have you checked your phone? No. The organizers called. Somebody massively screwed up the next event, and they need all hands on deck. Malcolm groaned, an expletive slipping from his lips. His shoulders slumped, and I lay stunned beneath him, torn between laughing and crying. Our gazes met, and I smiled, trying to reassure him that it was okay wordlessly. But something smoldered in his eyes, and he glanced toward the door. Will? Yeah. His hands idly caressed my calves. I'm going to need you to go away, okay? I stared up, not sure of what I was hearing. There was a moment's hesitation, then Will said, You got it. Thanks, man. Sounding only mildly annoyed, Will replied, You owe me. Malcolm grinned. You're a great friend. As his footsteps retreated into the distance, Malcolm turned back to me, brushing his thumb along my cheek. Do you still want to keep going? Taking in the image of the man between my thighs, savoring the sight as I admired his lips, his chest, his everything, I struggled to put into words how much I wanted to keep going. Smirking, I looked up at him. You're kidding, right? He didn't answer, instead leaning down, coaxing my lips apart, and taking me in a kiss that was sweet, gentle, and only fueled my hunger for more. Sophie, my name was a prayer on his tongue. Please, Malcolm. Please. Reaching down, his fingers traced me, testing my wetness, my readiness. His eyes burned like coals as I waited, teetering on a knife's edge. Keeping his fingers in place, he began to circle my sensitive spots, watching my face, silently observing my reactions. I tried to reciprocate, but Malcolm caught my wrists, bringing them above my head and pinning them to the sheets with one hand. Squirming, I gasped, writhing as he teased me, tormenting me. As he throbbed within me, Malcolm leaned down, taking my lips in a kiss that claimed me, marking me indelibly as his. Boneless beneath him, I surrendered to his need, taking his voracious hunger and aching for more. Resting his forehead against mine, we lay there, our mingled scents perfuming the air. Tracing my fingers along the ridge of his spine, I sighed. I guess we'd better get ready to go? Malcolm's eyes met mine, a wicked gleam shining in them. Guess again. But the meeting? Screw the meeting, he smirked. I've waited years to get you into my bed. I'll be damned if I let you out of it this quickly. Chapter 45. Several hours later, the sun was setting behind the western trees as Malcolm and I sauntered up to that evening's event, a bonfire ringed with picnic tables and random groups of lycanthropes holding drinks and chatting. Speakers set up by the stage blasted a mix of classic rock and 20-year-old pop. Smoke hazed the air, stinging my eyes, and I couldn't remember feeling happier. Malcolm's fingers entwined with mine, our linked hands swaying as we walked. You know, we could. No. I smiled, shaking my head. You didn't hear what I was about to suggest. Let me guess. We could go back to the inn and continue where we left off. He sent me an arch glance. As a matter of fact, no. Oh. Looking forward with a saucy grin, he said, I was going to suggest we try something new. Ooh. Like what? As I recall, we tried a lot. Sophie, I've had years to fantasize about you and me. Believe me when I say that this afternoon barely scratched the surface of the things I want to do with you. I met his gaze, tempting. Unfortunately, we're going to have to save that idea for later. What do you mean? I mean we'll just saw us. We can't ghost now. Gesturing across the clearing, I pointed out the distant figure coming our way. The hell we can't. Malcolm, I turned to him, leaning up on tiptoe to whisper, let's compromise. We make the rounds, mingle, rub some elbows. And? He asked, breath warm on my skin. Winding my arms around his neck, I savored his fiery stare. And then I take you back to our room and show you things you never imagined I'd be into. I kissed the tip of his nose, laughing at his bemused expression. So, I take it this is what you were up to while I was working this afternoon? Will's voice came from behind me. I turned and froze. Malcolm spoke for both of us. What the hell happened? Will glowered, his face the one clean spot on his entire body. I got tasked with supervising the ice plunge, then spent 3 hours getting splashed with freezing, muddy water, and I haven't had a chance to clean up since. Oh my god. That's why you are going to be driving me back to the inn, because I am not getting this mess all over my car. Sighing, he added, also, because I plan on getting incredibly drunk. I mean, I do owe you. Oh no, this is not me cashing in that favor. I'm saving that for later. This one's gonna be out of the goodness of your heart. Malcolm's eyes narrowed. Fine. But if you vomit in my truck, you're cleaning it up. Deal, sucker. Will laughed and headed for the beverage tent. By the way, he turned, addressing me, congrats on finally doing the deed. I've been rooting for you too. I felt my blush all the way down to my toes. Malcolm chuckled, thanks, Will. So, he cleared his throat. Still want to mingle? Facing him, I quirked an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that we retreat, tails between our legs, just to hide the fact that we were hooking up all afternoon? A grin tugged at the corners of his mouth. Well, maybe. Teasing, I leaned against his chest. Are you ashamed of me? He shook his head, placing his hand in the middle of my back. Sophie, I'm proud as hell to have you on my arm, and I don't care who knows what we were doing all afternoon. I'm just thinking we could get back to it sooner if we leave. Proud? His words touched a hurt place inside of me, and, without thinking, my fingers cupped the back of his neck. I met my lips to his, silencing him with my kiss. Malcolm's arms wrapped around me, sighing as we parted. So, is that a yes or a no? Smirking, I answered, that's a later dot. Fair enough. Hand in hand, we circulated, chatting with unfamiliar lichens who seemed to recognize Malcolm while casting curious glances at me. I fell back on the habits of my former life, calling on the persona I'd built with my ex, back when everything and everyone seemed determined to mold me into the perfect alpha's mate. My polished smile didn't dim, but behind it, my mood fell, reminding me that this bliss, the thrill of standing by his side, was ultimately temporary. Jeering laughter rang in my head, a fragment of a memory. Next to me, Malcolm seemed to sense my unease, looking down as he squeezed my hand. The action sent a warm rush of comfort through me, and I squeezed back. This might be temporary, but I'm going to enjoy it while it lasts. The night darkened, and the crowd thinned. We would have been long gone, tangled beneath the sheets of our bed, except this crusty, old wolf is in love with the sound of his voice. My polite facade didn't falter, but Malcolm's was beginning to crack. It was a testament to the older man's inattention that he couldn't tell we were trying to end the conversation, that we'd been trying to end the conversation for the last 20 minutes. As he droned on, my eyes began to wander, drawn to the lively crowd near the fire. They were younger, some clearly underage, and taking advantage of the lax supervision at the beverage table. I didn't recognize any of our pups, to my relief, but I did spy some that I recognized from the week's events, including the pair that had almost fought that morning. In fact, my attention sharpened as I heard the distinct tones of a heated argument. A punk-ass little bitch who doesn't have the hands to back up his big mouth. Oh yeah, I felt my scalp prickle with a premonition of danger. Malcolm. He turned, following my gaze toward the gathering circle around the boys. What are you going to do about it? Keep talking, and I'll show you what I'm gonna do. Malcolm was moving in an instant, muttering an apology as he strode toward the fire. I hurried to keep up with him. Across the clearing, I saw Will heading toward the fight, eyes locked on the pair who were now chest to chest and shouting. Big talk for a bitch. Who's a bitch? I'm ready to go. You wanna go? I'll end you. You think so? He laughed. Okay, let's make this official. I shall. The boy's words stopped as Malcolm's hand smacked the back of his head. No, you don't. The foo. He whirled, blanching as he caught sight of the pissed-off alpha behind him. Malcolm snarled, Will, Sophie? Get the other one out of here. Will nodded. On it, not breaking stride as he reached for the other boy. He jerked out of Will's grasp. Get off me. Will chuckled. You know, one of the benefits of age is that you get better at telling when someone is doing you a favor. Lashing out like a viper, he grabbed the boy's arm roughly. Now shut up and come with us. He fought, but I took his other arm, and between the two of us, we dragged him to the far edge of the clearing as the other adults joined in and broke up the spectators. Let me go. The overlapping odors of gin, beer, and fireball saturated his breath. Why? Will snapped. So you can keep yelling schoolyard insults at each other? He wants a challenge, so I'ma give him a challenge. The boy cut off with a cry as Will pinched his ear and jerked it down, hard. Now you're going to listen to me, you little stupid jerk. Fury flared in Will's eyes, and he twisted, eliciting a whimper of pain. Don't test me, kid. I will rip your ear off and wear it as a trophy. Okay, he relented, going limp in our grasp. Now, Will snarled, seeming to vibrate with anger. We need to get one thing straight. You do not idly challenge people. Challenges are governed by the old laws, and the old laws do not mess around. Okay. No, not okay. You need to understand. You do not challenge another wolf unless you are ready to kill them. A chill ran down my spine, and I watched as his words hit home. Will continued, they are not playthings, and they are not tools for your measuring contests. Got it? Yes, I got it. I really want to believe that, kid. I got it. Will's eyes turned to me. That sound convincing to you, Sophie? Silently, I nodded. Okay, if you've convinced her, then you've convinced me. Will paused, taking a breath. Now you're gonna call over some of your little friends, and they're going to take you home. His voice sharpened. Not back to the campground, not to McDonald's, you are going home. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Say it like you mean it. Yes, okay? I'm gone. Will glanced up, and I followed his eyeline to see a pair of ashen-faced boys. His eyes narrowed, and he hissed, Did you get that? They nodded. Will looked down, addressing our captive. Okay, so, here's what's going to happen. We're gonna let you go, but I promise you, if I hear any more about this, if I find out that you changed your mind and stuck around, if I find that this stupid, nonsense fight continued after tonight, I will take your ear with my bare hands. Got it, Van Gogh. The boy nodded, and we released him. Rubbing his abused ear, he turned back only once before hurrying away with his friends. As they headed toward the mass of cars, I heard a flurry of whispers, including, The hell is Van Gogh? Will called after them, Stay in school, dumbass. Dazed in the aftermath, I followed Will back to the fire, where Malcolm stared down at the other boy, sitting sullen and cross-legged on the ground. Is the other one gone? Will answered, He has strict instructions to take his ass home. Good. Addressing the boy on the ground, Malcolm growled, We're going to wait 10 minutes, and then you are going to do the same. The boy muttered, Whatever. Malcolm's stare darkened, and his voice lowered to a deadly whisper. If you're that desperate for a fight, then I'll happily oblige you, but you will not enjoy the experience. The boy didn't answer, but I saw him shift away from Malcolm. Looking up, Malcolm's expression softened. You both good to go back after this? Yes, I sighed. Will agreed. You have no idea. We stood, silent in the raging heat of the fire, waiting for the time to pass. Crossing my arms, I felt a subtle shiver along the back of my neck, a curious, uncomfortable sensation that harkened back to our animal heritage. It's the feeling of being watched. Chapter 46. The next morning, I assisted one of the archive's HR representatives in setting up a booth for the job fair. We didn't have many openings, but we were always looking for qualified and enthusiastic applicants. In particular, I was desperately hoping for someone who knew about database management. The backlog of records hadn't gotten any better since I'd mentioned the issue to Gerald, and with him out on paternity leave, I couldn't realistically hope that he'd made any progress on finding help. Midway through the event, the flow of candidates had slowed to a trickle, and I stepped outside, walking toward the edge of the parking lot to call River. Again. Anxiety gnawed at my nerves as the phone rang in my ear. Once. Twice. Come on. It droned on and on, ratcheting up my fear until... Hi, you've reached River. I am unable to come to the phone right now, Dash. Hitting end, I ran my hand over my hair, trying to get my emotions under control. It didn't work. This is weird, this is wrong. River never takes this long to get a hold of. Desperate, I searched through my contacts, found a number, and pressed call. Sophie? Is everything all right? Hi, Gerald. I actually called to ask you the same thing. What do you mean? I've been trying to get in contact with River, but they're not answering their phone. Did something happen? He paused. I don't know. I've been home with the baby, so I'm out of the loop. Have you tried Tom? Tom, of course. I haven't, but I'm calling him right now. Thanks, Gerald. Anytime. Let me know how it goes. I can always drop by your house and check in. You're my hero, Gur. After a quick goodbye, I found Tom's number and thanked the goddess that I'd saved it. Beginning to pace, I called, waiting as the dial tone blared in my ear. Finally, the ringing cut off. Hello. The voice on the other end sounded weary and raw. Oh, fuck. Tom? Hey, I've been trying to get in touch with River, but they're not answering their phone. Emptiness answered me. They didn't tell you? My heart dropped into the pit of my stomach. Tell me what? We broke up. Ice water cascaded over my skin. What? We broke up, he repeated, matter-of-factly, his tone hollow. I heard you. What happened? I thought things were going well. Yeah. Tom scoffed, so did I. Then, out of nowhere, River called me up and told me we were over. Just like that. Yeah. No explanation, no warning. Just, we're done, and now they're not answering my calls either. The gravel crunched beneath my feet as I stopped in my tracks. That's so weird. It just Dash. Tom's voice broke. It just doesn't make sense, Dash. Tom. No, Sophie. It doesn't make sense. Everything seemed good. We'd spent the night at my place. I'd made breakfast, and then River just got this panicked look and said they had to leave. I shook my head slowly. That doesn't sound like River. It doesn't, and I'm worried, but they won't talk to me. I've called and called. I even went to the house, but nothing has worked. Shit. Swallowing, I said, look, I'm going to try getting in contact again. If I can get River on the phone, I think I can figure out what's going on. Okay, just let me know if they're okay. I will. Hanging up, I immediately retried River's number. There was no answer, which, while aggravating, wasn't a shock anymore. This time, though, I waited until I heard the tone of their voicemail. River? Hey, I know something's wrong. I need you to call me back, okay? Everyone's worried, and I just want to help. After ending the call, helplessness sat upon me like a 10-ton weight, so I started going through my apps, opening every one that had messaging capabilities and that River used to. Fingers trembling, I sent a variation of the same message at least half a dozen times. River, you're scaring me. If you don't call me in the next 5 minutes, I'm stealing a car and driving back down there. As I finished with the last app, my fear was receding and frustration sparked, quickly turning into a raging inferno within my chest. What the fuck is going on? Fuming, I reopened my messages and sent one more. We can have this talk over the phone or in person, but we are having this talk. You don't get to pull this shit with no explanation. I hit send, inhaling deeply as I stared up into the cloudless sky. Then my phone vibrated in my hand. I answered without looking. Hello. It's me, River answered. Taking a breath to calm myself, I asked, what's going on? I heard an annoyed sigh and my vision flashed red. God damn it, River. You cannot panic me like this and expect me to not demand some fucking answers. What the hell is going on? The inevitable. The fuck is that supposed to mean? River's voice was cold, eerily devoid of emotion. It means that this was bound to happen eventually, and I was sick of waiting for it. What was bound to happen? Tom and I breaking up. WH-. It was only a matter of time. I grit my teeth. Tom doesn't seem to agree. There was a pause. You spoke with him? Yeah, I was trying to contact you. He's blindsided. He'll get over it, River muttered. How can you say that? They snorted, a humorless expulsion of air, because I'm doing him a favor. A favor? He doesn't want to mate with someone like me. I froze. He said that. No, he didn't have to. Who would honestly want me? A tremble in River's voice betrayed their inner turmoil. Shit. My tone softened. Riv, what's going on, really? A sniffle sounded through the phone. I'm a fucking mess, and he deserves better than me? Riv dash. No, Sophie, it's the truth. I'm a goddamn disaster, and no sane person would want to be tied to me. You're not. I'm barely functional on good days. I'm just a bundle of anxiety, defense mechanisms, and neuroses. My own fucking family refuses to associate with me. Your family is a barrel of assholes dash. The only one that bothers to stay in contact is my mother, and she only calls on my birthday and holidays. That says more about their character than yours. Sophie, do you know what would happen if I'd let us become mates? I shrugged. You would have loved each other until death and beyond? He'd have figured out the truth and spent the rest of our lives resenting me. What truth? They hesitated. Nothing. River dash. Forget it. It's nothing. God damn it, what truth, River? I demanded. River's temper snapped, that I'm fucking unlovable. Stunned, I felt River's outburst echo in my mind, warping until it sounded disturbingly familiar. After a long second, River whispered, if we mated, if I let this happen, I'd be trapping Tom, and I'd never forgive myself for that. I pushed past the buzz of panic in my skull, struggling to compose myself. Swallowing hard, I asked, what about him? What do you mean? I mean, what about Tom's thoughts? Tom's feelings? You're making this decision for him and denying him the chance to choose for himself. River scoffed, but I didn't relent, gaining momentum as I continued. No, let's call this what it is. You're not sparing Tom. You're pushing him away because you're scared. Scared? You're scared of your feelings, scared of letting your guard down and being vulnerable. You'd rather spend your life alone than let someone get close to the real you. My words hung in the air, blunt and borderline cruel. Fuck you. The expletive cut, but I ignored the insult. Are you angry because I'm off base or because I'm not? River didn't answer. Want to prove me wrong? Prove that this isn't pure cowardice on your part? Talk to Tom. Have a conversation like a goddamned adult and tell him what you're feeling and why you're breaking it off. Fine. Then the call cut off and silence met my ears. Locking my phone, I put it in my pocket with a shaking hand. I think I just torpedoed my closest friendship. Unshed tears burned against my eyelids and I blinked, trying to dispel the moisture. When I felt I could trust myself to not dissolve into racking sobs, I returned to the job fair and stopped just inside the doors. A faint scent tickled my nose, invading my sinuses and setting every hair in my body on edge. My eyes scanned over the crowd, searching, frantic. Because I knew that scent, I recognized it. And I desperately hoped never to smell it again. Chapter 47. Nerves on high alert, I stood on the sidelines, watching the tug-of-war before me. A literal tug-of-war. 2 packs, one from Maine and one from Rhode Island, were facing off in the open field where they'd held the flag football tournament and the bonfire the night prior. For the 1000th time, I wondered what the organizers had against relaxation. We were up next, clad in battered athletic wear after the initial events of the Pack Olympics. Malcolm was rallying our packmates' spirits, and I was scanning over the crowd, looking for him. My breathing was shallow, bordering on panicked, as I thought about the damage he could inflict by opening his mouth. What are you going to do if you find him? Confront him? What would you even say? Inhaling through my nose, I searched for his scent, but found nothing. Maybe he's sitting this event out. A hesitant hope flowered in my chest. Just a little longer. Can I have a little more time before it all comes crumbling down? Glancing over at Malcolm, I watched him joke with some of our older members, his severe expression softening as he laughed. Just a little longer. I wasn't aware of anyone behind me until I felt the tap on my shoulder. Startled, I almost jumped out of my skin, barely containing a yelp as I turned. Kaylee stood behind me. Oh, hi. Tucking some hair behind her ear, she replied, sorry. Her eyes started to Malcolm, then back to me. Can we talk? Sure. Privately? Of course. Leading me a little way away from our group, Kaylee faced me, swallowing hard and staying silent for several seconds. Deciding to break the ice, I said, are you feeling better? It looks like your stings have healed. The last time I'd seen her, her face had been an angry shade of red spotted with welts. Yeah, that's actually kind of why I wanted to speak to you. Oh, She licked her lips. I need to apologize. I was acting like a total brat, and there's no excuse for it. Hey, and don't try to spare my ego by pretending that it wasn't that bad. I was being a little shit, and we both know it. She's not wrong. Can I ask, why were you acting like that? Pressing her mouth into a thin line, Kaylee answered, this meeting was supposed to be my chance to be someone new, to set aside the girl I was at home and try to be different. Why do you want to be someone different? She sighed. I kind of had this realization a while ago that I don't. Taking a deep breath, she continued, I don't actually like myself much. That hits a little too close to home. Why not? I spent so much time trying to fit in with the girls in my pack that she shook her head, I lost sight of who I was. And that's way too close. So, you decided to go in the opposite direction? Basically. She mumbled. You might have overcorrected a bit. She scoffed. A bit? Remembering her arrogant demeanor and snide tone that day, I bit my tongue, choosing to remain silent. Then, with a slight smile, I asked, would you believe that I know what that's like? You. Yep. Except, I went the draw inward and pull away from everyone route instead. Really? Yeah. Kaylee snorted. Probably a healthier response than mine. Reaching out, I laid a hand on her arm. Don't be too hard on yourself. Not to minimize your experience or anything, it's just. I think it's super easy for our kind to just go with what our packmates want and ignore our own needs. Like, peer pressure's already a bitch, but it's 10 times worse when you're as aggressively social as we are. I still feel like I should apologize, though. Okay. I shrugged. Like, you guys got stung to pieces trying to save my silly ass. I don't even want to think about what would have happened if you hadn't been there. Well, I'm glad that we were. I wouldn't wish that fate on my worst enemy, let alone someone whose only fault is being a little bratty. Kaylee laughed. I guess. Thank you. You're welcome. Just remember, behind every functional adult is a kid who made bad choices and managed to learn from them. I guess. Her eyes turned to the tug-of-war as the Rhode Island pack dragged the others across the center. Uproarious cheers sounded around us, and I asked, so, are you competing? No. I'm going back to my motel room and taking a nap under the air conditioning. I'm the only one here from my pack anyway. Oh, yeah, she grinned. Kind of trying to get as far away from California as I can. I chuckled. Kaylee, you don't know how much I relate to that. After narrowly missing out on second place in the Pack Olympics, we returned to the inn to rest and recuperate before that evening's event. Wrapped up in Malcolm's arms, I dozed in the golden light of a quiet summer afternoon. Cocooned in his warmth, my eyes shot open when I heard my phone buzzing against the wooden nightstand. Groaning, I reached over, my foggy mind clearing in an instant as I read the name on the screen. River. Murmuring an apology to a sleepy Malcolm, I took the phone and stepped into the bathroom. River? I whispered, closing the door behind me. Hey, Soph. Crossing over to the sink, I cut in, "Listen, I'm sorry about what I said earlier. I was too harsh." "You weren't. But you said what I needed to hear." My brow furrowed with confusion. "What?" I went over to Tom's and we talked. And we talked about our relationship, our feelings, and my reservations. And he reassured me. You should have seen him. He was so confused about why I would think those things. "So, what happened?" River was silent for a moment. I stopped holding back. "Riv, we mated." WH. I sat down on the closed toilet seat. "Really?" "Yeah," they laughed. It all happened so fast. Like, all my doubts fell away, and I couldn't hide from the truth anymore. I love him. And that was enough. River, emotion clenched at my throat. "I'm so happy for you." "Thanks, sophomore. This literally wouldn't have happened without you." Shaking my head, I replied, "No, this was you." "I'm so proud of you, River." They laughed. "Yeah, I finally pulled my head out of my own ass." If that's your way of saying, I finally allowed myself to be vulnerable and commit to the man who loves me, then I agree. Semantics. Glancing over toward the door, I felt warm pressure behind my eyes. "Well, I guess I should let you get back to newly mated shenanigans." "Yeah, I might be over here for a while." "Y'all enjoy that. Just remember to give Tom breaks every once in a while." River chuckled. "Tom's a big boy. He'll let me know if he needs a break." Goddess help that man. "Talk to you later." "Later." Hanging up, I remained seated, uneasy as the strangest sense of disquiet filled the air around me. Sighing, I walked out, laying my phone on the nightstand and climbing back in beside Malcolm. As his arm wound around me, pulling me closer, I felt a coldness within me, wondering how much longer I would have this. Chapter 48. That night, under wild stars, the attendees of the meeting convened for a movie night. Walking in from the parking lot, I noticed that a massive projector screen had been erected at the campsite, accompanied by an array of speakers that battled to be heard over the raucous crowd. As we found a spot and settled in, I noticed that the screen was showing a playlist titled Wolf Tunes. Currently, Werewolves of London was blasting out over the space, but I could barely make out the lyrics. Next to me, Malcolm grumbled, carrying a cooler with refreshments of varying alcohol content. "Fucking hell, are they going to be this loud the whole time? Hopefully they'll shut up when the movies start." I grinned over at him, putting down a pair of folding camping chairs that had been slung over my shoulder. Around us, our pagmates settled in, claiming spots, laying out blankets, and setting up their own seats. I watched as they greeted old friends and new acquaintances. Missing from the fray was Will. After yesterday's ordeal, he'd called in his favor and opted to stay at the inn tonight, resting and FaceTiming with his mate and their son. After dispensing beverages and making small talk with our neighbors, a man I recognized as the resident alpha appeared in front of the screen to quiet the audience and announce that night's double feature. In the meantime, I got cozy, curling up in my seat and leaning against Malcolm, savoring his warmth in the chill night air. His arms stretched across my shoulders, pulling me closer. "Comfortable?" he asked. I snuggled against him, getting there. Ahead, the screen changed, displaying a black and white image emblazoned with the Wolfman. Grinning, I settled in to watch the original Hammer horror classic. Unfortunately, someone nearby had taken the opportunity to light up, and a foul, noxious smell wafted over us. Malcolm shifted in his seat. "Are you okay?" I whispered. "I'm fine." However, as the movie played on, I began to notice a telltale tightness in his features. "Malcolm, what is it?" He paused, then admitted, "I'm getting a headache." Glancing behind us, I tried to locate the source. "Do you want me to talk to them?" "No, I'll just deal with it." "How about we take a walk? Some fresh air might help." Malcolm looked over at me. "All right." Standing, we picked our way through the audience, murmuring apologies until we made our way past the last of them. When we were free of the crowd, Malcolm took my hand, twining his fingers between mine as we strolled. Wordlessly, we skirted around the campgrounds, heading instead toward the tree line and the barely visible trailhead hidden there. Stepping onto the shadowy path, we breathed in the scents of pine, maple, and cedar, underlaid with the faint rot of leaves decomposing on the forest floor. Malcolm sighed, relaxing finally. "Better?" I asked. "Better." His hand squeezed mine, and I smiled as we walked along, listening to the faint stirrings of nocturnal life around us. In the distance, a branch cracked under the weight of something significant, and my attention zeroed in on the aroma of a female deer less than 100 yards ahead of us. Swallowing, I stopped, aware of my heart racing within me, fighting the urge to give chase. I wasn't aware that my canines had grown longer, sharper, until Malcolm turned me to face him and forced my eyes to meet his. "Hey, look at me." Unable to resist, I obeyed his command. His voice was soft, soothing, and full of authority. "We do not have permission to hunt on these lands. It would be rude." "I know." I closed my eyes, trying to get my instincts under control. "I know. I guess I didn't eat enough at dinner." Malcolm smiled, maybe. Wrapping his arms around me, he pulled me into a tight hug, and I rested my face in the crook of his neck, melting into his embrace. But comfort morphed into something more as I looked up, reading the hunger in his eyes. His head dipped down, and I rose to meet it, parting my lips against his, letting his tongue explore me at its leisure. "Sophie dash." Pulling back, I gripped the front of his shirt for balance. "We should head back." He hesitated. "Should we?" Looking up, the fiery heat of his stare made his meaning clear. A thrill shot through me, and I struggled to control the primal compulsions racing through me. "We can't." "Why not?" They'll smell us." "With the rest of the smells going on in that clearing?" "I doubt it." "Malcolm." "Sophie, I want to push you up against that tree." He nodded toward a large oak behind me, "and take you like my life depends on it." "Now, if you tell me that you don't want that, then I'll believe you." His fingers cupped my cheek, brushing along the sensitive skin. "Is that what you're telling me?" My words caught in my throat as whatever feeble objections I'd had faded away. Silently, I shook my head. "Good." Backing me against that oak, Malcolm pulled me close, his touch igniting a fire under my skin. My arms curved around his neck, pulling his mouth down to mine, melding them together with scorching heat. Gasping, I clung to Malcolm as the tension built, a gradual, mounting pleasure that intensified with every kiss. Desperate for more, I pressed myself against him, whimpering incoherent pleas for mercy. In answer, he turned me, bracing me against the rough bark. I barely had time to register the sensation before we were moving together, the connection electric and overwhelming. "Malcolm." "That's it, baby. You know where I belong." The end came quickly, powerfully, and I couldn't help the cry that ripped from my lips as the tension finally shattered, eliciting a deep, resonant groan from behind me. Molten relief flooded my veins, and I felt it all the way down to my toes. "Sophie." Anguish filled his voice seconds before his body tensed, finding his release. Radiant in the afterglow, I leaned against the large oak tree, trying to catch my breath. Malcolm's hands moved up, pulling my back against his chest. "Sophie?" "Yes." I purred, lazy and contented. "I just want you to know." "What?" His lips brushed against my ear. "You were absolutely worth the wait." Chapter 49. Malcolm sat in the uncomfortable metal chair across from a calm, collected man in his 40s, already knowing that he was going to invite him to join the pack. The meeting hall around him was quieter than it had been since their arrival. The bulk of the attendees were off in the woods somewhere, doing something undoubtedly asinine. The werewolves that filled the hall today were those specifically looking to transfer packs or join the pack exchange program. On the other side of the battered folding table, Dave continued, "I'll have to get recertified for Pennsylvania, but I'm coming up on 20 years of experience now, so I don't think it'll be much of an issue. And would you be needing a workshop space?" He shook his head. "As long as I have my work van, I'll be fine." Scrolling through a list on his laptop, Malcolm cut in, "It's just that we have a number of properties available that already have outbuildings that could suitably convert to an electrician's workshop, if that's something you'd need or want. We could also build something new or even add on an addition." Dave paused, surprise evident on his face. "You'd do that?" Malcolm shrugged. Alpha privilege. I can use or alter pack property as I see fit, and if it's what's necessary for your family to succeed, then I'll do exactly that. Oh, then yes, I'd appreciate it. Well, that more or less covers my questions. I just have one more. Shoot. Leveling his stare at Dave, he asked, "Why are you really leaving your pack?" Freezing, Dave swallowed. You've been a member in good standing for your entire life. All of your extended family is still there, and moving means leaving behind your business and uprooting your mate and 3 children. There's got to be a pretty strong incentive motivating you. Dave looked down at his lap, silent as Malcolm watched him. There's been some bullying happening. Bullying? My youngest. He stopped himself, frowning. He came out about 6 months ago. Dave raked a hand through his thinning hair. I'm still adjusting. You know what they say about old dogs and new tricks, but I'm getting there. What happened? His hand clenched on the tabletop. I finished a job early one day, so I figured that I'd go home and start some dinner. Glancing away, his eyes grew distant. I get there, and I hear this sobbing from upstairs. My mate's still at work. The older kids are at practices, so I know it's my youngest. When I go to find out what's wrong, he breaks down and tells me everything. The harassment, the name-calling, the shoving. It had been going on for months, and I didn't know a damn thing about it. Your family couldn't help? Dave scoffed, an ugly, disgusted sound. Who do you think the ringleaders were? His cousins, my nephews, were orchestrating the whole campaign. Damn. Yeah. So, that night, I went over to their house and informed those little punks that if they didn't stop and apologize immediately, that I'd be attaching jumper cables to them and running a couple thousand volts through them. Malcolm snorted, and Dave met his eyes. I may not be the best father in the world, but I love my kid, and I'm doing what I need to protect him. He sighed. Anyway, I came home and started talking with my mate about moving. I just think a fresh start would be best for everyone. Okay. Thank you for your honesty. Malcolm turned to his laptop for a moment. Is it going to be a problem? He glanced up. My youngest being well. Oh no, not at all. Sounding skeptical, Dave asked, "You're sure?" Absolutely. Now, I want to take a couple minutes to look over our available properties so that I can get an idea of where we're going to place you. Going to? Malcolm nodded. Welcome to the Syracuse pack. Wrapping things up a short while later, Malcolm sent him off with links to 3 potential listings, a handshake, and, at Dave's tearful insistence, a hug. Walking him out into the waiting area, he sent him off, then handed Will the packet of his information. He's a definite, yes, we'll need transfer paperwork for him and his family. Will, already typing away, asked, "How many in total?" 5. Grumbling, Will muttered, "You're killing me here." Malcolm patted his shoulder. New members mean growth, and growth is a good thing. At the other end of the table they shared, Sophie wrangled piles of paperwork. Picking up a small sheaf, she snapped it into a clipboard and handed it to Malcolm. Next up is Gabriela Torres, whom you might remember. Seeing someone approach in his periphery, Malcolm glanced up. Oh, hey. He smiled. Knoxville, right? The woman standing on the other side of the table nodded. The rogue at the restaurant. What brings you up here? She licked her lips, nervous. Giving Pack Life another try? Really? Well, I'm happy to hear it. What changed your mind? Chuckling, she answered, learning that, apparently, not all alphas are jerks. Sophie snuck a glance at Malcolm, smirking. It wasn't until much later, nearing midday, that they had a break in their schedule. Checking his phone, Malcolm noticed a missed call from Patricia and excused himself to the parking lot to return it. As the phone rang, he walked to the edge, where grass met gravel, breathing in the pungent aroma of pine and grass. She answered on the 4th ring. Malcolm. Hi, I missed your call. Did you listen to your voicemail? Didn't even notice that you left one, sorry. It's been insanely busy here. Blake came by to gloat. Malcolm's mood dimmed. Gloat? Apparently he's convinced another elder to side with him on the mine purchase. Scowling, Malcolm retorted, You mean he bought them off? He's one away from half. I know. Listen, I'm doing what I can, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough, kiddo. Dropping the phone away from his ear, Malcolm closed his eyes, squeezing his hand into a fist as anger coursed through him. The thought of the mine, of that festering, open wound on his territory, soured his stomach with a rush of nausea. And it'll be my responsibility. The mess, the lingering damage and health impacts, all of it would be placed on his head. It'll be my fault. Sound from the speaker caught his attention, and he raised the phone to his ear again. Sorry, I missed that. I asked how things were going at the meeting. Glancing behind him at the large meeting hall, Malcolm answered, good. Definitely the least disastrous one I've been to. Oh. Don't get me wrong, it's been exhausting, and there was this fun encounter with a wasp's nest. What? I'll tell you later. It's just been more bearable, you know? Uh-huh, Patricia replied. And would this have anything to do with you and Sophie sharing a room? Malcolm couldn't help his smirk. Maybe. Are you saying? I'm saying nothing, and I'll thank you not to press for details. Sure, she chuckled. Just wondering, should I be expecting an announcement soon? Malcolm stilled. Announcement? We're not rushing anything. More precisely, he wasn't rushing anything. If Sophie needed more time to decide, then he would give her all the time in the world. But, truth be told, her reticence was beginning to worry him. He'd known that morning in her kitchen exactly where he stood, and these past few days had only confirmed his feelings. Sleeping beside her, being with her, had been everything he'd ever imagined and more. If it had been up to him, they would have sealed the mate bond by now. She wasn't sure yet. Behind him, footsteps crunched on gravel, and he turned to see Sophie approaching. Speaking into the phone, Malcolm said, Hey, I've got to get back to it. I'll call you later. You'd better. He hung up, sliding the slim rectangle into his pocket before Sophie hugged him. Malcolm's arms wrapped around her, holding her tight. Hey. Tilting her head back, she looked into his eyes. Your next appointment is in 5 minutes. Pulling her closer, he breathed, Thanks. What is it? Nothing. Malcolm. He sighed. It's about the mine. Oh, she murmured. It's not looking good. How so? Blake's close to getting all the votes he needs. Oh, damn. Yeah, that's more or less my thoughts too. When's the meeting? Next week, Friday. Then you've got time. Sophie dash. Her direct stare seared into his soul. Nothing's set until it's set. You've got time. Malcolm didn't answer, just pressed his lips against the top of her head, grateful that this woman was his. Later, the Pack-owned brewery was holding an adults-only mixer. Will was currently debating the relative merits of nitro stouts with a short, jovial man while Malcolm stood by, discussing the day with the man's mate, a fellow alpha. She was retelling a story about an incident that had happened that morning, where the two young males who'd almost challenged each other at the bonfire had shown up to the interviews, both wanting to join her pack. Security had virtually been called before they'd agreed to leave on their own. I was wondering what that commotion was. Yeah, didn't exactly leave the best impression. I don't think either will be surprised to learn that they weren't accepted. Malcolm nodded, while in the back of his mind, musing that they might. Next to him, Sophie came back from the bathroom with a determined look on her face. Hey, can I talk to you for a minute? Excusing himself, Malcolm followed her out onto a concrete patio, the air filled with cigarette smoke. What is it? I've been thinking about what you said this morning. About? About the mine and Blake. His stomach dropped. Oh yeah, that? I had an idea, and I wanted to run it past you. Okay. I know you've been doing research on the mine and on coal mining in general, but what about researching Blake? Malcolm frowned. What do you mean? Glancing around them, Sophie lowered her voice. I mean, do you have anyone investigating Blake? The dude's so slimy it's practically oozing out of his pores. I don't believe for one moment that he's pushing for this sale out of purely altruistic reasons. He's getting something out of this, and I think you need to know what that something is before you go into this meeting. He frowned, immediate objections coming to his lips. Sophie, I can't do that. He's a pack member, but he's still got a right to privacy. Listen, I could ask River to do a little digging. They've got the computer skills to find anything you need, and they've definitely done it before. What? Let's just say that they've admitted to digging a little too deep into their ex's histories before. Sophie, I can't. It's an ethical breach. He trailed off. Malcolm, there is an exception. What exception? As Alpha, I am entitled to all correspondence done on the Pack's behalf. Understanding sparked in Sophie's eyes. So, anything Blake sent with regards to the mine sale dash. I have the right to read. So, if I asked River to only find mine-related communications and ignore everything else, do you think they could do that? I think you might want to ask them that when you give them a call in the morning. Mind buzzing with ideas, he didn't notice at first as Sophie tensed beside him. Looking down, Malcolm noted her unease, and he followed her expression across the floor. Inside the brewery, standing with a pint glass in one hand, a tall, lean man about Sophie's age turned and stared, astonished, at Sophie. Chapter 50. A few minutes earlier. In the bathroom of the brewery, I washed my hands, still troubled by the news Malcolm had gotten this morning. A vision of Blake, his sleazy smile and veneer of politeness, passed through my thoughts. It's not looking good. Turning off the faucet, I glanced up, meeting my own eyes in the mirror. He is less than a week. What could he possibly find in the next few days that he hasn't seen in the past month? I sighed, cranking about a foot of paper towel out of the dispenser and drying off. Maybe he's looking in the wrong place. Pausing, I considered the idea. He'd been researching the mine, hell, he'd gone to Tennessee to learn about the impacts of coal mining on Pack life, but had he been researching Blake? Energized by the sudden epiphany, I rushed through the expansive brewery tasting room and went to Malcolm's side. He was speaking with an older, female alpha, and I nodded apologetically at her as I laid my hand on Malcolm's arm. Hey, can I talk to you for a minute? Malcolm murmured an apology to the other alpha and kept up as I led him outside, heading for the far corner of the patio for the sake of privacy. What is it? There was a note of concern in his dark, warm eyes, but as I laid out my plan, they lit with possibilities. If I asked River to only find mine-related communications and ignore everything else, do you think they could do that? I smiled, admiring how he was determined to follow his conscience and abide by the limits of his power when my gut told me that Blake had no such compunctions. I think you might want to ask them that when you give them a call in the morning. I savored the hopeful grin on his lips, noting how different he seemed after his palpable worry earlier. Then it hit me. That scent. It tickled my nostrils and sent my hair standing on end. Oh no. Glancing around surreptitiously, I tried to pinpoint the source, and then I froze. He stared back at me from the bar. Ice water rushed down my spine as a flurry of images passed through my mind, memories of the darkest, most miserable time of my life. This isn't happening. The years had aged him slightly, but recognition still came instantly. Do you know him? Time slowed to a crawl as I looked up to find Malcolm's eyes on me. I frowned, trying to stall as long as I could. His brow furrowed as he elaborated. The guy at the bar. He's staring at you. Me? I thought he was staring at you, I lied. He shook his head. I don't know him. Do you? I shrugged, attempting nonchalance as my heart pounded against my ribcage. He kind of looked familiar, but I don't have a clue who he is. Turning my head, I sought him out, and felt a rush of overwhelming relief when he was gone. Thank the goddess. Did he just disappear? Malcolm wondered aloud. No idea. Huh. I faced Malcolm, feigning confusion. That was weird, right? Very, he agreed. We stepped back inside, and it seemed like he had genuinely left the premises. Only a half-empty pint glass marked where he had been. Can't blame him. I don't think he's any more eager to see me again than I am to see him. But that momentary encounter, as brief and distant as it was, soured my night and set my nerves on edge for the rest of the event. As we left some hours later, I caught sight of the luminous moon hanging in the sky above us. Silently, I sent a prayer into the ether. Please, please let him stay away. Please let this bubble last as long as possible. The next morning broke bright and cloudless through the windows of our room. As I came to consciousness, I squinted my eyes at the light. In that moment, I'd never hated the sun more. Exhausted after a week of running myself ragged, all I wanted was to lie in bed for the next month. Groaning, I buried my head beneath the sheets, nestling against Malcolm's warmth. Hiding isn't going to make it go away. His resonant voice rumbled through him. Mumbling into his chest, I said, "It will if I hide long enough. Come on. One more day, and then we're out of here. Or we could skip out early dash." Will's already doing that, and I promised that we'd stick it out through the last few events. Pulling the sheets down, I frowned at him. I don't remember agreeing to this. Malcolm smiled, brushing his fingertips over my messy hair. "I'll make you a deal. You can sleep all the way back to Pennsylvania." I rolled my eyes. "Yeah, sleep, except we're going to have 3 teenagers in the back, remember?" "No, actually we won't. They're driving back with their parents." "Parents?" "They came up last night. Couldn't take the entire week off to be here, but they wanted to see the closing ceremony and meet the alphas of the packs they'll be staying with." "Oh, yep, we get to drive back alone." I sighed, peering up. "Are you sure I can't just stay in bed for the rest of the day?" Malcolm smiled. "You could, but you'd be leaving me to deal with these people alone." Resting my chin on his chest, I mused, I'd have to be truly heartless to do that. Never mind that staying in bed was probably the safest option for me. After all, if I were here in this room, I would run no risk of re-encountering him. He went out of his way to avoid you too. There was some comfort in that, knowing that I wasn't the only one trying to avoid confrontation. If only we could leave right now. After showering, Malcolm called River, explaining the situation and permitting them to dig into Blake's interactions regarding the mine. I watched from the other bed, fastening my necklace clasp and hoping that it would be enough. As he ended the conversation, he stood, sliding his phone into his back pocket. "So, breakfast?" I looked up at this man, this wonderful, kind, caring man, terrified that I would lose him just as fast as I had found him. He offered his hand, and I accepted it, standing and slinging my purse over my shoulder. Chapter 51. As the last words were spoken at the closing ceremony, the cheers went up, celebrating the new pack members and the official end of the meeting. Truth be told, I might have cheered extra hard for that last part. The prospect of having this week behind me and sleeping in my own bed again had me almost delirious with relief, and I hugged Malcolm, overcome with glee. Around us, our pack mates greeted the newcomers with a fervor reserved for only the most social of animals. Releasing Malcolm, I slowly sidled to the edge of the fray, observing with amusement. And, gradually, a coldness crept over me. Sitting on the outside, looking in. For a moment, the familiar faces seemed strange to me, and I felt alien to them. Then it passed. Malcolm glanced toward me, a flash of concern crossing his features. Shaking off my odd melancholy, I put on a smile. The cacophony settled as groups began to make their way toward the farewell picnic being held outside of the meeting hall. As the crowd thinned, Malcolm walked toward me, wrapping one arm around my waist. "You okay?" I nodded. "Yeah, just tired." Pulling me closer, he leaned down to kiss the crown of my head. "Same." I closed my eyes, breathing in the warm comfort of his scent. "Hi, it's Malcolm, right?" Glancing behind me at the source of the voice, I found a short, curvy woman standing a few feet away. I didn't recognize her, but that wasn't exactly strange. Over the course of the week, being at Malcolm's side had introduced me to a slew of new faces hailing from packs in the region and across the continent. But, for the life of me, I couldn't remember her name. Looking at Malcolm, I expected to see him wearing a courteous smile. But instead, he frowned, palpably confused. "Right?" She offered her hand to shake. "I'm Hannah, Zoe's cousin." His expression turned from uncertainty to panic. "Oh." Hannah grinned. "Don't worry, she told me the date was off. I just wanted to say hi." Malcolm took her hand, and they shook quickly. "Yeah, sorry about that." She snorted. "It's totally fine, really. One less blind date is a plus in my opinion." Turning to me, she said, "I'll never understand the impulse to meddle in other people's love lives." A sudden spike of jealousy began to fade as the animal side of my brain realized she wasn't a threat. Nodding, I agreed with her. Me neither. Besides, she said, to be perfectly frank, Malcolm's not exactly my type, if you get me. I chuckled. That's good to know. Anyway, she addressed Malcolm. Would you please tell Zoe that we spoke? I'd love to get her off my back. His expression darkened, and I recognized a red spark of anger in his eyes. Wait, is she still pushing the date? She'd glanced away, distracted by something, only to realize she'd stuck her foot in her mouth, seemingly. Oh no, nothing like that. She's just constantly dropping hints that I should join your pack. Oh, and I keep telling her that I'm happy where I am. Her voice lowered to a whisper. Between you and me, I think she just wants another babysitter nearby. Malcolm laughed, easing the tension and settling the nerves I hadn't realized were on edge. With the air cleared, they began to chat while I looked on, discussing Zoe, Caden, and the new baby. As I watched, a treacherous thought stole through me. This is the kind of woman he should be dating. The words hit like arrows to my heart, but they weren't wrong. Warm, affable, and outgoing, Hannah seemed to be everything that an alpha's mate should be. Under different circumstances, I could see them meeting and hitting it off. I can see why Zoe thought they'd be a good match. If he weren't with me, maybe they would be. A strange unease settled over my thoughts. Am I being selfish? By taking his time, was I keeping Malcolm from finding a woman who would make a worthy mate? Someone who deserved him? Because I knew, deep in my bones, I knew that I didn't. How long until he realizes it, too? That evening, with the young ones tucked away for the night and the mess of the end-of-meeting celebrations cleaned up, the adults congregated at the closing gala. I walked into the meeting hall, decked out now in twinkling lights, paper lanterns, and planters overflowing with flowers and greenery. The lycanthropes who had spent the past week covered in sweat and grime had cleaned up nicely, bringing out their finest for the last event of the annual gathering. On Malcolm's arm, I wore the ruby red dress that I'd bought at River's insistence, the soft, silky fabric brushing against my legs as the neckline was perfectly flattering. Darting my attention to the side, I snuck a glance at Malcolm, admiring the crisp lines of his black suit. In the back of my mind, I envisioned myself later in the night, alone in our room with him. As though he could sense my appreciation, Malcolm looked down, grinning. Patience. I smirked, squeezing his bicep. I will not be held responsible for my thoughts when you look this good. We reached the dance floor, and he took my hand, whirling me into his embrace. Beaming as his hand came to rest on my waist, we began to sway to the music, a sweet ballad that wafted through the air like a spring breeze. I bet you're glad you took that dance lesson, I teased. Leaning his head down, Malcolm whispered in my ear, I bet you're glad that I'm not stepping on your feet. I whispered back, very. He chuckled, pulling me closer, and I lost myself to the melody and his intoxicating scent. The ballad bled into an upbeat number, then another, while I held him, following his lead as we swayed in time. More people arrived, and the dance floor filled around us, but I was only vaguely aware. All of my attention, all of my senses were focused on the man in front of me. I guess that's why I didn't notice him until it was too late. Malcolm stopped, stiffening against me, and I barely had time to look up before I heard the voice behind me. Hello, Sophie. No. Mute horror flooded my mind, and I turned, coming face to face with a nightmare. He stood slightly taller than my memories, older, with the faintest hint of gray threading through the thick, black hair. Oh God. Unable to speak, I could only blink as I fought to form a response. For a moment, it was almost like I could see the ghost of his teenage self overlaying the man he'd become. Xavier. My tongue felt numb as I spoke. Oh, hi. The last time I saw him, My throat dried up and I shivered, knowing how much he knew and how easily he could destroy me. He glanced up toward Malcolm. Xavier Darrow. I'm a former packmate of Sophie's. Oh, Malcolm reached his hand out and shook Xavier's. Nice to meet you. What brings you to New England? Life. He shrugged. And work, I guess? Malcolm's eyes darted to me, curiosity evident in them. I see. Yeah, Xavier continued. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just thought after the brewery that it'd be weirder if I didn't introduce myself. Malcolm's brow furrowed. That was you. Yeah, he grimaced. That was probably pretty strange. It's just, after everything at her pack, I'm not sure Sophie wanted to see me again. I didn't. Panic buzzed in my ears, and I only vaguely heard Malcolm say, really? She didn't mention anything. Xavier gave a faint laugh. I can't blame her. I mean, I was only there for a couple months with the pack exchange program, but that was enough to tell me that I didn't want to be a part of that. Please stop. Really? Malcolm's voice was even, but I could hear the undertone of interest. Yep, just. Xavier glanced at me. I've spent time with a lot of different packs since then, but I've never met another as toxic and just mean. Oh, there were just a lot of deeply unpleasant and deeply unhappy people there. He directed his following words at me. A lot of bullies, in fact, if I remember correctly. A string of awful, vicious taunts rang through my mind, words I wished I could forget. He concluded, I'm just glad to see that you got out. My voice was brittle as I replied, me too. How are you doing? Better, I admitted. I'm working with the archives, and it's really rewarding to be a part of such an important project. His smile seemed genuine enough. I'm glad. What are you up to these days? I asked, desperate to get the topic off of me. Xavier's smile turned to a grimace. Being a lone wolf, honestly. I keep attending these meetings hoping that I'll finally find a pack that suits me, but he glanced around the large, packed room. So far, no luck. Malcolm spoke. I'm sorry to hear that. Don't be. Xavier shook his head. Some people are just born to be rogues, and I guess I'm one of them. Dread raced through my veins like poison, and I braced myself, fully expecting Malcolm to offer him a business card and an invitation to join us. Instead, his hand squeezed my waist, and he said, well, I hope you find what you're looking for. Xavier just smiled. I hope so too. Bidding both of us goodbye, he walked into the crowd, leaving in his wake 1,000 questions I couldn't hope to answer. Chapter 52. By the next morning, when we'd loaded the last of our things into the truck, we still hadn't discussed it. The topic hung heavy in the air as Malcolm navigated to the highway, beginning the long trek home. On I-95, we were on cruise control in the center lane when we hit a lull in the conversation. I felt my pulse spike, and I licked my lips. So, I began, are you going to ask me about it? About what? He answered, both eyes on the road. Glancing over, I tried to gauge his mood. About last night. Malcolm smirked. You mean the absolutely unhinged things you did to me after we got back? Blushing, I landed a playful smack on his shoulder. No, I mean at the party. You mean Xavier? Yeah. I looked down, staring at my hands in my lap. Do you want to talk about it? Not particularly, I admitted. Then we won't. I turned to stare at him, unsure I'd heard him right. We won't. He flexed his hand on the steering wheel. Your past is your business, and if you're not comfortable sharing, I don't want you to feel like you have to. You're not curious? I didn't say that. I'm just willing to wait until you're ready. Sitting back against the seat, I drew my knees up, curling in on myself. There's just a lot about New Mexico that I'd rather leave behind. Like, God, I haven't been back in years. I shook my head, my thoughts trailing off. Now, Evie's mating ceremony is going to drag me back. An icy tendril of fear crept up my spine as I imagined exactly what and who I'd be going back to. Sophie? I turned to Malcolm, blushing slightly. He glanced my way. I was saying, I've been told I'm a good listener. Just let me know if or when you want to give me the full story. My pulse leapt at his words. Taking my hand, he squeezed. You're worth the wait. Settling back into my seat, I sighed, feeling guilt race through me like a poison. Tired. I nodded, averting my eyes from his. Exhausted. Here, Malcolm lowered the truck's stereo volume. Go ahead and take a nap. Excuse you, I managed a faint smile. I'm the co-pilot. I have a job to do. He pointed toward the phone mounted on the dashboard, displaying a map. We're basically on autopilot until we hit New York. Take a break. Okay, I murmured, balling up my jacket and wedging it between the window and my head. Eyes closed against the mid-morning sun, I asked, "Don't let me sleep too long, okay?" Malcolm answered, "Okay. Get some rest, Sophie." With an uneasy heart, I eventually drifted into fitful sleep, haunted by ghosts of my past. "So, what's the plan after I drop you off?" Malcolm asked. I frowned, watching as familiar trees whipped past the window. "Unpacking. If I don't get to it right away, there's no telling how long it'll sit in my suitcase." "Fun. How about you?" He shrugged. "Probably pick up some takeout, then sleep." I nodded, about to speak when. "Oh, damn." Malcolm's eyes darted to me. "What is it?" Rolling my head back, I stared at the roof of the truck. "I don't think I'm going to have any food at the house." "What?" "We were running low when I left," I explained, thinking with horror about the milk that had been about to expire. It was River's turn to get the groceries, But River's out on mate leave? "Yeah, well, they've been over at Tom's, So, would you want to join me for takeout?" "Takeout?" I'm thinking Chinese and then maybe my place? A faint smirk formed on my lips. "Your place?" "Well," he grinned, "I can't leave you in a house without food." I arched a brow. "And you're offering this invitation out of the goodness of your heart?" "Of course. I can't sit by while a pack member goes hungry." "How altruistic of you." "Very." And he cocked his head to the side. "If I happen to also give you some mind-blowing orgasms in my bed, then that's just a win for both of us, isn't it?" I fought back my amusement. "You really go above and beyond for your packmates, don't you?" Malcolm shook his head. "Just you." Hesitating, I said, "I don't have any clean clothes. Everything in my suitcase is dirty." "Okay," he shrugged. "So we stop by the house, dump your luggage, and pack an overnight bag?" My eyes narrowed. "You planned this, didn't you?" "Nope. I'm just quick to seize an opportunity when it presents itself." I laughed, and when we reached the house, I did just as he'd suggested, pulling out an old backpack and tossing in a change of clothes and a work outfit along with my already packed toiletry bag. Back in the truck, we headed for the lone Chinese restaurant in Syracuse, a local staple owned by one of the few human families in town. Apparently, they'd moved here about 10 years ago and have since built a loyal customer base. If they suspected anything odd about their neighbors, they'd kept those thoughts to themselves. I couldn't blame them. Werewolves were notorious for their bottomless stomachs. Having a clientele made up of lycanthropes was probably a restaurateur's dream. So, with to-go containers full of lo mein, fried rice, pot stickers, and about 3 different entrees, we headed into the hills toward Malcolm's home. Inside, the stale air of a week's inactivity met my nose, and Malcolm seemed to notice it as well, turning on the large, overhead fan and opening windows in the living area. "Here, I set the food on the counter. I'll get this set up. You go clean off the table on the deck. You want to eat outside?" I glanced toward the high windows built into the southern face of the house, noting the bright, cloudless blue of the sky. "Yeah, why not?" "As you wish." Malcolm reached into a drawer, dug out a towel, and wet it in the sink. He headed through the glass double doors, and I smiled as I fished out plates and serving spoons. We ate while the heavens above us turned golden in the evening light, the air growing distinctly chill as the sun sank toward the horizon. When the last bite of food hit my lips, I chewed carefully. Malcolm's gaze met mine across the table. "What are you thinking about?" I bit my lip. "That I kind of want a shower? I always feel gross after spending all day in a car." "Okay." He downed the last sip of his water. "You can use mine upstairs. I'll get this cleaned up while you're in there." Smirking, I asked, "You're not going to join me?" A red spark of desire flared in his eyes. "I'd love to, but my water heater isn't big enough for that." "Oh, it'd be ice cold before I was even halfway through with you," he winked. "That would be a mood killer," I conceded. Reaching over, he squeezed my hand before taking my plate. "Patience. We've got all night." So, when I stepped out of his bathroom, wrapped in the towel he'd taken out of the linen closet, I expected to find him downstairs, but I shivered as a cool breeze blew in from the open balcony door. "Malcolm." "Out here." Clutching the towel closed, I walked toward the sound of his voice, admiring the faint glow of the first stars. "So, what do you dash?" His words cut off as he looked up from his phone, eyes fixed on me. He changed into a t-shirt and sweatpants, discarding the jeans he'd worn all day. A memory flashed over my mind, a vision of the last time we'd been up here, our first kiss. I remembered the new, delicious taste of his lips, the dizzying heat of his hands. I remembered pulling away, unready for what came next. But tonight, I let go of my towel, letting the damp cloth fall to the ground as I went to him, climbing onto his lap. He groaned as my mouth found his fingers digging into the flesh of my thighs. Malcolm's shirt was discarded, and he guided me up on my knees as he slid his waistband over his hips. Pressing myself against him, onto him, I gave in to my need. When I came, I cried out as pleasure overtook my senses. Arms wrapped tight around him, I held on, hoping that, somehow, someway, through sheer force of will, I could keep him with me. Chapter 53. Malcolm stood in the kitchen, smiling as he listened to the shower running upstairs. With Sophie inside, images from last night flashed through his mind, brief glimpses of bare skin, parted lips, and burning eyes. Sophie in his bed, her soft gasps and moans filling the room as he showed her the truth she wasn't ready to hear. I love her. The knowledge washed over him, warm and all-consuming. Before him, the batter on the frying pan bubbled slightly, and he took the handle, flipping the pancake and letting the other side cook for a minute before sliding it onto the stack on Sophie's plate. Above, the shower stopped, and Malcolm poured scrambled raw eggs into the still hot pan, beginning to stir and mix the mess as it cooked. He was just about to plate the eggs when a voice called from the loft, "Did you make breakfast?" Malcolm glanced toward the sound, sighting Sophie wearing a pleased grin and a radiant smile. I love her. Maybe. You'd better get down here if you want any. Oh, I'm starving, he grinned, and after last night, my self-control is at an all-time low. Sophie smirked. Well, just let me get my stuff together and I'll be right down. Hurry, he teased. They ate together, talking about their plans for the day. Sophie had a backlog of documents to process and catalog, and Malcolm had to catch up on a week's worth of emails, phone calls, and paperwork. After cleaning up, Malcolm threw his leather jacket over his casual t-shirt and jeans and went to grab his keys. Then he paused. Sophie? She slung her backpack over her shoulder and looked his way. What would you say to taking the Honda today? She blinked, seemingly not catching his meaning. Your motorcycle? Yeah. I've got an extra helmet. You can wear my jacket if you want some extra protection. A shy grin blossomed on her face. You'd let me wear your jacket? I love her. Malcolm tipped her chin up with his fingers, pressing a kiss to her lips. Of course. Smiling against him, Sophie sighed. Okay. So, Malcolm found himself riding down the hills that hid his home, arms bare below the sleeves of his gray t-shirt, Sophie's body pressed close as she clutched his waist. The verdant trees raced past, emerald leaves in the canopy filtering out the morning sky. The cool air of the shaded forest floor surrounded them, rushing along his skin. Slowing to take a sharp turn, Malcolm felt Sophie grip him tighter, and a fierce, protective warmth filled his chest. The road smoothed out after they hit the highway, and before he was ready for it to end, Malcolm saw the now familiar turn toward Sophie's place. Making a right, Malcolm brought them to her home, then silenced the engine and lowered the kickstand. He pulled off his helmet, turning on the seat to help Sophie with hers. So, what did you think? Grinning, she leaned forward, placing a kiss on his cheek. That was a blast. Thank you. He held out a hand, steadying her as she dismounted the bike. So, I guess I'll see you later? You will, she promised. What about Wednesday? He suggested. Wednesday. I could book another dancing lesson? Sophie broke into a wide, pleased smile. How brave of you. Sophie, standing, he swung his leg over the seat and pulled her into his embrace. I'll take any excuse to have you in my arms. She reached up, cupping his cheek as she drew him down for a kiss. Parting, she murmured, have a good first day back? Malcolm chuckled. I'm going to be elbow deep in emails the instant I get to my desk. Well, Sophie nestled her nose against his neck. Don't work too hard, okay? Okay. By 10, elbow deep turned out to be wildly optimistic. A stack of packed transfer papers, mixed with others, piled up to the ceiling, waited for his signature, and the office phone rang almost incessantly. It seemed to know just when he'd started working on another task. When his door opened, he looked up annoyed, and immediately softened as he saw the wizened face of his mentor. Patricia. Silently, she surveyed the burgeoning mountain on his desk. When was the last time you took a break? Break. She rolled her eyes. Come on. We're taking a walk. Malcolm wanted to object, glancing at the Sisyphean undertaking before him. No objections, Patricia snapped up. Let's get some coffee in you. Sighing, he stood, obediently following the older woman through the building to the break room. As she poured 2 steaming cups from the resting pot of coffee, Malcolm leaned against the counter. Accepting the black coffee she passed his way, he watched as she added cream and sugar to hers. So, she began, blowing to cool her coffee. How are things between you and Sophie? He took a sip. I don't suppose there's any point in lying. You can try, but her scent's all over you. May as well be truthful. Things, he hesitated, choosing his words, developed. Uh-huh. Patricia sounded anything but convinced. Developed. Is that what the kids are calling it these days? You're not getting details out of me. Good. I trained you better than that. He caught the faintest hint of a smile on her face. But you didn't mate? It's early still. We're taking our time. She nodded, but the shadow of uncertainty darkened her expression. What is it? He asked. Nothing, she answered quickly. Too quickly. Patricia Dash. What? Glancing toward him, she wore a mask of feigned ignorance. What aren't you saying? Looking away, her lips twisted with thought. Hesitant, she said, I think she's hiding something. Malcolm remembered the encounter at the closing party. I know. You know? Yeah, he nodded, and I trust her to tell me when she's ready. As noon crept closer, the ringing of his office phone interrupted him for the millionth time. Groaning, he leaned over, ripping the receiver off its base and bringing it to his ear. Hello, he demanded, gruff annoyance plain in his tone. Is this a bad time? The voice on the other end was familiar, but it took a moment to place it. Tom. Hi. Do you have a moment? Sitting back in his leather-upholstered chair, Malcolm rubbed a hand over his face. Of course. What do you need? I wanted to talk to you about the assignment you gave River. Malcolm paused. Is there a problem with it? No. It's just that, well, Tom took a breath. Some of the things they've been finding made me take another look at the contract. Malcolm blinked, absorbing Tom's words. Like what? Did he add in some shady terms? It's more about what's missing? Confusion filled his mind. What do you mean? I mean the processing equipment, the vehicles, the tools. None of it is explicitly listed as part of the sale. It's just the land and the existing structures. A cold dread settled in his gut. That changes things. Understatement. Narrowing his eyes, Malcolm thought aloud. Blake's been pitching the mine as an instant moneymaker. I wonder what the Elder Council would think if they found out that this deal only buys us the land. Reaching down, he tugged open his desk drawer, picking up the manila envelope with his physical copy of the contract, exposing the massive binder full of research he'd done on mushroom farming that lay beneath it. With swift fingers, he opened the envelope, pulling out the massive stack of documents and beginning to leaf through. So, he muttered, on top of the price for the land, how much extra would we have to shell out for the things they're excluding? Tom answered, I'm not sure yet. I'll do some more research and come to the meeting with those numbers. I just wanted to give you a heads up. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And Tom. Yes. I know this probably goes without saying, but I think it might be best if we keep this strictly between us. I don't want Blake knowing what we know. Understood. Listen, could we touch base on Thursday? River, you and I. Yes, that's a good idea. Reaching for his mouse, Malcolm pulled up his appointment calendar and went to Thursday. How does 1 p.m. work for you? We'll be there. After saying their goodbyes, Malcolm set down the receiver. Turning, he picked up the contract, scanning through as he whispered, What are you hiding, Blake? Chapter 54. After work, I hauled a load of groceries into the kitchen, arms laden with bags. Exhausted, but grateful to be back in my own home, I put them away before starting a load of laundry and carefully disposing of the now spoiled milk that lurked like a grenade in my fridge. Most of all, though, I tried to ignore how much I missed Malcolm. For heaven's sake, you just spent a week together. It didn't stop the hollow ache in my chest, the longing for his scent, his touch. While the washer cycle ran, I changed into leggings and an old t-shirt, opting for comfort as I caught up on chores I'd missed over the week. I was opening the windows to freshen the stale air when I noticed the rain. It started as a drizzle, but as the minutes passed, the faint mist turned into a shower, then a downpour, fat drops slapping against the pavement. The sound of rain hitting the ground served as the backdrop as I set about meal prepping for the week, starting the rice cooker and chopping vegetables for burrito bowls. When my phone rang, I was in the midst of mincing garlic, the fragrant odor a mild preview of what was to come. Setting the knife down, I wiped my hands on a towel and grabbed the noisy device. I felt a rapid rush of warmth through me as I read Malcolm's name on the screen. Malcolm. Hey, this is a bit of an ask, but... I frowned. But what? Could you come pick me up? Pick him up? What's wrong? I'm not comfortable driving the Honda back in this rain, and it's not supposed to let up before the morning. Looking toward the window, I eyed the steady torrent outside. I'd never driven a motorcycle, but even in a car, the stretch between the office and Malcolm's house would be rough tonight. There's no way I'm letting him risk it. You're still at the office? I was just finishing up and I noticed the weather dash. I'll be right there. Sit tight. By the time I was back at the office, I'd hydroplaned twice in my haste. Parking right at the front door, a strong sense of gratitude washed over me as I watched the cover of Malcolm's bike get pelted with the unrelenting rain. Thank goodness he called me. Then he appeared in the entrance, looking sheepish and slightly soggy. Crossing the downpour, he pulled his leather jacket up, trying to protect his head. Not that it made a difference. By the time he fell into the passenger seat, his hair was soaked, droplets of water running down his face. So I began, hope you're in the mood for burrito bowls. Wiping a hand over his eyes, Malcolm looked at me. Burrito bowls? Watching as he pulled his seatbelt across his body, I said, I was working on meal prep when you called. Rice is in the rice cooker as we speak. Oh, you don't have to do that, Dash. I scoffed. I'm not having a male werewolf in my home overnight without feeding him. Seeming concerned, he assured me, seriously, I don't want to inconvenience you. If you want, you can drop me off at my house. I'll take the truck tomorrow and dash. Malcolm, I turned, leaning over the center console. River's going to be out at Tom's, and we'll have the house to ourselves. Do you want to spend the night with me? His eyes met mine, and I could feel the heat of him within the confines of my small car. Yes. Good, I smirked, settling back into my seat. You're much better company than my vibrator. Malcolm snickered. Is Mr. Castle a poor conversationalist? Grinning, I shifted into drive. He has his merits, but his personality isn't one of them. I drove slower, more carefully on the way back, cautious around the low-lying spots that had given me trouble earlier. As we passed the first few streets of Syracuse, the clouds above us burst into a low rumble, and the gray sky flashed white. Damn, I muttered. I am so glad you picked me up. Malcolm leaned forward, examining the storm. Me too. At the sign for my street, I turned, spying on River's car in the distant driveway. Crap. So, I began, gripping the steering wheel tighter. You know how I said we'd have the house to ourselves? Malcolm shifted forward, peering past the windshield wipers. Is that River's car? Yup. Sighing, I glanced his way. Sorry about Dash. He took my hand, bringing it up to his lips for a gentle kiss. You don't need to apologize. But Dash. Sophie, I was promised burrito bowls and a night with you. Neither of those things are off the table. I smirked. But love in the air probably is. Probably. Parking next to River's sedan, I hurried through the torrent toward the back door, scrambling into the kitchen, followed closely by Malcolm. Shaking off the rain, I called out River. Tom. They're in their bedroom. Walking through the kitchen, I found Tom standing in the living room, staring out the window. Hi. I paused to glance toward the commotion in River's room. What's going on? Oh, he sighed. I'm just diligently not looking at what River's digging out. Glancing toward Malcolm, he added, It might be best if you join me. Malcolm frowned. What do you mean? Just that, legally speaking, you're going to want plausible deniability. Pardon. Tom leveled his gaze at Malcolm. If you're asked how River got their information, you're best off if you honestly don't know. Oh. Casting a glance my way, Malcolm pivoted, joining Tom at the window. Taking the hint, I headed back into the hallway toward River's room. Hey, I knocked lightly on the open door. Can I help? River sat on the floor in front of their closet, an electronic something in their hand. Eyes widening, they glanced from the gadget up to me. I need you to pretend that you never saw this. I stared down at the black bit of plastic with wires and ports protruding from it. Considering I have no idea what I'm looking at? Not a problem. Okay, good. I take it the investigation is going well? It's going somewhere, River muttered. In a good way or a bad way? Time's going to tell on that. Glancing up, River nodded toward the living room. So, Malcolm's here? I blushed. Yeah, he took the motorcycle today, and those things aren't safe to ride in the rain dash. Sure. River chuckled. Don't worry, we'll be out of your hair in a second. Oh, you don't have to rush dash. Grinning, River's eyes met mine. Sophie, Tom, and I mated less than a week ago. This is the first time I've left his house since, and I'm ready to get back. I cleared my throat, scanning over their appearance. Are those the clothes you left in? River glanced down, plucking the material of their shirt away from their stomach. Yeah, actually. Oh, I washed them. Promise, River assured. I'm gonna pack up some clothes for you anyway. Sighing, River admitted, probably a good idea. I moved to the other side of the closet, reaching up to take down a black duffel bag and begin filling it with the necessities. So, I began. What's it like? River stuffed the electronic gizmo into their laptop bag, digging through a pile and pulling out cords. What? Mindful of Malcolm in the living room, I lowered my voice to a whisper. Being mated. Replying in kind, River answered, It's everything they said it would be. Really? They nodded. It's like, after a lifetime of searching for something impossible, I finally found it, and it's more than I could have hoped for. Taking a breath, I recognized that same longing within myself. I'm proud of you, you know. Proud of me. I know that all this scared the hell out of you. I'm proud that you faced it anyway. I might not have if you hadn't made me. You would have dash. Nope. You're not downplaying this. You gave me the kick in the ass I needed. Well, happy to help. Yeah, you'd better be ready to help. We've got to plan a mating ceremony now. Absolutely. You're being my witness. I laughed. Is this you trying to get free labor out of me? River frowned at me. Yes, obviously. Quickly winding a bundle of cords and stuffing them into their bag, River stood, accepting the strap of the duffel bag. Anyway, we can talk about this later. I've got to get back. The investigation? River smirked. Among other things. Chapter 55. As River and Tom drove away toward his house, Malcolm and I watched from the safety of the front porch. When they disappeared into the pouring rain, I turned to Malcolm. So, dinner. He looked over at me with a wicked gleam in his eyes. Sophie, River's out at Tom's. We have all night and the entire house to ourselves. Is dinner really your priority right now? He pulled me in, and with a lungful of his delicious scent, I murmured, I guess food could wait. Malcolm smirked. Good answer. Then he had me over his shoulder, carrying me through the front door. Malcolm! I cried, laughter and disbelief mingling in my tone. Shutting it behind us, he answered, Yes, dear. The endearment thrilled through me, and I fought to hold on to my indignation. You're really going into caveman mode right now? He laughed. If you don't like it, you're welcome to tell me to stop. To illustrate his point, he paused, glancing over his shoulder to meet my gaze. I narrowed my eyes but said nothing. Thought so. Landing a quick swat on my backside, he continued carrying me toward my bedroom. I yelped at the impact of his hand against me, a sudden burst of pleasure rushing through me. Again, if you don't like it, dash. Grumbling, I cut him off. You know damned well that I like it, Malcolm, so shut up and do it again. Patience. Crossing the threshold, Malcolm nudged the door shut with his foot and laid me down on the bed. I landed against the pillows with a muted thump, heat within me rising as Malcolm reached for me. He pulled me close and I lifted my hips, the tempo of my heart picking up as the soft fabric slid over my skin, leaving me bare to his gaze. Reaching up, I dragged my shirt up over my torso, tugging it over my head and tossing it aside. Malcolm stood, eyes burning as he looked over me. I smirked, warmed by his attention like a cat in a sunbeam. "Well, thoughts?" He chuckled as he dispensed with his own shirt. "Thoughts?" Watching as he reached for the buckle of his belt, I teased, "They're like words in your head." Malcolm's eyes darkened. "I'm thinking that if you want me to spank you, you're facing the wrong way." I almost believed I had misheard him, but the authority in his stare left no room for doubt. "Oh." Amusement softened his features, and he wordlessly gestured, directing me to turn over. Imagination aflame, I obeyed, shifting onto my front and glancing behind me. The fire in his stare seared me to my soul. "I think I want you on your knees." Stunned mute, I did as he ordered, leaning forward on my elbows as my bottom rose up. Behind me, the sound of his zipper cut through the silence, followed by the jangle of his jeans hitting the rug. Then, the mattress jostled as he joined me, climbing on, nudging my legs farther apart with his. When the roughened pads of his fingertips brushed across my backside, I shivered, anticipation building within. "So, you want me to spank you?" I nodded. "Please." Malcolm's fingers left me, only to return a second later, slapping against me. A gasp escaped me, thrilled as the shock ricocheted through my core. "Like that?" I laughed. "You could go harder." He obliged, and his second attempt left my flesh stinging. As though he could feel it, he rubbed his palm against me, soothing the delicious burn. And, between us, the steely length of his erection made itself known. "Better." My voice was husky with desire. "Much." His hand left me a third time, and I braced for impact when a distant beep sounded. "Damn." "What's that?" "The rice," I groaned. "Is it going to burn?" "Well, no, but dash. Then it can wait." His hand landed, swatting me again as my objections died on my tongue, pain morphing into pleasure in an instant. While one hand caressed the curve of my ass, the other delved between my legs, stroking the center of my need. "Malcolm dash. Here, I want to try something." "What?" I panted, legs unsteady as his fingers left my clit. The bed shifted with his weight as he leaned over the side, digging into my nightstand. "What are you dash?" I heard the slight scrape of wood against wood as the drawer pulled open. Holy cow, you weren't kidding. Glancing over, I caught sight of the object in his hand and nearly fainted. "Oh, heavens, the Punisher." He chuckled, shutting the drawer and returning to kneel behind me. "Sophie, would you have any objections to me using this on you while I make love to you?" Turning my head, I snorted. "Objections." Behind me, Malcolm grinned. "That's what I like to hear." Then, he took my hips in his hands, pulling me back onto him. Giving out a grateful sigh, I savored the exquisite pressure as he filled me, satiating the ache that had tormented me in his absence. As his groin molded against my ass, I felt him reach over. And I heard the buzz as he turned my vibrator on. I didn't have time for shame as he brought the head between my thighs, wedging it against my clit and obliterating all conscious thought. I may have cried out. I may have screamed. Lost in the overwhelming waves of pleasure, I had no way of knowing. The only clear thing, the only concrete reality, was the slow, deep thrusts as Malcolm began to move. Clutching a pillow like a lifeline, I could only hold on as sensation consumed me. I gave in, surrendering as the rapid hum against my clitoris and the hard, insistent pressure within me drove me higher, farther than I'd thought I could go. Weak and trembling, I whimpered as my first orgasm swept over me, tensing my muscles and shooting rapture through my veins. Malcolm didn't relent, and soon I was riding my second climax, my breath a high-pitched whine. I was on my way to a third when Malcolm's control began to slip, his hips losing their steady rhythm and jerking against me with a groan. He dropped the vibrator, his hand coming down to give me one last spank. I clenched at the sudden shock, and Malcolm pulled me back hard, a low epithet gritting through his teeth. Boneless, I slumped against the bed, trying to slow the hammering of my heart. Eventually, Malcolm reached beneath me, picking up the vibrator. Slumping onto my side, I watched as he turned it off, setting it aside with a smile. "Thanks for the assist, Frank." For a moment, I wasn't sure what I'd heard. Then, as his words sank in, I lost it, laughing hysterically as Malcolm joined in. Lying down beside me, he pulled me closer, nuzzling my hair as we drifted into the afterglow. In the morning, ravenous after the night's escapades, I threw on my clothes and tiptoed out into the hallway, heading for the kitchen. Working quietly, I cracked eggs and chopped bell pepper, onion, and tomato before laying strips of bacon down in the skillet to fry. When the last of them was cooling, I whisked the eggs and took out some shredded cheese, setting up a workstation to make omelets. Returning to the bacon, I was about to start crumbling the strips into bite-sized pieces when a broad hand caught my wrist. "Not so fast." Smiling, I glanced up. "I was trying to let you sleep in." Malcolm released me with a grin. Then frying bacon was a bad choice. That smell could wake me from a coma. Noted. Picking up 2 slices, I handed them over. "Here. The rest are going into the omelets." "Omelets." He looked behind me. "Need any help?" "Nope. I've got it handled." Taking the rest of the bacon, I began to break it into bits. "But if you wanted to do me a favor, I forgot to get the mail yesterday. Would you go grab it for me?" He stuffed 1 strip in his mouth, nodding. "On it." As he walked away, I got to work, pouring the eggs and letting them cook slightly before adding in the filling. When Malcolm returned, I heard the door shut and then footsteps approaching the kitchen. "Anything interesting?" I called over my shoulder. "Mostly junk, some bills." "There's a card for you." "A card?" I frowned, focusing on trying to flip the omelet. "And it's addressed to me?" "It says Sophie Bennett right on the front." "Huh. Could you open it?" "I really don't know who'd be sending me a card." "Okay." There was a slight sound of paper ripping and then, "Oh, it's an invitation." "Oh no." I turned, horror flooding my veins, to see him holding up a photo of my sister and her mate. Above them, the words "Save the date" were emblazoned, clear as day. "Oh no." Flipping it over, he read, "Ms. Evelyn Bennett." Frowning, he glanced back at the front, then up at me. "Cousin?" Heart filling with dread, I admitted, "Sister." Malcolm smiled. "You have a sister?" I nodded, fighting back the urge to scream. "Younger. She still lives at our home pack, so I don't see her much." Looking back down, he read the back. "It's in a couple weeks. Are you going?" My voice felt thick against my tongue. "Yeah. Do you need a +1? Panic sparked in my mind. "A what?" "A date?" Setting the invitation down, Malcolm came up behind me, kissing the nape of my neck. "I'd be happy to offer my services." "Oh, you don't have to dash." "I want to." His arms wrapped around my waist, pulling me back against him. "Besides, it sounds like a good opportunity to meet your family." "No. Seriously, you really don't dash." "I do, though." Stunned, I glanced behind me. I'm not trying to be pushy. I know you have your reservations, and I'm not going to rush you, but I also know how I feel. If this goes where I think it's going, if we go where I think we're going, then I want to meet your family, and I want you to meet mine. Time froze in that moment, and I saw everything with a clarity that I knew I would never forget. The kitchen, the bright, morning sunlight, the dark, unshaven stubble of Malcolm's cheeks. There's no going back from this. Anyway, you don't have to answer me now. I'm going to make us some coffee, and I'll let you get back to our omelets before they burn. He released me, turning to dig the coffee grounds out of the cabinet, seemingly unaware of what he had set in motion. All he'd done was ask one innocent question, and like that, the ticking clock had begun to count down. Chapter 56. After breakfast, I drove back to the office, a strange numbness overtaking my thoughts. It persisted, even growing despite my best efforts to shake it. You think you're good enough for him? Pathetic. It's time you remembered your place. The day passed in a haze, and when I went home that night, alone, I barely tasted my dinner. Showering, I had the water set to the hottest setting, but I couldn't feel the heat. By Wednesday, I was walking through the world a shadow of myself. I performed my duties, I managed hellos to my colleagues, and I tried to forget the inevitable. He's going to meet my pack. No matter how I analyzed it, I couldn't see any alternative. Not inviting him would lead to 1,000 impossible questions, and no matter how I imagined that conversation, every scenario I envisioned ended with us breaking up. It wasn't until Malcolm came to pick me up for our lesson that I realized how bad it had gotten. I opened the door, carrying a bag with my old pair of dancing shoes, when he asked, "Hey, are you feeling okay?" I glanced up, noting the worry in his eyes. "Are you sick?" He raised his hand to my forehead, searching for a fever. "All he's going to find is panic and dread." "I'm fine," I lied, "just a long day." Taking his hand back, Malcolm's gaze examined mine. "Do you want to cancel?" "We could stay in." I shook my head. "Dancing sounds great, honestly." His brows drew together. "You're sure?" Nodding, I elaborated, "It always helps me perk up. It also always helped me take my mind off my worries." And, goddess, did I have worries. So, the afternoon found me in Tuli's, practicing the tango and fighting off ghosts. In the quieter moments, when the instructor was repeating directions I'd memorized the first time, my thoughts went back to my childhood dance studio, to that light, airy space that had been my refuge. Things had been simple there. Madam may have been harsh, but she was never unreasonable. If she expected you to do something, it was because she knew that you could. Time and again, I'd walked out of there feeling unstoppable, like I could take on the world. Only for my world to prove otherwise. Familiar, jeering laughter filled my thoughts. "Sophie?" I started, unaware that the instruction had ended, and students were partnering up to begin practice. "Sorry," I shook my head, hot beneath his curiosity. "Seriously, are you feeling okay?" Taking his hand, I drew him out onto the dance floor, making enough space between us and the next couple. I placed his arm around my back, explaining, just got distracted. Distracted? You know, thinking. About? Mustering a smile, I leaned up, whispering into his ear, "About what I'm going to do to you when we get back to my place." He stepped back, his wicked grin promising sin and satisfaction. Tears pricked my eyes as I realized. This is what I'm going to lose. That night, I took him into my bed and into my body, savoring what little time we had left. Malcolm's warmth surrounded me as I woke in my room, the first rays of sunlight streaming through my gauzy curtains. The soft fragrance of my sheets, mixed with the warm, animal scent of him, comforted me, cocooned me in safety. I would have fallen back asleep if his phone hadn't been shrieking from his discarded pants. He stirred, his head lifting off the pillow before falling back with a muffled thud. Heaving a sigh, he folded over the light blue linens, lumbering unsteadily toward the pile of his clothes on the floor. Looking over, I watched as his bare, muscled form knelt, fishing his phone out of his pocket. "The hell? Who is it?" I asked, the words fuzzy with sleep. He stood, frowning down at his hand. Poking the screen, he brought it up to his ear. "Blake." "Oh, damn." He returned to the bed, sitting down with his broad back to me. I heard the faint murmur of a voice on the other end of the call, and Malcolm replied, "Yes." Sitting up, I rubbed at my eyes, listening to the muted sound of Blake talking. "What do you want, Blake?" I froze. Malcolm's words rang out harshly against the walls of my bedroom, aggravation dripping from every syllable. As though he could sense my unease, he turned, glancing over his shoulder. His face softened as he saw me, and he mouthed a silent, "Sorry," gesturing with his phone. Pushing aside the covers, I crawled over to the other side, kneeling behind Malcolm and resting my chin on his collarbone as I hugged him. With his free hand, Malcolm squeezed mine. I caught the briefest snippet of Blake's obnoxious tone as Malcolm tried to cut into his diatribe. Blake dash. The monologue continued, and I felt Malcolm's spine stiffen against me. What news? Concern flushed through me, and I focused, trying to listen. Finally got back to me. "She's on board." "Oh," Malcolm answered. "That's all you have to say?" I have a majority of the Elder Council on my side, and all you can muster is, oh. Oh, what do you want me to say, Blake? I don't know. Maybe a little groveling? Some pleading, perhaps? If you're feeling extravagant, I'd take begging for mercy. Malcolm's jaw clenched. Thank you for informing me. I'll see you at the meeting. Taking the phone away, he pressed the end button and set it aside. Then he leaned forward, burying his head in his hands. Malcolm. His fingers burrowed through his mussed hair. Just give me a minute. I obliged, rubbing slow circles over his back as I waited. When his head rose again, he sighed, a deep, heavy exhalation of woe and weariness. It's my fault, he muttered. It's not, Dash. It is. His voice echoed with finality. I should have fought harder. He sucked in a shuddering breath. I should have campaigned, should have been out politicking like Blake Dash. You're not like Blake, I interrupted. You're genuine and straightforward, and his brand of duplicitous flattery doesn't suit you. Maybe. But maybe if I'd swallowed my pride and tried it, we wouldn't be purchasing this monstrosity. My hand paused in its ministrations. What about River's findings? And you said Tom had dug something up? Won't those be enough? He groaned. River's still looking for something conclusive, and Tom, maybe. It might be enough. I just have this feeling in my gut. You're fixating on the worst-case scenario. He scoffed. Can you blame me? Okay, let's go through this. What if Blake wins and they vote to buy the mine? Malcolm's shoulders sagged. Then that festering, open sore on our territory officially becomes my responsibility. Do you want a different perspective? Please. Placing both hands on his back, I began to rub, kneading at the tight knots of muscle. That festering open sore is already on our territory, and it's not going away anytime soon. The Callahans are selling it. Who's to say that the new owners won't be worse? If we do end up buying it, if it becomes your responsibility, then it's yours. You get to decide how it's run. Malcolm stilled, slowly turning his head and leveling a surprised stare my way. What? I shrugged. If worst case happens, if they do vote to purchase, then at least you'll be in control, right? His eyes widened like he was witnessing a revelation. That's it. What's it? His bleak grimace transformed into a wide grin. Sophie, you're a genius. Turning, he pressed me down into the bed, kissing me hard, hungrily. Then he released me, jumping up and rushing to collect his clothes. Malcolm. Need to meet with Tom. He spoke as though he couldn't hear me. Malcolm. Startled, he glanced toward me. What's going on? I have to run. Do you mind if I shower? You just gave me the best idea. Cocking an eyebrow, I asked, care to tell me what that is? He hesitated, licking his lips. I'll tell you if it works. Chapter 57. Malcolm exited the elevator, flanked by Patricia and Tom, fresh from their early morning strategy session and as ready to face their opposition as they could be. He carried with him a large binder, the blank cover giving no clues as to its contents. As it turned out, the opposition was standing outside the boardroom doors, chatting and socializing with the members of the Elder Council. Fantastic. The small alcove that led to the boardroom was filled with milling bodies, with some of the oldest sitting on the plain, leather chairs and love seat that stood outside the doorway. Malcolm greeted the waiting crowd, putting a warm smile on his habitually stern expression when his eyes caught sight of Blake smirking. Next to him, a short, light-haired man stood, wearing a smug air and reeking of family money. Logan Callahan. Logan's eyes lit on the new arrivals, and an amused glint sparked within them. Malcolm returned the glance, direct and unflinching. Well, Patricia announced beside him, walking forward, is this everyone? Blake's too smooth voice answered her. Deborah called to let us know she's running late, but everyone else was on time. Malcolm gritted his teeth at the subtle dig, but Patricia had it handled. Opening the doors, she fixed him with a look of feigned concern. You may want to get your Rolex checked, Blake. The time is currently 9:58 and the meeting starts at 10. His eyes narrowed as the council began to file in around him. Is that so? Well, some of us clearly have different standards for punctuality. I think you'll find that, regarding punctuality, Being too early is just as gauche as being too late. Her tone dropped, becoming unmistakably icy. To be punctual is to be on time. Blake's expression soured, and Patricia turned to the human at his side. Wonderful to see you, Mr. Callahan. I'm very glad that you were able to join us today. Unfortunately, this is a closed meeting, so I will have to ask you to wait outside until you are needed. She gestured to the pair of chairs that were now vacant behind him. Of course, he smiled like an eel. Happy to oblige. I'll let my assistant know, Malcolm offered. Would you like some coffee? Water. With a sniff, Logan answered, My attorney and I will both take a water. Glancing aside, Malcolm noted the tall, unamused-looking woman hanging back and observing. So, Callahan came prepared. His lips quirked, and he fought back a smile. Good. Inside the boardroom, Malcolm's assistant, Nina, was busy distributing copies of the meeting agenda and folders containing the relevant documentation. Laying his binder down at his spot at the head of the table, Malcolm beckoned her aside, relaying the information about the two humans outside and asking her to bring them water once she was done. Then, the meeting began. The preliminaries rushed by, the call to order, roll, approval of the agenda, and the previous meeting's minutes, and on and on. All the while, Malcolm felt Blake's eyes on him, like the cool shiver of a blade against his skin. His thoughts fell back to the days of middle school, when Blake's whims and vagaries determined the social standing of all those under his sway. He remembered vicious lies and nasty pranks for Blake's amusement. He remembered cruelty under the guise of, it's just a joke. He remembered the darkness after his mother's death and the things he'd done at Blake's urging, unable to care about a future that didn't have her in it. The weight of their shared past thickened the animosity between them, and it was all Malcolm could do not to scowl across the table. So, the low, raspy voice of Alan, the chairman of the Elder Council, interrupted, I believe that brings us to the issue of the mine. Malcolm's attention riveted onto the man, tall with fading eyes and a thick carpet of snow-white hair that held on obstinately despite his age. Blake, as you are the one to bring this proposal to the board's attention, would you please reiterate the particulars? We'll hear any dissenting opinions afterward. His eyes didn't stray to Malcolm, but it was clear to all who he meant. Blake stood, launching into his sales pitch with all the pomp and showmanship that Malcolm had come to expect from the man. If I can leave you with one parting thought, it's this. Why are we hesitating? We have an unprecedented chance to make an investment in our community that will ensure greater financial stability and prosperity for our pack. Turning to Malcolm, he addressed him. It begs the question as to why we're dragging our feet. Is it really an abundance of caution, or is it because our current leadership lacks vision? There it is. Malcolm maintained a mask of civil disinterest, letting Blake's subtle insolence turn into barefaced contempt. Alan, turning from Blake, spoke mildly, as though he could ease the tension with a few simple words. Well, thank you for that overview. Now, I understand that Alpha Malcolm would like to present a counter-argument. Blake returned to his seat, staring him down with palpable venom. Here goes nothing. Actually, Malcolm began. Upon reflection, I have come to see Mr. Mason's point of view. I vote that we go ahead with the purchase of the land. Is that so? Alan asked, mildly surprised, while across the table, Blake's face was a battlefield of suspicion and disbelief. It is. In the course of my research, I did find some areas of concern, but no real reason why we should pass up the chance to pick up the deed. Well, the chairman looked around the table. Do we have any objections? There were a few head shakes, and Alan shrugged. Very well, let's put it to a vote. With a handful of nays, outweighed by a majority of yes, the purchase passed. Blake's shock seemed to be dissipating as he stood, smoothing out his suit jacket. Glad to see that reason finally prevailed. Thankfully, I had the foresight to prepare for this outcome. Is it all right with everyone if I bring in Mr. Callahan and his associate? Alan frowned. For what exactly? The sale. I see no reason not to proceed immediately. Well, the paperwork dash. We already took the liberty of having that drawn up. We're ready if you are. We? Malcolm wanted to laugh, but couldn't betray his intentions. Like Blake betrayed his. Instead, Turning to Nina, he said, "Could you get Franklin from accounting? We're going to need someone to authorize the transfer of funds." All said, the process went faster than Malcolm would have expected. Contracts were signed, hands were shaken, and Callahan was sent away with a few million of the PAC's dollars. Blake, for his part, looked as pleased as a fox given free rein of the henhouse. He rose, shaking hands with the elders around him. "I must say, it's been a pleasure working with you all. We should do this again sometime." Several of the elders laughed, and Malcolm looked Patricia's way, noting the telltale tightness of her jaw. "By the way," Blake directed his gaze toward Malcolm, "Mr. Callahan will want to know what you plan to do about staffing the mine. Obviously, hiring in-pack would be preferable, but his workers have decades of expertise that could be very beneficial to us." Malcolm tilted his head slightly. "Oh, that won't be necessary." Frowning, Blake focused on him. "I'm not sure I understand what you mean." Stealing a glance at Patricia, who nodded, Malcolm smiled, genuine at last. "We will not be using the Callahan property as a mine." Blake stilled, and the eyes of the board riveted on Malcolm. Unbothered, he asked, "I suppose you all want me to explain?" "Yes, actually," Alan stood. "Do you mean to tell us that we spent all that money for nothing?" "On the contrary. We bought a hole in the ground." "What is the meaning of this?" Alan demanded. Malcolm's eyebrow rose. "Didn't you read the contract?" "Of course." "Then, surely you noticed it too?" Deborah, a quiet, matronly woman with curious eyes, asked, "Noticed what?" "What was missing, of course." Blake paled, and Malcolm fixed his attention on him. "Would you like to explain, or would you prefer it if I did the honors?" "What is he talking about, Blake?" Malcolm answered, "I'm talking about what it takes to run a mine. See, a mine is like any other business, really. It's not enough to have a building or employees. You also need equipment." He skewered Blake with a fiery stare. "You also need equipment." "Blake," Alan repeated, "what does he mean?" "A bakery isn't a bakery if you remove the ovens. A brewery doesn't function if you take out the taps." And his face dropped all semblance of humor. "A mine isn't a mine without the excavators, the dump trucks, and the drills. And Callahan didn't sell us any of that. We literally just bought a hole in the ground." "What?" Alan stared, unbelieving. To be fair, Malcolm conceded, "We paid below market value for that hole in the ground, but that's all it is." I don't." "Blake," Malcolm's face was predatory, going in for the kill. "Would you please tell these fine folks why Callahan sold the deed for below market value?" Clearing his throat, Blake replied, "Well, I'm not comfortable sharing another's private financial matters, but I will say that there was some desire to pivot into a different business model equipment rentals, wasn't it?" Blake met Malcolm's accusatory stare. "How do you know that?" "The role of alpha comes with some fascinating perks." His crocodile smirk was a warning. "Is it true that the Callahan family planned to continue profiting off of the mine by renting out the necessary equipment to its new owners?" "How dash?" As Nina began distributing sheaves of paper around the table, Malcolm's eyes never left Blake. "We have all of your email exchanges with Logan Callahan. It's right there, in black and white, the deceptively low sale price, the plan to convince the board to rent instead of buy new. We even found out about the 10% of the rental fees you were going to earn on the back end." He mentally thanked River for that last part. "Blake, is this true? How could you?" Cries rang out around the board table, and Blake flushed with anger. "You had no right. This is a breach of my privacy and highly illegal His words held no weight, and Malcolm watched dispassionately as he raved. "By human laws, maybe, but not by ours." Blake's hand squeezed tight, the white of the bone showing through at his knuckles. After a moment, he sighed. "Okay, you know what? Sure. There was an incentive worked out for me." He shrugged. "I'm a business-minded man, and I'm not ashamed of it. I found a way to make this deal benefit the PAC and myself. I'd personally call that shrewd." Patricia spoke, her voice the deceptive calm that preceded disaster. "And the fact that you had to mislead the council to make it happen? That gives you no pause." Doubling down, Blake retorted, "Some people don't know what's good for them." "Regardless," Malcolm interrupted, "the point is moot. The sale is final. Wait, Deborah pointed an accusatory finger at Malcolm. You knew, and you let us go through with this? I did. Why? Because it was well-priced, Dash. That's cold comfort knowing that we aren't going to be making anything close to the profits that Blake promised us. We will. How? Because, as I said, we will not be using that property as a mine. Blake scoffed. And how do you plan on using it? Storage facility. Malcolm sat back, crossing his legs below the table. Mushroom farm. A long second passed, silent and agonizing. Excuse me. I'm going to convert it into a mushroom farm, Malcolm elaborated as though speaking to a child. See, normally the largest expense of getting started in fungi culture is building a facility capable of maintaining the appropriate environmental conditions, mainly temperature and humidity. However, mines are uniquely suited to that purpose and relatively cheap to retrofit. It'll be a fraction of the cost, and we could be looking at our first harvest within a year. You can't be serious. You'd best believe that I am. What kind of harebrained nonsense, Dash? I've put extensive research into this venture. I assure you it is far from harebrained. In fact, Malcolm addressed the board. If you would like, I could present my findings, including profit projections, at next month's meeting to help put your minds at ease. And Blake won't see a dime of it. Blake demanded, Who gave you the right, Dash? Malcolm turned. Tom. The slim, quiet man stood, reading from a yellow legal notepad. Article 7, Section 12 of the Prague Accord states, It shall be within each alpha's discretion howsoever to utilize the resources belonging to his pack, insofar as his judgment remains sound. As he finished, he ripped the paper off, sliding it toward Blake. Malcolm felt a rush of delight at Blake's horrified face. Basically, if the pack owns it, I get to do whatever I want, within reason, of course. Blake snorted. I think we can all agree that this is far outside the realm of reason, Dash. Why? Just because it won't fatten your wallet. Blake blinked, seemingly dazed. Malcolm continued, It will, of course, require an immediate end to all mining operations. This makes no sense. The coal mine could be profitable now, Dash. Sliding the massive binder before him, Malcolm flipped open the cover, wordlessly turning to a meticulously detailed financial report. In addition to posing a nearly non-existent environmental impact, a modestly sized farm would create over a dozen impact jobs and net us comparable earnings to the past few years at the mine. Moreover, given the extensive excavation undertaken by the previous owners, there are significant opportunities for expansion and growth once the operation begins seeing a return on investment. Patricia folded her arms across her chest, a smug smirk on her lips. Blake blanched. You can't do this, Dash. I assure you I can. We'll put a stop to this. How? The sale was finalized in front of a room full of witnesses. Those signatures aren't just going to disappear from those contracts. I'll stop you. His voice rose, shrill and furious. Malcolm laughed, incredulous. Are you going to defy the laws of our people now? His voice lowered to a deadly whisper. I'll depose you. Looking around the table, he addressed the board. It has become glaringly evident to the Elder Council and the pack as a whole that you are unfit for your position. You think so? Blake whirled on him. I am. Are you certain? Of course. Really? He glanced at the other faces surrounding him. Look around the room. Look at your supporters. Maybe my eyes are deceiving me, but it seems like they're a little less happy with you than they were when they walked in. What happened? Maybe they're not exactly pleased to discover your deception. Maybe they're realizing what a little weasel you are. I wouldn't count on their support, is what I'm saying. Drawing himself up, Blake spat, Enjoy your time as Alpha, Malcolm. I assure you, it will be ending very soon. You will not be replacing me. Are you just openly admitting to being a despot now? So unwilling to give up power, Dash. You misunderstand me, Blake. I will be perfectly happy to pass on the reins. In fact, on days like today, I honestly look forward to it. But if you think for 1 second that this person will be you, you're out of your mind. That's not your choice to make, Dash. Blake, let me be absolutely clear. If you want to get your greedy, grasping hands on this pack, you'll have to kill me first. The room fell silent as the air was sucked out. That's a legal dash. His words lost the fervor they'd held only moments before, falling to a near whisper. Challenges aren't. Blake stilled. Challenges. Malcolm stood, letting Blake see the full depth of his loathing. Take this as a formal issue of challenge. If you want to wrest control away from me, you'll have to do it with your teeth. Dropping his calm facade, Malcolm's voice rose to a roar. I swore to protect this pack with my life, and I promise you, I will fight you until the walls are stained with your blood before I let you turn my pack into your personal piggy bank. Staring Blake down, he snarled, "Do you accept?" In that moment, Malcolm wished he would. Blake didn't answer. Instead, he stood and left the room, the door slamming behind him. As the elders filtered out, Patricia clapped a hand onto Malcolm's shoulder. You did well, kiddo. Twirling a pen in his hand, Malcolm sighed. I could have saved myself a month worth of worry if I'd figured it out sooner. Well, she shrugged. You got there in the end. Yeah, and I have Sophie to thank for it. Sophie? Malcolm nodded. It was her idea. Well, sort of. Patricia smiled. Smart woman. She is. So, she lowered her tone, leaning closer. Are you going to mate with her? Warmth filled Malcolm at the thought. If she'll have me. And as they left, Malcolm found the woman in question waiting on the love seat outside. Hey, Sophie's beautiful face broke out in a smile as she saw him, standing. I came to see if you wanted to grab lunch dash. Her voice cut off as Malcolm pulled her close, pouring his relief, his hope, and his joy into the kiss. They parted, and Sophie chuckled. I take it the meeting went well? Really well, he answered, breathing in the sweet scent of the woman he loved. Chapter 58. Kneeling on the rough, woven blanket, I dug my fork into the brightly colored salad. I knew you could do it. The sweeping vista before me was verdant and shimmering green, with distant trees swaying in the slight breeze. The small park we'd chosen for lunch sat near the top of one of the hills that overlooked Syracuse, and the view of the valley below was so distracting in its splendor that I kept forgetting to eat. Next to me, Malcolm leaned back, suit jacket discarded and sipping water. As he screwed the lid back on, he looked at me. It wouldn't have worked without you. I shook my head, popping a speared blueberry into my mouth. Blake was too sloppy. He screwed himself over. Getting caught was just a matter of time. Maybe. Malcolm sighed. I'm just worried about his next move. I'm not. He glanced up, frowning slightly. Why? Setting the plastic takeaway bowl aside, I shrugged. Because you challenged him. Just because of that? Nodding, I explained. He was maneuvering to try and take your position, and you cut him off at the knees. He only has one move left, and he'll never take it. You're sure? He's a coward. He'll bluster and bluff and pull strings from the shadows, but he'll never answer your challenge. You seem really certain. Turning away from the view, I asked him, when you guys were younger, did he ever get in trouble, or did he get other people to do his dirty work for him? He always had a fall guy, Malcolm admitted. Exactly. He's never had his own backside on the line. He put on a good show, but when it came time to back up his words, what did he do? He ran. He tucked his tail between his legs and scurried away, because he knows that you will follow through, and he doesn't stand a chance. I'm still a little uneasy. The worry on his face cut through my confidence. Malcolm Dash. Maybe I should stay over at your place for a while? Or you should stay over at mine. His serious demeanor faded as he grinned. Just in case he tries something? Oh, I leaned over him, catching the humor in his dark eyes. Is that so? Malcolm reached up, tracing the edge of my chin. Better safe than sorry. Right. Because concern for my safety is your only motivation here. Sophie, I like being around you, and I will take any excuse I can get. Reaching up, he wound an arm around my waist and pulled me down onto him. I collapsed with a giggle, savoring the sturdy warmth of his body against mine. In the back of my mind, though, I could faintly hear the clock counting down the seconds left to us. Tick, tick, tick. In the coming days, the fallout from the meeting became clearer. Callahan tried to back out of the sale, but he'd built the contract to be airtight, anticipating issues from the other end of the deal. Blake went radio silent. Malcolm heard that Callahan was out for blood, but even he couldn't find the broker who'd lost him millions. Finally, rumors began circulating that he'd hired a realtor to sell his house. But those weren't at the forefront of my concerns. Evie's mating ceremony loomed like a hangman's noose. Unable to convince Malcolm to stay away, I sat back and let him arrange for tickets on the same flights out and upgrade my cheap motel room to a suite at a historic downtown hotel. May as well. It'll be a fantastic venue for our breakup. Hours passed, days slipping through my fingers as I tried to grasp every touch, every taste, savoring the moments I knew I would miss. And then it was a cool, drizzly Thursday afternoon, and I loaded my suitcase into the covered bed of Malcolm's truck before climbing into the cab. Snapping the seatbelt shut, I looked back at my front door, bidding it goodbye. I'll be coming back alone. You okay? Malcolm's question snapped me into the present. Yeah, I'm fine. You're not. I turned to watch as he shifted out of park and we began to pull away from the curb. He's right. Unable to deny it, and unwilling to tell him the truth, I talked around it. I haven't been home in years. Bringing my hands into my lap, I began to pick at my thumb. I just never felt welcome to after everything. Malcolm shot a glance at me before returning his attention to the road. What should I be expecting? I scoffed. They're not exactly going to roll out the red carpet for us. I kinda figured. When was the last time you went back? Drawing in a small breath, I admitted I haven't. His eyebrows shot up. This is your first time back? Dread congealed, cold and heavy in my gut. Yeah. Oh, I know. If Evie hadn't literally begged me to come, I probably would have kept my distance forever. Do you at least keep in touch? Not really. Just, she's my baby sister, you know. I shrugged. She annoyed the life out of me when she was a kid, and we don't exactly have a ton in common, but I'd give her a kidney if she asked for one. You know, you don't talk about your family much. I turned my gaze to the passenger window, jaw clenching as my blood turned to ice in my veins. We're not close. Our plane landed in Albuquerque in the waning hours of the day, descending through the cold air of the desert night into an oasis of electric light. Worn out, Malcolm and I collected our bags and rental car, heading for the first hotel we could find to crash before our drive out to my pack. Still, as soon as the door closed behind us, I stripped out of my clothes, offering myself to Malcolm, delighted and despairing as he took me in the shower, in the bed, through the night and into the morning, knowing that each time might be our last. But with the morning came the inevitable. Packing into the rental car, we began the long drive toward the mountains and toward the small, unassuming town that held all my fears. Past Santa Fe, following I-25, I felt myself growing smaller, transported back to the familiar scenes of my childhood. Sophie? Yeah. I looked away from the window, where arid, craggy hills drifted by, so unlike the lush greenery of Pennsylvania. What's the game plan when we get there? Sighing, I stretched in my seat. I'm thinking we hit the hotel and take a nap? Malcolm grinned. Considering we didn't sleep much last night? I'm game. Reaching over the console, he took my hand, squeezing it. I squeezed back, not wanting to let on how my nerves were fraying more with every mile. Despite my dearest wishes, the rare outcroppings of human civilization grew denser, and then in the distance, the unmistakable signs of a small city grew on the horizon. Las Vegas. Modestly sized by most standards, Las Vegas, New Mexico, sat at the foot of the Sangre de Cristo Mountains, almost clinging to them against the vast expanse of prairie stretching endlessly to the east. I'm home. Wordlessly, I watched as Malcolm took the off-ramp toward the city center, following the directions of his phone as we drew closer to the plaza. Parking along the street, Malcolm got out, going to the trunk to take out our bags. I waited a moment, sitting in the passenger seat and trying to muster the courage to step outside. There's no avoiding this. You have to face it. Unbuckling the seatbelt, I sucked in a lungful of dry air. You have to face it. With a tug on the handle, I swung the door open, stepping out into the midday sun. Malcolm looked up as he pulled the trunk shut. Hanging in there? I nodded, closing the door and walking toward him, taking the handles of our luggage. Come on, he leaned in close, caressing my chin. Let's go take that nap. With one hand pulling my suitcase and one hand clutched within his, I started to walk toward the entrance to the hotel. Then, behind me, is that her? Oh my God, I think it is. Kim is never gonna believe this. Pausing, I glanced over my shoulder, sighting two women I vaguely recognized. Packmates. They'd been girls then. About a year behind me in school. One of them held up a phone, grinning at the screen as she recorded me. You want me to say something? Malcolm stood still beside me, the clipped tone of his voice betraying his anger. No, I stepped forward, let it go. Their noise faded as we reached the entrance, and the antique double doors closed behind us, giving way to the animated chatter of the lobby. Malcolm glared at their distant figures through the glass. No wonder you didn't want to come back. Shaking his head, he turned to me. God, it wasn't enough that they bullied you as a kid, they have to keep doing it? Confusion bubbled through me. What? Sorry. His hand came up to cut my cheek. I know you're not ready to tell me the whole story, but between that guy at the brewery and this, it's not hard to put two and two together. I frowned, realizing his error. Malcolm, I wasn't bullied. His eyebrows drew together, confusion matching my own. What do you mean? Here we go. I wasn't bullied. Pausing, I inhaled sharply, voice shaking as I confessed, I was the bully. Chapter 59. Several years earlier. The cacophony of the cafeteria rang around us as I stirred the state-issued spoon around my empty yogurt cup. My stomach rumbled beneath the clatter of trays, and the greasy aroma of French fries wafted in the air, tempting me. Definitely not in the diet plan. In the busy lunchroom of Buena Vista High, I sat with the remnants of my meal before me. The circular table, furthest from the line and closest to the windows, had been ours since freshman year. After all, no one, not even seniors, was willing to cross the future alpha of our pack. Eyeing the tray next to mine, I debated stealing the sole remaining fry. I'm probably the only person in this entire school who would even dare. But before I could muster the courage, it was picked up, dragged through a puddle of ketchup, and lost to another person's teeth. The next alpha of the Buena Vista pack. Hunter Edwards. My boyfriend. Frowning slightly, I turned to him. Really? He glanced my way. What? Pushing down my frustration, I curved my lips into a tight smile. You finished before you paid the girlfriend tax dot. Sorry, babe. He wrapped an arm around my waist, pulling me closer. I was starving. I chuckled with him, steadfastly not looking at the meager 80 calories I'd allowed myself. Around us, the rest of the group continued their conversation. Bailey, sitting with barely any more food than I'd had, was going on about the prom dress she'd picked up at a boutique in Santa Fe. Super sleek and low-cut. Like, it's almost a little suggestive, but I figured, what the heck? It's my last prom, I'll wear what I want. All across the cafeteria, bright, handmade posters hung from masking tape on the cinder block walls, reminders to buy prom tickets, ads for couples discounts, and hype for the official after-party. I wanted to rip them to multicolored shreds. What about you? Taylor asked from across the table, looking at me as she brought up her bottle of water for a sip. You haven't said a thing about your dress. I smirked, playing coy. And spoil the surprise? No way. In the back of my mind, I pictured the garment bag hanging in my closet. May as well be a funeral shroud. Hunter laughed. She hasn't even told me. His hand squeezed me against him. Guess she wants to make the night special. Taylor's eyes took on a knowing gleam, and I fought the urge to vault across the table and claw them out. The weight of their expectations hung heavy around my neck, and I ached with an almost physical pain. Ryan grinned next to her. Any big plans you want to share? Hunter rolled his eyes. How about you mind your business? When it involves the future alpha pair of my pack dash. He glared. Speak louder. I don't think the humans heard you. Look, man, you gotta know that everyone is waiting for you to make this official, right? They'd been waiting since my birthday. I'd turned 18 2 months after Hunter, and the day had arrived at first to fanfare and then disappointment. We hadn't made it. We still hadn't made it. And we're not going to. I grew cold despite the warmth radiating from Hunter's body. There had been hope, fierce and desperate. Hope that I could convince him it was a sign, convince him that we didn't belong together, that we should go our separate ways. He'd crushed that hope, reassuring me that he believed in us, that he would give me all the time I needed. I don't need time, I need freedom. Turning away, my eyes caught motion as a figure across the room quickly averted her gaze. Immediate ire rose, hot and sickly. She was staring at Hunter. The girl, buried in a black hoodie and hiding behind her mousy, brown hair, sat facing us, doing everything to pretend that she hadn't just been spotted. I recognized her. She was always skulking around the edges of pack gatherings, quiet and observant, constantly carrying a sketchbook. A wave of undeserved possessiveness washed over me, and I turned to Hunter. "Hey." He smiled back at me. "Hey." Reaching up, I cupped his cheek, pulling him down for a deep, lengthy kiss. Whistles and laughter erupted around the table as we parted, and I leaned against Hunter, feigning shyness as I peeked over and found the girl watching with a scarlet blush staining her cheeks. "Good." "Hey," Taylor began. "Did you guys hear about the party tonight?" My pulse spiked, but I tried not to show it. Yeah, Hunter's usually sunny disposition dimmed slightly. "Well, are we going or not?" "I'm not," Hunter answered, granite certainty in his tone. "Why?" He looked up. "Because Garrett's throwing it at his house." So if the party's at his house, Xavier is definitely going to be there. He practically growled the name. Xavier. The boy had arrived with little notice back in August as part of the pack exchange program. Tall, broad, with long, dark hair and brooding eyes, he created an immediate stir among the girls and an immediate dislike in Hunter. "Ryan cut in, I don't get what your deal is with that guy." "I don't know. Just..." He shrugged. "Ever since he came here, he's rubbed me the wrong way. It feels like he's sneering at us. Like he's too good for our pack. And, because of that, we don't get to party tonight." Hunter focused on Ryan. "You can do whatever you want. I'm not willingly socializing with that jerk." There were grumbles around the table, but I'd known them all long enough to know that if Hunter wasn't going, neither was anyone else. Perfect. Later, sitting in the chemistry lab with scuffed, plastic goggles pressing indentations into my face, I held a sample of copper chloride over the lit Bunsen burner, noting the distinctive blue color of the flame. Next to me, Bailey jotted the observation in our lab report. "So, what was that kiss about?" Annoyed, I muttered, "Do I need an excuse to kiss my boyfriend? Like that in the middle of lunch? Come on, what's going on?" I glanced behind me where the girl, Ollie, sat at the next lab station, just reminding people what's mine. Bailey followed my eyeline, expression twisting into a wicked grin. "Oh, yeah, some people have all the audacity." Ollie's jaw clenched, and, taking a breath, she set down her notebook, coming toward us. My eyes narrowed as she neared our table. "Can I help you?" She shook her head. "No. I just wanted to ask that if you have something to say to me, could you say it to my face?" "Isn't she brave?" I smirked. "Why?" "Can't take a hint." She licked her lips, betraying her nerves. "I don't do this whole backstabbing, mean girl thing. If you have a problem with me, then say so." Next to me, Bailey snickered. "Okay," I shrugged. "I have a problem with you. Specifically, with the way you feel so comfortable staring at my man." Her eyes didn't waver. "Last I checked, he wasn't yours." Anger flared within me, but I refused to show it. "And?" I laughed, cold and cruel. "You think you're good enough for him?" Around us, I could feel our classmates' attention. "That's not for me to decide." "Seriously?" I looked her over, starting with her worn, dirty sneakers and ending at the sloppy bun crowning her head. Shaking my head, I spat, "Pathetic." Ollie's face grew stony. "Pathetic? Well, if I'm so pathetic, then why are you so worried?" Bailey stiffened beside me. Her words hit home. Why was I worried? What threat did she pose to me? In a way, it'd almost be a blessing. If Hunter turned his attention to her, then he'd take with him the metric ton of pressure that came from being with him. But at the same time, the thought of losing him chilled me to my core. It was one thing if we broke up. It was another to have him taken from me. No. No way. Reaching over, I turned the Bunsen burner off and removed my goggles. When I spoke, I could feel the icy sharpness of my tongue. You know what? It's time you remembered your place. Oh yeah? She cocked her head to the side. What's that? Standing, I loomed over her in my heels, silent for a moment before I spoke. You're a nobody, I snarled, a disgusting, skulking thing that keeps to the shadows. No boy has ever looked at you twice. Scoffing, I laughed. Why would they? You resemble something they'd find under a rock. If you ever do end up with a man, you will know deep down in your bones it's because he settled for you. Stepping closer, I leaned down, hyper-aware of our audience, injecting venom into my words. The closest you will ever come to someone like Hunter is in your sick, deluded fantasies. A slow pink crept over her cheeks, and without another syllable, she turned, snatching her things and storming out of the room. At the front of the class, Mr. Wilson looked up from his crossword puzzle. Who is that? Victorious, I answered, nobody. Chapter 60. I wasn't bullied. Pausing, I inhaled sharply, voice shaking as I confessed, I was the bully. Malcolm's brow creased with confusion. Wait, you. Hot pressure built behind my eyes, and I nodded. Further inside the lobby, the attendant at the check-in desk greeted us, and whatever questions burned on Malcolm's tongue simmered there for the moment. Silent, I waited through the exchange, accepting my key when Malcolm handed it to me. Looking back at the employee, he began, so, we're on the top floor. She nodded, take a left when you leave the elevator, and then your room will be at the end of the hall. Thank you. Gripping the handle of his rolling suitcase, Malcolm slid the key into his pocket and reached for my hand. Numb, I twined my fingers with his, savoring the warmth of his touch as we walked toward the elevators. The ride up must have lasted maybe 30 seconds, but they each stretched for an eternity. On the top floor, we followed the woman's directions, and soon Malcolm was trying to convince the lock to let us in. Finally, I heard a muted mechanical click, and the knob twisted in his hand, opening the door to reveal a rustic bedroom decorated with old, wooden furnishings, long gauzy drapes, and a geometrically patterned area rug laid over what were probably the original floorboards. Malcolm stepped back, ushering me ahead of him. With a heavy heart, I dragged my suitcase beside me, leaving it next to the dresser. Unsure of what to do, I sat down on the machine-quilted coverlet, hopeless in the warm, golden light. Closing the door behind him, Malcolm walked in, leaving his bag beside mine before walking into the bathroom. I heard the sink running and faint splashing noises. So, he began, "When does your sister want us at the venue?" Stunned, I answered automatically, "I'll check." Pulling out my phone, I messaged Evie, telling her that we'd checked into the hotel and asking about the itinerary. In the other room, the water stopped and Malcolm reappeared, pressing a towel against his face. Tossing it aside, he walked to the bed, slumping backwards onto it with a sigh. The silence between us stretched to the point of discomfort, fragile as spun glass. I decided to break it. Are you going to ask me? About the bullying? What else? Wordlessly, I nodded. He cleared his throat. I'll get around to it, still trying to wrap my mind around the idea. That's it? Unless you want to tell me everything now? I shook my head. Not really. Taking a breath, I folded my hands in my lap, I was deeply unhappy when I lived here, all the pressure, all the expectations. I guess some part of me felt like I could lessen my own misery if I forced it on other people. Understandable. Malcolm's voice was a mutter behind me, not great, but I can understand that reaction at least. Emotion tightened my throat, I dash. My phone interrupted us, buzzing on the bed next to me. Reaching over, I picked it up and read the text on the screen. Evie says we're welcome anytime. Apparently, they're getting things set up, and it's all hands on deck. I glanced over my shoulder to find Malcolm returning my stare. Do you want to go? When is the alternative to continuing this conversation? Sure. Farther up into the mountains, we approached the small town of Buena Vista, New Mexico, the secret home of a pack of werewolves who'd enriched themselves through ranching, their natural hot spring, and oil/gas production. It had also been the site of my earliest memories. and my most profound shame. The winding path through the rocky hills was as familiar to me as my own face, and my stomach tightened with every mile closer we drove. My only respite from the chilly silence of the car was the periodic updates from Malcolm's phone. It directed him to the refurbished barn that had been converted into an event space by an enterprising member of the pack. Evie had told me their name when gushing about her plans. It had sounded familiar, doubtless another regret I would have to face before this trip was over. Palms clammy, my thoughts turned to another person I was going to have to face this weekend, the one I dreaded most. Sophie? Malcolm's voice snapped me out of my daze. Looking up, I realized that we'd arrived. Former pack mates set up chairs while others assembled massive fabric canopies that would cast shade over the attendees. More still-strung decorative lights across a patio paved with sandstone. As Malcolm shifted the car into park, I suddenly wished I could be anywhere else. Time to face the music. Unbuckling my seatbelt, I tugged on the handle and stepped out into the warm afternoon sun. Dry, dusty air filled my nostrils, and I could hear the subtle hush as dozens of eyes recognized me. Then, from inside the structure, a familiar voice called, "Oh my God. You're here." My head turned, and the tall, athletic form of my younger sister bounded across the lawn, picking me up and hugging me. Her close-cropped hair brushed against my cheek, and for a moment my gloom lifted. "Hey, Evie." In response, she squeezed me tighter. "I'm so glad you made it." Rubbing my hand over her back, I murmured, "Me too." Behind her, a curvy, brown-haired woman approached, and as my eyes focused on her, I recognized my sister's mate. I lifted my hand in a wave. "Hi, Cora." She returned the greeting before addressing her partner. "Hun, put her down." "But Dash, you're making a scene, and I'm not sure she wants that right now." Evie sighed, lowering my feet back down to the concrete. "Fine." To me, she said, "Still, in case it wasn't obvious, I'm super happy to see you. It's been too long." Knowing that I could have waited a lifetime and still never wanted to see this place again, I smiled. I wouldn't have missed it. Her attention shifted to something behind me, and who's this? Glancing behind me, I saw Malcolm walking around the car. I panicked internally, wondering how to introduce him. "This is Malcolm, my date." Shooting a curious look my way, Evie walked up to him, offering her hand. "Nice to meet you, Malcolm." "I'm Evie." He smiled, accepting it. "Pleased to finally meet you. Sophie's. Actually, she basically never talks about her family, so I couldn't pass up the opportunity to meet you." Evie's expression froze, I'll bet. "Anyway, I interrupted. We're here to work. Where do you need us?" She turned toward the barn. "We're setting up tables and chairs for the reception inside." "Sound good?" I nodded. "Perfect." Walking past her, I tried to ignore the palpable sensation of being watched. The table setup led to securing tablecloths, which led to hanging lights and streamers from the exposed rafters. Up atop the 9-foot aluminium stepladder, I placed the strand of twinkle lights in the hook, doing my best to pull it taut without pulling it through the previous hooks. Over the course of the afternoon, it seemed that the novelty of my presence was wearing off. People no longer walked through the barn on pretend errands, searching for excuses to get a look at me. With any luck, by the time of the ceremony, things would have calmed down. Hopefully, the whispers and glares would be down to a minimum at least. Satisfied, I began to climb down the ladder, keeping the strand in hand, ready to move to the next hook when a voice behind me froze the marrow in my bones. "Hello, Sophie. Are you going to come down and greet me?" In that instant, every detail of the room stood out in sharp relief as adrenaline rushed through my body. 1,000 painful memories flooded into my mind at once, overlapping with each other, jostling for my attention. Sickly sweet perfume tainted the air, a telltale scent that I'd failed to notice until it was too late. My grip on the ladder tightened until I could feel my fingers bending the metal. Slowly, I glanced over my shoulder, sighting the absolute last person I ever wanted to see again. My mother. Chapter 61. Several years earlier. Continuing from Chapter 59. Finally home after dance practice, I walked in, ready to uncage my feet and exchange my shoes for slippers. At least for a while. Bounding up the stairs, I dumped my bags on my bed and changed out of my dance gear, grimacing as the cool air of my bedroom met the still damp residue of sweat that coated my body. Clattering from downstairs let me know that Evie wasn't in our shared bathroom, so I hopped into the shower, washing the sticky feeling off of my skin and working a palmful of conditioner into my hair. Satisfied that I no longer stank, I threw on some lounge clothes and headed to the kitchen. On the way, I passed the living room, where Evie sat cross-legged on the couch, textbook on her lap, notebook in her hand, confusion on her face. "Everything okay?" Evie looked up, then back down. No? What's wrong?" she sighed. "The answers say that I should be getting 2 solutions for this equation, but I'm getting none." Coming up behind her, I leaned on the back of the sofa, peering down at her work. "Show me what you've got so far?" Evie passed the notebook to me, and I straightened up, studying her chicken scratch scrawl. "Oh, I think I found it." Yeah, I showed it to her, pointing to the exact spot. "You missed a negative. That'll change what's under the radical, and you should be able to solve it now." WH-. She snatched it back, examining the page. "Oh, son of a dash." For what it's worth, the rest of it looked fine. Throwing her head back, Evie stared at the ceiling. "I swear to the goddess, I am going to learn a trade just so I never have to take another math class." Shrugging, I replied, "Hey, the world needs plumbers." In the kitchen, I filled a glass with ice and water from the refrigerator door. Inside, I stared at the abundant deliciousness that I wasn't allowed to touch. Forget it. Opening the freezer, I took out 2 of the ice cream bars reserved especially for my dad. I unwrapped one, burying the thin plastic deep in the trash and taking a grateful bite. The fragile chocolate shell shattered between my teeth, and the soft, creamy center instantly began to melt on my tongue. I licked my lips before returning to the living room and whatever insanity Evie had playing on the TV. She glanced over. "Mom's not going to like that." Taking another bite, I asked, "So you don't want one?" Evie snorted. "I never said that." "That's what I thought." Placing the wrapped treat into her outstretched hand, I went back for my ice water and settled in on the overstuffed armchair that Mom had begrudgingly allowed Dad to have. "What in the world are you watching?" "No idea. It's some random comedy from the 80s. "Then why is it on?" "Because it's got Meryl Streep in it, duh." Raising an eyebrow, I considered the oddity sitting on the couch. You know, I can't imagine many other freshmen feel the same way. Their loss. The ice cream disappeared quickly, but I remained, getting caught up in the film. Around the same time, I was wondering why Bruce Willis was wearing thick glasses and a mustache. The sound of the garage door rising sent a wave of dread down my spine. Evie slammed her book shut and rushed to pick up her things. "I'm going to head upstairs, Dash." Reaching over, I held out the wooden stick from my ice cream bar. "Hide this for me?" She snagged it, rushing up the stairs just as the car door slammed, and I got up, not wanting to be caught loafing. "I'm home." Plastic smile fixed to my face, I met her in the kitchen. "Hi, Mom. Do you need any help?" She appeared slim, with obsessively coiffed hair and an outfit with labels that went far beyond what a secretary and a bookkeeper could usually afford. "I've got groceries in the trunk." "Go ahead and carry them in." I nodded, heading for the door. "What's this?" She pointed one manicured finger toward my chest. I looked down, citing the small, brown stain where a speck of chocolate had landed on my shirt. Sophie, darling, what have I said about chocolate? Damned slanderous lies? I know, I just dash. Sophie, you have a prom dress to fit into. I know, Dash. It's like you don't even care. Mom, Dash. No, Sophie. We have worked too hard to get you where you are for you to throw it away in the last second. Drawing nearer, she pinched my chin. You are this close to being Hunter's mate. I know that it hasn't happened yet. I have no idea why, but prom night is the perfect occasion to seal the deal. It's a mate bond, not a business contract. I know. Her accusatory eyes softened. Darling, I just want to see you set for life, and if you're with Hunter, you will be. And what about what I want? My mind brimmed with thoughts I dare not utter. I'm just not sure, Dash. Sophie, every time I look at you, I think of the life I could have had if I'd been smarter. Words soured on my tongue. She continued, "When I met your father, I was young. I wasn't thinking about the future, I was thinking about the now. I let myself fall into a mate bond with a man who, yes, he treats me well, but I could have done so much better for myself. That's my father you're speaking about. I want more for you. You're my baby girl and you deserve the world." Meanwhile, her youngest child sat upstairs, hiding from her scrutiny. I'm sorry. I just wanted something in my stomach before I went out tonight. Mom's eyes narrowed. "You're going out?" I swallowed. "Yeah, there's a party tonight. Everyone's going." Like a switch flipping in her mind, the thought of me getting time with Hunter immediately changed her mood. Her expression softened. "Well, if that's the case." It wasn't, but she didn't need to know that. Unless you'd want me to sit this one out. I could study for my history test. Don't be ridiculous. I say this with love, Sophie, but you're in a very precarious position. All it takes is one moment with a pretty girl, and suddenly you are entirely out of the picture. Do you know how easy you'd be to replace? At my sides, my hands balled into fists, but I hid them behind my back. Continuing, Mom said, "Dear, you need to have a realistic understanding of what you bring to the table. You're beautiful, yes, but you're not especially smart or talented, and everyone knows how fast beauty fades. It is essential that you secure your position before Hunter wises up and finds someone better." Gritting my teeth, I answered, "I'm aware, Mom." Mom sighed. "I know I sound harsh, but truly, I just want the best for you." "I know, Mom." Behind her, the mechanical sound of the garage door opening rang through the house, and relief filled me. "Think about what I said, will you?" Mom ran a hand over her hair, heading for the garage as Dad walked in. His face split open in a wide grin. "Hey, honey." She reached her arms up around his neck, and they embraced, kissing with the same embarrassing passion they'd shown since I was old enough to recognize it. They parted, and he greeted me. "Hi, Pumpkin. How was your day?" "Good. I went up to his side and hugged him, you." "Well, better now that I'm around my favorite girls." He looked around. "Where's Evie?" "Upstairs," I answered. "I think she's doing some math homework." Pressing a kiss to his mate's forehead, he crossed the kitchen. "I'm going to poke my head in and say hi. What are we thinking for dinner?" Glancing at Mom, I answered, "I'm going to a party with Hunter." "Oh." Brief disappointment dimmed his smile. "You're going to be safe, right?" I grinned. "Aren't I always?" "All right. Just call if you need a ride home. And tell Hunter we say hi." As he walked away, I heard him mutter, "I always liked that kid." When his footsteps retreated upstairs, Mom turned to me. "Well, you'd better start getting ready." I nodded, feeling my nerves sparking beneath my skin, wondering if I dared to go through with my plan. Chapter 62. Sophie. Oh my goodness, my baby girl is back. I barely had time to process my horror before bony, bracelet arms pulled me into a hug. Her cheek pressed against mine, and I noticed that she felt shorter, almost smaller in some indefinable way. As it tickled the skin of my nose, I saw that sometime in the intervening years, she had embraced the natural, silver hue of her hair, allowing a stripe of it to color the front of her short bob. Stiff as a plank of wood, I stood still while she embraced me, remembering a childhood full of hidden pinches and hissed rebukes. I remembered the sharp points of manicured nails and the way they would dig into my skin when I displeased her. When she released me, I stepped back, fighting for my equilibrium. So, she raked her critical gaze over me before glancing, curious, at Malcolm. "Are you going to introduce your escort?" Swallowing, I steadied myself before answering, "This is my date, Malcolm." "Malcolm, this is my mother, Carrie." She smiled with the same welcoming grace she always wore in public. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Malcolm. Did you just get in?" He shot a glance my way. "We just got into town. We flew into Albuquerque last night." "Oh, where are you staying?" "Because we do have some guest rooms if you need dash. We're staying in a hotel." I cut her off. Her warm demeanor cooled slightly. "I'm just being polite, dear. Our doors are always open to you, after all." "Were they open when you screamed at me to get out?" "Well, how did you two meet?" My blood crystallized, ice forming along my veins. No. Well, Malcolm came up beside me, taking my hand in his. I'm the alpha of the Syracuse pack. Her eyes lit up with sudden interest as a frigid fist gripped my heart. Is that so? She drew a step nearer, and I fought the urge to take Malcolm's hand and flee. Across the room, Evie's voice interrupted. Mom, what are you doing here? She turned, assuming an expression of polite confusion. What do you mean, sweetie? I mean, she placed subtle emphasis on the word, that you said you were going to be busy getting your nails done. I did. Holding out her hand, she flashed her manicure, short, chic, and painted in a muted, neutral tone that complemented her skin. Turning to me, her eyebrow quirked ever so slightly. Besides, when I heard that my darling, erstwhile, eldest daughter was finally back, I had to see for myself. Evie's jaw clenched, and her eyes shot an apology my way. Well, Mom, we're all busy getting things set up here. If you're willing to lend a hand, Dash. Oh no, hun. You know what the doctor said. I shouldn't be exerting myself, dash dot. Evie sighed. Sure, Mom. We'll see you at the rehearsal. Looking genuinely hurt, she frowned. You don't have to be in such a hurry to get rid of me, Dash. It's not that. It's just that I want to have everything ready for tonight, and I don't have time to just chit-chat, okay? Slightly mollified, she adjusted the strap of her purse, a tiny label showing its designer origins. Well, she cleared her throat. It was very nice to meet you, Malcolm. I hope we can get to know each other better at the rehearsal. He shook her hand, replying, I'd like that, with an expression of manufactured politeness. As her retreating form disappeared through the doorway, Malcolm turned to me. Well, she seemed nice? Seemed being the operative word. Next to me, Evie's eyes met mine as we exchanged a knowing glance. As Malcolm and I finished with the last strand of lights, Evie and Cora came in, escorted by an older man I recognized as the elder in charge of the sacred rites. And behind them came Cora's sister, Ollie. She was older now, but still unmistakably Ollie. A bright blonde pixie cut was accompanied by an assortment of piercings and full-sleeve tattoos, but her face was still mostly the same. 1,000 memories flooded back, topped off with the scene of me humiliating her in chemistry class. Oh, damn. All hope of avoiding her disappeared in an instant. Some sense must have alerted her to my presence because she looked confused for a moment, and then her stare riveted on mine. A palpable dismay colored her features, no doubt matching my own. Hey, Soph. Evie's voice called out from below, stealing my attention. Climbing down the ladder, I gestured for Malcolm to wait for me before walking toward her. Evie put a hand on my shoulder and addressed the elder. You might remember Sophie, my older sister? He smiled, but I caught the hint of judgment in his eyes. Yes, of course. Turning to me, he asked, How are you doing? Giving him a tight smile, I replied, Fine, thanks. That's good to hear. Looking behind me, he brightened. Wonderful, we're all here. I glanced over my shoulder, citing Ollie. Well, the man continued, now that we have our mates and witnesses together, let's take a moment to run through the vows, Dash. Wait, I interrupted. I'm sorry, witnesses? Evie, looking sheepish, said, Oh, did I forget to tell you? You're my witness. Cora added, and Ollie's mine. Internal epithets rang through my skull. Just lovely. A vision passed over my thoughts, an image of me standing up in front of the entire pack, completely exposed to ridicule and expected to smile through it all. Biting my tongue, I followed them into the empty kitchen, avoiding Ali's accusatory stare. I recited my lines when prompted, cordial while fighting off waves of acute discomfort. Afterwards, desperate to get away from the living reminder of my past sins, I hurried out to find Malcolm resting in a chair with a bottle of water. Sophie? Halted in my rush toward him, I gave Malcolm an apologetic glance before turning toward Evie. Yes. Coming closer, she asked, Can we talk? I nodded, letting her lead me out to a shadowed and mercifully deserted side of the barn. Pivoting on my heel, I faced her. Okay. Evie took a breath. I'm sorry. I should have told you. A heads up would have been appreciated, I muttered. Remorse poured from her. I know, I just dash. Damn it. Swallowing ire, I placed a hand on her shoulder. Hey, it's okay. Squeezing, I winced, asking, are there any other surprises though? With everything else going on, I really don't think I can handle more. That's it. I promise. All right. Are you sure though? Like, why me? Evie shrugged. You're important to me. I wouldn't be who I am without you. Her words lit a tiny spark of joy within me, a singular bright spot amidst the ongoing disaster of the day. Besides, she grinned, if you're standing beside me, you won't have to be sitting near Mom. Oh God. I grimaced. There is that. Back inside, my eyes adjusted to the relative darkness, searching for Malcolm. When I found him, my heart dropped. He stood just to the side of the unstocked bar, talking to Ollie. Pulse spiking, I hurried over to him, trying to read his body language. The smile when he saw me seemed genuine enough, and he pulled me into a side hug with no apparent reservations. Maybe she didn't tell him. Ollie's expression soured, and her eyes kept darting from Malcolm to me. So, Malcolm nodded toward Ollie. I guess things are winding down here. Are you ready to go back so that we can get changed? Yeah, I answered, simultaneously grateful and anxious to put as much space between them as possible. Ollie's jaw clenched, watching Malcolm with turmoil evident in her stare. Silently, I willed her to hold her tongue, to let my skeletons rest. But as she drew in a sudden breath, I knew what she'd chosen. Listen, she began, addressing Malcolm, I know this isn't my place, but you seem like a good guy, and there's some stuff you need to be aware of. Oh no. Malcolm frowned. I'm sorry. Has she told you what she used to be like? Ollie pressed her lips together, continuing, I know Evie thinks she's changed, and I want to believe her, but I'd also want to know before I got serious with someone like her. Malcolm stiffened beside me. Your concern is admirable, but I already know. Her eyes turned to me, and I knew she could read the panic on my face. Ollie's stare was direct as she demanded, did she tell you she's a cheater? The world crumbled away beneath my feet, and I felt myself falling. Malcolm didn't have an answer for her, and his arm loosened around me. It's over. It's all over. His tone was clipped, but he managed to bear civility. It was a pleasure to meet you, Ollie. His eyes didn't meet mine as he asked, are you ready to go? I couldn't speak, nodding mutely. In the car, I shivered despite the afternoon heat, fighting back tears. Malcolm hadn't said a word as he drove down the mountain, following the highway toward Las Vegas. Then, ahead on the left, a scenic overlook appeared, and Malcolm surprised me by turning onto it and shutting off the engine. Muting the stereo, he sat there for a moment before starting. Sophie dash. I know, I whispered, squeezing my eyes shut. I know it sounds bad. I know this sounds like nonsense, and I know you have no reason to believe me. I paused, taking a shaky breath, but I promise you, she doesn't have the whole story. Nothing happened. Malcolm's hands gripped the steering wheel. Okay, I'm willing to believe that she doesn't have all the details, but I think I need you to fill in the blanks. Trembling, I cleared my throat. Chapter 63. Several years earlier. Continuing from Chapter 61. Sitting 2 streets down from Garrett's house, I gripped the steering wheel of my hand-me-down Lexus, the one Mom had passed along when she'd gotten her new BMW. I'd told her that I was meeting Hunter, but if she'd known the truth, she would have duct-taped me to a kitchen chair. Eyes on the rearview mirror, I surveyed my appearance, making sure that every hair was in place. Satisfied, I took my keys and minuscule purse and stepped out onto the sidewalk, smoothing my hands down over my short, slinky dress. Last chance to back out. A shiver raced through me in the chill, night air as I weighed the consequences of going forward against the consequences of staying put. And I began walking toward the party. Music tainted the night's silence as I drew nearer, and I felt the curious glances from the crowd in a smoke cloud as I mounted the front steps. Inside, the pounding beat from the stereo assaulted my ears, and I fought to keep my expression cool and aloof. As the door closed behind me, I noticed an immediate ripple as my assembled classmates saw me, elbowing their friends and whispering in a failed attempt at subtlety. Shoulders back, chin high. I strode through the first floor, mustering my courage as I looked for my prey. About to search the backyard, I was reaching for the sliding patio door when Garrett appeared on the other side. Hey Sophie. Sorry, I wasn't expecting you. I heard a rumor that Hunter wasn't coming dash. He's not. Garrett's eyebrows rose slightly, surprised by my blunt admission. Feigning boredom, I glanced aside. Do you know where Xavier is? Xavier. Yes, Xavier. Did I stutter? I need to talk with him about something. About what? Glaring at him, I spat. Do you know where he is or not? Garrett frowned. He's upstairs. First door on the right. I smiled, sickly sweet and condescending. Now, that wasn't too hard, was it? Scowling, Garrett shook his head, turning away in disgust. Like I care. Ignoring the eyes following my every move, I found the stairs, fighting doubt with every step. At the top, I sucked in a deep breath, filling my lungs in the hope that I dared to do what needed to be done. Raising my hand, I knocked. Go away. The deep, resonant voice was unmistakably Xavier's. I ignored his warning and entered. Facing away from me, he slammed a book down on the generic comforter of the guest room he'd been occupying. Are you deaf or just an S-dash? He cut off as he turned, dark, stormy eyes widening as I closed the door behind me. Hi, Xavier. Twisting the lock, I crossed over, taking a seat on his bed. His bewilderment morphed into a scowl. The heck are you doing here, Bennett? I smiled, coy and inviting. No need to be formal. You can call me Sophie. I'll stand on formality. Again, what the heck are you doing in my room? Slowly trailing my eyes down from his thick, dark hair to his pouty lips and the impressive breadth of his chest, I shrugged. I was kinda hoping we could get to know each other better. Xavier scoffed. I'll pass. This wasn't part of the plan. Pulse quickening, I licked my lips. Why? I promise I know how to show you a very good time. A muscle flexed in the flat plane of his cheek. You want to know? Not really, no. Sitting up, his eyes bore into mine. Fine. I'll tell you. Since I joined this pack, I have regretted that decision immensely and been counting down the days until the exchange program ends. You all are the biggest load of toxic jerks I have ever had the misfortune to meet, and I look forward to the day that I never have to speak with you again. And you. He snorted. You're the worst of them. My throat was dry as I asked I am. You know, people warned me about you. They said you were this self-obsessed mega bitch, but you were the future alpha's mate, so it was best to stay out of your way. Everyone said this. He paused for emphasis, even people you consider friends. Now, you show up in my bedroom, basically propositioning me, despite us never having said a word to each other. His brow furrowed. What's your angle anyway? You're not up here because you want me. His words echoed in my head, reverberating against my skull until they became an endless cacophony. Squeezing the comforter in my fists, I tried to keep my composure, tried to focus on the plan. I broke instead. Crumpling in on myself, I sobbed, burying my face in my hands. Across the bed, I felt Xavier scramble away. What in the world, Dash? Tears streaked my face as I looked up, demanding, do you think I like being this way? Shock writ itself on his features, but I couldn't stop now. Do you think I want this? I hate who I am. I hate my life. Okay. Xavier reached over to his nightstand for a box of tissues, handing it over. I snatched it, pulling out a handful and swiping them over my cheeks before blowing my nose. I wake up every day wishing I was someone else, but I'm stuck like this because everyone expects me to be this pack princess. Like, forget my hopes, my dreams. My destiny is to mate with Hunter, produce a litter of his kids, and spend the rest of my days in the kitchen, feeding the pack. Xavier watched me warily. Have you talked with Hunter about this? I scoffed. Do you actually think I haven't? Do you think I would be up here with you if I hadn't tried everything else? So, the only reason you're here is because Dash. Sighing, I said, because the direct approach didn't work, and I'm at the end of my rope. The only way that Hunter is going to break up is if I do something unforgivable. My eyes rose to meet his, like cheat. Xavier asked, incredulous. You really would have gone through with that? Slumping over, I rubbed my eyes. Maybe? I don't know. Shoot. He muttered. And I thought I was miserable here. I laughed. Try living here for 18 years. Then you'll know what misery is. The ghost of a smile flickered on his lips, fading as he asked, "Why me though?" Taking a fresh tissue, I traced my thumb along the lower lid of my eyes, collecting the moisture there. To be honest, Hunter kind of hates you. I figured it'd be salt in the wound. He hates me. He thinks you're a snob who's constantly judging the pack. I'm a snob. Xavier snorted. That's rich. Is he wrong? About the judgment, I mean. You said yourself that you hate it here. He rolled his eyes. Fine. He might have a point. Besides, I continued, you're the only person who would even consider betraying Hunter like that. You were basically my only shot. Xavier stilled, glancing over at me. What? Clearing his throat, he began, it occurs to me that we have an opportunity to help each other here. What are you talking about? Well, if we let everyone think we hooked up, then we both win. I blinked, shifting on the bed to face him more directly. Think about it. You get to nuke your relationship with Hunter, as planned, and I'll almost certainly be sent home early for stealing the future Alpha's girlfriend. Hope emerged from the pit of my stomach like a seedling from the earth. Why, you'd be okay with that? Xavier snorted. Okay. Shoot, I'd love to not stick around here a second longer. You'd be doing me a favor. Half an hour later, sweaty from crunches and push-ups, I stumbled out of Xavier's bedroom with hand-tousled hair and smudged lipstick. Waiting for me was a large crowd of eager-eyed vultures. Ollie was among them, disbelief and disgust clear in her expression. But my attention wasn't on her. Hunter stood before me, standing across from the door, hands clenched into fists as Xavier exited behind me. One look in his eyes and I knew. I'd gotten exactly what I wanted. Chapter 64. Everyone just assumed that we had, and my only way out was to let them believe it. Heart hammering in my chest, I finally dared to glance over his way. Malcolm wasn't looking at me. My hands gripped my pants in white-knuckled fists, fighting the urge to beg him. Beg him to say something. Beg him to understand. Beg him not to hate me. What happened then? His voice was quiet in the cavernous space between us. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I explained, well, obviously Hunter broke up with me. Mom tried to throw me out of the house. Dad wouldn't let her, but by that point, I already knew I was getting out and going to college, so I only really needed to stay the summer. I trailed off, remembering the vivid handprint she'd left on my cheek. The months of cold silence that had reigned afterwards. Your mother tried to throw you out? I chuckled, feeling anything but humor. She's always been deeply concerned with her social standing and, well, let's say that my new reputation wasn't a welcome change. After a pause, he nodded and shifted the car into reverse, taking us back onto the highway. Cocooned in the passenger seat, I stared down at my hands, questioning every choice I'd ever made, questioning how I'd ever let myself get into this mess, questioning how I'd ever let myself hope that this could work. Conversation was brief as we returned to the hotel room, showered separately, and prepared for the rehearsal dinner. I laid out one of the dresses I'd bought with River while packing for the meeting, sleek, black, with an understated elegance that had seemed fun in the dressing room, but now felt like funeral garb. Appropriate. While Malcolm shaved in the bathroom, I pulled the bodice over my hips, slipped the straps up my arms, and reached behind me to struggle with the zipper. Here. I hadn't heard him come out into the bedroom, but then his hands were on my back, finding the pole and carefully dragging it up. Don't get used to this. There's also the dash. I got it. His fingers found the hook and I clasped, fastening it closed before smoothing his palm over my spine. Shivers passed over me, phantom whispers of what could have been. Thanks. I managed a faint smile before stepping out of his reach, sitting on the bed to pull on my shoes. Taking the towel from around his neck, Malcolm wiped off his face. So, are you ready to go? I nodded. Yeah. Heaving a sigh, I stood, yeah, let's get this over with. Returning to the venue, I found Evie and Cora waiting inside, chatting with their attendants while they waited for the officiant. I returned several polite hellos and ignored Ali's pointed stare. Malcolm was sitting beside me, answering emails on his phone, when the front door opened and my parents walked in. The fine hairs on the back of my neck stood at attention, and my hands clenched together in my lap. "Are you okay?" Malcolm whispered. I stiffened at the sound of her voice. "Fine." She walked up, all polished manners and expensive perfume, effusively greeting Evie and Cora. Dad stopped in front of me. "Hey, hun." Immediately, my nose filled with the warm, spicy scent of his cologne, the same he'd always worn. Looking up, I met his eyes, mirror images of mine. He'd aged considerably since my high school days. Bright shocks of white showed at his temples now, and the hair at the crown of his head was thinner than I'd remembered. "Hi, Dad," I murmured, feeling an ache between my ribs. My distance from Mom had been bought at a dearer price than I'd realized. A hesitant smile showed on his lips. "It's good to see you again. How have you been?" Good. I've been pretty good. Recent events excluded." I continued, "I'm still working at the Leakin Council archives." "That's good." He rested his hands in his pockets, clearing his throat. "How do you like it?" "Well, dash." Mom's voice cut me off, calling from across the room. "Sophie, dear, have you introduced your father to Alpha Malcolm?" The subtle emphasis she placed on his title wasn't lost to me, but I hoped Malcolm hadn't caught it. My teeth grit together for a moment before saying, "Dad, this is Malcolm, my date." "Malcolm, this is my father." Dad reached out to shake Malcolm's hand. "Please call me Howie." Malcolm smiled. "Pleasure to meet you, Howie." Mom came up, clutching her purse. "So, Malcolm, when did you take over as Alpha?" "About 4 years ago now." She smiled, charm mixing with vulpine cunning. "You father must be very proud." Yes. I suppose he is." Malcolm shot a confused glance my way. "How is he enjoying his retirement?" Malcolm frowned. "I'm sorry, what do you mean?" "Now that he's stepped down?" Mom prompted. "Oh," Malcolm's eyes widened, and he shook his head. "No, my father wasn't the previous Alpha." She stilled. "Oh, we use an apprenticeship system in our pack," he explained. "It's not passed down through families." Mom's excitement dimmed. "I see. So, have you given any thought to who your successor will be?" Malcolm laughed. "No, not yet, at least. I plan on keeping my position for a while longer still." She asked a few more questions, all ostensibly polite, but a lifetime of monitoring her moods told me that a storm was building beneath the surface. After a mercifully quick rehearsal, we retreated to a noisy sports bar on the main street of Buena Vista. Inside, a waitress ushered us to a long table set up in a quiet alcove near the back, set up for our party. Following Malcolm's lead, I ordered iced tea and glanced at the menu, debating which version of deep-fried grease I was going to order. Laughter down the table caught my attention, and I turned to see Evie leaning against Cora's shoulder, giggling helplessly. For a moment, the rest of the day fell away, and I savored my baby sister's happiness. Then my parents took seats across the table from us, and my mood soured immediately. "I hope these seats aren't taken." Mom's bright, chemically white smile taunted me, and I had to force myself to stay in my seat, fighting the urge to get up and leave. Small talk passed over me until the waitress returned with our drinks. I ignored Mom's disapproval when she heard my food order. I ignored the veiled digs she managed to sneak in throughout the meal. I even ignored her fawning attention toward Malcolm and the way she kept trying to grill him for information. If she were unmated and maybe 20 years younger, she'd be straight up flirting with him. The thought killed my appetite, and nauseated, I sipped at my iced tea, wishing I had ordered something more substantial. As the group was finishing up, I excused myself to the restroom, needing a break. Walking through the bar, I found the bathrooms down a long, winding hallway and gratefully locked myself inside. However, as I went to leave, I opened the door to find my mother on the other side, eyes cold, voice stern. "We need to talk." Chapter 65. We need to talk. I shrank back against the door frame, pulse spiking as my eyes searched for a way out. Her voice lowered to a hiss. "Look at me when I'm talking to you." Suddenly, I was 2 feet tall again, standing in the kitchen, listening with tears streaming down my cheeks as she berated me for some unknown infraction. Swallowing, I met her eyes, noting the cold, cruel satisfaction in their depths. "Good," she shot me a viper's smile. Now, why don't you step back inside so we can have some privacy? 1,000 memories flooded in of tiny feet hurrying through public places, her vice-like grip on my arm as she dragged me to the nearest bathroom to scold or scream at me. No. The word left my lips barely louder than a whisper, but its effect was immediate. Brow furrowing, she spoke as though I had uttered an alien syllable. No. Tilting my chin up, I hid my trembling as I repeated no. I don't have anything to say to you, and I don't care if you have anything to say to me. She chuckled, but there was no warmth in the sound. My. Living out east certainly has made you bold. I shook my head, channeling my resentment. It's living away from you. It's realizing how I deserve to be treated. It's having people who actually care about me. Mom observed me, cool and distant. Glancing back toward the party, she asked, like him. Uncertainty grabbed me by the throat, but my answer was vehement. Yes. You think he actually cares about you? I froze, rage clouding my vision with a scarlet haze. Do you think he cares about you? That any of your little friends do. She scoffed, stepping closer. They don't know you. Not the real you. Stabbing at her chest with her manicured finger, she snarled, I know you. You never knew me, I spat. I know what I molded you into. Her stare burned as she drew nearer, her face overtaking my field of vision. I know that boy wouldn't have given you the time of day if it weren't for my planning, and I know that you are not going to reap the benefits of my hard work and leave me in the dust. I blinked. What? I'm talking about the return on my investment. Did you actually think I'd let you go off and live in luxury as an alpha's mate without collecting what I am owed? She glanced aside, muttering to herself, now we just have to do something about that apprenticeship nonsense. I didn't work this hard to land you a temporary alpha. Owed? Disbelief overtook my thoughts. I owe you nothing. She leaned closer until we were practically nose to nose. I watched you grow up, I knew you from your first breath, and I recognized early that I was going to have toil and sweat and bleed to get you anywhere. My teeth ground together, holding back the torrent I yearned to unleash. Lies. She erupted in jeering, taunting laughter. What? You think you're smart? You think you're talented? You think that anybody likes you? They like the facade that I built for you. Her words stung more than I cared to admit. Fighting the tears gathering in my eyes, I retorted, you lost any right to claim my successes when you disowned me. Her face distorted in a snarl. The only reason you caught Hunter is because of me. How you lost him is proof enough of that. Now, you have another alpha on the hook, and that's not a coincidence. She looked me up and down in disgust. You were meant to be an alpha's mate. It's all you're good for. A floorboard creaked behind her, and my heart dropped to my feet. Not wanting to look, but unable to stop myself, I leaned to the side, glancing down the hallway. Malcolm stood at the end. No. Mom turned, her face morphing into a pleasant smile. Oh, Alpha Malcolm. No. Continuing, she asked, Did you hear much of that? No. Not waiting to hear his answer, I slipped past my mother, sidestepping Malcolm and ignoring his call of, Sophie, wait, as I rushed through the bar, making a beeline for the door. Outside, the cold, night air welcomed me into its chilly embrace. I let the door fall shut behind me, walking into the parking lot, unsure of where I was going, but beyond caring. Above, the bright, distant stars blazed in the moonless sky. Wrapping my arms around myself, I stared upward, pleading for guidance, praying for mercy. In the quiet of the night, I let go of the tears I'd been holding on to, letting them slide down my upturned cheeks, mourning all that I had lost. It's over. My eyes squeezed shut as the grief washed over me. He knows. In the direction of the bar, I heard the door open and a familiar set of footsteps coming closer. Quickly, I wiped my hand over my cheeks, trying to prepare in seconds for the confrontation I'd been dreading for months. Sophie? Over here. My voice tasted dead on my tongue, lifeless and limp. Hey, WH-. Fearing the condemnation in his stare, I couldn't bring myself to turn around. Clutching my arms, I said, listen, you can drop my stuff off at Evie's house in the morning. What? Fresh tears filled my eyelids. I can send you her address. Don't worry about getting me to the airport, I can figure it out. Sophie, what on earth are you talking about? Glancing over my shoulder, I studied him, expecting anger in his dark eyes, but finding pure confusion. Don't trust it. I scowled. Look, it's sweet that you're pretending, but can we just rip the bandage off? What? I hung my head. Just end it already. It's over, you know what I've been hiding, Dash. Sophie Dash. Malcolm, listen. You have been an absolute saint, but after everything you've heard today, I'm not going to blame you in the least. I'm not leaving. In the silence of the night, I admitted I would. W.H. Dash. Cutting him off, I demanded, I'm guessing you heard enough of that, right? What does it matter? Your mother, Dash. She said it herself. Turning on him, I laughed, derision and self-loathing dripping from my lips. I'm an alpha chaser. It's all I'm good for. No, Sophie. It's what I was raised to do. I got shoved into dance classes almost as soon as I could walk because it's what alpha's mates did. I was constantly dieting because I was never small enough to be an alpha's mate. Every move I made was calculated to land an alpha. I swallowed the bitter truth. And it worked. Malcolm stared at me, seeming dumbstruck. You really think that's why I'm with you, isn't it? He shook his head, anger and frustration clear on his face. Sophie, listen to me. That woman in there has you convinced that you're unlovable, and you're not. I scoffed. Malcolm, that woman made me who I am, Dash. And? She doesn't dictate who you've become. Sophie, you have an entire life in Syracuse that is entirely yours. Do you realize how many people there adore you? Images of River, Josie, Patricia, and others flashed before my eyes. They don't know Dash. Stepping forward, he took me by my shoulders. I know. Malcolm Dash. Bringing his face inches from mine, his eyes burned into me. Sophie, I know. I know that we both had some rough teenage years and made some bad decisions. I also know that you are kind, giving, and probably the most compassionate person I've ever met. His grip on my shoulders tightened as he continued. I know that you would rip your own fingernails off rather than hurt someone, and I don't care who you were in high school because I know who you are now. Tears burned in my eyes, beginning to slip down my cheeks. Shaking my head, I tried to step away, but Malcolm pulled me against his chest. I wanted to resist his comfort, resist his strength, resist the urge to burrow into his warmth and never leave. Brushing his lips next to my ear, his strong arms wrapped around me. Sophie, I know that you're lovable, because I am so completely in love with you. And I shattered. Pressing my face against his chest, I broke, sobbing helplessly as I clung to him beneath the stars. A lifetime of fear, anxiety, and shame fought with Malcolm's words, burning away until there was one thought left in my mind. He loves me. He knew the worst of me, he'd seen the darkest parts of my soul, and he still loves me. Safe in the haven of his embrace, I realized I love him, too. In that instant, electricity shot through my core, filling my veins with fire. White-hot light blazed behind my eyelids, so bright that I must have glowed. Stunned, I glanced up, meeting Malcolm's amused stare. Hey, his voice was soft against my ears as his hand came up to stroke my cheek. His touch sent sparks over my skin, and my eyes widened. Did we just? Malcolm grinned. I think we did, mate. Mate. The word rang in my mind, filling me with a dizzy, giddy glee. Reaching up, I linked my arms behind his neck, pressing my lips to his and pouring my turbulent, ecstatic emotions into an unbridled, fiery kiss. Malcolm held me tight, fingers tangling in my hair, sending fireworks down my spine. When we parted for air, I rested my head on his shoulder, trembling slightly. You're sure about this? Little late to back out now, he chuckled, but yes, I'm sure. I sniffled, laughing. It's just that I'm kind of a mess. Then we'll be messy together. I looked up, my heart aching in my chest. I love you. Malcolm nuzzled his nose against mine, agreeing, the good, the bad, and everything in between. The soft rumble of his voice awakened a need within me, a fierce, unquenchable desire for the man before me. Breathing in his scent, I asked, "Can we get out of here?" His thumb traced the edge of my lower lip. I thought you'd never ask. I took his hand, taking a few steps toward the bar before I stopped. Turning, I placed my hand on his chest. Hey, I want to promise you, just to set the record straight, I was never after you because of your position. Malcolm snorted. Sophie, I know that. My eyebrows rose. You know that? He smirked. You didn't give me the time of day until after you saw me naked. If you were after something, it sure wasn't my title. Snorting, I buried my face against his neck, losing myself to giggles. Inside, I ignored the direct stare of my mother, picking up my purse while Malcolm took care of the check. Aware that my puffy, red eyes were giving me away, I went to Evie. Hey, we're going to head out. Her eyes darted to Mom and then back to me. Is everything okay? I smiled. Everything's great. Love you, kiddo. I'll see you tomorrow. Leaning down, I pressed a quick kiss to her forehead. Straightening, I saw Malcolm waiting for me at the end of the table. My mate. With a goofy smile on my face, I walked over to him. Ready? He took my hand and squeezed it lightly. Let's get out of here. Chapter 66. The keycard was tossed on the floor as the door crashed open, and we stumbled inside. Clothing ripped at the seams as the restraint that had held in the lobby frayed down to its last thread and then snapped. The door, I gasped in the frantic second our lips were apart. Malcolm pressed me against the wall, kissing me as his foot reached out, kicking the wooden slab shut hard enough to rattle the hanging art. When my dress was a ruined heap on the floor, and Malcolm's shirt was beyond repair, he tried to carry me over to the bed. Tried, being the key word. His feet tangled in the wreckage of our clothing, and he stumbled, managing to hit the ground hard with a sharp epithet. Landing with a jolt on his chest, I leaned over him. Are you okay? In a flash, Malcolm rolled so I was under him. Don't you dare. I demanded I like these. Fine, he growled, rolling his eyes, slowing down. Thank you. His eyes blazed in the dark. Baby, we're just getting started. Thank me when you mean it. Then his mouth was on mine, hot, possessive, claiming me as his. My mate. I pulled him closer, wordlessly asking for more. He obliged, holding me tighter as shooting stars scorched across my skin. Sophie, he groaned. Please. I whispered, desperate. I don't have the self-control, Dash. I don't need your self-control, I need my mate. The effect of my words was immediate. Malcolm's stare riveted on mine, finding the heat, impatience, and love that I could no longer hide. Settling between us, Malcolm gripped me, pulling me closer. As my body eagerly accepted his, my teeth sought his lips, instincts filling me with a primal hunger. Electricity crackled through my neurons, sparking me as my affection grew with each touch. Malcolm Dash. Sophie, he groaned. I love you, I whimpered. Malcolm touched his forehead to mine. I love you, mate. A triumphant, exultant cry ripped out of my throat, echoing throughout midnight dark as joy coursed through me. Satisfaction flooded my veins, and through hooded eyes I watched him, beautiful oaths slipping through his gritted teeth. My hands reached up to touch him, to pull him down so I could savor the sweet heat of his body against mine. When his pulse was no longer a hammer pounding on his ribs, he rose on his elbows, gazing down at me with a fervor that had my toes curling. I can't believe we didn't make it to the bed, Malcolm chuckled. I smirked, already missing his weight on me. Well, if you hadn't tripped, Dash. On the shirt that you ripped off me, he countered. Did you really like that thing anyway? Yes, actually. Yeah, well, I smiled saucily. You love me. You'll forgive me. Malcolm sighed, tracing the curve of my cheek with one finger. Yeah, I will. A gentle smile curved on my lips. Bringing his face closer with my hand, I leaned forward. As knocks sounded from the outer door, confusion as I'd never felt before washed over me. Glancing at the door, I said, yes. A male voice answered, hello? Ma'am, I'm with the hotel staff. We've had some noise complaints. Above me, Malcolm's gaze met mine, and we shared a moment of pure amusement and horror. I cleared my throat. Sorry about that. I'll keep it down. Promise. This is your one warning, ma'am. I don't want to come up here again. Stifling giggles, I assured, you won't have to. Sorry. His footsteps faded down the hallway, and Malcolm buried his face in my chest, muffling hysterical laughter. Then it happened. Did Did you just snort into my chest? Malcolm pressed a kiss to my sternum. Maybe. I cannot believe that you just snorted into my chest. He tilted his face up, giving me a grin. Sophie, we both know that's not the most embarrassing thing I've done in front of you. My eyes opened to soft, golden light bathing the room in a warm glow. Dust motes floated on the still air, slowly dancing aimlessly as they gradually fell to the ground. And, next to me, my mate's head lay on the pillow we shared. My mate. Malcolm's face was turned toward me, his typically severe expression only slightly relaxed by sleep. I smiled to myself. He really does have a resting grump face. Bare beneath the sheets, I ached from last night, from the furious, frenetic coupling that had begun as soon as we were alone and had apparently stopped long enough for us to sleep. As I felt the stirrings of affection within my core, I knew it was only a brief respite. Setting aside my need for this man, I studied him in the silence of the morning, admiring his full lips, his thick lashes, and each bit of stubble. I collected the tiny details of him, the way his nostrils flared a little when he inhaled, the small scar on his forehead, the faint lines beginning to hint at the corners of his eyes. I'll get to watch them bloom. A sense of peace settled over me, and I envisioned us growing old together, wrinkled and white-haired, walking arm in arm, and just as in love as we are right now. A miraculous swell of tenderness filled my chest, thinking of the years I'd spent alone, convinced I didn't deserve more. And now we're here. Malcolm's eyelids shifted, and I leaned forward, touching the tip of my nose to his. Instantly, his eyes opened, blinking slowly until they focused on me. Then he smiled. Hey, I answered. His hand cupped my chin, pulling my lips closer for a slow, gentle perusal. As we parted, I cuddled up next to him, savoring the feel of his skin against mine. Malcolm splayed his fingers along the center of my back, tugging me against him. What time is it? I shrugged. Dunno. What time do we need to be at the venue? Nuzzling the roughened line of his jaw, I muttered later. How much later? His voice sounded throatier than before. I glanced up, my eyes meeting his. Enough. His pupils dilated, and hot anticipation throbbed between us. Pushing his back against the mattress, I rolled over on top of him. Malcolm's hands gripped me as his eyes smoldered, taking in my form. You're sure? Smiling, I leaned down, nipping at the plump curve of his bottom lip. I can't think of a better start to my morning, mate. Hair wet from the shower, I stood in the small bathroom, scrubbing my teeth despite knowing that we were heading down to breakfast in a few minutes. Ravenous after last night, I threw on a shirt and retired to workout leggings, too hungry to care about more than comfort. Out in the bedroom, the hotel phone rang. Who's calling? Mouthful of foam, I ducked my head out in time to see Malcolm pick up the receiver. Hello. The human on the other end was a faint murmur, but they must have said something significant because Malcolm's gaze snapped to mine. Thank you. We'll be right down. Questions burned on my tongue, so I went back to the sink to spit out the toothpaste. I was wiping my lips when I stepped out, asking, who was that? Malcolm set the receiver down, speaking hesitantly. The front desk. He sighed. Your father is downstairs. I froze. My father. Apparently. Malcolm's eyes held no judgment. What do you want to do? My lips pressed together. I guess let's see what he wants. Slipping on my shoes, I made sure I had our room key tucked in my sports bra before following Malcolm out into the hallway. Downstairs, the elevator's door slid open, revealing the airy lobby. And Dad is sitting just inside the windowed entrance. Years' worth of regret slammed into me, and I almost staggered backwards. Then, Malcolm's hand found my shoulder and squeezed. Glancing up, I smiled, grateful for his support. As he saw us, Dad stood, looking like he wanted to come over, but unsure of whether he should. The yawning wound of our broken relationship bled within me, and I felt tears in my eyes as I walked toward him. Hi, Dad. Hi, hun. He swallowed, stalling. I hope it's okay that I came here. Of course, I smiled, trying to be reassuring. Dad's attention darted to Malcolm. Could we have a moment of privacy? Turning back to me, he added, I don't want to take up your whole morning. I'd just like to have a word. Malcolm checked for my reaction, and I gave him a slight nod. Why don't you grab us a table? I'll be there in a minute. Okay. He gave my shoulder one last squeeze before leaving us. I watched him disappear through the side doors leading to the restaurant before joining my father in one of two upholstered chairs flanking a small side table next to the doors. So, what brings you here? I frowned, worry infiltrating my thoughts. Did something happen? He cleared his throat, sounding abashed. I heard what happened at the rehearsal dinner. My eyes widened. Oh. His gaze strayed to the rustling leaves outside the window. Yeah. Fingernails picking at the patterned fabric of the chair, I sighed. I'm guessing Mom had a lot to say about it. She did. Okay. Taking a breath, I asked, what did you want to talk about? I wanted to apologize. What? I heard myself say, apologize. His shoulders sagged. I should have protected you from her. I don't dash. Looking up, he met my stunned gaze. Your mother, she is sick, Sophie. She'll never apologize because she cannot understand that she's done anything wrong. It's an illness. I didn't see it before we made it, and I didn't recognize the harm she was causing you until it was too late. The tears that had threatened earlier began to tremble at the lower edge of my lower lid. He continued, you needed someone. It should have been me, but I was too blind to see what was happening right in front of me. It's okay, Dash. It's not. Your parents failed you. Both of us. The dam broke and the tears began to overflow, trailing down my cheeks. I wanted to see if you were still coming to the ceremony. Of course I am. I wouldn't miss Evie's special day. I'm glad. I promise, I'll be keeping your mother on a tight leash, Dash. You don't have to do that, I laughed. She's a grown woman. She's responsible for her own behavior. Dad snorted. I wish. She's never taken responsibility for her behavior. We shared a chuckle, and I studied him, noting the subtle changes that had altered the face I'd loved so well. Are you really sorry? He nodded. More than you'll ever know. Cocking an eyebrow, I asked, want to know how to make it up to me? Dad's brow furrowed, but I saw hope in his eyes. Leaning forward, I took his hand. Be my dad again? Call more often? Maybe come out for a visit every now and then? Since I came back, I've been realizing how much I missed out on because I let Mom keep me away. He nodded. I'd really like that. Reaching out, I pulled him in for a hug that was years overdue. Just promise to leave Mom at home, okay? I joked, holding tight. Dad snorted. She's a big girl. She can take care of herself. Chapter 67. The music began, and the seated crowd rose, turning slowly toward the smiling couple as they approached the officiant. I stood at the front, holding back tears as I watched my sister radiating happiness, hand in hand with her equally joyous mate. And next to me, Ollie waited, like me, to officially witness the ceremony. Hey, she whispered, about yesterday. My eyes flickered to Malcolm, to the fine cut of his suit, thinking of the marks hidden beneath it. It's fine. The crowd began to turn, following Evie and Cora as they drew nearer to the front. Later, I smiled brightly, trying not to squint as the sun began to peek past the overhead shade. As Evie and Cora said the traditional words, announcing their mate bond to their pack and the world, I fought the urge to glance at Malcolm, imagining what it would be like when we did the same. The ceremony itself was short. Werewolf rituals tended to be. Formalities had their place, but nobody wanted to linger on them when there was food and socializing to be enjoyed. Uproarious applause filled the arid, mountain air around us as Evie and Cora shared a kiss. Triumphant, Evie bent down and picked Cora up, carrying her back toward the venue. As the officiant and Ollie went to follow them, I mouthed, I'll be right back, at Malcolm. My father stood next to him, watching his youngest daughter serenade her mate as the recessional played. I savored the sight of my father's proud smile, my eyes barely registering Mom's pinched frown, looking at me like she'd just eaten a lemon, rind and all. Inside, we waited in a private side room while the guests got drinks and got settled. Evie and Cora cuddled on a plush chaise as the officiant excused himself. Taking my purse out of the corner where I'd stashed it, I pulled out my phone, finding several messages from Malcolm, a book club reminder from Josie, and a check-in from River. "How's New Mexico?" Replying to that one first, I typed, "Good. We just finished the ceremony. I'll tell you more when we get back." As I scrolled through Malcolm's increasingly detailed texts about how much he missed me and how much he wanted to get back to the hotel room, I didn't notice footsteps approaching. "Hey." Reflexively, I hid the screen and my enthusiastic reply. Ollie stood in front of me, almost succeeding at making eye contact. Hi." I swallowed, sliding my phone back in my purse. "So, about yesterday. Don't worry, I get it, Dash." "No, just," she cleared her throat. "I don't know what it is about seeing people from your past, but it just has a way of catapulting you back into your old mindsets, doesn't it?" Yeah, I agreed, remembering how effortlessly Mom had made me feel like a scolded child. "I shouldn't have said that yesterday." Her words came out in a rush, followed by, "It was out of line, but..." She sighed. "I guess seeing you just transformed me back into that moody, petty teenager." "Impossible." She looked at me confused. "I had a monopoly on being moody and petty as a teenager. There's no way you were either." I gave her a small smile, and after a moment, she returned it. Looking away, I stared at the floor. "I'm sorry," I began, "for everything. I just got so wrapped up in being miserable that I didn't really care enough about how I treated other people." Ollie's tone was skeptical. "You were miserable in high school?" "Incredibly. And my coping mechanism was to share it with everyone around me." I glanced over. "It doesn't excuse how I acted, I know that, but yeah. It's why I got out as soon as I could and never came back." "Is that why you hooked up with Xavier?" Frowning, I tried to choose my words carefully. "About that. We didn't actually hook up." Her eyebrows rose. "You didn't?" "It's a long story, but Xavier wasn't happy here either, so it was mutually beneficial to pretend that we had." "Why?" Shrugging, I answered, "It was the only way I was ever going to have a life of my own. Afterward, nobody wanted me around, so I got to leave. I went to college, got a degree dash, pausing, I added, I'm actually in Pennsylvania, working at the Leakin Council's archives." Ollie looked at me like she was reappraising me. "Good for you." I shook my head. "Anyway, enough rambling about me. What are you up to these days?" She took a breath, working. "What do you do?" "IT," she grimaced. "It's for a human company, and my boss is a jerk. Still, the pay is good and not many people know what I do there, so I'd be hard to replace." My interest piqued and I asked IT. Eyes narrowing, I dared to hope. "Do you know anything about database management?" She blinked. "Well, yeah, that's my specialization." I could almost hear celebratory trumpets blasting in my head. "So, we're actually looking for someone with those qualifications right now." A spark of what I hoped was interest flared in her eyes. "Really? I hadn't heard about any job openings." "Yeah, well, our manager, Gerald, is out on paternity leave, so it kind of got put on the back burner, but we desperately need someone. Our current IT person is swamped." "Oh, could I give him your contact info?" Ollie smiled. "Sure, why not?" When the guests were all inside, the photographer asked us to come back out to take pictures. Cora's family went first, so Evie and I stood off to the side, enjoying the welcome breeze. She turned to me. "You know, I feel like we haven't really been able to catch up." I chuckled. "You've been kind of busy." "Too busy to pester my big sister?" "Hardly." Smiling, I bumped my shoulder against hers. Evie grinned, beautiful in her tea-length floral dress. "Thanks for coming out, sophomore." "Hey," I placed a hand on her arm. "Thanks for making me come out." She scoffed. "There was no way I wasn't having you up there with me. After everything you did for me." She shook her head. "It's the least I could do." My brows drew together. "What do you mean?" Evie leveled her gaze at me. "I mean, Mom. I saw how it was for you growing up. I saw all of the pressure and the criticism and the nitpicking. I saw it all and I knew, if she wasn't doing it to you, she would have done it to me." "Evie." "Soph, let's be honest. The only reason I didn't spend my entire childhood pressed under her thumb is because she didn't have enough energy to terrorize both of us." Silent, I couldn't disagree. "She actually tried, you know." "What?" "After you left." She tried to butter me up first with girls' nights and shopping trips, but then the needling came out and the subtle pushes to go to certain parties or hang out with certain people. I told her to get lost. You did. Well, she admitted, it was worded a little more politely, but I basically told her that she couldn't ignore me for the first 15 years of my life, and then just pick me up like a discarded toy when she felt like it. Good for you. Evie shrugged. She never got her hooks into me the way she dug them into you. I literally wouldn't be the person I am today if you hadn't been there for me, shielding me. This is just my way of thanking you for that. Tears threatened to spoil my makeup as I turned, pulling her into a hug. I love you, Evie. She patted my back. Love you too, sophomore. Laughing, she added, now, could you let me go? You're about to crack my ribs. Releasing her, I fixed a piece of her hair and stepped back. Evie smoothed out her dress. Anyway, enough mushy stuff. How are things going with Malcolm? You two seemed pretty cozy when you walked in. You could say that. I am saying that. Tell me everything. I'm not telling you, Dash. Nah. Now that I'm mated, I need to live vicariously through other people's love lives. Well, I grinned about that. Evie frowned. Did you too, Dash? I nodded, blushing. Last night. What? Evie shouted, drawing curious looks from Cora's family. At the rehearsal dinner. Is that why you left like that? Yeah, I admitted, sheepishly. Oh my gosh, she whispered, I'm Cupid. Cupid? I echoed, deadpan. My love is so overwhelming, it's contagious. You were around me and Cora for a day, and it hit you like an arrow. She giggled. I'm telling everyone, Dash. I stopped her as she moved to walk away. No, you're not. Today is about you and Cora. This can wait. But Dash, we'll get our day, and you'll be a part of it. I promise. I'd better. But seriously, what happened? I took a steadying breath after Mom cornered me in the bathroom, Dash. Evie's gaze sharpened. I'm sorry, she what? I waved it off. It's not worth getting upset over. But in the moment, so I went outside, and Malcolm came out after me. We had a talk about everything and, well, he still loves me. I spent months making myself miserable, thinking he'd run screaming when he found out, but it was all for nothing, Dash. I cut off, realization dawning. What is it? I owe a friend of mine an apology, I muttered, thinking of a very similar conversation I'd been on the other end of. Continuing, I said, doesn't matter. We're mates, and I guess I need to start planning the ceremony. She took my hands. Then, let me be the first to offer my congratulations. And if you need any advice or ideas, I am a phone call away. I squeezed her fingers. Thanks, Evie. Chapter 68. After dinner was cleared away, the music began. Malcolm took my hand, and I found myself smiling in his arms as we swayed beneath the lights we'd hung the day before. I think those dancing lessons are paying off, I joked. I know, he smirked. Notice how I haven't stepped on your feet once? Yes. I'm proud and grateful. We'll need to keep practicing, though. I'm going to have to bring my A game when it's our mating ceremony. Definitely, I smirked. Our first dance is going to have choreography. Dips, leaps, spins, dash. Seriously? Snorting, I shook my head no. But we're definitely having a dance floor. Agreed. What do you think about the den for the ceremony? The den? The back patio? My eyes lit up. Ooh, that view as the backdrop? Hell yes. That's settled. Could we have the reception there too? Would Patricia mind? He sighed. If we asked, she'd probably plan the entire damn thing. What about Tuli's? Tuli's? Rented out for the night? We get a dance floor, sound system, food, and drinks with minimal hassle. I frowned, considering it, not sure how I feel about bar food. What about Indian? Like our first date. Malcolm replied, we could see if they cater. Clasping my hands behind his neck, I leaned against his warmth. You know, we're going to have this whole thing ready to go before we even land back in Pennsylvania. Hey, as far as I'm concerned, the sooner the better. Well, I countered, there's still some things to take care of. Like meeting your family? I think I've seen your dad at some pack events, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't know my name, Dash. He knows. I looked at him quizzically, he does. Malcolm winced. I may have gotten drunk and confessed everything while crying on his kitchen floor. What were you drinking? Jägermeister. Never again. Noted. Still, I should probably meet them before the ceremony. Good call. I'll start getting that arranged as soon as we get back. To the hotel? His lips curved with salacious amusement. To Syracuse. I've got other plans for when we get back to the hotel. Desire fluttered in my stomach. Do tell Dash. But then my eyes caught on a face across the room, and I stopped still. He seemed taller, but that might have been a trick of the light. The slightly wiry frame had filled out in the intervening years. There was no doubting that the body beneath that impeccable suit was a powerfully built male. Hunter. I swallowed hard. Who's the newcomer? Sighing, I met Malcolm's curious stare, my ex. Looking over, I saw that he had noticed our attention and was coming toward us. Internally, I braced myself. Hi, he addressed Malcolm first. I'm Hunter Edwards, Alpha of the Buena Vista Pack. Holding out his hand, he added, Welcome to our territory. I'm sorry we weren't able to meet before the ceremony. Malcolm shook it. No need to apologize. We both know how busy the role can be. Hunter nodded. Incredibly busy. I hope you enjoy your stay with us. Turning to me, he said, Hello, Sophie. I acknowledged the greeting, Hunter. Glancing back to Malcolm, Hunter asked me, Sophie, if you don't mind, I'd like a word with you. Dread filled me, but I agreed, shooting Malcolm a resigned look before following Hunter out onto the terrace. Darkness was encroaching as the sun set behind the mountains, and the sky faded from brilliant oranges in the west to deep blues and purples in the east. The chairs from the ceremony had been cleared away, and one quick check verified that we were alone and, hopefully, away from curious ears. Unsure of what to expect, I waited for Hunter to speak. He hesitated for a moment, seeming just as unsure. Then he began, I know that I said some harsh things the last time we spoke. In my mind, I pictured the scene we'd made outside of Xavier's bedroom. It's in the past, Dash. I still need to apologize for them. His words surprised me. Apologize? Hunter, I don't blame you for reacting, Dash. You did nothing to deserve the names I called you. That's kind of you to say, but Dash. I know nothing happened in that room. My brain stuttered in my skull. Why, you know. Hunter nodded, shame clouding his eyes. Xavier told me everything. He did? When? Scratching at his jaw, he explained. A couple years after that night, I ran into Xavier at a bar. I'd had enough to drink to think that it was time to reclaim my honor, so I told him to come outside and so I could kick his ass. Well, we went outside, but instead of fighting, he told me the truth. Oh. Sophie, he sighed, I'm the reason you were in that room in the first place. If I'd stopped and listened to the words coming out of your mouth, you wouldn't have gone and begged for Xavier to help you. It's not your fault. Maybe, but I also wasn't making things better. Meeting my gaze, Hunter confessed, I had to do a lot of soul searching after I found out. Like, how could I not have seen how depressed you were? I guess I was just young and dumb enough to think that if I was happy, then you had to be happy too. Wanting to comfort him, I said, I could have found a way to tell you. I should have tried harder to tell you how I felt. Hunter tilted his head back, looking up at the emerging stars. Life's strange, huh? Very, I agreed. I always thought it was going to be us, but... I joined him, admiring the faint points of light. I heard you've got a mate? Bree. She's probably still finishing up in the kitchen. Side-eyeing him, I asked, she really leaned into being mother of the pack then? Hunter laughed. God, no. She runs her own catering company. Gave your sister a decent impact discount, too. Oh, good for her. Yeah, Dad's not a fan. Doesn't think it's proper, but I've made it clear that it doesn't matter what he thinks. I nodded approvingly. Well, look at you. Hunter shrugged. He's too stuck in the past. It was time for us to start joining the modern world. I smiled. I'm glad. Sounds like you're doing well. Thanks. He looked at me. What about you? He gestured toward the party. How are things going with Alpha Grumpy Pants in there? Chuckling, I answered. He's not actually grumpy. It's just his face. Is it serious? I stepped around the truth. It is. Does he treat you well? Very, I said with absolute honesty. Good. His smile was warm, with just the barest hint of regret. Well, I've taken up enough of your night, and Bree's probably wondering where I am. Take care, Sophie. You too, Hunter. He walked back inside, and as I took a moment to compose myself, Malcolm came out. Without hesitating, I went to him, burying myself in the safety and comfort of his arms. The night carried on. I met Hunter's mate, a sweet, charming woman who assured me that Hunter had already told her everything. We had a short, cordial chat, after which I noticed that several of the icier guests stopped whispering when they thought I couldn't hear. Malcolm and I sat, resting our feet and drinking some water. He swallowed. What time is checkout tomorrow? Around noon. I grimaced, flexing my feet in my strappy heels. Would you mind sleeping in? I cocked an eyebrow after tonight. I'd prefer it. I'm exhausted. Exhausted? I hope you're not too tired to dash. Smirking, I shook my head. Not a chance. I was promised things dash. Malcolm's hand squeezed my thigh beneath the tablecloth, and I'm a man of my word. Surveying the room, I said, what do you say we head out? Looks like things are winding down. Do we need to help clean up? I shook my head. Some volunteers from the pack are coming out tomorrow. We're in the clear. Then, why don't you say your goodbyes? I need to stop in the bathroom, and then we'll get out of here and see if I can make good on my promises. Sounds like a plan. Anticipation rose within me like bubbles in champagne. Impatient, I held out my hand. Here, give me the keys. I'll pull the car up to the front. After finding Evie and hugging both her and Cora goodbye, I caught my father chatting up one of his colleagues. Hey, Malcolm and I are calling it a night. He excused himself, turning to me. Oh, okay. It was great to see you. Would you be comfortable with a hug? Absolutely. Parting, he reminded me, let me know when you're up for visitors. I have some vacation time banked and I'd love to come out someday soon. I nodded, smiling as I held my delicious secret close to my chest. Oh yeah, definitely keep your calendar open. With my purse tucked under my arm, I stepped outside into the crisp night air. As I walked toward the parking lot, I breathed deep, relieved that this looming source of dread and stress was finally behind me. Then someone stepped out of the shadows. Leaving so soon? I froze as I recognized the voice of my mother, quiet, sinister, and slightly slurred from an excessive amount of Chardonnay. Turning on my heel, I faced her, the woman who'd borne me, the woman who'd made my formative years a painful, torturous ordeal. What do you want? I asked flatly. Baring her teeth in an attempt to smile, she chided, so curt. Did I not teach you manners? She came closer, swaying uneasily on her designer heels. I scowled. I think we're past manners, Carrie. Well, as I recall, we didn't get to finish our little chat yesterday. Rolling my eyes, I asked, and why would I ever want to continue speaking to you? Eyes narrowing, she hissed, I am your mother. For a moment, I wanted to laugh. Instead, I strode toward her, forcing her back several steps, my expression murderous. You are nothing, I spat. You are not a part of my life, and you never will be again. When I leave here, I will do my damnedest to forget that you exist. You will not watch my mating ceremony, and if I choose to have them, you will never see my children. And when you die, I won't even mourn you, because I already spent years mourning the mother you should have been to me. You little fucking dash. A deep voice came behind me. Choose your next words carefully. She looked up, visibly recalibrating as she recognized the new player in her game. Oh, Alpha Malcolm Dash. He walked up to me, wrapping his hand around my shoulders. Still addressing her, he cut to the chase. Shut your mouth and listen, Dash. He leaned in, getting inches from her face and speaking in a tone that promised death. If you ever come near Sophie again, you're going to find out what it means for her to be an alpha's mate. Without waiting for a response, Malcolm took my hand, and we walked toward our car. Handing over the keys, I went to the passenger door and climbed inside. Malcolm did the same, turning on the engine before fastening his seatbelt and shifting into drive. When we were out of the parking lot and heading down the road, he reached over, taking my hand. Are you okay? I raised our hands up, brushing a kiss against his knuckles. Yeah, I'm okay. He sighed, sorry for going caveman back there. Smirking, I replied, I'm not. That was satisfying. I will never understand how someone could treat their own child like that. And that I squeezed his hand is one of the many, many reasons why I love you. Malcolm glanced at me, grinning. I don't think I'll ever get sick of hearing that. Good, I teased. You're going to be hearing it a lot. He stretched in his seat, breathing a deep, heavy sigh. Apologetic, I muttered. I bet you can't wait to get out of here and go home. Malcolm rubbed his thumb over mine. Sophie, if I'm with you, I am home. Epilogue. Sometime later. Standing in surprisingly comfortable heels, I wrung my hands together, heedless of my fresh manicure, waiting for my cue. It was almost unbelievable. After dreaming of this moment for so long, here I stood, waiting. And then it was time. Sucking in a deep breath, I hid my nervousness with a bright smile and strode forward. The knee-length black robe swished as I walked. Past the curtains, bright lights blazed, illuminating the stage. Cheers erupted from one side of the audience, and I squinted, grinning as I saw my people standing and applauding like unruly animals. I wouldn't have had it any other way. Dad was next to Evie and Cora, holding a sign that said, "Congratulations, Dr. Bennett." In the row just behind them, River had climbed on a chair, Wolf whistling while Tom just rolled his eyes, smirking. And Malcolm stood next to him, absolutely beaming with pride. Shaking my head slightly, I crossed the stage to where my advisor, Dr. Klaus, waited. I held out my arm, offering the draped doctoral hood and whispering, "Sorry about them. They were raised by wolves." She took it. "It's all right. This is a massive accomplishment, and they have every reason to be proud of you." Reaching over my head, she placed the hood carefully, the front against my throat and the rest draping down my back. With tears in my eyes, we shook hands. From the podium, the dean solemnly intoned, presenting Dr. Sophie Bennett. That evening, as the party at the den was winding down, Malcolm and I lounged on the back patio, watching the sun disappear behind the horizon. Over by the refreshments table, Patricia graciously accepted accolades for her planning, while Josie and Zoe bickered amiably about whose desserts had gotten more attention. Gerald and Oliver had left about an hour ago, despite their eldest daughter's protests, to relieve the babysitter who'd been home watching their newest edition. The blessing of a quiet moment after a day of chaos wasn't lost on me. Curled up against my mate on the outdoor love seat, I fought the desire to crash right then and there. Still awake. Malcolm brushed my hair back from my face. Barely, I mumbled, my cheek resting on his chest. "When's it appropriate for the guest of honor to leave her own party?" Malcolm chuckled. "Don't let River hear you say that. You'll be doing shots before you know it's even happening." Did I hear someone say shots? I looked up as Will sank onto the adjacent couch. "How's the kiddo?" He shook his head, loudly protesting that he's not sleepy as I'm watching his eyelids droop. Malcolm remarked, "Sounds familiar." "Hey," I protested. "It's been an insanely long day." "I know," Malcolm pressed a kiss to my forehead. "Have I mentioned yet how proud of you I am?" I purred low in my throat several times, but I wouldn't mind hearing it again. "Well, I am. I am so proud and so in love with you." Will groaned, "Respectfully, Malcolm?" "EW." Malcolm glared at him. "Shut it, Will." He held up both hands. "Okay. Anyway, where was I?" "Singing my praises," I supplied. "Right," Malcolm grinned, staring down at me with pure adoration. "Just. Sometimes I wonder how I got lucky enough to deserve you." "Well," Will answered, "it began with you bare-assed on her front porch." Turning my head, I sighed. "Will." I smiled. "Never change."